Chapter 1. Zhang Tian gradually awakened from a state of unconsciousness, feeling as if he were adrift in a realm of weightlessness, his body overwhelmed by an indescribable discomfort, as if his very soul were on the verge of dissipating. This sensation of weightlessness was truly disconcerting. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until the chaotic turbulence of space and time finally subsided, allowing Zhang Tian to return from hell to the realm of the living. As he settled amidst the aftermath of the tumultuous interlude, a nauseating urge to expel his soul enveloped him. If his body were capable of movement, he would have unhesitatingly drawn his sword to end his own torment. Where am I? The sky. How blue! Zhang Tian strained to open his eyes, only to find himself utterly powerless, his eyelids growing heavier, and the sensation of his body fading away, as if his soul had been shattered. Soon, he succumbed to complete unconsciousness in a remote mountain. An elderly man was busily carrying a basket through the woods. Suddenly, the old man froze, a look of alarm crossing his face as he sensed an overwhelming force emanating from behind him. Before he could react, the earth trembled with a resonant thrum. Though the quake was but a fleeting moment, it evoked a sense of apocalyptic dread within him. The old man felt as if he had traversed through hell. Gripped by an unprecedented terror, he was drenched in sweat, as though he had just emerged from a river. What manner of force is this? It feels like the end of the world. Regaining his composure, the old man turned to the source of the disturbance, observing the clouds and the sky swirling, the wind stirring, remnants of the recent upheaval still lingering him. What is that? With keen eyesight, despite the considerable distance, he discerned an unusual object floating in the air with a swift motion. The elderly man leapt several meters forward. In just a few bounds, he reached his target, exerting all his strength to catch the object that was on the verge of plummeting to the ground. Though he had steeled himself for what he might find, he was taken aback by what he held in his hands. Was an infant. The old man gazed at the naked baby, frothing at the mouth, unable to articulate the tumult of emotions within him. Examining the child, he estimated it to be merely a few days old. Aside from the froth at its lips, the infant appeared to be in good health, lacking any visible injuries, even seemingly more robust than the average newborn. The old man plucked several large leaves from the forest to wrap the infant securely. After returning, he surveyed the area, but found nothing amiss. The surroundings were tranquil, and the drifting clouds had calmed, as if the cataclysmic force had never existed. Well, where is this? Zhang Tian awoke to find himself lying in an unfamiliar small room, with no recollection of having been in such a place. His last memory was washing his hands by the lakeside. As he attempted to rise, he discovered he lacked the strength to do so. At that moment, a voice resounded from the doorway, like thunder, startling him profoundly. Awake, little one, you have awakened. He. The elderly man spoke, carefully lifting Zhang Tian into his arms and scrutinizing him closely. Zhang Tian was utterly bewildered by the sudden appearance of this gigantic old man, feeling entirely helpless as he was cradled in the grasp of a titan, plunging him into a state of sheer terror. Wait, why are my hands like this? How could this happen? How have I become a child? How could one turn into a child? It was merely a hand washing. How could this be? Was it a dream? If it were a dream, then everything before him felt astonishingly real. Zhang Tian began to cry in the old man's embrace, and upon noticing, the elder assumed he was hungry and hastily brought forth the rice porridge he had just prepared, taking a spoon to begin feeding Zhang Tian. At that moment, Zhang Tian's mind was in utter disarray, unable to comprehend the situation. Dazed, upon awakening, it seemed as if everything had transformed. Though Zhang Tian remained in a state of confusion, he instinctively opened his mouth to swallow the porridge that the old man offered, staring blankly at the giant, eating faster. With each bite, after finishing a bowl of porridge, Zhang Tian's mind cleared considerably. Upon recognizing the circumstances, he understood that even if this was a dream, resistance was futile. Since someone was tending to him, he might as well enjoy it. Even though his caretaker was an old man, seeing that Zhang Tian had ceased his cries, the elder smiled and said, "Since you have fallen from the heavens, I shall name you Tian." The old man set down the spoon, contemplated for a moment, and continued, "From now on, you shall be called Wu Tian, taking my surname, son Wu Tian." The elder seemed quite pleased with the name he had chosen, occasionally calling out Tian Tian to amuse Zhang Tian. Zhang Tian felt like crying without tears. Is it true that I fell from the heavens? But why did I fall? What is happening? As Zhang Tian pondered, he finished yet another bowl of porridge. Despite being in a precarious situation, he still needed to fill his stomach, and the porridge seemed rather delicious. Zhang Tian rolled his eyes, surveying his surroundings. It was only after calming down that he realized he could hardly speak, glancing at his hands and feet, estimating that this body was barely a year old. Could it be that I drowned while washing my hands? Reincarnated? Retain my memories? Clearly, These were not the questions he needed to ponder at the moment. Perhaps this is all a dream. Yes, it must be a dream having just eaten. Zhang Tian felt extremely weak and soon succumbed to sleep. Come, Tian Tian, Grandpa will take you to play in the mountains. The words jolted Zhang Tian awake. As if struck by thunder, he felt dizzy, his heart racing. This isn't a dream. Oh my, how can this be? Despite his mental preparations, Zhang Tian still found it hard to accept the reality. Sun Wufan lifted Zhang Tian from the bed and placed him in the backpack, slung over his shoulder. Zhang Tian realized he was powerless to resist and ceased to dwell on his distress. Wearing a face of deep melancholy, imagine the sensation of suddenly transforming from an adult into an infant. Sun Wukong leisurely ascended the mountain, carrying Zhang Tian on his back. When confronted with obstacles, he effortlessly sprang over boulders towering 5 or 6 meters high, while Zhang Tian nestled securely in the backpack, blissfully unaware of any jolts. My goodness, this old man is truly a peerless master, a hidden savant, Zhang Tian mused, not overly surprised by Sun Wukong's prowess, for he himself was a practitioner of martial arts. Rather, he was astonished by the old man's skill. Not long after his astonishment, a wave of despair washed over Zhang Tian. Upon glancing back, he discovered that the surroundings of the house were enveloped by trees and expanse of towering trunks, with not a single specter in sight, let alone another dwelling. As he surveyed the landscape, it appeared to stretch for dozens of miles. Oh heavens, what sorcery is this? What manner of place have I stumbled upon? Zhang Tian lamented, his cries echoing into the ether. The elder, hearing his wails, gently patted the backpack, saying, "Do not weep, my dear Tian. We shall arrive shortly." The old man continued to softly pat the backpack, attempting to soothe the distressed Zhang Tian. Observing the elder's gestures, Zhang Tian understood his intentions, yet felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, resigning himself to silence while brooding inwardly. After a considerable time, Sun Wukong emitted a low grunt, and Zhang Tian felt a sudden shift in altitude as they began to ascend rapidly. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the sensation dissipated. It turned out that the old man had leaped up a sheer cliff of over 20 meters, nearly vertical. What in the world is happening? Could it be? Zhang Tian's mind raced with the thought of innate mastery. This is extraordinary. It appears there truly exists such an elusive master. That leap must have been around 20 meters high. My word. Even with my grandfather's advanced nine-yang skill combined with his lightness technique, nothing could compare to this. His grandfather had once mentioned that with his level of nine-yang mastery, he could count on one hand those capable of matching him. This is monumental. I wonder if this is a legendary innate master or a practitioner of the mystical arts. If so, this is indeed remarkable to his knowledge. Innate masters were almost mythical, said to be singular in number, while practitioners of the mystical arts belonged to the realm of legend. He had only heard his grandfather mention cultivators in jest among elders, treating such tales as mere fables. In observing the old man, Zhang Tian noted that there was no discernible flow of energy or reaction from within the elder's body during the leap. Being so close, he would have sensed even the slightest stir of energy, for he was a martial artist himself. Although he bore the form of an infant, years of training had honed his spirit to a level far beyond that of an ordinary person. Thus, he deduced that this old man was either an innate master or a legendary cultivator, and he fervently hoped for the latter. Upon hearing Zhang Tian's boisterous laughter, the elderly man also erupted into laughter, addressing the young boy in the basket. "Little Tian, when you grow a bit older, I shall impart all my skills to you." It was evident that the old man embraced the role of grandfather with a natural exuberance. Zhang Tian, upon hearing this, felt an overwhelming surge of joy within, his excitement rendering him speechless, prompting him to wave his small hands animatedly. The elderly gentleman recognized that the child was elated by his words, which only deepened his own joy, for the boy possessed a remarkable spirit. "Splendid, splendid. You are indeed a good child. Once you have mastered my abilities, I shall take you to my teacher, who will guide you in learning the most formidable martial arts in the world. In time, you shall be able to obliterate entire mountain peaks with a single strike, unlike me, whose lack of talent prevents me from mastering my teacher's techniques." Martial arts? Is that a term from the realm of cultivation? An entire mountain gone? Truly, it is a world of cultivation. Zhang Tian was nearly overwhelmed with excitement. Indeed, true cultivators. Itu wisto cultivata. I want to unleash torrents of power to attain immortality. All right, Tian, let me stretch a bit before we venture into the mountains, the old man said, setting down the basket and gathering some long grass from the nearby thicket. He sat beside Zhang Tian and swiftly began to manipulate the blades of grass with deft hands. In mere moments, the strands transformed into the likeness of a small creature. In that brief span of time, Zhang Tian was left awestruck. The crafted squirrel appeared almost lifelike. Zhang Tian could not help but exclaim, Truly, you are a cultivator. Even a simple creation possesses such vitality. What a marvelous skill. The old man, holding the finished small creature, glanced around before pinching off the excess grass and handing it to Zhang Tian. Here, Tian, let me fashion a small rabbit for you to play with. Stay here for a moment. Is this a rabbit? Do rabbits have such long legs? Is this how a rabbit's tail looks? And is this its mouth? Could it be that rabbits in the realm of cultivation are different? Zhang Tian examined the rabbit, eager to understand the technique behind its creation. But the old man's swift hands had left him baffled. If he could learn this skill, he could sell such creations for a handsome sum. As Zhang Tian pondered how he might dismantle the rabbit, a series of intermittent sounds akin to something slicing through the air reached his ears. He turned to investigate the source, only to be struck dumb by the sight before him. The elder was now moving with martial prowess. As if the very air around him were being punctured by his strikes, the forceful collisions of his fists with the air produced a fierce friction, creating sounds that seemed on the verge of shattering the very fabric of space. Zhang Tian's eyes widened in astonishment, his heart racing with exhilaration. This is truly extraordinary. Is this what it means to be a cultivator? Each punch seems capable of shattering space, itself such overwhelming power. My grandfather once spoke of reaching the 9th level of the Nine Yang art, attaining a state of innate prowess, enabling one to collide two streams of true energy to create an explosion. This old man can produce a thunderous sound with a mere fist. How immense must his strength be? It feels as if he could obliterate the heavens and the earth. If he were to unleash his internal energy, oh wait, cultivators wield celestial energy or magical power, don't they? Every day, Sun Wufan took Zhang Tian up the mountain. Aside from basic labor, the remainder of his time was devoted to rigorous training, repeating the same practices day after day. To Zhang Tian's observation, the techniques employed by the old man seemed rather crude, lacking in sophistication, yet their effectiveness was undeniably potent, frequently accompanied by the sound of explosions in the air. Furthermore, as long as a cultivator possessed sufficient magical power, the style of their martial arts was merely supplementary. As his grandfather had stated, internal energy is the foundation of Alan. The blink of an eye, 6 months had passed, and Zhang Tian was now capable of speech. He could ascertain with certainty that this place was not Earth, at least not the Earth of the 21st century from the old man's words. He learned that there were no nations such as China, America, or England here. Initially, Zhang Tian presumed the old man had secluded himself in the mountains for so long that he was oblivious to the changes in the outside world. However, it turned out the old man ventured into the city every year or two to procure daily necessities or to seek out his master on the celestial island. After a year, Zhang Tian had grown to the size of a typical 4 or 5-year-old child. He had intended to cultivate his family's martial art, the Nine Yang art, but feared that doing so might hinder his ability to practice the path of immortality. Moreover, it was impractical to pursue the Nine Yang art. At this stage, the Nine Yang internal energy was far too domineering for his currently frail meridians. To endure a single misstep could lead to the incineration of his meridians, resulting in death, leaving even immortals unable to save him. Zhang Tian had requested several times to train alongside Sun Wufan, but was met with refusal. The reason given was concern for his fragile body, which could not withstand significant impact. In his fervent desire to swiftly master the path of immortality, Zhang Tian ran tirelessly around the mountain, consuming the equivalent of 3 to 4 meals for an adult. At just over a year old, he appeared to be the size of a 4 or 5-year-old child. One day, the old man summoned Zhang Tian, lifting him into his arms and saying, Tian, do you wish to train with your grandfather? Zhang Tian eagerly nodded several times, his eyes filled with longing. Very well. From today onward, I shall teach you how to cultivate. Does that sound good? Upon hearing this, Zhang Tian could not contain his excitement, exclaiming, yes, yes. The heavens do not forsake the diligent. My efforts have finally borne fruit, and my journey into cultivation is about to commence. The old man positioned himself beneath a tree, roughly the size of a basketball, and delivered a powerful strike against it with a resounding crack. The tree fell. Zhang Tian watched in awe and envy. The old man then chopped the fallen tree into several segments and bound them with rope, fastening one into the wood and the other around Zhang Tian's waist. Zhang Tian was momentarily taken aback. Grandfather, you can't possibly mean for me to drag this log while I cultivate, can you? He gazed at the rope binding him and then at the heavy log trailing on the ground, his mind buzzing, struggling to comprehend the situation. Haha, indeed. Your task is simply to drag this log up to that mountain peak and then bring it back. Once you accomplish this, your mission will be complete. As Zhang Tian followed the direction pointed out by Sun Wukong, a surge of panic welled up within him. Mother, this is several miles away. To drag this 20-kilogram log back and forth, won't that utterly exhaust me? Although I possess considerable strength, this seems excessively torturous. Must one truly refine the body before embarking on the path of immortality? Zhang Tian wore a troubled expression as he addressed the elder. Grandfather, must it truly be this way? It will be quite exhausting. Why not simply teach me the cultivation methods directly? The elder, upon hearing this, gently tapped Zhang Tian's head and replied, cultivation is precisely this way. One must endure hardship to succeed. I have persevered through much worse. This is merely the beginning, and you will need to strengthen your training gradually. With that, he added, now, let us proceed. I shall wait for you ahead. Do not slack off, for I shall be watching. With a dismissive gesture, the elder vanished with a swish. And Zhang Tian looked up to see his grandfather already several hundred meters away. Mother, for the sake of my dreams, I shall strive with all my might. Clenching his fists and gritting his teeth, Zhang Tian began to drag the massive log, embarking on his journey of cultivation. In a remote mountain in the southeastern part of the continent, a small boy, around 4 or 5 years old, struggled with a large piece of timber. Damn it! I refuse to believe I cannot push this 100-pound log back, he exclaimed as he rolled a 1-meter-long log in the direction of home. Transporting this nearly 200-pound log back was Zhang Tian's task for the day. His grandfather had underestimated him. In less than a month, Zhang Tian had progressed to dragging a 50-pound log back and forth over 10 miles of mountainous terrain. Now, his challenge had escalated to this 200-pound log. However, he could no longer drag it. He had to use his hands, whether lifting or rolling, as long as he could move the log back and forth. The task would be deemed complete. It was undeniable that such rigorous training yielded remarkable gains in strength. The rapid increase in his power was beyond Zhang Tian's expectations. In the past, even with double the effort, he could not have achieved the strength he possessed now. This anomaly puzzled him, but he chose not to dwell on it, as any increase in strength was undoubtedly a positive development. The following day, as Zhang Tian was preparing to commence another day of training, a sudden, resounding explosion echoed from deep within the mountains, causing the ground to tremble slightly. What on earth? Was that an earthquake? Zhang Tian wondered, glancing towards the source of the sound, where smoke and dust were rising from the depths of the rear mountain. But that area is flat ground. How could it be producing smoke? Could it be a volcanic eruption? Driven by curiosity, he sprinted towards the plume of smoke at an astonishing speed of 60 kilometers per hour. Zhang Tian felt a sense of pride. This speed was akin to the full force of his ninth yang skill combined with the agile movement of the cloud ladder technique from his previous life. Yet, he lamented that he currently lacked inner strength. Had he been able to incorporate the cloud ladder technique, he might have rivaled the power of his grandfather's seventh yang skill from his past life. As Zhang Tian reveled in the exhilaration of his rapid movement, a gust of wind whizzed past him, startling him. "Grandfather, wait for me," he called out, realizing that his grandfather was also heading towards the direction of the smoke. However, that speed was such that Zhang Tian could hardly keep pace. In the blink of an eye, it vanished without a trace. Zhang Tian was deeply disheartened. Just moments ago, he had been filled with pride in his own swiftness, but now he was profoundly shaken. He urged his horse to gallop with all its might, determined to keep up with his grandfather. After half an hour, he finally spotted a vast clearing, though much of it was sunken, resembling a large crater, approximately 10 meters in diameter, as if something had crashed into it. As Zhang Tian approached the pit, still several dozen meters away, he saw his grandfather emerge from within. Could it be a meteorite from outer space? "Grandfather, what is that?" Zhang Tian inquired, but his grandfather offered no reply, slowly walking toward him while his gaze remained fixated on something in his arms. Zhang Tian squinted, realizing that his grandfather was cradling something. "Grandfather, what are you holding?" he asked, curiosity piqued as he stepped closer. Upon nearing, Zhang Tian's eyes widened in astonishment. "Whose child is this, grandfather?" Noticing his grandfather's silence, he pressed further. "Is it a baby? Where did this child come from?" Sun Wukong did not respond directly but cast a glance at the deep pit, which served as a tacit answer. Zhang Tian turned his attention to the enormous crater, where he saw a round object lying at its center. He swallowed hard. A thought crossed his mind, and in an instant, he vanished from his spot. Sun Wukong intended to call out to him, but before he could utter a word, he was astonished to see Zhang Tian had already reached the bottom of the pit, moving with astonishing speed. Gazing at the object before him, Zhang Tian's mouth hung agape in disbelief. This must be a spaceship, surely. Could that child be an alien? Or perhaps from the city, having arrived here only for the spacecraft to crash? He examined the circular spacecraft, approximately 2 meters in diameter, noting its cramped interior, clearly designed for a single occupant. The small compartment secured to the seat was just large enough to accommodate an infant. Zhang Tian was further perplexed. Why was this baby aboard the spacecraft? Where were the adults? Was this spacecraft from the city? He had learned from his grandfather that the technology in this world was highly advanced. Yet, the text on the control panel inside was not in Chinese. Could it be that this spacecraft was akin to an aircraft in their world? With questions swirling in his mind, Zhang Tian swiftly returned to the surface and asked, "Grandfather, do you know what that is?" Sun Wukong furrowed his brow, glancing in the direction Zhang Tian indicated. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "I do not know what that is." Zhang Tian's heart raced upon hearing his grandfather's response. Could it be an aircraft from the city? Sun Wukong shook his head and said, "No, it doesn't resemble any aircraft I have ever seen. Its shape is too different." Without waiting for Sun Wukong to finish his words, Zhang Tian returned to the front of the spaceship. He was now plagued by a headache, as myriad images flashed through his mind, hinting at something elusive yet indistinct. Shaking his head to dispel the confusion, he resumed his exploration within the confines of the spacecraft. This was indeed a spaceship, and perhaps even a vessel of cosmic exploration. Zhang Tian tapped on the control panel, but there was no response. The inscriptions were utterly incomprehensible. After fiddling with it for a considerable time, the spacecraft remained unyielding, a mere heap of scrap metal. Suddenly, a thick plume of black smoke billowed from the control panel. Upon returning to the ground, Zhang Tian found no sign of his grandfather. After searching for a while, he finally located him. Zhang Tian couldn't help but roll his eyes. His grandfather was perched atop a tree, scanning the surroundings in search of something. "Grandpa, what are you doing up there?" Zhang Tian called out to Sun Wukong. Seeing Zhang Tian beckoning to him, Sun Wukong leaped down from the tree, cradling an infant. "Grandpa, do you have any idea where this child came from?" Zhang Tian inquired. "I don't know. It doesn't seem to belong to Earth, and I've never seen such writing before," Sun Wukong replied, glancing at the baby as he walked. The infant had tightly shut eyes and a round face with thick eyebrows, appearing quite adorable. Zhang Tian observed the child in Sun Wukong's arms and asked, "What should we do with this baby? Should we take him back now?" Sun Wukong nodded, saying, "I'm not sure where his parents are. I just looked around, and aside from that object, I found nothing else, nor any signs of a body nearby. For now, we should take him home, and if his parents come looking for him, we can address that then. All right, you hold the baby for a moment. I'll go boil some water to give him a bath." "He is covered in dust," Sun Wukong said, handing the child to Zhang Tian before heading to the kitchen. Zhang Tian took the little infant and examined him earnestly. How could this little tyke sleep through all the commotion? As he gazed at the child, he found him increasingly familiar, his chubby form and thick hair rendering him irresistibly cute. Unable to resist, Zhang Tian pinched the baby's plump cheek. After this playful gesture, he engaged in a familiar game of gently tapping the baby's nose, pinching it lightly and then releasing it repeatedly. Suddenly, the child opened his eyes wide and glared at Zhang Tian with indignation, startling him. Feeling a bit sheepish, Zhang Tian greeted the infant. "Hey there." The baby, noticing Zhang Tian's finger, instinctively opened his mouth to bite, but Zhang Tian reacted swiftly, avoiding the chomp. "Oh dear, what a feisty little one. He'll be quite a handful as he grows up," Zhang Tian mused. Zhang Tian playfully pinched the little child's chubby cheeks, while the infant attempted to bite his fingers. However, Zhang Tian was not to be trifled with. Frustrated that he could not reach his target, the baby glared at him with an intensity that belied his tender age. "Ah, you cheeky little one. How amusing it is that you are not at all shy around strangers." Zhang Tian laughed heartily, finding the child's mischief endearing. He intended to place the child back on the bed to continue their playful antics, but was interrupted by his grandfather's call. "Tian Tian, bring the child over here." His grandfather summoned. "Grandpa, look. This little rascal is quite the handful, showing no fear of strangers at all, almost bit me just now." Upon hearing this, Grandpa chuckled. "Aren't you a little rascal yourself? How old are you to be speaking of others?" Zhang Tian could not help but pout at this remark. Although he had acclimated to his current identity, in the presence of his grandfather, he felt undeniably like a child. Grandpa attempted to strip the child of the clothing enveloping him, yet the infant resisted vigorously. Undressing the child proved to be a troublesome task. Being too forceful might harm the little one. He considered asking Zhang Tian for assistance, only to find him squatting on the ground, lost in thought with his chin resting on his hands. Grandpa was puzzled. This child had always seemed wise beyond his years. Lacking the typical charms of childhood, and often posing bizarre questions. Ah, a tail? How can there be a tail? Zhang Tian was utterly astonished by the appendage protruding from the child's back, rendered speechless. Memories flooded his mind, and his long-standing frustrations seemed to cascade forth like a burst dam. Grandpa, however, displayed no surprise at the sight of the tail. Having noticed it when he first retrieved the child from the spacecraft, where the infant had been lying naked, still wrapped in his own clothing. The child continued to resist being handled, squirming in protest. Zhang Tian's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched the little one thrash about in the bathtub, swallowing hard. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He dashed towards the living room at an astonishing speed. Could it truly be? Zhang Tian thought as he approached the corner of the living room, where a long object, wrapped in cloth, hung on the wall. Upon seeing it, he felt a surge of certainty. Grandpa, what is that thing hanging in the hall? He breathlessly inquired, his lips trembling slightly. Grandpa was engrossed in bathing the child and did not notice Zhang Tian's peculiar demeanor. What thing in the hall? He replied absent-mindedly. The long one wrapped in cloth on the wall. Grandpa paused, collected his thoughts, and said, Oh, that's the Rui stick. It's been there for years. I almost forgot about it until you mentioned it. If you want it, I can take it down for you to play with. Zhang Tian could not help but swallow hard, his heart racing faster. Approaching the infant, he crouched down to see the child babbling away. Suddenly, he reached out and grasped the baby's tail, and with a cry of surprise, the infant ceased its struggles, resembling a deflated balloon, looking rather pitiful. Zhang Tian's heart surged with excitement. Indeed, this was a weakness. His grandfather, witnessing Zhang Tian's actions, was equally astonished. This tail must indeed be the child's Achilles heel. Capturing it daily must be quite tiresome. Grandfather, what name do you think suits him? Please, bestow a name upon him, Zhang Tian implored, feeling his heart thump wildly once more. How about Sun Wukong? After hearing Zhang Tian's suggestion, his grandfather paused his tasks, pondered for a moment, then responded, Indeed. You shall be called Sun Wutian. The Tian signifies your descent from the heavens, while Wu is derived from my own name. Thus, naming you Sun Wukong seems quite fitting. Henceforth, you shall be known as Wukong. Ha! Your names are indeed reminiscent of your origins. Zhang Tian remained silent. His grandfather then mentioned Sun Wufan, which only deepened Zhang Tian's frustration. After several years, he had only just learned his grandfather's name. It was a disheartening realization, revealing the somewhat oblivious nature of this man. Alas, what a failure. Sun Wufan, Sun Wutian, Sun Wukong, why didn't my grandfather name me Sun Wukong? He lamented, feeling increasingly vexed. That night was destined to be sleepless, as the sounds of his grandfather and little Wukong snoring only heightened his agitation. Ordinarily, he would drift off to sleep by 7 in the evening. After a day of rigorous training, exhaustion would usually claim him immediately post-dinner. Looking up at the night sky, the moon hung almost directly overhead. Since dinner, Zhang Tian had been unable to find sleep, his restless thoughts to blame, though his dreams of cultivating immortality had shattered. Visiting a world he had envisioned countless times made this earthly journey worthwhile. However, a grave concern suddenly creased his brow, compelling him to sit up and stare blankly out at the starry night. Oh dear, it seems I am but a mere earthling. My essence pales in comparison to that of pure milk. How could a mere earthling hope to match the prowess of a scion? Even the Namekians pale in comparison, let alone the myriad of formidable beings that inhabit this universe. Zhang Tianwei, increasingly vexed, found his mood further deteriorating as he contemplated the strongest earthlings of the future. Klin, it seems, is the mightiest among them. It is said that even a mere finger from Goku is beyond his grasp. Alas, all he can rely on now is the family heirloom, the Nanyang skill. The inhabitants of this realm appear to lack the ability to cultivate internal energy, and the concentration of spiritual energy here surpasses that of his previous life by a considerable margin. He wondered which would be superior, the internal martial arts or the pure physical training of those external practitioners. Although Zhang Tian had not cultivated internal skills in this life, his reflections led him to conclude that should he pursue such training, his achievements would undoubtedly far exceed those of Earth in his past existence. Oh, and then there are the Dragon Balls. I could make a wish upon them. However, that would not be a power earned through my own efforts. While wishing upon the Dragon Ball somewhat contradicts his principles, the desire for survival rendered such concerns trivial. With newfound hope, his spirits began to lift. Regrettably, in light of his current physique, his meridians remain exceedingly fragile. He feared that after the initial stage of drawing yang into the body in the Nanyang skill, His channels would be overwhelmed and incinerated by the violent true energy, leading to his untimely demise. This train of thought sent Zhang Tian's mood spiraling once more. He recalled how, in his previous life, when he first endeavored to master the nine-yang skill, it was only after his grandfather had unblocked his meridians and he had drawn upon his innate nine-yang true qi that he spent a year reaching the first stage. Subsequently, it took him an additional 2 years to stabilize that stage, illustrating the formidable difficulty of mastering the nine-yang skill. It is notoriously challenging to even begin. Without guidance, one risks fatality. Only those born with a pure yang body can withstand the violent impact of such true energy. The reason for the nine-yang skill's daunting entrance is said to stem from its origins as a fragment of the supreme nine-yang divine skill, with the nine-yang skill representing merely a third of the original text. Over generations, the successive leaders of the sect have diligently refined this remnant to arrive at the present form of the nine-yang skill. Being a divine skill, it is naturally not simple to cultivate. As for the veracity of the legends, that is beyond Zhang Tian's capacity to ascertain. He merely knows that in his current world, the nine-yang skill is regarded as an unparalleled mastery, teetering on the brink of being lost to obscurity. Furthermore, the true name of the technique is known solely to his family, while the external declaration is not the nine-yang skill. When Zhang Tian inquired of his grandfather regarding this secrecy, he received no satisfactory answer. If the legends hold true, and the nine-yang skill is indeed merely a remnant, corrected and perfected over time, then the complete nine-yang divine skill would truly be a secret art of divine caliber. Nevertheless, concerning the initiation into the nine-yang skill, Zhang Tian found himself less apprehensive now. After all, he has lived through it, having practiced the nine-yang skill. Those years of experience were not in vain. Although in his previous life he had only cultivated to the third level of the nine-yang technique, known as Sanyang Qi Tai, he had garnered some understanding of the nature of the nine-yang true qi, thus it was not entirely difficult to grasp. The urgent issue he now faced was that of his meridians. Without a robust body to complement his experience, all his knowledge would be in vain. It appeared prudent to wait until he matured further, or until his meridians were twice as strong as when he first began cultivating the nine-yang technique, before he resumed his practice. Zhang Tian was acutely aware that life is singular and cannot withstand reckless gambles. Under normal circumstances, he would not risk his life frivolously, for who knows if there would be another chance. Upon awakening the next day, he felt somewhat groggy and intended to play with little Wukong, only to discover after searching the entire house that neither his grandfather nor little Wukong was present. Noticing the sun hanging high in the sky, he realized he had awoken late. Overthinking is indeed a troublesome affair, and his head throbbed. Zhang Tian, feeling lethargic, stepped outside. Today, Zhang Tian resolved to intensify his training. He found a piece of wood twice the size of the one he had previously handled, lifting and carrying it until he finally managed to haul it from the riverbank. Before long, he had traversed less than a mile while carrying the wood, and he was nearly unable to support his own weight. Collapsing onto the ground and gasping for breath, just as he was about to rise, he spotted his grandfather soaring swiftly over the hill, cradling little Wukong. Zhang Tian could not help but feel envious of that speed. Though it was external skill, the velocity was impressive. He could not fathom how it was achieved. However, something felt amiss. Given his grandfather's disposition, he would typically not run so recklessly. Was he merely trying to amuse Wukong? The more Zhang Tian pondered, the more he sensed something was wrong, prompting him to spring to his feet and dash home. Upon arriving at his doorstep, Zhang Tian noticed numerous droplets of blood on the ground, causing his heart to tighten. Entering the house, he found his grandfather with his back to him, tending to little Wukong. As Zhang Tian approached, he realized that the blood had come from a wound on little Wukong's head, and his grandfather was currently bandaging it. Grandfather, what happened? Why is little Wukong bleeding so much? Sighing, his grandfather replied, "It's all my fault. I was carrying Wukong in the backpack up the mountain, and he kept making a fuss inside. I had no idea he possessed such strength. He leaped out of the backpack and fell, hitting his head on a rock." The tone of Sun Wufan was laced with remorse. Listening to this, Zhang Tian broke into a cold sweat, realizing how formidable little Wukong was. Such scion tenacity was indeed a source of concern. Sun Wufan continued, "He is still so young, and now that he has injured his head, I worry about the consequences. It's all my fault." Upon hearing this, Zhang Tian furrowed his brow, as if recalling something. That's right. It seems that Sun Wukong had also sustained a head injury in his youth. Initially, he was quite irritable, but after that incident, he inexplicably became much more docile. Zhang Tian could only recall that Sun Wukong had indeed taken a fall, though the specifics of that incident eluded him. It now appeared that it was his grandfather who had caused the tumble. Observing his grandfather consumed with self-reproach, Zhang Tian couldn't help but feel a pang of compassion as he glanced at little Wukong. Aside from the bandages adorning his head and a few traces of blood, the child's complexion remained remarkably rosy, showing no signs of severe injury. Zhang Tian gently patted Sun Wukong's hand and remarked, "Grandfather, look, little Wukong's complexion is quite healthy. It seems he is not gravely harmed." After inspecting Wukong's face a few times, Sun Wukong nodded and replied, "Yes, he should be fine. I fear, however, that this fall may leave some lingering effects. Had I been holding him, he wouldn't have been injured." Zhang Tian chuckled inwardly, thinking, "Grandfather, your fall was indeed spectacular. That single tumble has birthed a cosmic hero. Had you not let him fall, we might all have perished." In retrospect, it seemed that Sun Wukong was, in fact, the true savior of this world. They had underestimated the Scion's remarkable recovery and resilience. On the first day post-fall, little Wukong seemed a bit out of sorts. Yet by the following day, he was bouncing around energetically, playfully engaging with Zhang Tian. Just as Zhang Tian had anticipated, the once irritable little Wukong had transformed. He was now all smiles as Zhang Tian playfully pinched his cheeks, laughing along with him. The sight of little Wukong's round, somewhat goofy face was utterly endearing. 3 days later, the scar on little Wukong's head had nearly vanished, leaving them in awe. Zhang Tian gazed at him enviously, exclaiming, "Indeed, Scions are extraordinary beings. Not mere mortals, such resilient genes." As time sped by, nearly 2 years had passed since little Wukong descended from the heavens. Day after day, he accompanied Zhang Tian in their mountainous adventures, never once expressing fatigue. The potential displayed by little Wukong left Zhang Tian feeling humbled. Despite his tender age and lack of formal training, he effortlessly kept pace with Zhang Tian, only pausing to lie down when hunger struck, promptly declaring, "Brother Tian, I am hungry," prompting Zhang Tian to fetch him food. Zhang Tian felt exasperated. Little Wukong's appetite was beyond ordinary, as he could consume enough to feed 5 or 6 people, driving Zhang Tian to the brink of madness. For he was indeed a bottomless pit when it came to food. 2 years later, under their grandfather's guidance, the brothers Zhang Tian and Wukong diligently engaged in rigorous training deep within the mountains. Little Wukong had begun his training over a year prior. Although his physique was only half that of Zhang Tian's at the beginning, his strength was astonishing. For instance, while Zhang Tian bore a weight of approximately 800 pounds, little Wukong managed to lift 300 pounds, leaving Zhang Tian feeling somewhat inadequate. The disparity was disheartening. Over the years, Wu Tian's strength had reached a critical point, with a maximum capacity of 800 pounds, yet the pace of his growth compared to the initial stages was painfully slow. However, he did not, for he discovered that although his strength had not increased, his meridians were growing increasingly robust. Despite not having commenced the practice of internal cultivation, the resilience of his meridians was continuously enhancing, which would greatly benefit his future endeavors in internal cultivation. The stone wood, a rare species serendipitously found by Zhang Tian in the valley, weighed over 100 pounds despite being no larger than a basketball. This filled Zhang Tian with immense joy, as he would no longer need to use the dirty and coarse timber. Although heavy, the stone wood was not as rigid as stone itself. Now, apart from strengthening his physical body, Zhang Tian diligently practiced a palm technique derived from the 9-yang skill, known as the Li Waying palm. This technique comprises 5 forms: Li Waying Pzho, Li Waying Shuinghu, Li Waying Pding, Li Waying Got, and Li Waying Fntn. Although merely techniques lacking significant power, they would become formidable weapons once he cultivated the 9-yang skill further and could channel true energy through the palm technique. He was uncertain of the precise nature of this weapon, but his grandfather had mentioned that upon reaching the 4th level of the 9-yang skill, a substantial leap would occur, indicating that the Li Waying palm could only be utilized after attaining this level. Otherwise, insufficient internal energy could lead to backlash, resulting in troublesome consequences. Regarding the martial arts of Sun Wukong, Zhang Tian found little to commend. To put it in his words, he feared his grandfather from his previous life would disapprove of such antics and cast him out of the family, a fate he could not bear. Observing Zhang Tian practice the palm technique daily, little Wukong found it to be far more enjoyable than what his grandfather had taught him. Thus, he mimicked Zhang Tian's movements with great enthusiasm. However, the complexity of the technique proved challenging, and after much effort, Wukong could only grasp 2 or 3 parts of it. Zhang Tian had no intention of teaching Wukong this intricate palm technique, fully aware that it was beyond the comprehension of the young scion. Nevertheless, he still imparted the Li Weiying palm to little Wukong. Not to mention the onset of frustration. Wukong managed to master 70% of the technique under Zhang Tian's guidance within just 2 days, leaving only some aspects concerning the application of internal energy. Zhang Tian felt utterly disheartened, recalling that it had taken him several months to learn this technique. The more he thought about it, the more discontent he became. Realizing he could no longer compare himself to this little prodigy scion, he feared that if he continued to do so, he might lose his way in internal cultivation before even mastering it. Subsequently, Zhang Tian began practicing some ordinary breathing techniques. Seeing his elder brother seated in stillness, little Wukong imitated him, but he quickly succumbed to sleep, leaving Zhang Tian both amused and exasperated. After sharing the breathing techniques with Wukong, he found that the latter could not grasp them, as he would fall asleep shortly after beginning each time, prompting Zhang Tian to burst into laughter. Finally, there was something he could not learn. Ha ha ha. This year marks the 8th since Zhang Tian arrived here. For an ordinary person, how many times in a lifetime can one experience 8 years? For Zhang Tian, this was merely an instant. He was oblivious to the passage of time. Each day was filled with purpose. Although the distractions of his past life were absent, the daily practice of martial arts afforded him considerable joy. Furthermore, the presence of the little Wukong added a delightful dimension to his routine, as amusing the young one became an indispensable part of his day. Although the current Wukong had gained an elder brother emerging from the tumult of the 21st century, he still retained his innocence. Zhang Tian had no desire to alter Wukong's character, for he envisioned a nearly perfect figure of son Wukong. And thus he merely engaged in playful interactions without imparting much knowledge beyond martial arts. At 10 o'clock in the afternoon, when the sun illuminated the earth most thoroughly, reaching its zenith of warmth, Zhang Tian sat cross-legged on a stone platform adjacent to the very spot where Wukong had once fallen. This location was the sunniest within the entire forest. For years prior, Zhang Tian's meridians had already met the requirements for practicing the 9-yang skill from his previous life. However, to ensure his own safety, he had gritted his teeth and refrained from training until this day. In truth, he had previously attempted to cultivate the 9-yang skill. When he first endeavored to circulate its energy, he found the spiritual energy of this world to be overwhelmingly fierce. A sudden wave of intense heat engulfed him, prompting an immediate halt to his efforts. The ferocity of that heat was profoundly shocking, and he had never anticipated that the world's spiritual energy could be so volatile. Previously, without practicing internal arts, he had merely perceived the energy as rich and abundant. Yet, when attempting to sense the spiritual energy of this realm, he discovered it far exceeded his imagination, volatile and challenging to master. Although the 9-yang skill is notoriously difficult to initiate, this difficulty pertains to the stage after the vital energy has entered the body. At present, the initial circulation of energy felt like fire, intimidating and daunting to approach. Zhang Tian mourned this setback for several days. As despair loomed, he recalled a visit from a friend of his grandfather's during his childhood, who had gifted his grandfather a set of martial arts principles. To be precise, it was not a martial arts technique, but rather a health cultivation method, non-aggressive in nature, designed specifically by the elder to counteract the overwhelming nature of the 9-yang skill. Zhang Tian had studied this method as well. However, after more than a month of cultivation, it became apparent that this heart method offered no assistance to the 9-yang skill. Subsequently, Zhang Tian chose to abandon it, dedicating himself solely to the rigorous practice of the 9-yang skill, entirely forgetting the words his grandfather had imparted regarding this health-preserving technique. Just as Zhang Tian was on the verge of giving up, he recalled this heart method, which was inherently gentle and harmonious with the will of heaven. Sitting quietly on the ground, he found that no physical movements were required, nor was there a necessity to sense the spiritual energy around him. He merely sat in tranquil silence, silently reciting the heart method. Now, Wu Tian regarded this heart method as an introductory practice for cultivating the 9-yang skill. As expected, within half a day, Zhang Tian felt the spiritual energy in his vicinity begin to flow gently, completely devoid of its previous agitation, which filled him with unrestrained joy. Thus, Zhang Tian employed this health-preserving heart method, which he had previously deemed useless, to continuously nurture his body and meridians, allowing his tendons to swiftly acclimate to the spiritual energy of this world. After practicing the method for 4 years, Zhang Tian felt no urgency to immediately engage in the Nine-Yang skill. Today marked the day he was prepared to officially commence his cultivation of the Nine-Yang skill. A decision reached after meticulous confirmation and various experiments. His body had now fully adapted to the spiritual energy of this realm. Due to the richness of the spiritual energy, he distinctly sensed it surrounding him, akin to the heat of fire. Thus he referred to the energy he perceived as fire energy. With his eyes gently closed and his knees crossed, he placed his palms facing upward upon his knees, dispelling distracting thoughts, and silently recited the first segment of the first verse of the Nine-Yang skill, Stillness of Heart. After half an hour, Zhang Tian began the first verse. Sensing the energy. This verse held great significance. Sensing the energy was essential for perceiving the surrounding fire attribute energy. Only by sensing this fire energy could he proceed to the next step. Conversely, if he could not sense the fire energy, it would be impossible to cultivate the Nine-Yang skill, for how could one refine energy that they could not even perceive? Zhang Tian held no concerns regarding his ability to sense the fire attribute's spiritual energy, as he had already done so years prior, his entire being having been nurtured by fire energy for years. In his previous life, Zhang Tian had not undergone the practice of sensing the energy. Upon realizing that his body was not of the opposing water attribute, but rather aligned with the fire attribute, his grandfather had directly infused his true qi into Zhang Tian's meridians, saving him considerable time. Now, however, Zhang Tian approached this unfamiliar step with great caution. Before long, he felt a wave of warm energy enveloping him. It was as though someone had suddenly thrust a torch before him, causing the temperature to rise dramatically, which made Zhang Tian feel a twinge of anxiety. Gradually, he began to guide the surrounding spiritual energy, and upon the fire energy fully making contact with his body, he sensed his temperature surge several degrees higher. Zhang Tian was elated. He had succeeded. Yet, in a fleeting moment of distraction, he felt a sudden chill, and all the fire energy around him dissipated instantaneously. Frantic, Zhang Tian realized his efforts had been in vain, compelling him to restart his practice from the calming heart technique. After roughly half an hour, Zhang Tian once again experienced that warm sensation. He hastily employed the final segment of the first layer's incantation, Yin-Yang Invocation. The most perilous aspect of this phase was the Yin-Yang Invocation. Any misstep could lead to the violent fire energy directly damaging his meridians, rendering him paralyzed at best. Thus, he could only transport the fire energy into his meridians incrementally, allowing them a period of adaptation. This stage was exceedingly arduous. It had taken Zhang Tian 3 years, with his grandfather's assistance, to fully cultivate the first layer of Yin-Yang entry. This step was not only time-consuming, but also nerve-wracking. With his brow furrowed and sweat pouring from his body, Zhang Tian's meridians were undergoing a baptism of fire energy, which felt like they were being scorched painfully. He recalled the excruciating discomfort he had endured during this very stage in his past life, where his grandfather had already activated most of his acupoints. Now, however, he lacked that aid, and the pain radiating from his meridians to every part of his body was tormenting him. Fortunately, compared to his previous life, the agony had lessened considerably, thanks to the resilience of his present physique. Amidst this suffering, Zhang Tian diligently practiced the first layer of the Nine-Yang technique, gradually becoming somewhat desensitized to the pain, which paradoxically accelerated his progress. Finally, after more than 3 hours of excruciating struggle, the fire energy could flow freely through his meridians. Upon concluding his practice, Zhang Tian collapsed onto the ground, sweat cascading from him like a torrent. Realizing the dire state of his body, he quickly seized a bucket of water he had brought with him and drank voraciously, reducing the contents by half in no time. Setting down the bucket, his legs quivered, and he fell to the ground, allowing his sweat to flow freely. My goodness, I nearly fainted from exhaustion, Zhang Tian thought, feeling an overwhelming heat coursing through him, accompanied by a tingling sensation, especially in his meridians. Yet, that painful sensation gradually began to diminish, and before long, it was replaced by a warm feeling that spread throughout his body from his meridians. Zhang Tian smiled broadly, knowing he had succeeded. Not only succeeded, but he had also reaped significant rewards. He could now sense a trace of true energy, something that had taken months to cultivate in his past life, which filled him with joy. Moreover, during his previous life, he had endured several days of pain under his grandfather's true energy restoration. However, at this moment, having just successfully drawn in the vital energy, Zhang Tian felt an awakening within him. After half an hour, the perspiration ceased to flow from his body, his strength gradually returning. He exerted himself to stand, lifted the wooden bucket, and slowly finished the remaining water. The sensation was exhilarating. Though it was but a mere thread of vital energy, the long-lost feeling was exquisite. Zhang Tian let out an excited howl. He raised his gaze to the setting sun and, grasping the wooden bucket, made his way home. Though his strength was pitifully scant, the joy in his heart infused him with considerable vigor. On his way back, Zhang Tian effortlessly dispatched a stag he encountered, hoisting its legs onto his shoulder as he continued homeward. As he approached his doorstep, he spotted little Wukong rushing towards him. Brother Tian, you're back. Where have you been? Why didn't you take me with you? Little Wukong inquired eagerly, his tone devoid of reproach. Upon seeing Wukong approach, Zhang Tian lifted the stag upon his back and tossed it in Wukong's direction. Catch, little Wukong. Little Wukong, seeing his brother throw something, quickly extended his arms and caught the stag, balancing it atop his head as he hurried to follow Zhang Tian. Brother Tian, wait for me. Zhang Tian halted at the sound of Wukong's calls and addressed him. Little Wukong, hurry and clean this stag. We are having roasted whole deer tonight. I'm so hungry. Be quick. Haha. Upon hearing the mention of food, little Wukong's eyes lit up with excitement as he dashed towards the river to prepare the stag. If Zhang Tian hadn't given explicit instructions, little Wukong might have attempted to place the entire deer directly on the grill, a foolish mistake he had made more than once. Zhang Tian had complete confidence in Wukong's grilling skills. He had savored the fruits of his own tutelage many times, ever since Wukong mastered the art of grilling. Zhang Tian had concocted various excuses to have him prepare meat, and Wukong had never once declined. Evidently, a single deer would not suffice for the two brothers. As there lay 3 animal skulls on the ground, along with a fish skull larger than a basketball, Wu Tian consumed a deer and half of a fish weighing 100 pounds, resulting in a remarkable quintuple increase in his appetite. Subsequently, every day at noon, Zhang Tian diligently practiced his internal cultivation in a sunlit spot. This first stage of training was undeniably protracted. It epitomized the adage that every endeavor begins with difficulty, necessitating utmost caution with each attempt. As time passed, his meridians gradually acclimated to the fiery energy, and the duration required for subsequent training diminished significantly. Mastery was achieved when he could effortlessly circulate this energy throughout his meridians. Thereafter came the second level, the dawn of the rising sun, wherein he integrated the energy within his meridians into his physical being, transforming it into the true energy of the 9 suns, marking his genuine entry into mastery. Little Wukong observed his elder brother meditating for hours, filled with curiosity, even attempting to emulate him. However, he soon succumbed to slumber, seemingly oblivious to the concept of failure. Despite never having succeeded, he faithfully accompanied Wu Tian in meditation each day. Over time, little Wukong's meditation duration gradually increased from an initial 5 minutes to half an hour. Zhang Tian remained unaware of whether little Wukong silently recited the heart method during his meditations, but it was evident that his concentration was strengthening, greatly benefiting his future cultivation. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. Little Wukong remained as pure and endearing as ever, becoming the playful companion of Zhang Tian, a delightful diversion amidst his rigorous training. During these 2 years, Zhang Tian successfully ascended beyond the first level of the 9 suns technique. Entering the second stage of the dawn of the rising sun, he had effectively transformed the fiery energy within his meridians into the true energy of the 9 suns. For his second round of cultivation, the pace was somewhat slower than anticipated, yet the power manifested was astonishing beyond Zhang Tian's imagination. Since entering the second level of the 9 suns, Zhang Tian noticed substantial changes within himself. Leaving aside the internal mastery, his physique had transformed. Previously, his body resembled a miniature gorilla, entirely muscular. In his earlier endeavors, he had overly prioritized strength, neglecting aesthetic considerations. The contours of his muscles lacked any semblance of grace, resembling a hilly terrain brimming with latent explosive force, which appeared rather intimidating. However, his overall appearance was somewhat incongruous. With a large body and a small head, a persistent source of frustration for Zhang Tian. Upon reaching the second level of the 9 suns technique, he discovered that as the true energy circulated through his meridians, an unnamed energy seeped from his muscles into the meridians, though he initially paid little heed to it. Yet, when he noticed that his clothes were gradually becoming looser, he suddenly realized he had transformed into a more svelte version of himself. Having devoted countless hours to training, he had scarcely paid attention to the changes occurring in his physique. Thus, the clothing had become the sole reference for his bodily transformation. Undoubtedly, this revelation was the most astonishing surprise he had encountered in recent years, aside from the mastery of the nine-yang skill. The inexplicable energy coursing through his meridians was likely the result of years of rigorous training, which had been absorbed and stored by his muscles. Now, under the guidance of the nine-yang true qi, that energy was gradually being assimilated by the meridians, although the energy residing within his muscles had dissipated, eliminating the robust sensation of his former strength. The immense power contained within had not diminished in the slightest. Rather, it had become even more condensed than before. Soon, Zhang Tian found himself pondering another question. Why was it that Xiao Wukong and his grandfather did not experience similar changes? Despite training diligently every day, Xiao Wukong appeared not to have undergone the same transformation. His muscles were developing in a reasonable manner, while Zhang Tian seemed to be growing increasingly larger. After much contemplation, he could not decipher the reason behind this discrepancy and later inquired with his grandfather, who also could not provide an explanation. The only plausible explanation seemed to lie within himself. It was likely that the intensity of his physical training had reached a certain threshold, rendering the muscle cells incapable of absorbing any further energy. Consequently, that energy could only linger within the muscles, and as his strength increased, so did the energy, while the capacity of the muscle cells remained limited. Thus, it appeared as though his muscles were growing larger and larger. This implied that if one day his muscles could no longer withstand the ever-increasing energy, his body might very well rupture under the strain. The thought sent a shiver down Zhang Tian's spine, and he wiped the cold sweat from his brow, feeling relieved that he had narrowly escaped a potentially fatal predicament. Dying in such a manner would indeed be rather ignoble. Thankfully, he had begun practicing the nine-yang skill. Otherwise, he might not have even realized how he had met his end. Zhang Tian sighed deeply, reflecting on the fortune of good people. Had it not been for his commendable character, he likely would have already found himself sipping tea with the king of hell, holding a small, palm-sized mirror, its age indeterminate, which he had discovered among his grandfather's belongings. He frequently gazed into it, experimenting with various poses. The figure reflected in the mirror was unmistakably his previous self. He had long struggled to comprehend why there was no trace of his former life within him, believing he had merely reincarnated into the body of an unfortunate soul. Now, it dawned on him that the energy absorbed by his muscles had induced this transformation. His entire physique had reverted to that of an average human being. While his appearance had certainly become more handsome compared to before, with distinctly defined facial features and a markedly transformed aura, he was certain that the visage in the mirror resembled his countenance from when he was around 15 or 16 years old. In those days, he had been quite vain, often admiring his reflection several times a day. However, as he matured, he had grown less concerned with his appearance. Presently, Zhang Tian's body resembled that of an 11-year-old. However, he appeared to be a youth of about 15 or 16 years. Zhang Tian indulged in a moment of self-admiration before seeking out Wukong to embark on a journey of cultivation, driven by a desire to ascertain a particular matter. The physical body is capable of absorbing energy, while the meridians can draw upon the energy stored within the body. This method of cultivation yields a remarkable acceleration in the growth of internal power, nearly on par with that achieved during meditation. And the purity of the absorbed internal energy surpasses that of meditative practices. The synergy of these two processes results in a rapid enhancement of strength. Zhang Tian overlooked a crucial detail. The energy residing within him was the residual force accumulated over 7 to 8 years of cultivation. Even though this energy gradually diminishes over time, it is improbable that a substantial amount could be absorbed in a short duration. As anticipated, despite Zhang Tian increasing his physical training every few days, he felt no significant rise in internal energy. Nevertheless, it appeared that his physical strength was gradually enhancing, a testament to the benefits of cultivating internal power, which simultaneously facilitates personal evolution. Since commencing the second tier of the Jiuyang Gong, his strength had experienced considerable growth. He could effortlessly lift over 600 pounds of stone wood. However, this was not a moment for celebration, as little Wukong had already begun lifting 400 pounds of stone wood. After a year of practicing the second tier of Jiuyang Gong, he finally achieved a breakthrough at the end of the second month of the following year. This filled Zhang Tian with immense joy. He had not anticipated such swift advancement. In contrast, he had previously spent 3 years to reach that level and 5 years for the third tier. The current pace of progress was indeed astonishing. Upon reflection, it seemed quite reasonable. The spiritual energy on this earth was likely far more abundant than that of the 21st century Earth. a fact he had not perceived during his upbringing. However, with the Juyang Gong as a reference, the difference became strikingly apparent. Now endowed with Juyang true energy, Zhang Tian commenced the practice of the lightness skill, Tiyunzong. While not overly challenging, mastering Tiyunzong primarily hinged upon one's control of energy and the unblocking of several minor meridians. The reason he had only just begun training in Tiyunzong was that the internal power from the second tier of Juyang Gong was insufficient to unblock those meridians. Moreover, it was imperative to first unblock the meridians required for the third tier of Juyang Gong. Zhang Tian devoted an entire night to unblocking those fine meridians and subsequently spent over an hour guiding true energy through them. Had it not been nighttime, obscuring his vision, he would have rushed outside to test his newfound lightness skill. He had an inkling that Tiyunzong would yield unexpected delights. Although the lightness skill was not particularly difficult to cultivate, it contained one exceptionally formidable technique known as Kongjong Taiyan, which involves channeling true energy to the soles of the feet while airborne and then releasing it to take a step in midair. It felt as though he had stepped upon something in midair, only to once again gather his breath and soar into the sky. This sensation evoked a profound sense of freedom, a delightful enchantment that captivated his spirit. These were tales recounted by the elders, igniting within him a deep yearning. In a previous life, having savored the exquisite essence of lightness and martial arts, the technique known as stepping on swallows had become his unwavering aspiration. Thus, he had mastered the initial layers with remarkable finesse. The technique of cloud leaping emphasized the gracefulness of one's movements, avoiding the use of erratic footwork to confound opponents. The essence lay in the agility of one's form, allowing effortless ascents and descents. Yet, cloud leaping was also a remarkably versatile martial art. Upon reaching a certain level of mastery, one could develop a unique style of their own. Despite years of practice in his previous life, he had yet to master that elusive move and could only utilize the basic forms of cloud leaping. Each time he witnessed his grandfather, resembling an immortal, gracefully flying through the air, he was filled with envy, largely due to his insufficient inner strength and, of course, his lack of mastery over the intricacies of energy manipulation. At the break of dawn the following day, before the little monkey could awaken, Zhang Tian swiftly lifted him in his arms and dashed outside. The poor little monkey, lost in a dream of feasting, was abruptly startled awake by a loud crash, discovering that all the food before him had vanished. How did I end up here? Brother Tian, how did I get here? The little monkey asked, bewildered, scratching his head. At that moment, Zhang Tian, with his back turned to the little monkey, upon hearing the question, turned around and replied, "Did you not follow me out just now? As soon as I stepped outside, you asked me to wait for you. Have you forgotten?" Hearing this, the little monkey scratched the back of his head in confusion and murmured, "Really? I was clearly eating. And then after that loud noise, I found myself here. How strange." Upon hearing the little monkey's words, Zhang Tian couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Haha, come on. Little monkey, let's have a race and see who can reach that mountain peak first." Little Wukong's eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing that his elder brother wanted to compete against him. The weariness that had previously graced his face vanished in an instant as he eagerly began his warm-up exercises, radiating an undeniable enthusiasm. Zhang Tian observed Wukong's exuberance with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. He was indeed a combative spirit, an absolute whirlwind of energy. The mere mention of a contest, akin to the allure of food, instantly invigorated him, a trait characteristic of scions. "All right, Wukong, I will count to 3 and then dash off. 1, 2, 3. Before Zhang Tian even reached 3, he was already sprinting ahead, leaving the still warming up Wukong momentarily stunned as he found himself several meters behind. Zhang Tian swiftly leaped from tree to tree, taking the most direct path toward the distant mountain, skillfully using obstacles along the way to propel himself forward, his speed increasing with every moment. Wukong, eager to emulate his brother, jumped onto a branch, utilizing his hands, feet, and tail with remarkable agility, resembling a monkey, albeit at a considerably slower pace. After a brief interval, Zhang Tian had already perched atop a branch on the mountain summit, while 5 minutes later, Wukong finally arrived. "Brother Tian, you are so fast. I still can't catch up," Wukong exclaimed, his face alight with excitement and devoid of any signs of fatigue. After catching his breath, he seemed entirely unperturbed by the exertion. Zhang Tian inwardly marveled at the abnormality of it all. He had taken a moment to rest after such a vigorous sprint. He hadn't employed any lightness techniques yet, merely warming up. Though he had practiced cloud stepping in his previous life, reacclimating to it now proved a tad challenging. Seated on the branch, Zhang Tian circulated his inner energy through his meridians for a complete cycle, then directed it into several pathways in his legs. With a forceful push from his left foot, he leapt into the air, soaring 10 meters high with a mere flick of his foot. Although he had anticipated such an effect, experiencing it firsthand still filled him with delight. As he descended, he concentrated, channeling energy to his feet, and with a swift push, he ascended several more meters before gradually coming down. Indeed, it works, he exclaimed joyfully. Just moments ago, while executing the lightness technique, he successfully performed the sky-treading swallow, which sent waves of exhilaration through him. Despite his current energy not being sufficient for such a maneuver, his physical prowess allowed him a jump of over 10 meters. By utilizing a fraction of his inner energy at the moment of takeoff, he managed to execute the sky-treading swallow. He had intended to perform it once more. But alas, his energy waned, nearly leaving him breathless, though he managed to rein it in just in time. After resting briefly, Zhang Tian's depleting energy quickly replenished. With a sudden burst of strength, he leaped into the air, and in the blink of an eye, ascended over 20 meters. Just as he approached the 30-meter mark, he finally slowed his ascent. Upon landing, he executed several flying kicks, yet during the final kick, he miscalculated his landing and nearly toppled to the ground. Fortunately, he managed to land gracefully after executing a backflip, stirring up a cloud of dust. He narrowly avoided embarrassing himself in front of the little Monkey King. The young Monkey King, watching eagerly from the side, exclaimed in admiration. As he saw Wukong approaching, Zhang Tian quickly composed himself, brushing off the dust from his clothes, and assumed a nonchalant posture, determined not to reveal his earlier blunder. "Wow, Brother Tian, you are incredible. Your martial skills have improved. You jumped even higher than Grandpa." Zhang Tian felt a surge of pride upon hearing this. "Indeed, this is my family's unique martial art. It is naturally impressive. This was merely child's play." "Really? Will you become even more formidable in the future? What is a family martial art? And what does playing house mean?" The little Monkey King looked at Zhang Tian, his face brimming with curiosity. The sight of the numerous questions floating above the young boy's head gave Zhang Tian a headache. "Well, a family martial art is a skill that belongs solely to me. It means that I am the only one in the world who possesses it. Is a family martial art truly powerful? Of course, it is my family's unique skill. How could it not be powerful? I want to learn too. Brother Tian, please teach me." The little Monkey King insisted earnestly. "Didn't I just say it's a family secret? How could I pass it on to you?" Zhang Tian thought to himself, knowing that explaining the concept of a family tradition to the young boy would only invite trouble. Should he teach the little Monkey King the 9 Sons technique? Although family martial arts traditionally cannot be taught to outsiders, the circumstances are different now. If the little Monkey King were to learn the 9 Sons technique and become even stronger, it would also secure Zhang Tian's future. However, if this were to disrupt the original path of development and diminish the little Monkey King's abilities instead, it would be disastrous. In fact, Zhang Tian had previously considered teaching the little Monkey King the 9 Sons technique. Otherwise, he would not have introduced him to the solar split technique. Zhang Tian couldn't help but reflect on the formidable enemies that lay ahead, each more bizarre than the last. In his memory, both the little Monkey King and his future son, along with Vegeta and others, had all faced death at some point. The Earth had been destroyed, only for everyone to be revived later with the help of the dragon. Krillin, too, had died more than once. Without the assistance of Goku and his friends, he would have lost count of his reincarnations. If he were not careful, Zhang Tian suspected he might also meet a similarly grim fate. He wondered whether the dragon would regard him as a local. If the dragon were to overlook him, it would be a significant calamity. Overall, the stronger the little Monkey King became, the more advantageous it would be for Zhang Tian. His life was at stake. With the mental burden of sharing his family martial art lifted, he felt considerably lighter in spirit. Yet, upon seeing the little Monkey King, he could not help but feel a twinge of frustration. In exasperation, Zhang Tian remarked to the little Monkey King, "Who told you to be a scion? You are a super scion. That makes you the strongest." He beckoned, "Come here, little Monkey King. Let me see if you can learn my family's unique martial art." Upon hearing that Brother Tian intended to teach him formidable martial arts, the young Wukong was instantly filled with uncontainable excitement. Zhang Tian settled into a meditative posture before him and instructed, "Sit before me, just as I do." Each day, he practiced meditation alongside Wukong, and this posture had been mimicked numerous times. However, Zhang Tian refrained from elaborating on the finer details of the technique. Noticing that Wukong had assumed the correct position, Zhang Tian continued, Now, close your eyes and empty your mind of all thoughts. Regardless of whatever sensations arise within your body, do not move or speak. Even if you experience pain, otherwise, the training will be futile. As Wukong prepared to respond, Zhang Tian interjected, "Enough. Remain silent and extend your hands towards me." The palms of both Zhang Tian and Wukong met briefly before Zhang Tian withdrew his hands. Wukong, lacking proficiency in inner strength, could not discern anything through their brief contact. Zhang Tian then rose and positioned himself behind Wukong, resuming his seated posture. Observing Wukong's hands still suspended in the air, Zhang Tian was tempted to tease him further. "Remember, do not speak or move. I am about to begin." He placed his palms upon several key acupoints on Wukong's back and summoned the energy of the nine yang true qi, slowly probing into Wukong's body. Minutes passed, and beads of sweat began to form on Zhang Tian's forehead. After extensive exploration, he discovered that there were no viable meridians within Wukong's body to channel the true qi. The few meridians that existed were disappointingly small and frail, rendering him reluctant to force the energy within, fearing that Wukong's delicate system could not withstand the vigorous influx. Zhang Tian was uncertain if those were indeed meridians, as Wukong's condition diverged significantly from that of an ordinary person. Were it not for the knowledge of Wukong's future prowess, he would deem the boy a complete failure in the realm of martial arts, inferior even to an average individual. Furrowing his brow, Zhang Tian pondered the situation, realizing that attributing it solely to Wukong's youth was insufficient. Even a toddler of 2 or 3 years would still possess some degree of undeveloped meridians. Yet, Wukong displayed no response whatsoever to the true qi. After much contemplation, Zhang Tian arrived at a singular conclusion. The issue lay within Wukong's scion physiology, which was resistant to true qi. This revelation simultaneously relieved and frustrated him. He found himself at a loss, pondering where such immense power could be concealed. Did it reside entirely within his muscles? Zhang Tian considered this possibility. Otherwise, it was inexplicable. The human body has a finite capacity for energy absorption, and it seemed plausible that Wukong's unique constitution was continuously evolving by harnessing energy through physical means. Reflecting on this, Zhang Tian could not help but marvel at the extraordinary nature of Wukong's physique. His fascination with the scion condition was profound. Previously, without the ability to cultivate inner strength, the true qi could not be released outwardly. Thus, the intricate structure within little Wukong remained elusive. However, circumstances had shifted. Although he had yet to attain the capability to probe every nook and cranny of the human body with his vital energy, he could still conduct a general examination of its overall structure. Zhang Tian once again summoned his vital energy, placing his hands upon little Wukong's back. This time, he did not focus on a specific acupoint. Instead, he directed his vital energy across the entirety of little Wukong's surface. He could hardly believe that the scion constitution was so haughty as to possess no area capable of absorbing vital energy. Before long, beads of sweat began to form on Zhang Tian's forehead. Given his current cultivation level, wielding such a vast spread of vital energy was exceedingly difficult to manage. As he concentrated intently on locating the points where his energy settled within little Wukong's body, he noticed that the vital energy adhering to little Wukong's surface began to dissipate gradually. Initially, he assumed it was due to his lack of control, but after another attempt to circulate his energy, it vanished even more swiftly. Zhang Tian was taken aback. It was inconceivable. Had he truly mismanaged his control? Moreover, he did not observe any reaction from little Wukong. Once again, he summoned his vital energy, this time proceeding with greater caution, carefully observing its trajectory as he cultivated. He dedicated more attention to little Wukong's body. Soon, he discerned that the vital energy began to dissipate shortly after entering little Wukong's body, with no apparent signs. There were no indications of absorption, nor did he detect any anomalies within little Wukong's physique, leaving Zhang Tian in a state of perplexity. He paused, turning to little Wukong and inquired, "Did you feel any changes within your body just now? Any sensations?" Little Wukong maintained his original posture, opening his eyes to address Zhang Tian behind him. It felt really nice just now, as if something was flowing into my body, and then I felt quite hungry, as if I wanted to eat." Zhang Tian was astonished. "How many times did you experience this feeling?" "Twice," replied little Wukong. Zhang Tian contemplated, realizing that the vital energy had inexplicably vanished, leading him to believe his control was truly inadequate. It appeared that this little one had absorbed it instead. Zhang Tian was utterly speechless and gently patted little Wukong on the shoulder, saying, "What were you doing just now?" How did you absorb my internal energy? Did I not instruct you to do nothing? Little Wukong, puzzled, responded, strange, I don't know either. It felt as if my body had developed many mouths, consuming a plethora of delicious food. Zhang Tian furrowed his brow, knowing that little Wukong would not lie and likely lacked any means to absorb vital energy deliberately. It might have been an automatic process. He gazed at little Wukong and asked, "Did you feel any specific changes in your body? Which parts feel different from usual?" After a moment of contemplation, little Wukong replied, "My entire body feels warm, as if I've eaten a great deal and am quite full." Upon hearing this, Zhang Tian couldn't help but slap his forehead in exasperation. "All right, close your eyes. Remember, do not do anything." Once again, Zhang Tian summoned his vital energy, but this time, instead of dispersing it throughout his body as before, he concentrated it in a specific area. With one hand placed against the back of little Wukong, he first sensed the rhythm of the little one's heartbeat before gradually channeling the vital energy. This time, he slowed his pace significantly, keen to observe how little Wukong silently absorbed the energy. For nearly 5 minutes, Zhang Tian continuously transmitted his vital energy to little Wukong's back. Undoubtedly, all of it was absorbed, yet he remained perplexed as to how the energy vanished without a trace. Unwilling to yield to skepticism, he placed his hand on little Wukong's arm and thigh, and without exception, the little one's body accepted it all, absorbing every ounce of vital energy. Zhang Tian was astonished. He could now affirm that little Wukong's extraordinary physique relied on his physical form to absorb energy, and it was remarkably silent, with the absorption rate increasing to an almost unsettling degree. Truly, it was bizarre. Fortunately, his constitution could not cultivate internal power. Otherwise, it would be utterly outrageous if one combined the characteristics of internal energy absorption from the natural world with such an extraordinary physique. Would not the cultivation process surpass even that of a rocket? Perhaps even rockets would pale in comparison. "Hey, little Wukong, you can lower your hand now." Little Wukong opened his eyes, excitedly inquiring, "Did I learn it? That felt so good." "Oh, how could it be so quick? I was merely testing whether you could cultivate my unique skill. The experiment has shown that you are currently unable to do so," Zhang Tian replied regretfully. Upon hearing this, little Wukong did not appear disheartened. "Is that so? Well, as long as brother Tian can do it, that's good enough for me." "Haha," Zhang Tian chuckled in response. And to encourage little Wukong further, he added, "You cannot cultivate it now, but if you work harder in the future, perhaps you will be able to." Little Wukong, brimming with enthusiasm, exclaimed, "Really? Then I will strive to cultivate just like brother Tian." With that, he dashed off to practice on his own. Zhang Tian stood there, somewhat dazed, reflecting on little Wukong's distinctive character. Watching the little one's retreating figure, his thoughts drifted to son Wukong. Perhaps it was not merely a matter of scion physiology. It might be that the internal structure of people in this world was inherently different from his own. That night, while son Wukong slept soundly, Zhang Tian pressed on his neck, inducing a deeper slumber. He then channeled his vital energy into son Wukong's body, and before long, he noticed that the energy was being absorbed. Zhang Tian could finally confirm that the internal structure of the people in this world was indeed akin to that of little Wukong. Although the pace of absorption is far from the extraordinary capabilities of little Wukong, it is evident that the current little Wukong surpasses the original impression that Zhang Tian had of him by a significant margin. Little Wukong's physique is now truly impervious to blades and bullets, a fact that undoubtedly strikes a heavy blow to Zhang Tian. While Zhang Tian himself can achieve a similar level of invulnerability, it requires the third level of the Juyang True Qi to envelop him. In terms of sheer physical strength, Zhang Tian's power nearly doubles that of little Wukong. However, his defensive capabilities are inferior. Each day during their sparring sessions, Zhang Tian would only cease his assault after inflicting severe injuries upon little Wukong, justifying his actions as providing the latter with valuable combat experience. Yet, little Wukong's recovery ability is remarkably formidable. Despite sustaining serious injuries, he is nearly fully healed by the following day, and his physical strength continues to increase. Moreover, little Wukong possesses an exceptional capacity for self-learning. Should Zhang Tian refrain from utilizing his internal energy, defeating Wukong would still require considerable effort. However, in order to maintain his conscience, Zhang Tian engages in direct physical combat with little Wukong, observing the increasing strength of little Wukong's body. Zhang Tian feels a sense of assurance for his future, as he believes he has fulfilled his promise to his grandfather by nurturing Wukong and helping him grow stronger. When Zhang Tian was 12, his grandfather's son Wufan passed away, leaving the two brothers to rely on each other. Prior to this, Zhang Tian had cut off little Wukong's tail. Nevertheless, son Wufan could not escape fate while ascending a mountain. He was bitten by a venomous snake and succumbed to the poison shortly thereafter. Zhang Tian mourned for his grandfather, who had raised him for over a decade. For a long time, and little Wukong was left listless for several months. According to Zhang Tian's estimation, little Wukong's current strength is quite formidable. With another year or two of rigorous training, he should easily triumph over Master Rashi. Given Zhang Tian's current mastery of the third level of Jiuyang Gong, defeating Master Rashi would be a mere trifle. Presently, Zhang Tian's physical explosive power allows him to effortlessly shatter boulders weighing over 1,000 pounds. Little Wukong often tests his strength against such boulders, but despite exerting all his might, he can only create a small fissure in the massive stone. For Zhang Tian, internal energy serves as his safeguard for survival. As long as the energy is sufficiently pure, it can exponentially amplify his destructive capabilities, provided he can master the true qi. Zhang Tian has cultivated Jiuyang Gong to the third level, and he is not far from reaching the fourth. Although Jiuyang Gong is challenging to practice, his training over the past few years has been relatively smooth, with few bottlenecks encountered during his breakthroughs. Both of their physiques have become extraordinarily resilient, impervious to the changes of the seasons, and Zhang Tian pays little heed to the passage of time, dedicating his days solely to training, free from worries. Feeling fatigued and bored, he would play with little Wukong and then continue his cultivation, finding joy in a manner only he could understand. 2 years had swiftly passed in the blink of an eye. Without the watchful gaze of their grandfather, the entire forest had become their home. Whenever exhausted from their training, they would sleep. When hunger struck, they would forage for wild game or fruits. In the depths of the mountains, starvation was an impossibility. The two brothers would occasionally return home once or twice a month, sometimes not returning for half a year, preferring instead to linger by the grand lake nestled within the mountains, where they would plunge into the water for play after a day of rigorous training. The lake was teeming with fish several meters long, remarkably delicious. The midday sun illuminated the lake, allowing the fish to be seen clearly beneath the surface. At that moment, little Wukong lay upon a massive, roughly 7 to 8 meter long wooden plank, resembling a small boat, which served as one of their sleeping spots at night. Indeed, a creation of Zhang Tian. Zhang Tian was seated by the lakeside, sweat streaming down his face, his expression taut as if he were enduring immense pain. After more than 2 hours, a faint yellow light suddenly emanated from Zhang Tian's body. Gradually, the tension in his face relaxed, and a subtle smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Half an hour later, Zhang Tian opened his eyes, rising effortlessly into the air, his arms extending outward as he employed the technique of the cracking sun palm, channeling his vital energy into his hands. With a mere thought, a gentle yellow aura enveloped his palms. Witnessing the flames of energy dancing around his hands, Zhang Tian felt an overwhelming excitement, suppressing his urge to shout. He knew that any distraction could extinguish that fiery aura, as he had yet to master full control over it. After experiencing the external flow of his inner energy, Zhang Tian thought again, gradually retracting the vital energy back into his body, causing the faint yellow aura to dissipate from his hands. Standing firmly with feet planted, he thrust his left foot against the ground, vanishing with a whoosh, soaring upwards, 50 meters, 100 meters, 200 meters, until he reached 300 meters, at which point he began to decelerate. As he reached his zenith and prepared to descend, Zhang Tian executed the skyward step of the swallow, as if propelled by a stone, his toes finding their footing, disappearing once more only to reappear at an altitude of 500 meters. In midair, he tapped his toes again, swiftly moving laterally for 200 meters, then propelled upward another 100 meters. With his vital energy retracting, Zhang Tian plummeted from the 500-meter height with astonishing speed, akin to being weighted down by a 1,000-pound stone, executing a technique reminiscent of the 1,000-pound drop from the art of lightness. With a sudden sound, a gust of wind arose, sending leaves swirling through the air. Zhang Tian did not descend to the ground. Instead, as he plummeted rapidly to a height of 1 meter above the earth, he executed the technique sky-treading swallow and returned to the heavens, reveling in his playful exploits. In midair, Zhang Tian continuously alternated between sky-treading swallow and cloud-treading with such grace that it appeared as though he was effortlessly walking in the sky. exuding an ethereal elegance and nonchalance that blurred the line between walking and flying. After 5 minutes, having exhausted his vital energy, Zhang Tian finally succumbed to gravity and fell, fortunately catching himself on a tree. Otherwise, without the protection of his vital energy, a fall from 100 meters would have surely resulted in grave injury or even death. Given his current level of cultivation, what a close call. I nearly brought misfortune upon myself, he thought, regaining his composure on the branch as he began to circulate his internal energy, hoping to restore some vitality. Moments later, he propelled himself off the tree with a cloud-treading maneuver, landing lightly on the ground. Upon returning to solid earth, the exuberant Zhang Tian could no longer contain his excitement and erupted into laughter, his voice resonating through the forest as he channeled the scant vital energy he had left. The sound startled a multitude of insects and birds, causing the entire woodland to erupt in a cacophony of animal calls. This loud exclamation not only roused a myriad of fantastical creatures but also jolted the sleepy little Wukong, who nearly tumbled into the lake. I have only reached the 4th level of the Zhuyang skill, Blazing Sun, yet my cloud treading surpasses even my grandfather's mastery at the 7th level. It's hard to fathom. I am growing more enamored with this world, Zhang Tian thought, noticing the little Wukong sitting by the lake, gazing at him with wide eyes. Filled with pride, he summoned his vital energy and performed the cloud crossing technique, floating effortlessly to Wukong's side. Just hours earlier, traversing such a distance of 20 meters would have required him to skim the surface of the water, but now, a single cloud crossing allowed him to achieve the feat with ease, appearing as though he had flown. Upon seeing Zhang Tian approach, the little Wukong began circling around him, and after a few laps, scratched his head in confusion, inquiring, "Brother Tian, where are your wings? I clearly saw you flying just now. Why are your wings gone?" Little Wukong, I am no birdman. I have no wings. It is simply that I have reached a certain level of martial prowess, allowing me to soar in the sky, Zhang Tian replied, unabashedly explaining. Wukong's eyes sparkled with delight as he asked, "Does that mean when I become as powerful as you, I can fly too?" "Indeed. With diligent practice, you will soon achieve it. However, since I am in a good mood today, I shall allow you to fly once," Zhang Tian responded with a grin. As Zhang Tian concluded his words, he lifted the small Wukong, and with a powerful push of his legs, they soared into the sky with a whoosh, reaching heights of several dozen meters. Employing the technique air step of the swallow, he ascended another 10 meters, then gracefully descended to the ground with cloud treading. He was utterly drained of energy. Even pretense has its limits. Despite Wukong's diminutive stature, he weighed over 150 pounds, leaving Zhang Tian perplexed about the source of such weight. How could a child who appeared to be merely 7 or 8 years old possess such heft, without any noticeable fat? The only explanation Zhang Tian could fathom was that scions were simply like that. He could scarcely imagine the leap in power from the 3rd level of Zhuyang Gong, 3 Suns initiation, to the 4th level, Blazing Sun, amounting to an astonishing 5-fold increase. The transition was indeed overwhelming, and he still struggled to acclimate to it. Half a year later, bang! Wukong struck the descending plane with a powerful swing of his staff, landing a solid hit on the wing. Fortunately, the aircraft was only a few meters off the ground, sparing it from a catastrophic crash. Curiously, the massive bird seemed to be emitting smoke. Wukong approached the fallen aircraft, scratching the back of his head in bemusement. Bang! Bang! It appeared that something was moving within the bird's eye. Wukong stepped closer, gently tapping the bulletproof glass with his golden staff. Crack! The glass, designed to withstand sniper fire, shattered effortlessly under Wukong's light tap. "Help! Help!" Upon hearing the strange cries, Wukong swiftly retreated 5 meters, brandishing his staff toward the people inside the glass enclosure. Bulma, witnessing the shattering glass, quickly crawled out from the cockpit. "Ouch! My hand! Monster?" Upon seeing Bulma in her entirety, Wukong couldn't help but utter such a word. Bulma, taken aback, glanced behind her to confirm that the small child was indeed referring to her, and responded with indignation, "You are the monster. Your entire family is a bunch of monsters." Humph. Noticing Bulma's lack of hostility, Wukong lowered his staff and cautiously approached her, inspecting her with curiosity. "Are you a woman?" "My brother Tian said only women curse." Bulma, incensed, retorted, "What do you mean only women curse?" She rolled her eyes at Wukong and asked, "Little monster, how did you end up here? Are there villages in this remote mountain?" Once assured that Bulma posed no threat, Wukong relaxed and countered, "I am not a little monster. My name is Sun Wukong." "Who are you? How did you come here? Bulma replied, I am Bulma, from the city. I came here to find something. Are you a resident of this area? Little Wukong, of course, was oblivious to what a resident was, scratching the back of his head in confusion as he gazed at Bulma. Hey, Bulma. Are you here looking for my brother Tian? Wukong inquired, to which Bulma responded, Your brother? Who is this Tian? Do I know him? What would I seek him for? Wukong furrowed his brow in puzzlement and replied, My brother Tian said a woman would come here. Could that be you? A woman? Surely not. This is my first visit here, and besides, I do not know this brother of yours. I traveled a long way to find something, not someone. Ah, I see. But then why do you keep following me? Wukong asked, his curiosity piqued. Bulma rolled her eyes. Clearly, it is you, this little brat, who has been chattering behind me. Continuing onward, Bulma walked while Wukong, wielding his golden staff, trailed closely behind, sometimes ahead and at other times lagging, frequently stopping to pose absurd questions. Restless as ever, truly a monkey, making it hard for anyone to find peace. Fortunately, Bulma was quite adaptable. Otherwise, she would have long since lost her temper. As Bulma glanced at the radar in her hand, she suddenly recalled Wukong's earlier words and thought, could the Dragon Ball possibly be in this little brat's home? After pressing a few buttons on the radar, it emitted a series of beeping sounds. Within the device, several small yellow lights flickered, one of which pulsated with the highest frequency, and the directional arrow clearly pointed in the direction they were currently heading. Could it be that the Dragon Ball truly resided in this child's home? If so, that would simplify matters. She could simply offer him some money to purchase the Dragon Ball. With this resolution in mind, Bulma placed the radar back into her satchel. Upon seeing this, Wukong inquired, Bulma, what is that thing, and why does it make noise? Bulma patted her satchel and replied, This is a Dragon Ball radar, an invention of mine. Impressive, isn't it? Half an hour later, Bulma once again retrieved the Dragon Ball radar, pressed a button, and noticed that the previously distant yellow light was now quite close. She turned to Wukong and asked, Wukong, are we nearing your home? Wukong responded, Yes, very soon. Just 2 more turns, and we will arrive. A few minutes later, Bulma encountered several wooden cabins. Little Goku pushed open the door and led Bulma into the hall. He called out to the table ahead, Grandpa, I'm back. Bulma found Goku's actions rather peculiar. Aside from the few items scattered on the table, there was nothing else in sight, truly a strange person. However, her attention was soon captivated by a small box on the table, emanating a warm yellow glow. Rushing closer, she exclaimed, Wow, a Dragon Ball. Bulma picked up the yellow orb from the table, joyously declaring, It's a Dragon Ball, indeed. Ah, it's the 4-star Dragon Ball, how wonderful. Upon witnessing Bulma take the orb, Goku became furious. He snatched the ball back, glaring at Bulma, You are not allowed to touch Grandpa's belongings, humph. Bulma, feeling awkward under Goku's intense gaze, focused on the Dragon Ball, and proposed, Goku, may I buy this Dragon Ball from you? I can offer you a great deal of money. Goku shouted defiantly, I don't want money. I don't want anything. This is something Grandpa left for us, and I will not part with it. Bulma was momentarily taken aback and inquired, Where has your grandpa gone? Goku pressed the orb against his chest and replied, My grandpa was bitten by a snake. Bulma gasped softly, realizing that Goku had been calling for this very Dragon Ball. How naive he was. Suddenly, Bulma remembered something and asked Goku, By the way, where is your brother? Why isn't he here? She intended to approach Goku's older brother for the Dragon Ball, thinking it might be more fruitful than trying to convince the child. Curious about her intentions, Goku asked, Why are you looking for my brother? Didn't you say you didn't know him? Bulma quickly fabricated a response. Oh, perhaps I misremembered. I'm actually here to find your older brother. Hee. Could you please call him? Upon hearing this, Goku relaxed and returned to a friendlier demeanor, realizing that if she was looking for his brother, she must be a good person. All right, I'll call him back, he said, before dashing out of the cabin, with Bulma following closely behind. Clutching the Dragon Ball, Goku stepped outside and shouted towards the mountain behind the house, Brother Tian, come back quickly. Someone is looking for you. He repeated the call thrice, his voice echoing through the forest. After finishing his calls, Goku turned to Bulma, assuring her, All right, my brother will be back shortly. Bulma gazed in the direction where little Goku had just called out, uncertainly asking him, Goku, where is your brother? He hasn't responded to you at all. Little Goku pointed towards a distant mountain and replied, Brother is cultivating within that mountain and will return shortly. Bulma stared at the peak, which was several miles away. Momentarily stunned, once she regained her composure, she exclaimed in exasperation, Don't jest. How could your brother possibly hear you from such a distance? Little Goku scratched the back of his head, uncertain himself, and said, I don't really know. Brother told me to call him like that. Whenever I call out a few times, he comes back. Bulma found herself at a loss for words with this little rascal. There was nothing else to be done. After all, she was the one in need of his assistance. If his brother didn't hear her, it would be up to her to seek him out. Was diligently practicing his lightness skill in the forest. After months of training, he finally achieved the ability to soar briefly through the air. From that moment on, his practice in lightness far surpassed that of physical training, which had become of little significance to him. Upon hearing the call of little Wukong, executed a move known as sky-treading swallow followed by cloud-treading, swiftly propelling himself homeward. Throughout his journey, he only needed to borrow momentum from the trees twice, never once touching the ground. In just over a minute, he spotted two figures outside his house. Little Wukong, who was roasting a wild boar, suddenly looked up toward the direction of his approach and exclaimed, Ah, my brother is back. Upon hearing this, Bulma sprang to her feet, scanning the surroundings in excitement. Where? Over there. Little Wukong pointed toward the sky. Bulma followed his gesture and noticed a dark figure rapidly approaching. As it drew closer, the figure became increasingly distinct, and Bulma's mouth gradually widened in astonishment. Oh my deity! As neared, Bulma's expression transformed. She beheld a figure soaring through the air, with long hair flowing in the wind, a strikingly handsome face reminiscent of a sculpted masterpiece, profound eyes, and a bare torso that showcased perfectly defined muscles. Although his attire appeared somewhat tattered, it only enhanced his ethereal presence. Was this not a celestial being? As Wu Tian descended gracefully from a height of approximately 20 meters, he executed a technique known as Dian Du Ping Yun, retracting his vital energy and gently landing on the ground. Upon clearly observing Wu Tian's visage, Bulma felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, prompting her to hastily shake her head to maintain her alertness. Upon seeing Bulma, Goten felt a surge of excitement within him, realizing that it was time to depart from this place. Wu Tian gazed at the figure before him. Bulma, with her flowing blue hair, a delicate oval face, and subtly tinted lips, complemented by her slender and graceful physique, adorned in her stylish attire. Although she lacked the ethereal beauty that could captivate the heart like a falling flower or a moonlit night, there was an undeniable purity and freshness about her. Wu Tian mused inwardly, indeed, she is a true beauty. Having not encountered a woman in over a decade, his heart fluttered at the sight of such a lovely maiden. Little Goku, upon seeing Wu Tian, approached him and inquired, Brother Tian, this woman is looking for you. Is she your friend? Upon hearing Goku's words, Bulma hurriedly ran over, wrapping her arms around Wu Tian's, exclaiming, No, that is not it. Brother Tian, I have something to discuss with you. But it can wait until after we finish our meal. As she embraced Wu Tian's arm and caught a whiff of his masculine scent, she nearly swooned, resting her flushed face against his shoulder, a rosy hue gracing her cheeks. Goten was taken aback by Bulma's boldness. Her audacity was rather surprising. While Goten was quite pleased to be embraced in such a manner, he couldn't shake off a sense of discomfort, which caused a slight blush to creep onto his cheeks. He hastily removed Bulma's hand from around him. Once Goten freed himself, Bulma realized her behavior had been somewhat inappropriate. She took a small step back, her cheeks flushed, and gazed at Goten shyly. With her hands fidgeting nervously, she stammered, hello, I am Bulma. As Goten beheld Bulma's bashful demeanor, he found himself quite enamored. Approaching her, he extended his right hand and said, Hello, my name is Son Goten. Little Goku, witnessing this, scratched the back of his head in confusion, utterly unaware of the situation at hand. Bulma, noticing Goten's outstretched hand, though unsure of its significance, could easily deduce its meaning given her intelligence. She mimicked Goten's gesture and took his hand in hers. For reasons unknown, Goten felt an overwhelming urge to embrace Bulma in that moment. This girl was simply too captivating. Merely shaking hands had caused his heart to race. It had been far too long since he had encountered a woman. As Wu Tian caught a whiff of the tantalizing aroma of roasted wild boar, a thought crossed his mind. And in an instant, he vanished from his location, reappearing directly opposite little Wukong. Goten gazed at Bulma, who stood there, and called out, Bulma, why not come over and take a seat? Upon hearing this, Bulma swiftly dashed over, positioning herself beside Goten without a care for the dirtiness of the wooden bench, and sat down directly. As she settled in, a wave of bliss enveloped her. Upon observing her seated, Goten inquired, Bulma, how did you come to be here? This remote mountain has seldom seen any visitors, especially not a young lady like yourself." To this, Bulma softly replied, "Well, I am here to search for something." With that, she retrieved from her satchel 2 yellow orbs, identical to the one in little Goku's embrace. Presenting the Dragon Balls to Goten, she elicited an excited exclamation from little Goku, who exclaimed, "Grandpa, there are 2 more." He then eagerly produced his own 4-star ball, joyfully stating, "Now we have 3. The 2 adults chose to disregard little Goku's exuberance. These were the 5-star and 7-star balls. Although Goten had thoroughly studied the 4-star Dragon Ball countless times, the sight of the 2 new orbs instilled a different sensation within him. It felt as though the Dragon Balls possessed warmth, or perhaps a heartbeat. Goten took the 4-star ball from little Goku's grasp. When the 3 Dragon Balls were arranged together, the stars within them emitted a continuous yellow radiance, suggesting an undeniable connection among them. Holding the 3 orbs, he could distinctly perceive their pulsating energy, which was quite fascinating. As he toyed with the Dragon Balls, he mused that if these 3 orbs were hung together, they would resemble luminous pearls, conserving energy and promoting environmental sustainability. After playing for a while, Goten turned to Bulma and inquired, "Bulma, what exactly are these orbs? Did you come here solely to search for them?" Bulma gazed at Goten and softly replied, "These are Dragon Balls, not mere orbs. Each one is distinct. Yours is the 4-star ball, while mine are the 5-star and 7-star balls." Wukong feigned meticulousness as he scrutinized the surroundings, nodding thoughtfully. Bulma then continued, "The Dragon Ball, which I stumbled upon in my childhood, is said to possess remarkable significance. Upon gathering extensive information, I discovered that these Dragon Balls are considered gifts from the celestial beings to humanity. If one manages to collect all 7, one can summon the Eternal Dragon, who will grant the summoner a singular wish. This particular 7-star ball is the one I unearthed just a few days ago." Bulma spoke with palpable excitement, as if her wish were on the verge of being realized. Witnessing Bulma's excitement, Wu Tian felt somewhat reluctant to interrupt her. Although he could not recall what Bulma's wish was, judging by her behavior, it likely was not a profound aspiration. Goten interrupted Bulma's reverie, saying, "Oh, so there are such miraculous things. Who would have thought this tiny orb could possess such power? Bulma, do you have a wish associated with seeking these Dragon Balls?" Bulma, upon hearing this, felt a tinge of embarrassment and replied, "Well, originally, I aspired to become the greatest scientist in the world. However, I now believe I am already a genius in my own right. Even without the Dragon Balls, I would eventually rise to be the world's foremost scientist. So, at this moment, I find myself without any particular wishes." Goten then inquired, "Oh, is that so? Then why are you still searching?" Bulma's cheeks flushed at Goten's question, and she fidgeted. "I am merely curious. I wish to see if it is truly the case, and I also want to know what the Eternal Dragon looks like." "Ah, I see. I too am quite intrigued by this Eternal Dragon," Goten responded. Bulma, feeling a surge of excitement, exclaimed, "Then let us embark on a quest for the Dragon Balls together, shall we?" She gazed at Goten with wide, hopeful eyes, filled with both eagerness and nervousness, silently praying, "Please accompany me. Please come with me." Wukong feigned hesitation for a moment. Upon witnessing this, Bulma's expression instantly fell, and she adopted a pitiful demeanor. Her eyes filled with longing as she gazed at Wukong. She continued, "Just look at me, a young girl out here. It is so unsafe. I have come perilously close to being devoured by wild beasts on several occasions." Wu Tian found himself somewhat overwhelmed by Bulma's demeanor, his heart stirring with unease. As for whether to inquire if little Goku would join them, he felt indifferent. Upon hearing this, Bulma was filled with joy and exclaimed, "Is it not possible for just you to accompany me? There are numerous wild beasts outside, and having a mere child trailing after us could be perilous. It is best for him to remain here." Wu Tian retorted, "No, my brother and I have relied on each other since childhood. I cannot abandon little Wukong. I will only accompany you with his consent." Wu Tian displayed a tender affection towards the young Wukong. Reluctantly, Bulma approached the little one, her voice tinged with a hint of pleading. "Wukong, would you accompany your sister in search of this Dragon Ball? There are many others that are just like the ones your grandfather left for you." Yet, the young Wukong remained unmoved, resolutely declaring, "I only desire my grandfather's. The rest hold no value for me." Wukong, in his heart, berated the obstinate little Goku, while Bulma, undeterred, exclaimed, "Do you not wish to join us in the quest for more Dragon Balls? It would be an exhilarating adventure. Wherever Tian goes, I shall follow." Bulma, momentarily rolling her eyes, realized after much ado that these 2 brothers were united in purpose. Her spirits lifted. She declared, Very well. Our trio in search of the Dragon Balls is now officially established. Haha. By the way, Tian, when do you propose we set forth? I am at your command. After listening, Wu Tian felt immensely gratified. It was truly delightful to be respected by one's true self. He said, Indeed, let us set off tomorrow. We shall stay for one more night and first satisfy our hunger before proceeding. Wukong took a knife and sliced a piece of fish, presenting it to Bulma. In that moment, tears streamed down Bulma's face, as she felt a happiness she had never experienced before. Wu Tian pondered for a moment, then retrieved a wooden platter from the kitchen, placing approximately 20 caddies of meat upon it. The fish was rather diminutive, weighing at most 100 to 180 caddies, which was simply insufficient for their needs. To preempt any potential squabbles with the young Wukong, he decided to portion the meat beforehand, estimating that it would suffice for the two of them. As the meal concluded, little Goku had already buried his face in the roasted fish, voraciously devouring it with great enthusiasm. Goten felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. The sight was rather unseemly, leaving Bulma utterly astonished as she glanced back and forth between Goku and Goten. Wukong observed Bulma's reaction and pretended not to notice the way little Goku was devouring his food. Not wishing to lose face, he smiled at Bulma and began to eat. Little Goku, puzzled, wondered why today Tiangu was not vying for food as usual. Typically, Tiangu would be the first to dig in. Yet now he was using a plate reserved for their grandfather. As evening approached, Bulma gazed incredulously at the room and asked, Is this where you sleep? Little Goku replied, Yes, sometimes we sleep here, sometimes we rest in trees, and at other times, we slumber on boats. Truly, I am astounded by you two. Life is meant to be enjoyed. Allow me to show you what living truly means. Come, follow me outside. The two boys followed Bulma outdoors, where she retrieved a box from her backpack. After selecting an item from within, she turned to the brothers and said, This is called a universal capsule. Pay close attention. Bulma held up a small vial-like object, pressed it, and tossed it onto the ground. With a resounding bang, a charming little house materialized from thin air in the previously empty space. Wukong gazed in astonishment, recalling that this was indeed the legendary artifact universal capsule from Dragon Ball, a revelation that broadened his horizons. Meanwhile, little Goku remained in a state of perplexity and curiosity, for the suddenly materializing house failed to evoke much surprise in him. Wukong was immensely curious about how such a large object could be contained within that diminutive capsule. Gazing at the multifunctional capsule in Bulma's hand, he inquired, Bulma, may I have a look at your marvelous capsule? Naturally, Bulma was more than willing to oblige Wukong's request. She handed him the box containing the multifunctional capsules and said, Here you go, feel free to examine it. Wukong's fondness for Bulma has ascended several levels. This young lady possesses a generous spirit, truly worthy of deep camaraderie. Wukong held the universal capsule, examining it from various angles for an extended period, yet he could discern no discernible difference from an ordinary bottle, save for the addition of a button. Bulma, how on earth did they manage to fit such a large object inside? Upon noticing Wukong's curiosity about the universal capsule, Bulma proceeded to elucidate. This universal capsule encompasses some of the most advanced disciplines known to mankind, such as reactive mechanics, vacuum studies, and spatial theory. However, as she spoke, Wukong felt his head spinning and quickly interjected, Wait, I can't comprehend what you're saying. Perhaps it would be best to refrain from further explanation. Let me ask you this. Can you create a device capable of storing items? He continued, For instance, imagine a ring that could hold numerous objects, unlike your universal capsule, which can only contain a single item. Bulma, taken aback by his suggestion, gazed at Wukong for a moment before exclaiming, Brother Tian, you are truly a genius. Such a forward-thinking idea is remarkable. After listening, Wu Tian appeared quite enlightened, wearing an expression that suggested his understanding. He awaited Bulma's response. After a moment of contemplation, Bulma remarked, In theory, it is indeed possible. However, this notion stands in stark contrast to the principles of contemporary science. Should we aspire to achieve multifaceted spatial compression, it may take a considerable duration to overcome this formidable challenge. Based on my current understanding, I believe that in about 50 years, this technology should be resolvable. Wu Tian could not help but feel a profound sense of disappointment upon hearing this. 50 years felt excessively lengthy. How he wished it were merely 5 years. As Goten stepped into the house, he was instantly enveloped by a sense of nostalgia reminiscent of the 21st century, a time characterized by modernization. observing the surroundings. His eyes gradually welled with tears as he reminisced about his ancestors, his grandparents, parents, siblings, and those dear friends from his past. Noticing Goten's somewhat disheveled appearance, Bulma gently suggested, "Goten, would you like to take a bath first? I can prepare the water for you." Wukong glanced at himself, noting the considerable dirt accumulated from a day's training, and nodded at Bulma. Whistling a cheerful tune, Bulma joyfully dashed into the bathing room. Shortly thereafter, Wukong heard her calling for him. Upon entering, he found Bulma blushing, holding a bathrobe out to him. Wu Tian swiftly shed his garments and leaped into the bathtub. Oh, what a delight! After more than a decade, he was finally indulging in a warm bath, a nostalgic experience that brought him immense pleasure. Upon hearing Wu Tian mention his intention to bathe, little Wukong hurriedly followed suit, and upon witnessing Wu Tian disrobing, he too began to remove his own clothing. Just as Wu Tian was lost in the bliss of his warm bath, little Wukong voiced his curiosity. "Brother Tian, where exactly is this bath? Why is this river so small? I can barely fit." Little Wukong inquired, filled with perplexity. Wu Tian, the young prince, exclaimed, "Please wait a moment. I shall finish my wash shortly, and then it will be your turn. Kindly step outside, and I shall call for you when the time comes." The obedient little Wukong donned his clothes and exited the room. As for Bulma's pink bathrobe, Wu Tian felt indifferent. It was merely a tad small, and he casually draped it over himself, revealing his thighs. Upon seeing this, Bulma's eyes sparkled with delight, her radiant vitality nearly overwhelming her, causing her to almost faint. Wu Tian promptly caught her, and Bulma, in a moment of bliss, selectively succumbed to slumber in his embrace for several minutes. This left Wu Tian's blood racing, feeling dazed and unaccustomed to such sensations, prompting him to gently place Bulma upon the sofa. Goten reclined upon the soft, plush bed, memories of his past life resurfacing in his mind, causing his eyes to swiftly become misty. Meanwhile, little Goku bounced energetically on the bed, exhilarated by the unprecedented comfort it offered. For the first time in over a decade, Goten dreamt of his family and friends from a previous life, shedding long-buried tears. At the break of dawn the following day, little Goku commenced his training outside the room. He diligently practiced the solar split palm, a technique Goten had taught him, exuding a formidable presence as a subtle energy flowed between his palms. Upon witnessing this, Goten was somewhat astonished, pondering how little Goku had cultivated such a sense of energy. After observing for a while, Goten speculated that the breathing technique corresponding with the Liaoyang palm was likely the source from which little Goku had honed his energy perception. Wu Tian swiftly leaped into the shadow of little Wukong's palm, unleashing the Liaoyang palm to engage in a duel with him. Wukong's split sun palm evolved from tentative practice to intense combat, transitioning from muffled strikes to resounding blasts. The two engaged in a spirited exchange, their movements accelerating as their palms collided, creating thunderous sounds. The slumbering Bulma was roused by the peculiar noise, donning her pajamas and yawning as she stepped outside. To her delight, she witnessed the thrilling duel between her sons, Goten and Goku. Little Goku, who initially displayed mere streams of energy from his palms, now emanated a powerful aura that enveloped his entire being, showcasing astonishing progress. Goten, too, radiated a faint yellow glow. Although Goten had not yet mastered his internal energy, his current cultivation allowed him to manipulate the surrounding spiritual energy effortlessly with every motion. Enthralled by the graceful display before her, Bulma felt herself becoming entranced. Her cheeks flushed with admiration, her gaze fixated on Goten, oblivious to the presence of little Goku beside him. After half an hour, the brothers simultaneously concluded their training. Tilting their heads back and letting out a triumphant shout, Goten expelled a stream of gray energy from his mouth, which shot into the sky with a whoosh, seemingly intended to pierce through the very fabric of space, only to vanish in an instant. This gray mist represented the impurities expelled from Goten's body, a feat achievable only upon reaching a certain level of mastery in internal cultivation. Meanwhile, little Goku could only mimic the sound, with nothing emerging from his lips. Upon seeing them pause, Bulma hurried into the house, retrieving a towel and rushing back to offer it to Goten. Wu Tian accepted the towel, feeling somewhat unaccustomed to such lavish treatment. "Thank you," he expressed with a smile directed at Bulma. Upon witnessing his brother finish drying himself, little Goku swiftly snatched the towel, eager to wipe his face. However, Bulma, upon seeing this, could not allow it and quickly reclaimed the towel from little Goku's hands, admonishing him. "You already have your own towel. Use that one." Little Goku, perplexed, replied, "But I used this one yesterday." Bulma, upon hearing this, felt an overwhelming urge to cry and, after a loud exclamation, retreated indoors. The previous night, Bulma had offered her own towel to Wu Tian for his bath. Once Wu Tian had finished, little Goku had leapt into the tub, using the very same towel, while Bulma had utilized the towel that little Goku had already used. An hour later, after partaking in Bulma's so-called nourishing breakfast, they set off on her motorcycle. Despite having eaten, little Goku found himself even hungrier, as he had consumed the breakfast in a mere bite, hardly feeling anything settle in his stomach. Wu Tian, too, did not sense any difference after the meal. At the very least, he felt more in control than little Goku. Upon seeing the motorcycle, Wu Tian was filled with exhilaration. It had been many years since he had last encountered such a modern apparatus. The tactile sensation still resonated with him, and the operation was fundamentally akin to that of the previous century. After a few attempts, he swiftly regained his proficiency. Wukong rode his motorcycle, pushing the throttle to its maximum, the speed undoubtedly exceeding 200 kilometers per hour. Although such velocity was rather leisurely for him, he reveled in the remnants of exhilarating madness from his past life. Bulma clung tightly to Wukong from the rear seat, while little Goku perched on the canopy, his small hands gripping the edges firmly. His chubby visage contorted with the shifting winds, presenting a somewhat sorrowful appearance. It was an unavoidable circumstance, as the motorcycle seat could accommodate only one person. Hence, it was evident that little Goku had to endure the discomfort. As for the choice of motorcycle over an aircraft, that was entirely Bulma's decision. After racing at an average speed of 150 kilometers per hour for 2 hours, Bulma could no longer bear it and urged Wukong to come to a halt. After stopping, Goten exclaimed with delight, "This vehicle is truly remarkable. It's astonishing how stable it remains at such speeds. Wow, I'm utterly exhausted. Brother Tian, how come you all seem completely unfazed?" Bulma remarked, gazing at Goten. Wu Tian cast a disdainful glance at Bulma and remarked, "Such a trivial matter is utterly insignificant to us practitioners of martial arts." At that moment, little Goku was gripping the motorcycle handlebar with both hands, his tail also busy, coiling around the rear seat. It appeared that little Goku had yet to acclimate to this mode of transportation. Wu Tian caressed the motorcycle and turned to Bulma, saying, "Bulma, could you possibly modify this vehicle to enhance its speed? It feels rather sluggish at present, and driving it is quite unsatisfactory." Bulma, upon hearing this, rolled her eyes dramatically and replied, "At most, we can increase the speed by 50 kilometers. Any further enhancement could lead to complications." Wu Tian exclaimed with joy, "50 it is. For it is certainly better than the present." Bulma retrieved her tools from the backpack, ready to commence her work. At that moment, little Goku leaped from the vehicle, appearing utterly listless, as if he had but a half-life remaining. He whispered to Wu Tian, "Brother Tian, I am so hungry." Upon hearing little Wukong express his hunger, Wu Tian's own stomach began to growl in response. He had been so engrossed in the joy of driving that he had momentarily forgotten the pressing matter at hand. Indeed, he was quite famished now. Wu Tian glanced around and said to little Wukong, "Why don't you venture into the woods and bring back a wild beast?" Upon hearing this, little Wukong, filled with excitement, leaped into the forest and vanished from sight. Wukong gazed at Bulma's petite figure as she busied herself, marveling at her remarkable abilities. Upon hearing his praise, Bulma dedicated herself even more fervently to her task. 10 minutes later, one could see little Wukong balancing a large object atop his head, while his tail tugged along a sizable turkey behind him. As Wu Tian approached, he discerned that atop little Wukong's head rested a grand tortoise. In the presence of Wu Tian, the mighty Khan, little Wukong inquired, "Oh, little Wukong, how do you intend to consume this grand turtle?" Upon hearing of Wu Tian's intention, the turtle, terrified, promptly withdrew into its shell, trembling atop little Wukong's head. Quick to respond, little Wukong clarified, "Oh, this turtle is not for eating. It has asked me to escort it home." At this, the turtle, peeking out from its shell, hastily corrected, "I am not a turtle, I am a sea turtle." Clearly, this sea turtle held its identity in high regard. Its utterance startled Wu Tian, who exclaimed, "Goodness, a monster." In contrast, little Wukong and Bulma remained remarkably composed, exhibiting none of Wu Tian's alarm. Bulma, gazing at the sea turtle, curiously inquired, "How peculiar. You are a sea turtle, yet what brings you here?" The sea turtle, pleased to have found someone who recognized its kind, responded with a grin, "Ah, that is because I am lost. As Wu Tian observed little Yukong still balancing the sea turtle, he found the sight rather undignified and comical, prompting him to say, "Little Yukong, you should set it down." Once the sea turtle was released, it turned to Wu Tian and expressed its gratitude, saying, "Thank you. This is much more comfortable." It continued, "I am a sea turtle from the ocean. A year ago, while searching for food, I lost my way. For an entire year, I have been trying to find my way back to the sea. And this little friend said he would help me return." Little Yukong approached Bulma and inquired, "Bulma, what is the ocean?" Bulma playfully tapped little Yukong on the head and replied, "You little rascal, how can you promise someone help without even knowing what the ocean is? It's quite ridiculous." She then turned to the sea turtle and added, "However, you are heading entirely in the wrong direction. The ocean is over 1,000 kilometers away from here." Holding a device in her hand, she emphasized the point. Upon hearing this, little Yukong realized where the ocean was and exclaimed with laughter, "Then let me take you to this place called the ocean right now." The sea turtle, hearing this, was filled with joy and asked, "Really, Bulma?" Giving little Yukong another playful punch on the head, retorted, "Are you joking? The ocean is in the completely opposite direction from where we are going." Having listened to their conversation, Wu Tian was now certain that the sea turtle must indeed be the pet of the lecherous Master Rashi. Yukong, resolute in his decision, declared, "Very well, let us return this sea turtle to the ocean. After all, we are not in a hurry, right, Bulma?" Upon hearing Yukong's words, Bulma acquiesced, saying, "All right. I shall follow your lead." In Bulma's heart, everything revolved around Yukong, and thus she could never oppose his choices. The sea turtle, upon hearing their conversation, repeatedly nodded its head in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you for taking me back home." Wu Tian turned to Yukong and said, "Little Yukong, hasten to slay that magnificent bird. Once we have dined, we shall set forth on our journey." Along a narrow path leading to the eastern sea, a motorcycle sped along with remarkable swiftness. Although the rider appeared rather peculiar, on little Yukong's back rested a sea turtle, as there was simply no other place to accommodate it. Thus, little Yukong resorted to securing the turtle with a vine. The sight of little Yukong bearing the turtle brought to Wu Tian's mind the image of Master Rashi, appearing somewhat amusing. 5 hours later, they finally beheld the vast, azure expanse of the ocean. Breathing in the briny air, they felt invigorated. Little Yukong leaped down, untied the turtle, and gazed at the boundless sea, exclaiming, "Wow, this is the ocean. How immense!" The turtle promptly submerged into the water, only to resurface shortly after, expressing, "I am profoundly grateful for your life-saving assistance. I shall remember your kindness. Please, stay here and do not depart. I shall return momentarily." With that, the turtle swam off into the depths of the sea. Bulma looked at Wu Tian and inquired, "Brother Tian, shall we wait?" Wukong nodded affirmatively and said, "Let's wait a moment. There is no need to rush." After a soft acknowledgement from Bulma, she entwined her arm with Wukong's and moved to a nearby spot. Observing young Goku as he frolicked playfully by the seashore, Goten gazed at Bulma as she embraced his arm, not attempting to withdraw it any longer. After all, if he were to pull his hand away, it would soon be ensnared once more in her grasp. Moreover, aside from a slight discomfort, the sensation was rather pleasant. Bulma, noticing Goten's reluctance to let go, felt an overwhelming excitement within her. She rested her head against Goten's shoulder, greedily inhaling the essence that emanated from him. Due to his training in internal martial arts, Goten exuded a natural fragrance that was exceptionally soothing to the senses, causing Bulma to gradually succumb to slumber, enveloped by the enchanting aroma. Approximately 20 minutes later, a shadow emerged upon the surface of the sea. In the depths of Wu Tian's gaze, a remarkable sight unfolded. Upon closer inspection, he beheld a diminutive, bald old man perched upon the shell of a sea turtle. The old man sported a lengthy white beard and a gleaming, bald crown, adorned with a pair of sunglasses. His hands were clasped behind him, while his lips moved rhythmically, as if he were humming a gentle melody. As Wu Tian concentrated, he found himself unable to discern the lyrics of the song, yet the melody exuded an enchanting aura. Observing his demeanor, one could surmise that he led a rather prosperous life. The turtle hermit, upon noticing the three individuals on the shore, graciously waved his hand in greeting. Wu Tian observed with greater clarity this time a vibrant patterned shirt complemented by white shorts, feet adorned with flip-flops, and a wooden cane held in hand. However, what stood out most was the long, pointed bald head, strikingly conspicuous, further accentuated by the sunglasses that lent an air of flamboyance. unmistakably suggesting a rather lewd disposition. Wu Tian scrutinized the legendary martial artist with great seriousness. However, the turtle sage did not cast a glance in Wu Tian's direction upon emerging from the water. His first gaze was fixated on Bulma. Wu Tian distinctly observed a glimmer of mischief flicker in the turtle sage's sunglasses. After briefly regarding Bulma, the turtle sage turned his attention to Wu Tian and his companions, inquiring, "Are you the ones who rescued my sea turtle?" Little Goku, puzzled, looked at the turtle sage and replied, "Yes, Grandpa, we brought the turtle back." The sea turtle, feeling somewhat helpless yet undeterred, corrected him with a hint of indignation. "I am a sea turtle. Wow, Grandpa has quite the personality," exclaimed Bulma, who had just awakened and was taken aback by the turtle sage's eccentric attire. Indeed, the turtle sage appeared to be in his advanced years, and it was rare to find someone of his age daring to dress in such a manner. His thoughts likely surpassed the realm of ordinary comprehension. Little Goku was equally intrigued by the turtle sage, particularly fascinated by his shell. He approached and tapped on it, producing a hollow sound. Looking at the turtle sage, little Goku curiously inquired, "Strange, why does your turtle look different from that one?" Bulma. After listening, Wu Tian's mouth twitched slightly, nearly bursting into laughter. "This little Wukong is truly a remarkable oddity. Well, dear child, I am not a turtle. I merely carry a turtle shell. I am a human, just like you," the turtle sage explained, with no intention of reproaching little Wukong, for he perceived the innocence reflected in the child's eyes. "Oh, I see. That explains the difference. Then, who are you, old man?" Wukong inquired. The turtle sage replied, "I am the turtle sage, the master of this sea turtle." Turtle sage? What a peculiar name. The turtle sage then turned his attention to the sea turtle, asking, "Which person saved you?" The sea turtle lifted its head and gazed at little Wukong, responding, "It was that little boy. Had it not been for him, I fear I would have perished of thirst in the woods." The turtle sage looked at little Wukong and chuckled. "So it was you. What a kind-hearted child you are. In return, I must gift you something. What would be appropriate?" Standing still, the turtle sage's mind raced as he pondered what he could spare. Yet, all that filled his thoughts were various Risco magazines and tapes. Little Wukong listened to the turtle sage's words, half of which he could not comprehend. Only realizing that the old man seemed inclined to give him something wonderful, he observed the turtle sage lost in thought and chose not to disturb him. Suddenly, the turtle sage exclaimed, "Aha, I shall gift you a phoenix." After much contemplation, he finally spoke up. Turning to face the sea, he steadied himself with his cane and shouted to the sky, "Come forth, immortal phoenix." Bulma, upon hearing this, exclaimed in delight, "An immortal phoenix? Is it the legendary phoenix? Wow, how exciting. I can't believe you have an immortal phoenix." Little Wukong, with a face full of questions, turned to Bulma and asked, "What is an immortal phoenix?" "It is a bird that cannot die. Will such a bird truly come?" "Sort of. Calling it an immortal phoenix does seem quite fitting." Wu Tian was filled with curiosity, never anticipating the presence of the mythical phoenix. A creature of immortality, perhaps? His anticipation grew, yet in a world where dinosaurs roamed, the existence of a phoenix seemed less peculiar. The onlookers gazed eagerly at the sky, yearning to behold the immortal bird. Minutes passed, and a sheen of perspiration began to form on the back of the turtle sage's head, prompting him to call out once more to the heavens. At that moment, the nearby sea turtle addressed the turtle sage, inquiring, "Master, wasn't that immortal bird poisoned and perished several years ago?" The turtle sage scratched the back of his head, feeling quite embarrassed, and chuckled, "Ah, indeed it seems so." With that, he directed his voice towards the sky, exclaiming, "Kintown, come forth swiftly." Upon hearing the sounds, Wu Tian felt a jolt of energy coursing through him, prompting him to rise to his feet. After a brief moment, a rush of wind was heard approaching from behind. "This way," exclaimed the turtle hermit, swiftly turning around. Before them, a vibrant yellow cloud soared through the air, coming to a halt with remarkable speed. The sight of this flying cloud left everyone in awe. How could such a phenomenon be under human control? Young Wukong, intrigued by the cloud, was the first to approach it. He examined it closely, curiosity etched on his face, and exclaimed in wonder, "Oh my, this cloud is so soft and fluffy. How on earth does one consume it?" Suddenly, several dark lines appeared on Wu Tian's forehead. The turtle hermit approached and explained, "Hee, this nimbus cloud is not intended for consumption. Rather, it is a mode of transportation. When you sit upon the nimbus cloud and take control, you can soar through the skies to any destination you desire." Upon hearing that the turtle hermit spoke of flying, Little Wukong's eyes gleamed with excitement, for he had long wished to soar freely through the air like his brother in the heavens. So, if I use this, I can fly up in the sky? He inquired. Indeed, however, this nimbus cloud is not for everyone. Only those with pure and kind hearts can master it at will. Upon hearing this, Wu Tian's mind whirled, and he addressed Master Rashi. Well, Master Rashi, why don't you demonstrate first? You seem like such a pure and kind-hearted individual. Master Rashi, flattered by the remark, replied, Very well then, I shall give it a try. Alas, it has been quite some time since I last engaged in any activity. With that, Master Rashi stretched his limbs. Then with a nimble push from his toes, he leapt into the air. However, he swiftly pierced through the clouds, and with a resounding thud, fell to the ground. Sprawled out with his body flat against the earth, his glasses askew beside him, and his left foot humorously caught on the nimbus cloud. The sight was undeniably comical. Ha! As Wu Tian approached with a chuckle, he gazed at the flying nimbus and remarked, It seems that this nimbus is indeed sensitive to weight. If one is too heavy, one might tumble from its surface. Wouldn't you agree, Master Rashi? Upon hearing this, Master Rashi regarded Wu Tian with newfound respect, sensing that the young lad possessed remarkable potential. Rising to his feet, he stroked his beard and replied with utmost seriousness, Indeed. I had forgotten to mention that. Young man, I am pleasantly surprised by your keen insight. Might you be interested in training in martial arts with me? One cannot help but wonder what expression Master Rashi would wear if he were to learn the weight of little Wukong's diminutive frame. Wu Tian was taken aback by Master Rashi's reaction. The old hermit certainly was quite the eccentric. He quickly responded, I appreciate your offer. But I must confess that martial arts do not particularly pique my interest. My practice is solely for the purpose of enhancing my physical well-being. It seems that your training here requires arduous seclusion, and I am not one to endure hardship, so I shall not trouble you any further. Upon hearing Wu Tian's refusal, Master Rashi lamented the waste of such a remarkable talent. Oh, why won't this flying nimbus take off? As Wu Tian turned around, he beheld little Wukong perched atop the nimbus cloud. It seemed that while Wu Tian was engaged in mutual flattery with Master Rashi, little Wukong had already leaped onto the cloud. However, he had remained seated for quite some time without any sign of movement from the nimbus. Master Rashi, astonished to see little Wukong truly sitting upon it, remarked, You merely need to control the nimbus with your thoughts. Wherever you wish to go, it shall take you. Little Wukong scratched the back of his head and inquired, What do you mean by thoughts? Master Rashi explained, It means that if you envision your desired direction, the nimbus will follow your intentions. Before Master Rashi could finish his sentence, little Wukong had already taken flight on the nimbus, soaring far into the distance, clearly showcasing his cleverness. Master Rashi, watching the little figure vanish into the horizon, stood with his mouth agape at a loss for words. He turned to Wu Tian and the others and said, Very well. This nimbus shall be a gift for that young lad. I must take my leave now. As Master Rashi made his way towards the sea, Wu Tian hurriedly called out, Wait. Master Rashi, you cannot do this. While it is true that little Wukong is the primary benefactor of the sea turtle, we also played a part in bringing him here. Don't you think we deserve some recognition too? Perhaps you could bestow upon us a token of gratitude? Master Rashi stroked his beard, pondering for a moment, and conceded, You make a valid point, but alas, I possess nothing to offer you. Wukong chuckled lightly and said, Well, actually, we do not seek any gifts. It simply occurred to us that since we share a bond, it would be nice to leave behind something as a memento, wouldn't you agree? The turtle sage, upon hearing this, nodded in understanding. Wukong continued, I believe, for instance, your spectacles would make a splendid keepsake, as well as your cane. Oh, perhaps it's best to reconsider. Without your cane, your mobility would be compromised, and without your glasses, you might find yourself squinting against the sun's glare, which would weigh heavily on my conscience. So, what might be a fitting token? The turtle sage replied. Wu Tian feigned contemplation as he scrutinized the old turtle sage, pointing at the pendant adorning the sage's neck. Behold, this exquisite orb is splendid. It shall do. After all, it is quite unbecoming for an elderly gentleman such as yourself to wear such a jewel. Should those women catch sight of it, they would undoubtedly question your character. What say you, dear turtle sage? The turtle sage, caressing the jewel, replied to Wu Tian, Might it truly convey an unfavorable impression? Indeed. Have you ever witnessed anyone donning such a large orb around their neck? The turtle sage, still tenderly touching the jewel, lamented, Very well, then. Yet, before he could finish his thought, a shadow darted before him, and he beheld the jewel, which had been resting on his neck, now firmly grasped in Wu Tian's hand. Wu Tian tugged at the string of the Dragon Ball, revealing a 3-star ball. Turning to Bulma behind him, he exclaimed, "Bulma." Just then, Bulma noticed Wu Tian tossing something her way and hurriedly caught it. Upon discerning the object, she gasped with delight. "Wow, it's a Dragon Ball. It's the 3-star ball." Witnessing Bulma's exuberance, Master Roshi could not help but feel a pang of regret, pondering the immense value of this orb. At that moment, little Goku returned. Riding on the Nimbus, Wu Tian, intrigued by the Nimbus, lightly pressed his foot down and gracefully leapt onto it. To his astonishment, he stood firmly atop the Nimbus, leaving Master Roshi utterly astonished. Wukong gazed at Master Roshi with a grin and expressed his heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you ever so much, Master Roshi. Your gift is truly appreciated. We are utterly delighted." He continued, "By the way, this flying Nimbus must have been bestowed upon you by Master Kali, correct?" Master Roshi, taken aback, looked at Wukong and replied, "Young man, how did you come to know this?" "Indeed, it is a gift I received from Master Kali." Wukong replied, "I have heard tales of the immortal on the Kairita who can ride the Nimbus cloud." The turtle hermit nodded thoughtfully. "Indeed, it is so. Well then, I have bestowed my gift upon you. It is time for me to take my leave. Farewell. Goodbye, Master Turtle Hermit," they echoed in unison. After the turtle hermit departed, Wukong leapt down from the Nimbus cloud. In truth, as he had jumped onto the cloud, he began to sink. Swiftly, he harnessed his inner energy to stabilize himself atop the cloud, thus avoiding a fall. Little Wukong scampered over and laughed heartily. "Brother Tian can also ride, huh?" Wu Tian chuckled lightly, gazing at little Wukong. "Little Wukong, this Nimbus cloud shall henceforth be your chariot. You shall soar through the skies." Observing the two brothers ascend, Bulma approached with eagerness, exclaiming, "I wish to take a ride as well." Without hesitation, she leaped onto the Nimbus, only to tumble down, landing squarely on her back with a thud. The brothers erupted in laughter. Wu Tian remarked with a grin, "Bulma, it appears your intentions are not entirely pure." Infuriated, Bulma kicked at the Nimbus, retorting, "What a ridiculous contraption. Even a kind-hearted and adorable girl like me is denied a ride. Truly absurd. Well, we must be off," Wu Tian declared, striding towards the motorcycle. Bulma hurriedly followed. Wu Tian turned back to little Wukong and said, "Little Wukong, you may ride upon your Nimbus and accompany us." "All right." Little Wukong responded enthusiastically. Throughout the journey, he incessantly murmured about Wu Tian and the others' leisurely pace, occasionally darting ahead, only to rapidly accelerate out of sight, before promptly returning once more. Wu Tian was overwhelmed by an impulse to seize little Wukong and give him a thorough beating, increasing the speed to its maximum, much to the distress of Bulma in the back seat. It was peculiar that this village, in broad daylight, appeared devoid of even a single soul. After walking for another 10 minutes, the trio began to hear intermittent sounds ahead. Wu Tian focused intently, straining his ears to listen carefully. Suddenly, it felt as though he were present at the scene, hearing everything with remarkable clarity. It seemed that something was amiss, as he could hear the sound of someone weeping. Upon hearing Wu Tian's words, the others quickened their pace. Moments later, they beheld a towering red figure amidst the crowd, where shouts and cries echoed. "Lord Wulong, you are so grand and formidable. How could our child ever be worthy of you? Please, release our daughter, we implore you." Upon hearing this, Wu Tian smirked. "An ogre? Ah, it must be that little pigsy." As he approached, he beheld the giant, whose visage resembled that of a pig, with a crimson complexion and fearsome tusks that were quite intimidating. Wu Tian turned to the nearby little Wukong and said, "Little Wukong, observe that creature. It is currently engaged in malevolent acts. Go forth and vanquish it." Little Wukong, who had been watching the commotion with innocent curiosity, replied with a newfound understanding, "Ah, so that is a villain. Very well, watch as I subdue this monster." Wukong brandished his Rui Bang and charged forward. Little Wukong leaped with great effort. Soaring above the crowd and emulating Wu Tian, he executed a deft landing directly before the Yulong, boldly proclaiming, "You vile creature, dare to commit misdeeds? Witness as I subdue you." Upon hearing the voice, the Yulong was taken aback, momentarily believing it had encountered a formidable opponent. However, upon turning to discover it was merely a small child, it burst into laughter, clutching its belly. "You little imp, daring to threaten me. How absurd. I could crush you with a mere finger. Run along home and suckle." "Ha." With a scoff, it added, "You seem hardly intimidating. Watch as I bring you down." With that, it launched a kick towards the Yulong. Just as the oolong was about to retort, it felt itself rising swiftly, a searing pain radiating from its abdomen. As it soared into the air, its form suddenly shifted, and it plummeted to the ground. A gasp echoed among the onlookers as they witnessed the colossal oolong being sent flying by the child. As the crowd gathered around the fallen figure, they murmured in disbelief. Is this truly the great oolong? Has it met its end? Little Wukong scratched the back of his head in confusion, exclaiming, "Why has this monster shrunk so? It seems so feeble. I barely exerted any effort." The oolong, now returned to its original form, struggled to rise, clutching its belly and wailing in despair. Upon seeing little Wukong, it recoiled in terror, yearning to flee. However, upon realizing it was encircled by onlookers, it quickly knelt before little Wukong, pleading for mercy. "Hero, spare me. I vow never to transgress again." Bulma approached, scrutinizing the oolong. "What? So this creature was you in disguise? You lecherous little fiend. Little Wukong, deal with him." Upon hearing this, the oolong trembled involuntarily, still reeling from the pain of the earlier blow, and was gripped by fear. Shouting for mercy, it scanned its surroundings in desperation. Suddenly, with a flash, the oolong transformed into a bat, and, before anyone could react, it took flight. "Ah, the oolong is escaping. Little Wukong, pursue it." Bulma was the first to react, urging little Wukong to give chase. Upon witnessing this, Wukong was filled with indignation, for he had not anticipated that the wily creature would be so cunning. Summoning his Nimbus cloud, he gave chase. As Goten observed the fleeing Goku, he turned to Bulma and said, "Bulma, you stay here to search for the Dragon Balls. I will follow him." Without waiting for Bulma's response, Goten propelled himself in the direction where Oolong had escaped. Bulma, witnessing Goten's departure, reluctantly stamped her feet in frustration. She was terrified of losing Goten, even for a fleeting moment, fearing that once he left, he might never return. It was only after Goten's figure had completely vanished from her sight that she turned away with great reluctance, retrieving her dragon radar to continue her quest for the Dragon Balls. Wu Tian's agility, after all, cannot be compared to the Nimbus cloud of little Wukong. By the time he laid eyes on little Wukong, the latter had already captured the oolong. Wu Tian approached and observed the creature known as oolong, which resembled a diminutive anthropomorphic pig. Upon catching sight of Wu Tian, Oolong involuntarily shuddered, sensing that the figure before him exuded a more formidable aura than that of the young Wukong. Instinctively, Oolong inched closer to Wukong, seeking refuge from the terrifying presence of Wu Tian. "Ah, you rascal, are you attempting to flee once more? If you dare run again, I shall not hold back," Wukong warned, tightening his grip, causing Oolong to yelp in pain. Wu Tian gazed at the oolong being held aloft by the little Wukong, contemplating. This little Beiji's transformation technique is quite extraordinary. I wonder if I could possibly master it. Ah, it hurts so much. I shall not flee again. Please, release your grip, you brutish one. Wu Tian gently patted the head of the foolish creature and remarked, "You little lecher, you deserve this fate. Since you've chosen to deceive, prepare yourself to face the wrath of the villagers." Upon hearing this, the fool trembled uncontrollably, fully aware that he was doomed, having wronged another by taking their daughter. He feared for his very life. He had bullied the entire village, and now, as he faced the consequences, he remained oblivious to what awaited him. The pressing concern at that moment was how to extricate himself from this perilous situation. Esteemed heroes," he stammered, "please spare me. I can offer you a great deal of money. I beg you, let me go." Upon witnessing the shrewd demeanor of Oolong, Wu Tian chuckled and remarked, "I see those beady eyes of yours darting about. Are you contemplating an escape? Do not harbor such illusions. There is no fleeing from us. Even if you were to traverse to the farthest corners of the earth, I would still unearth you. Ha ha." At the sound of Wu Tian's words, Oolong was instantly disheartened, his schemes thoroughly exposed. Unable to prevail against Wu Tian, and now ensnared, he resigned himself to his fate. Little Wukong, cast him to the ground. I have inquiries to make. Upon hearing the words of Wu Tian, the young Wukong naturally complied without hesitation, discarding the oolong onto the ground, much to its dismay. Oolong cried out in distress, "You barbaric creatures, you are all savages. Oh, this is excruciating." Wu Tian seated himself beside Oolong, gently patting the creature and saying, "Oh, cease your lamenting." Little Wukong hardly exerted any effort. Moreover, with your thick pigskin, you wouldn't feel a thing from the fall. Upon hearing this, Oolong felt quite displeased with Wu Tian's remarks. With a huff, he sat up, turned his pig head aside, and chose to ignore Wu Tian thereafter. Wu Tian picked up a stone from the ground and held it in his hand, Addressing Wulong, I shall pose a few questions to you, and should you answer them satisfactorily, I may just consider granting you your freedom. Upon hearing this, Wulong's heart leapt with joy, exclaiming, "Is that truly the case?" Wu Qian continued, "Then tell me, from whence did you acquire this transformation technique?" Wulong, taken aback by the inquiry, paused for a moment before responding, This ability has been mine since the moment of my birth. I am the sole practitioner of it in this world." Upon hearing this, Wu Tian naturally discerned that the pig was lying. "Humph, it seems you are courting death. Very well, I shall deliver you to the villagers. They will feast on roasted pork tonight." Wulong was taken aback, pleading, Wait. What do you intend to do? I assure you, I speak nothing but the truth." Wu Tian chuckled mischievously, "You fool, do you think I am unaware of your deceit? I have encountered others capable of transformation, much like yourself. It would be prudent for you to confess honestly. Otherwise, you might wish to ponder the consequences. One might wonder whether your resolve is stronger than this stone." Upon witnessing Wu Tian crush the stone in his hand as if it were mere dough, Wulong was taken aback, retreating several steps, only to be nudged back by the young Wukong behind him. The antics of these two brothers bore a striking resemblance to a scene where thugs intimidate innocent citizens. All right, I shall speak the truth. I learned this transformation technique in kindergarten." Wu Tian nodded thoughtfully and inquired, "Do you happen to know the location of this transformation kindergarten? Furthermore, is this transformation technique accessible to everyone?" Wulong shook his head and replied, "I am unaware. I was expelled from the academy and have no knowledge of its whereabouts. It is, in any case, quite elusive." Upon hearing this, Wu Tian furrowed his brow, pondering to himself, "This fool must be deceiving me again. How could he not know the whereabouts of his own academy? No, please don't think that way. I truly am not lying. I was expelled by my teacher. So I genuinely have no knowledge of the academy's location." Wulong, noticing Wu Tian crushing the stone in his hand, assumed it was due to disbelief and anxiously elaborated once more. "Then, besides transformation skills, what else have you learned at the academy?" Wu Tian inquired, shifting the topic, as he sensed that Wulong was not being dishonest. "Nothing else. I told you it was a kindergarten for transformations, so of course, that's all we could learn. How foolish." Wulong exclaimed, but as soon as he finished speaking, Wu Tian delivered a slap, causing him to grunt and protest. "You foolish creature, do you wish to endanger your life? Have you no awareness of the situation? With your intellect, do you even have the right to call others foolish? Since you are oblivious to the academy's address and possess no remarkable skills, it seems you hold no value for utility. Perhaps I should hand you over to the villagers. Please, don't do that. Give me some time, and I will surely remember. TCH, by the time you remember, it will be too late. I know someone who must be aware of it, so your presence is unnecessary." Wu Tian, unwilling to further engage with Wulong, commanded little Wukong to escort Wulong back to the village. Upon returning to the village, the villagers were skeptical, struggling to believe that this little piglet was indeed the fearsome Wulong they had just encountered. However, when someone suggested burning Wulong, Wu Tian managed to persuade them against such action, which left Wulong immensely grateful. Meanwhile, Bulma produced a Dragon Ball, joyfully exclaiming to Wu Tian, "Look, Tian Gu, I found a Dragon Ball. It's the 6-star ball." Upon gazing, Wu Tian confirmed it was indeed the 6-star Dragon Ball, and he lavished praise upon Bulma. Bulma counted the Dragon Balls in her satchel and remarked, "We now possess 5 Dragon Balls. We only need to locate the remaining 2 to complete our quest. I never anticipated we would collect 5 so swiftly. By the way, Wulong," Wu Tian teased, "I must inquire, how is it that you, with such audacity, remain unafraid of being captured and perhaps roasted one day?" Wulong, infuriated, retorted loudly, "I am called Oolong, not Beiji. How many times must I remind you? Do you not realize that altering someone's name so casually is exceedingly impolite?" Wu Tian, with a dismissive attitude, remarked, "Humph, with your lecherous demeanor, what face do you have left? All names are alike anyway. I find Beiji quite melodious. Don't you agree, little Wukong?" Little Wukong, pondering while rubbing the back of his head, replied, "Well, Oolong is rather unappealing, but Beiji is indeed peculiar." Bulma chimed in, "Exactly, Oolong sounds too harsh. Beiji is definitely more pleasant." Meanwhile, Oolong was driven to the brink of madness. His life was now at the mercy of others. Unable to retaliate or escape, he resigned himself to silence. Pouting with his piggish lips, Wu Tian, observing Wulong's antics, found it particularly amusing and turned to Xiao Wukong, saying, "Xiao Wukong, could you fetch a wild boar for us? It has been quite some time since we last savored pork, and I find myself quite craving it." Upon hearing the mention of food, Xiao Yukong's eyes sparkled with delight. Absolutely, I too yearn for pork, he exclaimed, playfully patting Wulong on the shoulder and bursting into laughter. Wulong, unable to contain his frustration, exclaimed, Can you not consider my feelings? Your actions are quite hurtful and insensitive, you brutes. Wu Tian disdainfully struck the head of the Yulong, exclaiming, What right do you have to speak? You are a captive, do you understand? Furthermore, who here is as barbaric and lecherous as you? Indeed. Yulong felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He gazed at Wu Tian and said, Then why not release me? After all, having me around is merely a burden to you. It would be better to set me free. Wu Tian glanced at him and said, You wish to attain beauty. Yet you would release yourself to bring misfortune upon others, particularly the young ladies. I won't do such a thing again, I assure you, Wulong hastily responded. Expressing his contrition, Wukong gazed at Oolong with an expression of disbelief, then turned to inquire of both little Wukong and Bulma. Do you believe him, little Wukong? Bulma, do you? The two of them shook their heads in unison. No, I do not believe him. Did you hear that? I genuinely wish to trust you. But the minority must yield to the majority. You shall follow our lead. Rest assured, we won't roast you. However, the condition is that you must obey. Oolong, even as he uttered those words, found it difficult to convince himself, and thus he sat in the vehicle, lamenting once more. Where exactly are you taking me? Oolong's voice had diminished considerably, hinting at a resignation to fate. Upon hearing this, Goten expressed his curiosity and asked Bulma, Bulma, where is our next destination? As Bulma maneuvered the vehicle, she replied, Our next stop is near Frying Pan Mountain, where the dragon radar indicates a Dragon Ball is located. What? You intend to venture to Frying Pan Mountain? Are you out of your minds? Do you not realize that it is a place where no one dares to tread? Upon hearing the mention of Frying Pan Mountain, Oolong became exceedingly agitated. Little Goku, perplexed, inquired, Why is that? Oolong, seemingly gripped by terror at the thought of Frying Pan Mountain, composed himself and explained, There resides a demon. Anyone who has set foot in Frying Pan Mountain has met their demise, with none ever returning alive. This individual is frightfully formidable, known as the Demon King. Little Goku, however, remained unconvinced and pressed further. Is he truly that powerful? Indeed, no one has ever managed to escape from his grasp. All have perished at his hands. He is, without a doubt, an exceedingly terrifying figure. Oolong trembled as he attempted to dissuade them. Upon hearing of such a formidable opponent, little Goku's excitement surged. Then I am even more eager to confront him. I shall defeat him. Bulma paid no heed to Oolong's warnings, as in her eyes. Goten was the mightiest individual in existence. Oolong, distressed, exclaimed, You madman. The Ox King is beyond your imagination. If you seek death, do not involve me. Little Goku's anticipation of facing the Ox King only grew, for the concept of fear was utterly foreign to him. 2 days later, they entered the arid expanse of the desert. At this moment, Goten was soundly asleep in the back seat, cradling Bulma, while little Goku dozed off in the front, drooling profusely. The character Oolong had undergone a transformation, evolving from a mere captive to a captive driver, steering the car towards the direction of Frying Pan Mountain. Oolong felt deeply aggrieved, having cursed them 1,000 times in his mind. Had Goten not poked him twice at the waist, he would have likely transformed and fled by now. His limbs were the only parts of his body that he could move. His waist had succumbed to numbness, compelling him to obediently drive, resigned to this arduous task. He had been driving for over 8 continuous hours, unable to call out for help. Goten had also poked him at the nape of his neck, rendering him voiceless. And he dared not stop. The desert, unpredictable as it was, could engulf them in a sandstorm at any moment. Among the group, he possessed the most knowledge of such survival facts. Thus, he continued to drive, initially hoping to halt at an oasis, yet misfortune plagued him as dusk approached. The oasis remained elusive. Bang! Ah! Ouch! How on earth are you driving along? Oh, my back! Bulma lamented, pressing her waist, while Goten remained unperturbed, fortuitously situated atop Bulma. The most unfortunate was little Goku, who had been thrown from his seat, crashing against the windshield. Meanwhile, Oolong, with blood trickling from his forehead, flailed his arms, making muffled sounds of distress. Seeing Wu Yin's pitiful appearance, the others decided to release the pressure points on his body. As soon as the pressure points were freed, the black dragon slumped in the carriage, weakly exclaiming, I am utterly exhausted. You rascals are torturing me while you sleep soundly. I am on the verge of collapse. If I were not incapacitated, I would never find myself in such a state. Upon hearing Oolong's complaints, Wu Tian felt a tinge of embarrassment and replied, "All right. It's merely a matter of driving. You shall reap the benefits in due time." Swayed by the promise of advantages, Oolong ceased his protests and turned to Wu Tian, saying, "You must keep your word." "Oh, it hurts so much." Little Wukong leaped down from the vehicle, clutching his head and lamenting, "Ouch, that truly hurts. My flying Nimbus is certainly a safer option." Wukong glanced at the front of the vehicle, noticing merely a stone lodge within. He deftly nudged the car aside with his foot and instructed Oolong to start the engine, which, to his relief, functioned without issue. Bulma surveyed their surroundings and remarked, "We have indeed exited the desert. Ahead lies a terrain strewn with stones. Perhaps it would be prudent to rest here for the night." As Wu Tian raised his gaze, he noticed the sky had turned dim, and his stomach began to grumble, prompting him to say, "Very well, please put away the vehicle." Bulma produced a multifunctional capsule and tossed it to the ground, whereupon a resplendent little house materialized with a resounding thud. One by one, everyone entered. But little Goku remained outside, frolicking energetically, having just awakened and brimming with vitality, as if invigorated by some mystical elixir. At that moment, the sound of a motorcycle approached. Little Goku turned his attention to the noise and beheld a desert hovercraft speeding toward him. Before long, the vehicle came to a halt right before him. A figure with long hair, a sword at their waist, and a small creature resembling a squirrel perched on their shoulder emerged from the craft, waving at little Goku. Curiously, little Goku inquired, "Who are you?" The stranger did not respond directly, but instead said, "Hey kid, summon your master." "Do you know my brother Tian?" Little Goku asked the stranger, "Do you know my brother Tian?" The figure looked at him and chuckled, "We shall become acquainted soon enough." Little Goku scratched his head and remarked, "Your speech is quite peculiar." At that moment, Wu Tian and Oolong, having heard the commotion outside, stepped out of the house. The stranger, observing their presence, declared, "All right, it seems you are all here. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yamcha, the ruler of this desert and a hunter within its bounds. Now, hand over all your money and multifunctional capsules." Upon hearing this, Oolong vanished from sight, retreating into the house. Little Goku asked, "What is a hunter? Can one eat it?" From behind the door, Oolong shouted, "You fool! A hunter is akin to a bandit. Hurry inside, or he may very well harm you." "What is a bandit?" Little Goku inquired. Wu Tian could no longer endure the incessant chatter and addressed little Wukong. "Enough of your prattling, little Wukong. A bandit is synonymous with villainy. He is indeed a scoundrel. Quickly, deal with him." "Oh, so you are the rogue intent on seizing our possessions," little Wukong retorted, brandishing his Rui stick towards Yamcha. Upon noticing the small creature perched on Yamcha's shoulder, Oolong expressed his astonishment, exclaiming, "Aren't you that weepy one, Apulu?" In response, Apula made a face at Oolong and quipped, "You foul specter, Oolong." Yamcha, observing little Wukong's readiness to engage, chuckled heartily. "Do you truly wish to fight me, little imp? Do not presume that your youth will spare you my wrath. Hand over all your valuables to avoid a painful reckoning." Ignoring Yamcha's bluster, little Wukong swung his Rui stick at him, but Yamcha deftly evaded the blow. "It seems you are undeterred. Allow me, the Desert King, to demonstrate what true strength entails." As Yamcha continued his tirade, little Wukong launched a kick that sent Yamcha flying, embodying the martial philosophy that Wu Tian had imparted to him, striking when the opponent is unprepared. Clutching his abdomen, Yamcha shouted, "How despicable! You little rascal have ambushed me. Now face the wrath of the Desert King." In a flurry, he charged at little Wukong, unleashing a barrage of over 20 punches within mere moments, all of which little Wukong effortlessly dodged. Frustrated, Yamcha retreated, regarding little Wukong with newfound respect. "Humph. I see you possess some skill, little boy. Behold my ultimate technique." Drawing the long blade from his waist, Yamcha launched a flurry of slashes at little Wukong. The sudden assault forced little Wukong back several paces, but soon he regained his composure and countered with his Rui stick, shattering the long blade with a resounding clash. With a swift turn, he directed his Rui stick towards Yamcha and proclaimed, "Rui stick, extend." Instantly, the stick elongated, thrusting directly into Yamcha's abdomen, propelling him backward for several meters before little Wukong finally withdrew it. "Yamcha, are you all right?" Apulu rushed to Yamcha's side upon witnessing his fall. Little Wukong, believing Yamcha vanquished, retracted his Rui stick, only to be surprised as Yamcha quickly rose to his feet. Wiping the dirt from the corner of his mouth, Yamcha declared, "You little rascal. I did not foresee your prowess. Now, prepare to witness my ultimate move." Yamcha advanced with swift strides, his hands raised, embodying the ferocity of a wolf, sharp as fangs, propelled by the winds of his own might. His speed had escalated exponentially compared to before, just as his fist was about to connect with Goku. The latter retaliated with remarkable swiftness. The velocity of their movements was astounding. Although Yamcha's speed had indeed intensified, Goku effortlessly evaded every strike, leaving Yamcha unable to land a single blow. Instead, Goku's fists found their mark with precision, culminating in a decisive kick to Yamcha's abdomen, sending him soaring through the air towards Goten. Goku, be mindful. Don't damage the flowers and plants. As Wu Tian finished speaking, he observed the approaching Yamcha, swiftly extending his leg to deliver a kick to Yamcha's rear. The latter was sent soaring once more, retreating in the direction from whence he came, only to plummet to the ground after flying over 100 meters. Yamcha, dear Yamcha, are you all right? Oolong exclaimed, witnessing the ease with which the young Wukong had dispatched Yamcha, and he rushed to praise Wukong exuberantly. At that moment, Bulma emerged from her bath, clad in a robe. Wu Tian, captivated, gazed intently at Bulma, truly a vision of unparalleled beauty. Oolong, witnessing this, was utterly entranced, his eyes sparkling with admiration and drool escaping his lips. Bulma, noticing Wu Tian's lingering gaze, felt a wave of shyness wash over her. Her cheeks, already tinted with a hint of crimson, flamed a deeper shade of red. Wu Tian gazed with an itch in his heart, torn between desire and restraint. He recalled the words of his grandfather from a previous life, who advised him that it was best not to indulge before achieving a modest mastery of the Nine Suns technique, as it would greatly benefit his cultivation. Before him, the drooling dragon was making a rhythmic sound, and little Wukong, puzzled by the sight, looked at the dragon and inquired, Beiji, why are you drooling? After listening to Wu Tian, he turned to Oolong, who truly resembled a foolish pig. With a resounding clap on Oolong's head, he exclaimed, Beiji, what are you staring at? Are you throwing away the pig? Ouch! Oolong lamented, rubbing the back of his head where Wu Tian had struck him. Enraged, he retorted, you brute. Why do you keep hitting me? Can't you be a bit more refined? Wu Tian rolled his eyes in exasperation. Elegant? You call that elegance? Have you taken a moment to observe your own piggish demeanor? With such conduct, how could you possibly be considered refined? Oolong reached out, only to discover that his mouth was drenched, a wave of embarrassment washing over him, eliciting an uncontrollable chuckle. Little Wukong tugged at Oolong's garment and remarked, look, there's a mess on the ground. Are you hungry too? Bulma, witnessing this, was thoroughly disgusted and shouted at Oolong, you wretched creature, clean up that mess immediately, or you shall find yourself sleeping outside tonight. Oolong, filled with regret, called out to little Wukong, Wukong, you truly are a loquacious little rascal, how bothersome. Little Wukong, perplexed, scratched the back of his head and gazed at Oolong. Upon observing the comical demeanor of Oolong, Wu Tian couldn't help but chuckle. He tugged at the pig's ear and remarked, Beiji, it's amusing that you harbor such desires yourself, yet still scold others. Truly, you astonish me. Do tidy up quickly, otherwise, I might just sever your pig's ear to enhance tonight's feast. Oolong hastily covered both ears, emitting a few hums in response, choosing not to utter a word. He was well aware of Wu Tian's formidable skills, which surpassed even those of the young Wukong. His greatest fear was that Wu Tian, in a fit of displeasure, might bestow upon him a few strikes, which would indeed spell disaster. Very well, little Wukong, do call for me when it's time for dinner. I shall step out to practice my techniques. Wu Tian stepped out of the door, gazing at the sun, which had already begun its descent towards the horizon. Although the sun was setting, the temperature of the desert remained exceedingly high. Wu Tian hurriedly made his way to the tallest sand dune, and as soon as he settled down, he felt the scorching heat of the sand beneath him. Channeling his inner energy through the Jiuyang technique, he commenced his training for the day. After more than an hour, Wu Tian concluded his practice, distinctly sensing a significant increase in the flow and velocity of his vital energy compared to usual. Even the slightest enhancement in his meridians was palpably evident. The sky had now turned pitch black, yet for Wu Tian, everything was vividly clear. With a powerful push of his feet, he soared towards the dwelling, his lightness of movement becoming increasingly proficient. At this rate, traversing several miles in midair seemed entirely feasible, albeit still slower than running on the ground. At that moment, he heard the voice of little Wukong calling for him. In a swift motion, Wu Tian appeared gracefully before the young monkey. Upon seeing Wu Tian's sudden arrival, little Wukong looked at him and said, Brother Tian, it's time to eat. Wu Tian nodded and followed the young Wukong into the house. The enticing aroma of meat wafted from the kitchen, indicating that Bulma was preparing dinner. Observing Bulma in her apron as she brought out dishes, Wu Tian mused to himself. Truly, she embodies the perfect blend of grace and domesticity. An ideal choice for a devoted wife. Around 8 in the evening, they were gathered in the living room, engaged in light conversation while watching television. Yukong, what exactly are you planning to do at Frying Pan Mountain? We are in search of the Dragon Balls. Dragon Balls? What are those? Oolong inquired, perplexed. Young Wukong retrieved the 4-star ball from his pocket and presented it to Oolong, saying, "It is this." Oolong scrutinized the Dragon Ball with intrigue, finding it quite beautiful, yet puzzled as to its purpose. But what do you seek it for? Is it of great value? Young Wukong explained. Bulma said that if we collect all 7 of these Dragon Balls, we can summon the Eternal Dragon, who will grant any wish. Ah, is that so? However, I have little interest in such matters. My focus lies solely on girls, and I have no wishes to fulfill. Perhaps we should abandon this quest. Frying Pan Mountain is home to the formidable Ox King, and you may not be able to obtain the Dragon Balls. Oolong persisted in trying to dissuade young Wukong. Young Wukong, undeterred, declared, "I am not afraid. I will defeat him when the time comes." Oolong, feeling exasperated, resolved to find an opportunity to flee. For the Ox King posed a serious threat. Despite young Wukong and Wu Tian's impressive abilities, Oolong believed they would stand no chance against such a powerful adversary. If he did not escape, he would surely meet his demise. Meanwhile, Bulma sat beside Wu Tian, watching television. The programming in this world resembled that of the 21st century, making it rather dull. Just as she was about to rise, she noticed suspicious noises coming from outside. Lowering the volume, she listened intently. "Did you hear that, Por? They mentioned something about Dragon Balls that can summon the Eternal Dragon and grant any wish." Yamcha whispered from beneath the window, his demeanor furtive. Yes, indeed, Yamcha," Por replied. Yamcha continued in a hushed tone. "Then we must devise a plan to seize those Dragon Balls, but we must wait until they are asleep before we act. That little brat is quite formidable." "Humph, so it is you, Yamcha. That scoundrel intends to steal my Dragon Balls. Let us see if I don't deal with you first." As Wu Tian was about to venture out to tidy up the Yamate, he realized that it had already retreated. "What the?" As Wu Tian settled down, he soon heard 2 faint footsteps outside, which paused near the house. One voice urged, "Axiu, hurry up. It will be troublesome if we are discovered." A male voice replied, "Stop pushing me. I am adjusting the time." Wukong furrowed his brow, wondering if it was not Yamcha. Who, then, could it be? Did they also come to steal the Dragon Balls? It seems plausible, as he recalled that many individuals had been scheming over the Dragon Balls. Could it be the Red Ribbon Army? Wu Tian swiftly ascended to the 2nd floor. Leaping onto the rooftop, peering down, he observed a man and a woman, the former engrossed in manipulating a square object. From his vantage point, Wu Tian was unable to discern the precise nature of the object. With a gentle push from his toes, he floated down effortlessly, coming to a halt above the woman's head. To his astonishment, he realized that the man was in the process of assembling a bomb, an egregious act intended to annihilate them. Enraged by this revelation, Wu Tian resolved to instill fear in them. Wu Tian lowered his body slightly once more, halting just before making contact with the ground. Wu Tian gently exhaled a breath upon the woman's neck, then swiftly floated away. At that moment, the woman seemed to sense something, turning her neck slightly, believing it to be merely a passing breeze, and thus paid it no heed. As Wu Tian observed the individual's lack of reaction, he exhaled softly towards the woman. She involuntarily shivered and gradually turned her head to look behind her, at which point Wu Tian swiftly vanished from her sight. She merely perceived a fleeting shadow darting by, disappearing in an instant. She was about to scream, but fortunately covered her mouth just in time. She tapped to Xiao, who was engrossed in his work, her eyes scanning the surroundings, but found nothing amiss. "All right, don't move. It will be over soon," Xiao replied, still preoccupied with his tasks, displaying evident impatience towards her urgings. The woman carefully surveyed her surroundings for a moment, convinced that she had simply imagined it, and chose not to dwell on it further. Nevertheless, a lingering unease gripped her, and cold sweat broke out across her body. Just as she was about to turn back to Xiao, she felt a gust of wind brush past her, swiftly vanishing from sight. The woman was instantly terrified. Collapsing to the ground, relieved she had covered her mouth, yet her hand clung tightly to Xiao. Xiao, startled by her grasp, inadvertently transferred the bomb he was handling onto his own hand. This is it. I told you not to touch me, and now it's stuck to my hand. We're doomed," he exclaimed in panic. Then, quickly throw it away. We should leave. It feels as though there are ghosts here. The woman trembled as she spoke. No way. It's stuck too tightly now. Ah, there is only 1 minute left. Ashio cried out in despair. The woman realized. Indeed, that time had dwindled to under a minute. Glancing around in fear, she said, well, you take your time. I'm going back to the car. Just as she was about to leave, Wu Tian appeared like a specter, swirling before her once more. This time, she clearly saw a ghostly figure floating. Ghost. At that moment, Bulma, who was inside the house, heard the commotion and felt a pang of anxiety. What is that outside? Little Goku, go check it out. Upon hearing the call, Ashio was instantly paralyzed with fear and bolted, yelling back to the woman, Wu, run. They VE come out. After running for a while, he noticed that Wu was still sitting on the ground and hurriedly returned to drag her along in their escape. Upon witnessing their hasty retreat, Wu Tian pursued them once more, swaying before the figure of Ashu several times. Regrettably, Ashu appeared oblivious, perhaps due to his rapid flight, and failed to notice Wu Tian. This left Wu Tian somewhat disheartened, prompting him to unleash a surge of energy that sent Ashu sprawling to the ground, after which he swiftly retreated several meters. Oh my goodness! A ghost! Ashu cried out, spotting the shadow hovering in the air ahead. It was evident that Ashu exhibited far more courage than Ao. Though he was nearly paralyzed by fear, he still managed to support the increasingly disoriented Ao and veer off in another direction to escape. Wu Tian followed closely behind them, persistently trailing with sharp cries of alarm. A ghost! As Wu Tian turned around, he discovered that it was little Wukong who had caught up with him. Little Wukong inquired, Brother Tian, what brings you here? And who is that? They are merely 2 little rascals attempting to pilfer, Wu Tian replied. Let us depart. It's time to return. With that, he shouted into the sky, his voice resonating throughout the vast desert. The fleeing Ashu, upon hearing this, was so startled that he stumbled and fell to the ground. Wu Tian swiftly vanished into the night with a mere touch of his feet. Alas, it is so sweltering. How can it be this hot? Bulma lamented from within the vehicle. As Wu Tian gazed ahead, he noticed that the sky in the distance was already ablaze with crimson hues. Is it possible that we are nearing the Frying Pan Mountain? Upon hearing this, the driving along suddenly trembled, pondering aloud, could it truly be so? Are you certain we wish to proceed? There is a chance we may not return. Upon learning they were approaching, Bulma expressed her delight, exclaiming, wow, we're finally almost there. No wonder it's so sweltering here. Continue, Beiji. I assure you, you shall not perish. Wu Tian reassured Oolong. After hearing this, Oolong felt a wave of relief wash over him. Although he was uncertain of Wu Tian's prowess, he had gathered from Goku's words that Wu Tian surpassed him by a considerable margin, granting him a semblance of security. Yet, he hesitated. But that is the Bull Demon King. Are you sure you can defeat him? Speak no more nonsense, lest I direct my ire towards you. As they drew ever closer to Frying Pan Mountain, Wu Tian sensed an unusual agitation within his vital energy. What could this be? Such a sensation was entirely foreign to him. It felt as though his energy was beginning to flow autonomously. Wu Tian hastily calmed the turbulent energy within him, which seemed to be summoned by some unseen force. Restless and agitated, the vehicle gradually approached the fiery Pangua Mountain, and the surrounding air grew increasingly sweltering. Everyone was soaked to the skin. Yet Wu Tian remained seated with his eyes closed, exuding an air of remarkable calmness, devoid of any perspiration, which left his companions envious. In truth, it was Wu Tian who suffered the most. He could not comprehend why, but as they drew nearer to Pangua Mountain, the energy within him became ever more tumultuous. He was currently engaged in a strenuous battle against this internal unrest, fearing that a moment's lapse could result in the destruction of his meridians. When they finally halted, Wu Tian managed to temporarily quell the surging energy, pressing his fingers against several key acupoints to seal them. As they gazed at the mountain engulfed in flames, a wave of trepidation washed over them. Wu Tian felt the sealed acupoints within him threatening to burst open. So, this is Pangua Mountain? No wonder it is so sweltering. It resembles a mountain roasting on a furnace. How can we possibly enter? Bulma, upon witnessing the blazing inferno, felt a sense of despondence wash over her. Wukong observed for a moment and remarked, it seems that only the mountain has been set ablaze, while the castle within remains unscathed. If little Wukong were to ride the nimbus and descend from the sky, it might indeed be feasible. Upon hearing this, Bulma's eyes lit up with realization. Indeed. You are quite astute, Tian. Turning to little Wukong, she urged, Wukong, this time it is up to you. You must locate the Dragon Ball, according to the Dragon Radar. It should be positioned at the very heart of the castle. All right, no problem. I will certainly find the Dragon Ball, little Wukong assured her. Just as he was about to summon the Nimbus, a sudden rumble emanated from the ground, producing a series of loud thuds. The clumsy Oolong, ever the dramatic one, exclaimed, "It's over! It's over! The Bull Demon King must be approaching. You all should flee." With that, he dashed into the vehicle to hide. Indeed, before long, a giant figure appeared before them, furiously charging with a massive axe in hand. The Bull Demon King, though colossal in stature, moved with remarkable speed, swinging his axe down towards the group. Wu Tian swiftly embraced Bulma and vanished to the side, while the young Goku brandished the Rui Bang, charging towards the Bull Demon King. With fervor, he delivered a powerful kick to the Bull Demon King's chest. However, the formidable foe merely staggered back a few steps before regaining his balance. The Bull Demon King glared at them, seething with rage, and declared, "You wretched thieves, do you think you can steal my treasures so easily? I shall cleave you in two." Upon realizing he was facing the Bull Demon King, Goku inquired, "Are you truly the Bull Demon King? You don't seem very formidable." He continued, "We are not here to steal. We are merely searching for the Dragon Balls." This incited even greater fury in the Bull Demon King, who retorted, "You dare to quibble? Prepare to meet your doom." Without further ado, Goku evaded the colossal axe that swung towards him, swiftly maneuvering along the Bull Demon King's arm to deliver another kick to his head. Although Goku possessed great strength, it proved somewhat ineffectual against the Bull Demon King's innate power, particularly given his imposing physique and martial prowess. Goku executed a backflip and launched himself towards the Bull Demon King, unleashing a barrage of punches to the demon's abdomen, forcing him to retreat several steps. Had it not been for the protective armor adorning the Bull Demon King, that blow would have surely felled him. Noticing the lack of impact from his previous strikes, Goku leaped once more, extending his right foot and applying a modest amount of force to deliver a kick to the Bull Demon King's belly. Bang! The Bull Demon King could not withstand the force of Goku's kick, soaring into the air and landing several meters away, clutching his abdomen in agony. Bulma, witnessing Goku's triumph over the Bull Demon King, erupted in cheers, while the timid Oolong, amazed at the miraculous defeat of the Bull Demon King, leaped from the vehicle, staring in disbelief at Goku. After regaining his footing, the Bull Demon King shook his head and called out, "Little brat, is that a Nimbus cloud you're sitting on? Where did you acquire it?" Goku, rarely puzzled, replied, "Yes, this Nimbus cloud was gifted to me by Master Roshi." "How did you know?" The Bull Demon King, astonished, exclaimed, "What? Master Roshi gave it to you? Do you know where he is now?" "Master Roshi? Who is that?" Goku queried. The Bull Demon King hurriedly clarified, "Master Roshi is the Turtle Hermit. Do you know where he resides?" "Oh, that. I know. The old Turtle Hermit lives in the sea, among the turtles." Bulma, overhearing, smacked Goku on the back of the head, exclaiming, "You fool! How could he live in the sea? He must reside on a small island in the South Sea." The Bull Demon King, elated, laughed heartily. "Really? So that's how it is. That is wonderful. Ha ha. Child, may I ask you for a favor?" The Bull Demon King gazed at the young Monkey King with a hint of desperation. He implored, "It is said that the flames of the pan-frying mountain can only be extinguished with the banana leaf fan, which is in the possession of Master Roshi. Could you assist me in borrowing it to quench this fire? In return, I shall bestow upon you a plethora of treasures." To his surprise, the young Monkey King readily agreed, "Certainly. However, I seek not your treasures. I desire only the Dragon Balls." The Bull Demon King, taken aback by the Monkey King's swift acquiescence, chuckled heartily, "No problem. As long as you bring me the banana leaf fan, I shall grant you whatever you wish." "Very well, I shall seek this banana leaf fan," responded the Monkey King. Meanwhile, Goten could no longer contain his energy. It needed to be released. He turned to the young Monkey King and urged, "Hurry, find the banana leaf fan. I have matters to attend to in the city. Do not extinguish the fire until I return." With that, he released the seals on his energy points, propelled himself with a powerful push, and soared toward the castle. In a flash, he executed a swift maneuver, disappearing from sight. Bulma called out in alarm, Tian, where are you going? It's dangerous inside." Oolong shared her concern, pondering Goten's recklessness. Is he insane? Does he truly wish to enter that perilous place? Meanwhile, hidden behind a rock, Yumcha's jaw dropped in disbelief, wondering, that guy can fly. Is he even more formidable than the one called Wukong? Wu Tian now boldly ventured inside, driven solely by an instinctive judgment rooted in his physical being. He understood that it was only within this realm that he could address the turmoil of his internal energy. should he fail to resolve this? He could not fathom the consequences that might ensue. Wu Tian discovered the castle and swiftly ascended towards the pinnacle of the tower within. Wu Tian sat cross-legged at the summit, effortlessly allowing the turbulent energy to circulate without any deliberate effort to channel it. To prevent this energy from careening wildly through his meridians, he subtly guided its flow. As this energy autonomously moved, a sudden influx of fiery energy surged from the outside, enveloping Wu Tian's body in a cocoon of flames. He sensed the pace of his energy's operation accelerating, while the surrounding fiery energy intensified, causing the temperature to soar. Hastily, he suppressed the speed of his energy's circulation, halting its acceleration. Soon, Wu Tian realized that the newly entered fiery energy differed significantly from the flames he had previously absorbed. This energy was evidently far more volatile, leaving him perplexed. However, the immediate priority was to refine this inexplicable fiery energy. As Wu Tian was about to channel his energy once more, he discovered that the vital essence within him was entangled with a surge of fiery energy. He observed as these two forces swiftly whirled within his dantian. This time, Wu Tian was subjected to excruciating torment, the intense pain coursing through his meridians nearly causing him to faint. This experience was far more agonizing than when he initially practiced the first level of the Nine Yang technique, when he first drew the sun's energy into his body. Wu Tian was acutely aware that if he could not maintain his composure, he would indeed be consumed by the two conflicting energies. At present, the two forces were engaged in a desperate struggle, with his body's meridians and dantian serving as the battlefield. It would be most fortuitous if the Jiuyang true energy could devour that fiery energy. However, should the fiery energy manage to engulf the Jiuyang true energy, it would spell disaster, potentially resulting in his complete incineration. Of course, Wu Tian could also subdue it, but that would require considerable time to refine it. Now, he endeavored to forget the pain coursing through his meridians and gradually directed all of his Jiuyang true energy toward his dantian. Before long, a significant shift in the battle unfolded. Not long after, in the meridians that had been depleted of true energy, a peculiar fiery energy surged forth. Fortunately, without the dominance of the fire energy in the dantian, this was merely a more volatile form of energy. Wu Tian quickly dispatched several streams of Jiuyang true energy to confront the invading fiery force. Within Wu Tian's dantian, the Nine Yang true qi, bolstered by recent reinforcements, had decisively gained the upper hand, integrating the fiery energies coursing through his meridians in preparation for a comprehensive resolution. Soon, Wu Tian sensed a significant increase in the pressure exerted by the Nine Yang true qi. Nevertheless, it maintained its dominance. His sole task now was to safeguard the meridians. Provided that no unforeseen circumstances arose, Wu Tian could assist the Nine Yang true qi in gradually depleting the fiery energy within his dantian, ultimately leading to its absorption. As time flowed by second, Wu Tian devoted himself entirely to this contest against the fiery energies, rendering him oblivious to the world beyond. Wu Tian has been within the castle for a day and a night, leaving those waiting outside in a state of profound anxiety. Master Rashi and the others are convinced that Wu Tian cannot possibly survive in such high temperatures. However, little Goku resolutely refutes their concerns. He can sense that his brother is still inside, and he is aware that Wu Tian seems to possess an unusual resilience to fire. He understands that Wu Tian might be engaged in deep meditation, as he has previously witnessed his brother sitting in contemplation for an entire day. Initially, Bulma had urged little Goku to enter the castle, but as he soared into the air, he hesitated, realizing that the entire fortress was enveloped in a sphere of flames, rendering it utterly inaccessible. After Wu Tian absorbed the final trace of fiery energy from his dantian, he directed the fire energy within his meridians into the dantian as well. This fire energy was swiftly devoured, and he realized his success. The fire energy previously residing in the dantian had been akin to a leader of a group, and now that the leader had been subdued, the subordinate energies posed no challenge. At this moment, the Jiuyang true qi within him transformed from its previous pale yellow hue. Following the consumption of that formidable fire energy, it underwent a magnificent upgrade, evolving into a resplendent and dazzling golden yellow. The lethality of the true qi had evidently increased exponentially. After circulating the new Jiuyang true qi throughout his body for a complete cycle, Wu Tian slowed his pace, initially contemplating concluding his session. However, considering the abundance of fire energy surrounding him, he resolved to cultivate further in this place, hoping for unforeseen breakthroughs. Thus, after a day of relentless cultivation, Wu Tian successfully refined all the meridians in his body with the new Jiuyang True Qi. He had now reached the perfected state of the 4th level of Jiuyang cultivation, and once the opportunity presented itself, he would swiftly advance to the 5th level. After Wu Tian concluded his training, he exhaled a few breaths of stale air, and a growl of hunger emanated from his abdomen. As he touched his belly, he felt a wave of warmth. Despite his intense hunger, a profound sense of comfort enveloped his entire being. Oh dear, where are my clothes? Wu Tian covered himself and glanced around. All he could see were flames, an endless expanse of fire. Soon, he noticed the remnants of what appeared to be his clothing, reduced to ashes at the very spot where he had just been seated. Wu Tian was rendered speechless as he gazed upon his own body, which was flushed a vibrant red, reminiscent of having just emerged from a scalding bath. It was likely a result of being scorched by flames. However, he felt not an iota of pain. Although his garments were singed, his body remained unscathed. He chuckled, marveling at the unexpected bountiful harvest from this encounter. Wu Tian summoned all his energy, and soon, his body was enveloped in a radiant golden aura. The surrounding flames swiftly surged towards him, and as he extended his hand towards the fiery blaze, the flames danced in accordance with the movements of his hand. Wu Tian was astonished and, after a moment of contemplation, channeled his vital energy into his hands. With a forceful inhalation, he drew the flames into his palm. Staring at the fire dancing upon his hand, he could hardly believe his own eyes. To his amazement, the flames were not at all scorching. Unexpectedly, absorbing that fiery energy had granted him such a remarkable ability. Ha ha ha, what a stroke of fortune. Wu Tian ventured once more towards the searing flames, only to perceive a gentle warmth, akin to indulging in a soothing hot bath. Ha ha, even his brother has transformed into a sorcerer. After playing for a while, Wu Tian felt his stomach grumbling once again. With a gentle push of his feet, he began to ascend slowly towards the outskirts of the city. Before long, he arrived at the city gate, only to discover that the sky had completely darkened. How perplexing it is that time flies so swiftly during cultivation. It has turned dark in the blink of an eye. How embarrassing it is to be out here in such a state. In a moment of distress, Wu Tian soared into the sky. Suddenly his eyes sparkled with realization. He directed his energy outward and called out, "Little Wukong, little Wukong, come quickly." At that instant, the individuals dining at the Bull Demon King's residence were startled by Wu Tian's voice echoing in their ears. However, upon surveying their surroundings, they found no trace of him, leading them to believe they were witnessing a ghost. Upon hearing his brother's call, little Wukong swiftly dashed out the door, summoned his nimbus cloud, and soared quickly towards the castle. Upon seeing the nimbus cloud, Wu Tian promptly called out, "Little Wukong, over here." When little Wukong beheld Wu Tian's rather peculiar appearance, he was taken aback and inquired, "Brother Tian, are you taking a bath? Enough with the nonsense. Quickly fetch me a set of clothes." "Oh, I'm on my way," little Wukong exclaimed as he soared away on the nimbus cloud in a flash. Upon returning, he approached the Bull Demon King and asked, "Uncle Bull Demon, could you lend me a set of clothes?" "Clothes? What do you need clothes for?" "It's for my brother Tian." Hearing that it was for brother Tian, Bulma cried out in excitement, "Is it really brother Tian? Where is he?" "Oh, he's at the city gate." "Really? Then I shall go fetch brother Tian's clothes. Will you accompany me?" she asked, eager to join him. "But you can't ride the nimbus cloud," little Wukong reminded her. "Isn't it simple for you to carry me?" Bulma replied dismissively, "Hurry up." After a moment's consideration, little Wukong acquiesced. "All right then. Brother Tian, I'm coming." Little Wukong shouted from a distance, "You're so slow. Hurry up and give me my clothes," Wu Tian urged. As little Wukong had Bulma on his back, he leaped directly in front of Wu Tian. The moment Bulma dismounted, she rushed into the arms of the person she had missed for 2 days. "Brother Tian, you finally emerged. I thought I would die from missing you." Wu Tian was instantly frozen in shock. He had never anticipated that it would be Bulma. As Bulma embraced him, little Wu Tian's reaction was overwhelmingly intense. He immediately pressed against Bulma, leaving Wu Tian utterly perplexed about how to respond. "Brother Tian, what on earth is happening?" Bulma, albeit a tad slow to react, hastily released Wu Tian, covering her eyes as she stepped aside. "Tian, brother, why are you not clothed? You nearly frightened me to death." Wu Tian felt quite embarrassed as he quickly donned his clothes and said, "Well, my garments have been burned. Who could have known it would be you?" Wu Tian found himself at a loss for words with the little Wukong, reproaching him. "Little Wukong, have you not noticed that he is unclothed? Why on earth did you bring Bulma along?" The young Wukong, perplexed, replied, "It was Bulma who insisted on accompanying me. I had no choice." With a sigh, Wu Tian expressed his exasperation. All right, I am truly at a loss for words with you. Let us return, Bulma. Upon their return to the dwelling of the Bull Demon King, they were greeted by a table laden with an array of delectable dishes. Wu Tian greeted everyone briefly before seizing the nearest piece of thigh meat and voraciously devouring it. Little Wukong continued to gnaw on the remnants of his earlier meal. After half an hour of indulgence, Wu Tian finally paused, patting his belly and letting out a contented belch, feeling somewhat embarrassed under the gaze of those around him. Ah, well, you see, I hadn't eaten all day, and my stomach was rather empty, he chuckled, glancing at the discarded bones in disbelief, astonished that he had consumed such a quantity, almost equivalent to what 20 people would eat. His appetite had certainly increased. Bulma, filled with curiosity, asked, Brother Tian, is there food available inside the castle? What? What food? I have no idea. I didn't have time to search for food. I was too busy cultivating. When I awoke, it was already dark. Even if there were food, I wouldn't know how to find it. I've been in there for a day, and I'm absolutely starving. Hearing this, Oolong exclaimed, What do you mean a day? You've been inside for more than 2 days. Surely, you weren't just sleeping in there. Wu Tian, somewhat perplexed, cast a questioning glance at Bulma, who nodded in affirmation. It was at this moment that little Goku spoke up, his mouth full of meat, mumbling, Yes, indeed, Tian brother, you have already been inside for 2 days. Wu Tian was unaware that he had been cultivating in the castle for over 2 days. Observing the peculiar expressions of those around him, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. It was only now that he noticed the turtle hermit, seated nearby, and the young girl adorned in eccentric attire, presumably Kiki. Haha, perhaps I misremembered, he chuckled, addressing the turtle hermit. Ah, so you are here too. On the following day, Wu Tian indulged in a leisurely slumber, awakening only when the sun was high in the sky, having caught up on his rest over the past few days. Turtle hermit, do you truly have the confidence to extinguish the fire in the castle? He inquired. The turtle hermit, with an air of assurance, replied, Of course, putting out this fire is a trivial matter. He approached the wall, reaching out to climb. But despite his efforts, his feet struggled to find a foothold. He turned to Wu Tian, saying, Wu Tian, could you lend me a hand? Wu Tian felt a profound sense of embarrassment. The old man was indeed quite shameless. He approached and delivered a swift kick to the turtle hermit's rear, causing the venerable master to float momentarily into the air. Fortunately, the turtle hermit was quite resilient, landing gracefully on his feet beside the wall. You young people lack respect for your elders, he lamented, reflecting on his age. With a heavy sigh, he began to shed his garments, revealing his frail form, adorned with several patches for rheumatism on his back and a large bandage prominently placed on his forehead. Truly, he was a character of remarkable eccentricity. The turtle hermit spread his feet apart, clenched his fists, and with a huff, his previously diminutive stature suddenly expanded several-fold, transforming him into a formidable figure. A veritable titan among men. It was astonishing. His muscular build suggested an extraordinary capacity for energy absorption, bordering on the unnatural. He took a step forward, his hands drawing together with intense focus, slowly moving as if to harness the energy within him. At that moment, Wu Tian could sense the power emanating from the turtle hermit, coursing from his feet to his upper body and converging in his hands. The energy surged exponentially, reaching an astonishing intensity as it coalesced. As the turtle hermit summoned all his might, a sphere of energy, roughly the size of a basketball, materialized before him. He then leveraged the strength from his lower back, thrusting his hands forward with great force. The energy orb shot forth with incredible speed towards the volcano. With a thunderous boom, a cloud of dust erupted, transforming the once towering frying pan mountain into a flat expanse, reducing even the castle to rubble. In that moment, the turtle hermit reverted to his original, lecherous self. Wukong found himself utterly perplexed by the immense energy residing within that old man's body. Once again, he was struck by the formidable strength of the human physique in this world. Although he could confidently claim to surpass the turtle hermit in terms of power, he doubted his own physical prowess could rival that of the venerable master. The turtle hermit, somewhat abashed, patted his bald head and remarked, Hee hee. My strength got a bit out of control and unfortunately demolished your castle. The Bull Demon King quickly reassured him, No worries, as long as we extinguish the flames. The castle can be rebuilt. Meanwhile, Bulma had already dashed into the ruins of the castle, searching for the Dragon Balls. Wukong approached Master Roshi and inquired, Master Roshi, how is it that you unleashed the Kamehameha wave? Is it merely the gathering of energy throughout one's body, followed by its release? Master Roshi nodded and replied, indeed, that is correct. However, to master the Kamehameha as I do requires 50 years of dedicated training. Is that so? I had thought there might be some secret to it. Wukong mused. Meanwhile, young Wukong was imitating Master Roshi's stance nearby. After several unsuccessful attempts, he raised his hand once more, focusing intently as he shouted, Kamehameha. In an instant, energy coalesced within him, forming a luminous sphere, albeit slightly smaller than the one Master Roshi had conjured. With a resounding impact, the energy sphere struck a nearby hill, reducing it by half. Wow, I did it! Young Wukong exclaimed joyfully, his laughter ringing out after successfully executing the Kamehameha. Master Roshi, observing the spectacle, was left astounded, his eyes wide with disbelief. Incredible! This grandson of Son Gohan is truly remarkable. With further training, he may very well surpass me. Upon hearing this, Goten was quite dismissive. He was well aware that in the moment when little Goku unleashed the Kamehameha, more than half of the energy had been improperly controlled and wasted. By this calculation, little Goku should now be slightly stronger than Master Roshi. Many of the techniques remained unmastered by him, which contributed to his perceived weakness. Bulma, could you check the Dragon Ball radar? How much longer until we arrive? I'm utterly exhausted, Goten inquired, reclining in his seat, a tinge of boredom in his voice. Bulma retrieved the radar, pressed a few buttons, and replied, according to the radar, we have about 30 more miles to go. Upon hearing this, everyone was instantly invigorated. Their excitement palpable at the prospect of the 7th Dragon Ball being within reach, prompting the vehicle to accelerate even further. 5 minutes later, from their vantage point inside the car, they could discern a colossal castle in the distance. Wow, what wealth! It must be that fusion fellow. I never imagined that Shorty aspiring to conquer the world actually possessed some capital, Goten mused. Those two individuals from last time must have been his subordinates. Incredible! If only this castle were mine, I would marry every girl in it. That would be the ultimate pursuit in my life, he dreamily expressed. While the castle was indeed grand, its decor was disappointingly lacking in taste, with all the identical houses and sparse greenery, leading him to conclude, what a failure. Such a disappointment. Meanwhile, in the nursery, the fusion fellow was lost in dreams of world domination, surrounded by several dolls and adorable plush toys. Suddenly, a hurried call, Your Excellency, jolted him awake from his slumber, clutching a doll. Wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth, he shouted in anger, Asu, you scoundrel! Didn't I instruct you not to disturb my sleep? Do you wish to be sliced into 8 pieces? Asu quickly responded, No, it's not that. I didn't mean to wake you, Your Excellency. I have urgent news regarding the Dragon Balls. Upon hearing the mention of the Dragon Balls, the fusion fellow forgot to dress, rushing out in his red Mickey Mouse pajamas. Has my Dragon Ball arrived? He exclaimed excitedly. Yes, Your Excellency. Those individuals are just outside the castle. Look. Fantastic. My Dragon Ball has finally arrived. I shall go out and deal with them personally, he declared with a hearty laugh as he exited the door. Asu, witnessing this, called out, Wait, Your Excellency, please hold on. Is there something else? The fusion fellow inquired. The hodgepodge rice impatiently glared at Asu. Asu pointed at the hodgepodge rice and remarked, Might I suggest, Your Excellency, that it is time for a change of attire? Your current appearance may adversely affect your refined image. The hodgepodge rice glanced down at itself, and in an instant, its face turned crimson. It hastily covered its chest with both hands and threatened Asu, You better get out of here at once. If you dare speak ill of my current state, I shall cleave you into 8 pieces. After approximately 5 minutes of driving towards the castle, they finally beheld the grand entrance. At that moment, Wu Tian noticed 3 figures swiftly approaching them. Drive slowly. Something seems amiss. It appears something is coming our way. Soon, they discerned 3 robotic-like entities racing towards them, blocking their path. Aha! Welcome to my castle. I am the renowned Hodgepodge Rice, the master of this abode, and soon to be the ruler of this world. Now, hand over your Dragon Balls. The voice emanated from the smallest of the robots. Although their forms remained obscured, the peculiar tone of the voice was unmistakable, and the robots seemed rather diminutive. Bulma, incensed, retorted, Humph. So you knew about our Dragon Balls all along. You were deliberately waiting for us, weren't you? Indeed. Now you recognize the might of Hodgepodge Rice. Quickly surrender the Dragon Balls, and perhaps I shall allow you to serve as my subordinates. Bah, who would want to be your subordinate? I refuse to give them to you. So what will you do about it? Enough prattle. Little Goku, dispatch them from that shell. Wu Tian commanded the diminutive Goku. Goku brandished his magic staff, addressing the trio. Humph. You three rascals wish to seize my grandfather's Dragon Balls? Then I shall defeat you. With determination, Goku charged towards the smallest robot, extending his staff to deliver a powerful blow. Hodgepodge Rice was unfortunate, for Wu Tian had taught Goku the martial philosophy of targeting the weak first, clearing obstacles to avoid interference. With a single strike, Hodgepodge Rice was sent into a cloud of smoke, followed by a swift attack on the other two robots, each receiving a blow within mere moments. The once arrogant trio lay defeated on the ground. Goku, retracting his magic staff, expressed his boredom. How could you be so weak? I barely moved, and you fell. How dull. Wu Tian approached and kicked the robot serving mixed rice, saying, Hey, come out. If you don't emerge soon, this robot is going to explode. It's already beginning to emit smoke. The mixed rice, which had intended to remain hidden, quickly opened the door and leaped out upon hearing the threat of an explosion. There stood the mixed rice, slightly shorter than little Wukong, clad in a vibrant green outfit, with the words fried rice emblazoned across its chest. Upon seeing this, Wu Tian couldn't help but burst into laughter. Wu Tian crouched down, stifling a laugh, and pointed at the two characters for mixed rice, asking, What are these characters? Bulma hurried over, glanced at it, and replied, Oh, it's fried rice. Wow, ha, fried rice, haha, fried rice. The more Wu Tian pondered, the more he found it amusing. Hey, little ghost. Your name is Fried Rice, isn't it? Haha. You dare to compete for the Dragon Balls, haha? Upon hearing this, the mixed rice, with a face flushed crimson, exclaimed, I am not called Fried Rice. My name is Mixed Rice. Wu Tian laughed heartily and said, Haha, very well, you are called Mixed Rice. But your profession is to specialize in stir-frying rice, isn't it? Even if you are a stir-fry chef, do you truly believe you possess the capability to seize the Dragon Balls? Do you think your ability to fry rice makes you remarkable? Mixed Rice, feeling both humiliated and furious, retorted, I am not merely a stir-fry chef. I am the master of this castle, the sole ruler of my realm. You cannot treat one as noble as I in such a manner. Release me at once, or I shall not show you any mercy. Wu Tian gave a light tap on the head of the fried rice, saying, Go ahead and indulge in your daydreams. Do you honestly think a mere fried rice can conquer the world? Perhaps you should take a good look in the mirror. Ashio, Wu, you two rascals. Swiftly deal with him for me, the fried rice shouted at the two who were still hiding inside the robot. Upon hearing the command, Ashio and Wu hurriedly emerged, brandishing their weapons towards Wu Tian. Wu Tian had no intention of confronting them seriously, for they were indeed the three peculiar treasures of Dragon Ball. Upon reaching the mishmash robot, he stamped his foot, creating a substantial crater beneath it. With a swift motion, he kicked the robot, sending it soaring hundreds of meters away. Witnessing this, Ashu and Wu trembled in fear, deterred from advancing any further. Wu Tian approached them once more, and upon noticing his advance, the inseparable duo of Ashu and Au quickly sought refuge behind the mixed rice dish. The dish itself quivered in fear, wishing it could crush the two subordinates beneath its weight. As Wu Tian drew nearer, it trembled incessantly, terrified of being squashed underfoot. Attempting to evade the impending confrontation, it realized too late that its attire was firmly grasped by the two individuals behind it. What are you planning to do? Please, do not come closer. Wu Tian approached and gently patted the head of the mixed rice, saying, Do not fear, I shall not harm you. I still desire your fried rice. How could I bear to destroy you? He continued, Now, please present your Dragon Balls. Upon hearing the reassurance of safety, the mixed rice felt a wave of relief wash over him. However, upon the mention of the Dragon Balls, his expression shifted dramatically, and he stammered, I do not possess any Dragon Balls. Wukong remained unfazed. Oh, you lack Dragon Balls. It appears I have made an error. Alas, it seems you three are of no further use, and thus, I shall eliminate you to prevent any future troubles. Please, spare us, my lord. I possess knowledge of the Dragon Ball's whereabouts. Do not take our lives. I shall lead you to them, exclaimed Ashu, noticing Wukong advancing menacingly towards them. Upon hearing this, Wu Tian exclaimed in delight, Wonderful! Come over and bind that fried rice and the one called Ao. Upon hearing the mention of binding the mixed rice, Ashu was momentarily taken aback, for he was not brave enough to do so. He feared being mercilessly sliced into 8 pieces by the mixed rice. I refuse, he declared. However, Wu Tian approached Ashu once more. No, please don't. I'll do it. Ashu summoned his courage, retrieving a length of rope from his pocket and advancing towards the mixed rice. The mixed rice did not resist, but glared fiercely at Ashu, ignoring the murderous glare. Ashu proceeded with remarkable agility and swiftly bound the hands of both individuals. Upon witnessing the scene, Wu Tian addressed the skilled fighter, Little Wukong, saying, "Little Wukong, proceed to bind him as well, and let them guide us in the pursuit of the Dragon Balls." Little Wukong complied, securing the figure known as Ashu tightly. With 3 ropes in hand, relentlessly tugging at the trio. "Very well, Fried Rice, you 3 shall lead the way. Bulma, let us depart." Little Wukong urged the 3 captives forward as they ventured toward the castle. Meanwhile, the eclectic Fried Rice walked alongside, his eyes darting about in frantic contemplation of escape. Ashu, drenched in perspiration, was gripped by the fear of Wu Tian's wrath, yet he was more terrified of the retribution that awaited him from Fried Rice, whose punishment was nothing short of barbaric in his eyes. After a 10-minute trek, they finally arrived at the castle's entrance. Suddenly, Wu Tian recalled something important and swiftly turned to Bulma, exclaiming, "Bulma, could you ascertain the location of that star?" No sooner had Wu Tian spoken than Fried Rice executed a swift kick against the wall, causing a stone barrier to emerge rapidly, effectively isolating them from Fried Rice's group. Wu Tian exclaimed, "What a blunder. I never anticipated that this Fried Rice would harbor such deceit." Wu Tian turned to the golden champion, Little Wukong, and instructed, "Little Wukong, break down this wall for me." In response to the command, Little Wukong delivered a powerful punch to the stone wall. To his astonishment, the wall showed no signs of damage. It was far sturdier than an ordinary wall. Undeterred, Little Wukong planted his feet firmly before the wall, thrusting his waist and unleashing another punch. With a resounding bang, his small fist created a half-meter-wide opening in the exceptionally tough stone barrier. Little Wukong was the first to step through, only to find no one was there. Upon venturing outside, Wu Tian discovered that there was not a trace of a person in sight. The mixed rice, being no fool, would certainly not remain there awaiting his arrival. Before him stood only a stone wall left behind by the mixed rice. "Little Wukong, proceed and demolish that crumbling wall," he commanded. As Little Wukong stepped forward, poised to breach the wall, he suddenly felt the ground beneath his feet give way, causing everyone to plummet downwards. Ouch! Oh dear! It was excruciatingly painful. As Wu Tian approached the brink of despair, he promptly channeled his inner energy, effortlessly drawing Bulma into his embrace. Raising his gaze, he observed that the rooftop had been securely sealed. "Now, you all retreat to the corner and keep yourselves hidden. I shall break through that rooftop." Wu Tian soared into the sky once more, preparing to unleash his strength upwards, when suddenly the rooftop opened on its own, causing 2 figures to tumble down. Wu Tian deftly dodged to the side and glanced upward, only to see the stone door closing once again. How intriguing it is that this Fried Rice truly knows how to manipulate mechanisms. Turning his gaze to the recently fallen figures, he recognized them as the desert bandit, Yamcha. Upon seeing this, Oolong exclaimed, "Ah, aren't you the weeping boy, Yajirobe? What brings you here?" "Humph, what business do I have here?" responded the rather irritable Yamcha. Charging towards him, Bulma, equally perplexed, addressed Yamcha, "Who are you? How did you end up here? Oolong, do you know them?" Upon laying eyes on Bulma, Yamcha froze as if struck by lightning, collapsing rigidly to the ground. "Yamcha, good sir, are you all right?" Oolong inquired, observing him. "Humph, he is a bandit from the desert. Last time they attempted to steal from us, but were thwarted by Goku." "Ah, so that's the case. Nonetheless, he is quite peculiar. Though his appearance is passable, he seems rather foolish," Bulma remarked. Just then, a screen suddenly appeared on the wall, displaying the once captive, Zahofan. "Hello everyone. It is delightful to see you again. Now, do you comprehend the prowess of Lord Zahofan? I had warned you to hand over the Dragon Balls to me, which would have spared you this torment. Now, I have resolved to retrieve them myself." Wu Tian floated over and addressed the camera, saying, "You, the one cooking fried rice, it would be wise to release us promptly, or else you shall soon face the consequences." The sudden appearance of Wu Tian indeed startled the hodgepodge meal, instilling a deep fear within him. At that moment, he was no longer intimidated by Wu Tian's threats. Instead, he retorted fiercely, "Humph, there is no way for you to escape. Here lie 108 traps, and I shall see how you intend to evade them. I aim to punish you by confining you here for eternity, and we shall see if you dare to offend the noble hodgepodge meal again. Now, let us allow you a moment of slumber." With that, the hodgepodge meal pressed a button on the control panel. As Wu Tian lifted his gaze, he noticed a considerable amount of yellow gas emanating from the walls. Realizing that poison had been released, he quickly held his breath and glanced towards Bulma and the others. "What is this? I feel an overwhelming urge to sleep." "Oh, It seems to be a sleeping drug. Clearly, the concoctor aims to incapacitate us before descending to steal the Dragon Balls. How astute of him. I shall indulge this plan of his. Why hasn't that brat succumbed to slumber yet? Is the sedative insufficient? As soon as he uttered this thought, Wu Tian collapsed to the ground. Haha, got him. Let us hasten down to retrieve the Dragon Balls. Haha, this is the fate that befalls those who oppose me. Heh. The concoctor reveled in the sight of those who had fallen unconscious, scanning the crowd until his gaze finally settled on Wu Tian. Aha, found you. The concoctor cautiously maneuvered past the others, stumbling towards Wu Tian, a triumphant expression evident on his face. Gazing at Wu Tian, memories of past grievances surged within him, intensifying his ire. With a fierce glare directed at Wu Tian, he sneered. Heh, you insolent fool. Did you ever imagine you would fall into my hands? Watch as I crush you. The concoctor raised his right foot and aimed it at Wu Tian. Bang. However, his foot struck nothing but air, landing a full foot away from Wu Tian's body. The concoctor advanced another step and attempted again. Bang. Once more, his foot remained a foot away from Wu Tian, missing him entirely. Frustration mounted as he repeated this futile endeavor 3 or 4 times, driving him to the brink of madness. Meanwhile, Ashu and Ao, huddled together, trembled in fear. They observed as Wu Tian's body, lying on the ground, suddenly evaded the concoctor's foot just as it descended, a fact that the concoctor remained oblivious to. Undeterred, the concoctor pursued Wu Tian across the room, ultimately returning to his original position without even brushing against Wu Tian's clothing, leaving him utterly exhausted. As the concoctor bent over to catch his breath, Wu Tian's body began to stir. Ashu and Ao, witnessing this, nearly stumbled in shock. Watching as Wu Tian slowly rose to a standing position, his eyes still closed. He lives. The concoctor, noticing Wu Tian's gradual rise, wore a half-smile, his face twitching in disbelief. You're awake. Suddenly, Wu Tian's eyes flew open, directing a piercing gaze towards the concoctor, an inexplicable aura surging forth from his eyes. The concoctor was struck by this force, hurtling backward and landing atop Ashu and Ao. With a swift movement, Wu Tian appeared before the fallen mixed rice, startling the onlookers into a chorus of exclamations. Fried rice, what were you just doing? You seem rather exhilarated. Would you be so kind as to share? Wu Tian inquired with a mischievous smile, gazing intently at the mixed rice. Well, Wu Tian picked up the mishmash of rice from the ground, steadied him on his feet, and gently patted his face, saying, My dear child, how could you be so careless? Now, let us embark on a quest for the Dragon Balls. With that, he tapped the mishmash of rice several times, causing it to become petrified in place. Wu Tian addressed Ashu, who was still entwined with Ao, saying, Excuse me, Ashu, could you come over here for a moment? Upon noticing Wu Tian, both Ashu and Ao appeared as if their bodies had been filled with lead, their legs trembling incessantly. Wu Tian beckoned with his index finger towards Ashu, who, curiously, did not move his legs, yet inexplicably drifted closer to Wu Tian. Ashu was taken aback by this bizarre occurrence, nearly fainting from the shock. May I assist you, my lord? Ashu stammered, trembling as he addressed Wu Tian. Wu Tian retracted his smile and said, Well, of course, I need that 1-star ball. Please bring it to me. Thank you. All right. Despite Wu Tian's cheerful demeanor, Ashu found it exceedingly difficult to muster a smile in such a tense atmosphere. Sigh, never mind. I shall handle it myself. You need not trouble yourselves. Upon hearing this, Ashu quickly knelt down, exclaiming, No, please, don't say that, my lord. Spare me. How peculiar, Wu Tian remarked. I never indicated any intention to harm you. Why are you so anxious? Realizing he had misinterpreted the situation, Ashu's anxiety began to dissipate. However, Ashu shouted, mistakenly believing Wu Tian had changed his mind. Wu Tian tapped a few times on a Wu, causing her to collapse helplessly to the ground. And Ashio cried out in alarm. Enough with the shouting. I haven't harmed her. What a nuisance. How do I even press your pressure points, you foolish dog? Wu Tian contemplated for a moment and decided it would be better to take him along. Well, please take this fried rice with you. There's no need to bind it. You can simply hold it or carry it on your back. I will follow closely behind. And remember, do not attempt any tricks. This mixed rice is immovable due to my efforts, and only I can save it now. If you play any tricks and it perishes, the responsibility will rest squarely on your shoulders. Upon hearing this, Ashu felt his legs weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground. Trembling, he swiftly hoisted the mixed rice onto his shoulder and respectfully addressed Wu Tian. Your Excellency, Please allow me to lead the way. Haha, this way. We need not fear any interruptions. Wu Tian joyfully followed Ashu's lead. Upon entering the room, Wu Tian initially thought he had stepped into a little girlish chamber, as it was adorned with vibrant colors and filled with an assortment of toys that girls typically cherish. My goodness, this fried rice certainly has an extraordinary taste. Wu Tian glanced around the room and noticed a small red box beside the bed. He approached and picked it up, discovering it to be quite an exquisite piece. Upon opening the box, he was delighted to find a Dragon Ball nestled inside, emanating a radiant yellow glow. At last, he thought, as he gazed at the final Dragon Ball, exhaling a sigh of relief. The quest for the Dragon Balls had indeed drained his energy. Such laborious endeavors were far from his preference. Wu Tian approached and seized the mixed rice from Ashu's shoulder, lifting it in his hand as he gazed at the dish, exclaiming, "In gratitude for the one-star Dragon Ball, I, the most benevolent being in this universe, have decided to permit you to observe during my wish-making, allowing you to behold the grandeur of the divine dragon. Ha ha ha." The mixed rice, upon seeing the Dragon Ball in Wu Tian's possession, felt a surge of rage, its eyes reddening with fury as it spun incessantly, yearning to voice its indignation but unable to utter a word. This moment marked the greatest humiliation of its existence. Upon acquiring the final Dragon Ball, Wu Tian felt a profound sense of exhilaration, humming a cheerful tune as he made his way towards Bulma and the others. Oh, but before making a wish, he must carefully ponder his words. Wu Tian returned to the dimly lit chamber, where Bulma and the others were still soundly slumbering. Wukong gently lifted Bulma, calling out to her fervently, "Bulma, Bulma, awaken." After shouting for over a dozen times, Wu Tian received no response from Bulma. He then rushed to Xiao Wukong's side and called out several times, yet still no reaction. How absurd. Am I really expected to summon the dragon and make my wish alone while waiting for them to awaken? However, it feels rather unjust to do so. We all search for the Dragon Balls together. At the very least, they should witness the dragon as well. Wu Tian contemplated for a moment and resolved to experiment with the Nine Suns' true Qi, beginning with the Black Dragon as his initial subject. Wu Tian grasped the ear of the dragon, tugging and pinching it with a playful intent. He seized the soft ear, applying pressure to the dragon's head, channeling the essence of Jiang Zhenqi into it. Moments later, the dragon, struggling for breath, finally regained consciousness. "Yawn," the dragon murmured, still in a daze as it gazed at Wu Tian. "What are you doing? You're disturbing my slumber. Could you possibly be less bothersome?" With that, it flopped back down, succumbing once more to sleep. Wu Tian, indifferent to the previous mishap, approached Bulma directly. He placed his hands before her and channeled his energy. After a brief span of several seconds, Bulma gradually stirred from her stupor. "Tian, brother, oh dear, my head feels so dizzy," she murmured. "Do not succumb to slumber. Awaken swiftly. I have gathered all the Dragon Balls, and we are on the verge of summoning the Eternal Dragon." Upon hearing Wu Tian mention the Dragon Balls, Bulma's spirit soared, and shaking her head to clear her thoughts, she exclaimed with delight, "Is it true? Have you truly found them?" Wu Tian replied, "Indeed, here you go. Take this. I shall awaken little Wukong." As Wu Tian was about to rouse little Wukong, he noticed that the young one had already sat up, appearing drowsy and disoriented. "All right, everyone rise. It is time for us to venture outside and summon the dragon," he declared. "Hey, Beiji, cease your slumber. If you do not join us, we shall depart without you." To his dismay, it seemed that Oolong had not heard a word, quickly resuming his snores. "Never mind, little Wukong. Kindly drag Oolong down with you, and take those two along as well, but do refrain from waking them." With one in each arm, little Wukong grasped Yamcha and Oolong, and with a flick of his tail, he hoisted up Yajirobe, steadily making his way down. Upon witnessing the scene, Wu Tian couldn't help but extol the remarkable skills of the young Wukong. Several individuals exited the castle and found a spacious area to halt their progress. Wukong, filled with excitement, turned to Bulma and said, "Let us proceed here. Bulma, please bring forth the Dragon Ball." Little Goku, having discarded the others to the ground, caused Oolong to cry out in dismay. "Ouch, that hurts terribly," Oolong exclaimed, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Wu Tian placed the Dragon Balls on the ground, his hands trembling slightly. We're still missing one. What is going on?" Wu Tian exclaimed. "Ah, I have it here." Little Wukong quickly retrieved the 4-star ball and handed it to Wu Tian. Wu Tian let out a deep breath. It is all too easy to make mistakes in moments of tension. Wukong gazed at Bulma and asked, "Bulma, are you certain you have no wishes?" Bulma, slightly embarrassed by Wukong's inquiry, replied, No, I do not. Please, go ahead and make your wish. Very well then, I shall summon the eternal dragon now. Wu Tian steadied himself, for this was a momentous occasion, and his voice quivered slightly as he spoke. Just as Wu Tian was about to utter his words, Wulong, still nearby, and lamenting his pain, interjected, I have a wish. Upon realizing it was Wulong, Wu Tian couldn't help but roll his eyes in disdain, exclaiming, What wish do you even have? You possess no authority here. Wulong, hearing this, retorted with indignation, What do you mean? This is utterly unfair. I have contributed as well. All I desire is simply to have an adorable girl by my side. Wukong completely disregarded the wretched situation, casting a glance at the small Goku squatting on the ground. The little one gazed curiously at the several glowing dragon balls, exhibiting a calmness that far surpassed that of Wukong. Meanwhile, the figure standing beside them, a mishmash of emotions, appeared to be seething with rage, their entire forms seemingly swollen, likely inflated by the sheer intensity of their anger. Wukong, having gathered his thoughts, called out to the cluster of Dragon Balls, Come forth, Shenron. Instantly, the 7 Dragon Balls erupted with brilliant radiance, and with a resonant hum, they ascended into the heavens. Soon, the color of the sky began to undergo a dramatic transformation. In a short while, thunder roared and lightning crackled, plunging the entire sky into darkness. It was not merely their location that was affected. It seemed as though the whole world was enveloped in gloom. Following a series of flashes and rumbles, a long shadow darted through the stormy clouds, swiftly approaching Wukong and his companions. Wu Tian felt an overwhelming force rapidly approaching their direction. Soon, a creature resembling a serpent with the legs of a lizard, the claws of a phoenix, antlers of a deer, scales of a fish, a tail of a fish, and long, flowing whiskers reminiscent of a tiger began to hover in the air. Its piercing red eyes glimmered ominously, instilling a sense of trepidation. This was indeed the legendary divine dragon. The entire sky was consumed by the dragon's massive form, rendering its tail completely invisible. Bulma, overwhelmed by the sight of the dragon, nearly collapsed in fear, but Wu Tian promptly channeled a surge of energy into her, allowing her to regain her composure. In contrast, the young Goku appeared far more composed, gazing curiously at the divine dragon. The moment the dragon manifested, Wu Tian sensed a wave of pressure emanating from its presence. However, the impact on him was negligible, as such pressure only affected mere mortals. So this is the divine dragon, he mused, hardly remarkable. Apart from resembling the mythical Eastern dragon, it possessed no extraordinary traits. Given Wu Tian's current strength, vanquishing this dragon would pose little challenge. It seemed the title of Dragon Slayer held a rather resounding significance. Wu Tian gazed at the divine dragon, unable to suppress his imagination, envisioning a scenario where the magnificent creature appeared utterly indifferent to those present. Yet, this was merely a fleeting thought. He would never engage in such foolish antics as old Bick. The dragon, closing its eyes and letting out a low hum, surveyed the assembly below and slowly spoke. Now, articulate your desires. No matter the nature of your wish, I possess the power to fulfill it, but only one wish may be granted. As Wu Tian beheld the divine dragon, an overwhelming sense of disdain washed over him, igniting feelings of irritation within. With a gentle push of his feet, he ascended gracefully into the air, soaring towards the majestic creature. He halted only when he reached an elevation of approximately half a meter above the dragon's formidable head. The dragon, noticing Wu Tian's approach, addressed him, saying, Speak your wish. Wu Tian gazed into the eyes of the divine dragon, unflinching as he inquired, Can any wish be fulfilled? The dragon nodded its majestic head and replied, Indeed, but you may only request one wish. Wu Tian let out a snort and exclaimed, What if you are unable to fulfill one of my wishes? Wu Tian sought to provoke the divine dragon, hoping to employ a tactic of emotional manipulation. He remained uncertain whether the dragon would genuinely fulfill his wish, harboring doubts about the seemingly unimposing creature's power. Unfortunately, the dragon appeared utterly unfazed by his attempts at provocation. In fact, it seemed to exude an aura devoid of emotion. With remarkable composure, the dragon responded, Speak your wish. At that moment, emerging from the hidden chamber, the long unconscious Yamcha was startled awake by the dragon's overwhelming presence. Meanwhile, standing beside the young Wukong, the frightened Chao Fan clutched Wukong's arm tightly, resembling a child seeking comfort in the face of fear. Wu Tian gazed at the dragon, and his expression did not suggest any hint of deception. Steeling himself, he began to articulate his desire. Addressing the dragon, he said, All right, dragon, pay close attention. Do not overlook anything. Moreover, after I express my wish, do not hasten to fulfill it. Feel free to inquire if there are any uncertainties. Speak your wish. The dragon replied. Wu Tian gathered his spirits, adopting a serious demeanor as he gazed at the divine dragon and proclaimed, My wish is quite simple, and I believe it should be a mere trifle for you. Indeed, my desire is to obtain 2 items. As Wu Tian gazed upon the divine dragon, he felt an involuntary quickening of his heartbeat, prompting him to continue. Allow me to present my first request. I desire a spatial ring. Fearing that the divine dragon might not comprehend his request, he elaborated. A spatial ring is a storage ring capable of containing an infinite array of treasures. It functions much like a storage pouch, yet the space within is boundless, allowing for the accommodation of numerous items. Furthermore, it must possess the ability to expand and contract at my will, enabling me to access my belongings freely. Additionally, it should be able to integrate seamlessly with my being. The dimensions of the space within the ring will depend on your capabilities. Ultimately, the larger, the better. Wu Tian swallowed hard, gazing at the divine dragon, and continued, Oh, and the materials must be the most resilient and indestructible in the entire universe. After Wu Tian concluded his words, he turned once more to the dragon, observing that the creature's expression remained utterly unperturbed, as if it were patiently awaiting the completion of Wu Tian's discourse. Very well. I shall now articulate my second desire. It is a staff, one that can morph into any shape at my will, capable of altering its size and weight at my command. It must be forged from the most indestructible and resilient material in the cosmos. Indeed, it should be the finest substance in the entire universe. There you have it. My wish has been fully expressed. Dragon, I implore you to grant it. After articulating his wish, Wu Tian anxiously gazed at the dragon, his spirit soaring with anticipation. He awaited the creature's response with bated breath, fearing that a mere fleeting glance of disfavor could elicit the dreaded words, I am sorry, but your wish cannot be fulfilled. Upon hearing Wu Tian's desire, the dragon regarded him thoughtfully and replied, I have understood your wish. With that, it closed its eyes. Moments later, the dragon's eyes opened once more, and in its timeless tone, it addressed Wu Tian, saying, Your wish is quite challenging. Please grant me some time. With this, it once again closed its eyes and soared into the heavens. Upon hearing the initial words of the dragon, Goten felt a chill run from his head to the tips of his toes. When the dragon completed its sentence, an overwhelming urge to shout surged within him. He understood that, given the dragon's proclamation, there was a high probability of his wish being granted, which only heightened his excitement. As each second ticked by, his anxiety grew. Goten stood there, foolishly serious, awaiting the dragon's promised return. I recall when I watched Dragon Ball, the dragon would always declare, This wish is quite simple. So why had it suddenly become so arduous when it came to my turn? Could it be that my wish was indeed difficult? Please, do not let me down. Oh great one. 5 minutes elapsed, yet for Goten, it felt as though 50 years had passed, an excruciating eternity. Suddenly, the air quivered, and with a flash of light, the dragon finally opened its eyes. Before Goten, 2 objects materialized, suspended in midair, a ring radiating a golden light and a metallic rod, equally aglow with the same luminous hue. Upon encountering the sight, Wu Tian was filled with elation, realizing that his heartfelt desire had come to fruition. He stifled the surge of excitement within him and eagerly reached for the 2 treasures. As he grasped them firmly in his hands, the weight of their existence finally quelled the anxiety that had long lingered in his heart. At the very moment Wu Tian's wish was fulfilled, a mysterious and ethereal beam of light descended from the vast cosmos, landing within the divine hall of the celestial realm on earth. This light, imperceptible to the naked eye, struck the divine being who was engrossed in meditation. The deity immediately coughed up a mouthful of divine blood, and once he regained his composure, an expression of sheer terror enveloped his features. He understood this to be the universe's retribution against him. Well, your wish has been granted, a sudden voice startled those present, revealing itself to be that of the dragon. However, the voice of the dragon now bore the frailty of an elderly man, lacking the robust resonance it once possessed. It was as though the dragon had aged dramatically in an instant. Particularly striking was the deep sigh that escaped as it departed, leaving Wu Tian in a state of perplexity. What is the meaning of this? Could it be that the dragon's granting of wishes comes with unforeseen consequences? Wu Tian gazed at the 2 treasures in his hands, showing little interest in the changes of the divine dragon. Little did he know that, in fulfilling his 2 wishes, the dragon had ruthlessly destroyed 2 burgeoning planets within the galaxy. Moreover, it had disrupted several major atmospheric veins between the stars. Such audacity from a mere dragon was intolerable by the cosmos. The dragon's formidable abilities stemmed entirely from the powers bestowed upon it by its creator, the celestial deity. An extraordinary being of the Namekian race, capable of conjuring the most astonishing entities. In crafting the dragon, the celestial deity had failed to impose any restrictions, and now, with the emergence of an exceptional entity like Wu Tian, a single wish had led to their downfall. Consequently, the cosmic laws enacted a severe punishment, siphoning away 90% of the dragon's life energy, while the creator, the celestial deity, suffered the loss of half of their essence. Such retribution was indeed monumental. The universe adheres to its own set of principles, and no deity may transgress them without facing dire consequences. As the principal party involved, Wu Tian was engrossed in examining the two newly acquired treasures, his exuberance palpable. Soon after, the dragon vanished, and the sky returned to its previous clarity, as if the recent darkness had never existed. The individuals on the ground sat in exhaustion. Upon witnessing the restored heavens, Wu Tian finally reacted, calling out to the spot where the dragon had disappeared. "Hey, dragon, thank you. Next time, let us share a cup of tea." With the sky now clear, the true forms of the treasures in Wu Tian's hands became apparent. The golden ring on his left hand was shaped like a dragon. Upon closer inspection, it unmistakably resembled the very dragon he had just encountered. "Wow, this dragon is quite narcissistic," he mused. Nonetheless, the design was undeniably striking. The dragon's form coiling in a perfect circle, every detail vividly rendered, as if it had come to life, still imbued with the essence of the dragon. Not bad at all. However, I'll need to erase this narcissistic aura it left behind. Wu Tian attempted to slide the ring onto his finger, only to discover that it was too large. Just as he was about to utter an expletive, the ring gradually began to shrink, eventually fitting perfectly onto his finger. "Huh, I knew it. That divine dragon does not seem to be as foolish as one might think." As Wu Tian silently willed the ring to enlarge, the spatial ring indeed began to grow gradually. He concentrated intently on the ring, and suddenly, a vision unfolded in his mind. It was a space of indescribable shape, its dimensions eluding perception. The entire area was shrouded in chaos, devoid of any presence. At a glance, the words chaos inexplicably surfaced in his mind. And the essence of this enigmatic realm was far beyond Wu Tian's comprehension. Wu Tian gazed at the staff in his hand, and with a mere thought, the staff instantaneously vanished into the chaotic realm, floating amidst the swirling chaos. He then directed the staff to move within this ethereal space through the power of his mind. And each command was fulfilled flawlessly. Wu Tian experimented with several other objects, reveling in the delightful play. Given that this ring bore the likeness of a divine dragon, he decided to name it the Dragon Ring. As he bestowed this name upon it, Wu Tian distinctly sensed a response from the ring, as if it were acknowledging his words. "Haha, this is exhilarating. With this spatial ring, I could rob a bank without anyone ever knowing. What a thrill. Ha ha ha." Wu Tian retracted his vital energy and slowly descended to the ground. At that moment, Bulma and the others, upon seeing Wu Tian, hurriedly approached him. Brother Tian, what wish did you make?" Bulma inquired as she rushed over. Little Goku stood nearby, observing Wu Tian with great curiosity. As Wu Tian smiled at Bulma, a thought flickered in his mind, and suddenly a staff materialized in his hand. "Ah, is this it? What is this? Is this what you wished for? Oh, what a waste." Bulma lamented, eyeing the unremarkable rod. Do not underestimate this staff. I shall demonstrate its power shortly, and you will see what a true artifact is." "It far surpasses Goku's Rui Bang," Wu Tian replied. Upon hearing this, Goku's eyes lit up. "Really? Is it truly remarkable?" Wu Tian scrutinized the staff bestowed upon him by the dragon. It was entirely of a dark golden hue, smooth and devoid of any ornamentation. This material appears quite sturdy, yet its plainness is rather uninspiring. A touch of embellishment would enhance its allure, he mused. As he spoke, the image of the Rui Jingu Bang from the journey to the west surfaced in his mind. Miraculously, as soon as Wu Tian finished his thought, the staff began to transform in his grasp, ultimately morphing into the Rui Jingu Bang he envisioned. The onlookers were left utterly astonished. The once dull rod had vanished, replaced by the exquisitely crafted Rui Jingu Bang. The ends of the staff were adorned with golden starry clouds, while the central portion retained its dark golden color, now inscribed with the characters for Rui Jingu Bang, seemingly embedded within. Holding it felt entirely comfortable, with the transition between the dark gold and golden hues blending seamlessly. Wu Tian was overwhelmed with delight. Haha. Rui Jingu Bang. From now on you shall be known as Rui Jingu Bang. I adore it, he exclaimed joyfully. The staff seemed to respond to Wu Tian's words, vibrating in his hand, leaving everyone around him even more astonished. Wu Tian grasped the golden staff, silently invoking the command for it to become heavier. Gradually, it began to grow weighty, mirroring his own form. Little Wukong approached, gazing at the staff in awe, exclaiming, "Wow, it truly seems impressive." "Humph," Wu Tian replied. "Is that all you can perceive? Allow me to demonstrate what true prowess really entails." Wukong hurled the golden staff into the sky, where it spun gracefully several times before firmly embedding itself into the ground. Wukong shouted at the golden staff, grow." Upon hearing Wukong's command, the staff began to elongate wildly, expand. As the staff continued its relentless growth, it swiftly began to increase in girth. It was not until it reached a staggering 5 meters in diameter that Wukong commanded it to halt. However, he did not cease its lengthening. A few moments later, an immense force emanated from the staff, reverberating through the ground, causing a tremor that startled those present. "Goodness gracious! This is unprecedented," Bulma exclaimed, swallowing hard. She turned to Wukong and urged, "Brother Tian, please retract the golden staff. It has already breached the atmosphere, and if it damages the stratosphere, it could lead to dire consequences." Upon hearing this, Wu Tian found it to be reasonable. With a mere thought, the golden staff instantaneously transformed to a height of 2 meters. Wu Tian gazed at the golden staff with great pride, exclaiming, "Little Wukong, surely my golden staff is far more formidable than yours." Before little Wukong could respond, the nearby Wulong interjected, "Humph, what is so impressive about that? It merely grows larger and longer. What is the big deal?" Upon hearing the mention of the black dragon, Wu Tian's heart stirred, and he envisioned the appearance of the nine-toothed rake. In an instant, the golden hoop staff transformed before his eyes, revealing itself as the weapon of martial Tianpeng, the nine-toothed rake. Wu Tian gazed at the nine-toothed rake and mused. Even in its transformed state, the essence of this divine artifact remains unaltered, exuding an undeniable aura of grandeur. Wu Tian approached Wulong, brandishing the nine-toothed rake, and inquired, "Beiji, what are your thoughts on this rake? Is it a divine artifact?" Wulong gazed at the nine-toothed rake, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets as he sensed a mysterious aura emanating from it, irresistibly drawing him in. Wu Tian playfully remarked, "Shall I gift you this nine-toothed rake?" As he spoke, he extended the rake towards Wulong. Wulong, holding the nine-toothed rake, was brimming with excitement, gazing at Wu Tian and asking, "Are you truly giving this to me?" Upon witnessing Oolong's reaction, Wu Tian was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated that Oolong would scorn the nine-pronged rake, yet he was astonished to see such a response from him. Naturally, Wu Tian had no intention of relinquishing it. "Well, as long as you can handle it, it is yours," he said. Upon hearing this, Oolong exclaimed in delight, for the nine-pronged rake was now in his grasp, signifying Wu Tian's acquiescence. Elated, he shouted in joy, completely oblivious to Wu Tian's cunning ploy. In the midst of his excitement, he suddenly felt the rake grow increasingly heavy in his hands, ultimately causing it to tumble to the ground with a muted thud. Wu Tian swiftly grasped the nine-toothed rake and mockingly addressed Wulong. "Alas, what a pity. I had intended to gift this to you, but unfortunately, your strength is rather insufficient." Wulong, engulfed in frustration, retorted, "Humph. You must be up to some mischief, you insidious scoundrel. Allow me another attempt, and I assure you, I can manage it." With that, he reached out to seize the rake. Wu Tian, unwilling to acquiesce to his wishes, swiftly evaded, causing the golden staff to revert to its original form. He directed his words at the irate Wulong, saying, "Beiji, must you be so shameless? There is but a singular opportunity, and it was you who failed to seize it. Whom can you blame?" Wulong, filled with indignation, glared at Wu Tian, unable to voice his fury. Wu Tian placed the golden staff into the dragon ring. Casting a glance at the individuals surrounding him, he observed that the hodgepodge of rice was seated on the ground, their countenance having undergone countless transformations. A visage drenched in cold sweat intermingled with barely perceptible tears. Their gaze fixated on the spot where the divine dragon had vanished, muttering to themselves in a daze, resembling a helpless child lost from their mother. Wu Tian approached with a cheerful smile, intending to unlock his acupoints. The melancholic fried rice suddenly felt an overwhelming and terrifying presence, as if it were being scrutinized by a malevolent spirit. Cold sweat cascaded down like rain, and with a jolt, it instinctively rolled back a position. Upon regaining composure, it was confronted with the visage of the very person it dreaded most. a countenance more demonic than any fiend, summoning an unexpected courage. It stood up and hurled accusations at Wu Tian, exclaiming, "You demon! It is you who has desecrated the divine dragon. You who have driven my sacred dragon away." Wu Tian was taken aback by the sight of the mixed rice, for he had not unsealed its vital points. Yet, it was now able to move freely and speak. "How is it that you can talk now?" Wu Tian inquired, puzzled. Upon hearing this, the mixed rice moved its limbs, and indeed, it was capable of motion. "Oh, I can move," it exclaimed in delight. "Strange. Could it be that you were so frightened by that divine dragon that your vital points were automatically unsealed?" Wu Tian speculated. At that moment, the mixed rice seemed to have fully regained its senses. Upon spotting Wu Tian, it immediately darted several meters away, its skin quivering, and its eyes glaring fiercely at him, filled with enmity. "Humph, what grudge do I hold against you, fried rice? Why do you regard me with such hostility? You should be grateful to me. If it weren't for my intervention, would you have ever encountered that divine dragon? Meeting me is the greatest fortune of your life. Do not be ungrateful. Well, I shall not seek your gratitude. Since your vital points have unsealed, farewell." With that, Wu Tian chuckled and turned to leave. "Oh, by the way, thank you for that Dragon Ball," he called out playfully. The mixed rice watched the retreating figure of the impish Wu Tian, reflecting on the series of unfortunate events since their encounter. The more it thought, the more aggrieved it felt, tears involuntarily streaming down its cheeks. Biting its lip, it began to weep softly, resembling a child who had suffered an injustice. As Wu Tian made his way towards Yamucha, the latter was already acutely aware of the terrifying prowess that Wu Tian possessed. Upon witnessing Wu Tian approach, a wave of apprehension coursed through Yamucha's heart, leading him to fear that Wu Tian had come to settle the score with him. Upon observing Yamucha's anxious demeanor, Wu Tian bestowed upon him a peculiar smile, one imbued with a teasing quality. In response to that smile, Yamucha felt an immediate tension enveloping his entire being, rendering him utterly motionless. Wu Tian paid no heed to Yamucha, instead approaching the quivering Apulu who hid behind him. Upon noticing Wu Tian's advance, Apulu's fur bristled with fright, leaving him paralyzed and uncertain. Meanwhile, Oolong, positioned on the opposite side, reveled in their predicament. "Do not be afraid. I am not a villain, but rather quite benevolent," Wu Tian reassured, bemused by Apulu's ghostly reaction. "Is your name Apulu?" Instinctively, Apulu nodded, trembling uncontrollably. Wu Tian inquired, "So you and that dead pig both emerged from the place called Transformation Kindergarten, is that correct?" Apu looked in the direction Wu Tian indicated and realized that the dead pig referred to was none other than Oolong. He nodded in acknowledgement. Upon hearing Wu Tian bestow yet another nickname upon him, Oolong shouted back in protest, clearly displeased. Without heeding the protests of Oolong, Wu Tian turned his attention to Apu and inquired, "Excuse me, may I ask you something? Do you happen to know the location of your transformation kindergarten?" Apu, taken aback by Wu Tian's question, was left perplexed as to why Wu Tian was inquiring about the address of the transformation kindergarten. Upon hearing this, Goten was elated and exclaimed, "That's splendid. Please, share the address with me at once." After a prolonged silence, Yamucha, observing that Apulu remained unresponsive, became anxious, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, and called out to Apulu behind him, "Apulu, do convey the information to him." Finally, Apulu regained his composure, swallowed hard, and in an instant, Goten found himself gazing at a map that materialized before him, suspended in midair, conjured by Apulu. "Is this truly possible?" Goten mused, looking at the map. Although he could discern the layout, he was utterly perplexed by the locations. He quickly turned to Bulma for assistance, waving her over. "Bulma, could you please note down the address indicated on this map? I intend to visit that place shortly." Bulma examined the map for a brief moment and replied, "All right. I've memorized it." "That was remarkably swift. You've committed it to memory so quickly?" Goten inquired, astonished. With a hint of pride, Bulma declared, "Of course. I am a genius after all. Memorizing this map was a trivial endeavor." "Very well, I concede your brilliance." "Thank you, Apulu. I owe you a tea someday." As Goten departed, Yamucha and the others breathed a sigh of relief. "Now that we have located the Dragon Balls and our wish is fulfilled, where do you intend to go next?" Goten asked Bulma. Upon hearing this, Bulma felt a wave of melancholy wash over her. She was now at a loss regarding her next course of action. Initially, her plan had been to return home after finding the Dragon Balls, but circumstances had altered dramatically. Her heart was now entirely devoted to Goten, and she was uncertain of his intentions, leaving her in a state of anxious turmoil. Ever since her encounter with Goten, She felt as though she had transformed into a different person altogether. Upon observing Bulma standing there with her head lowered and an air of shyness, Goten comprehended much. He approached her and said, "If you have a moment, why not accompany me for a while? I have some matters that require your assistance." "Really?" Bulma inquired, her eyes wide with delight. Witnessing the joy radiating from her expression, Goten replied with a smile, "Indeed. My next destination is to locate the transformation kindergarten. And since I cannot find it alone, I will certainly need your guidance. First, I must escort little Goku to Master Roshi's place for training. And then we shall determine how to organize our journey." Bulma, upon hearing this, felt a surge of elation, her previous frustrations dissipating instantly. Little Goku approached, directing his gaze at Goten, and asked, "Brother, am I going to train with Master Roshi? Are you going to train as well?" "Wu Tian, my dear, I shall refrain from pursuing that matter. Instead, I will seek you after you have devoted some time to training under Master Roshi." Wu Tian pondered for a moment and then said, "Never mind, I shall not go after all. Little Wukong, you may venture forth alone. Indeed, you will accomplish it more swiftly on your own." Wu Tian pondered whether he should also create a cloud of nimbus. Upon reflecting on that lecherous old man, Wu Tian felt somewhat speechless. He wondered whether sending the young Wukong to him for training might mislead the boy. However, he had his own matters to attend to and desired for Wukong to follow the same path as the original son Wukong. He was reluctant to alter the young one's essence too significantly. Thus, this moment presented itself as the most opportune time for their separation. Wu Tian turned his gaze towards Wulong and inquired, "Where do you intend to go, that pigsy?" Wulong, seeing that the Dragon Balls had finally been located, felt a sense of liberation from the clutches of his predicament. The thought of returning to his former life filled him with elation. "Of course, I shall return to my own home," he chuckled. Wu Tian approached and grasped the pig's ears, saying, "Do you still wish to return to your Gao Laozhuang? If you are eager to go back and be roasted by those villagers, then I shall fully support your decision." Upon hearing this, Wulong couldn't help but shudder, and the two pig ears drooped disconsolately. Wu Tian gave Wulong a light tap on the head and said to the young Wukong, "Bring that Beiji along as well, lest he causes mischief with the daughters of others." Wulong, upon hearing this, expressed great reluctance and retorted, "I have no desire to accompany him." Humph. Wu Tian completely disregarded Wulong's thoughts. "All right, little Wukong, you may take Beiji along. We must also take our leave." Little Wukong approached Wulong and said, "Beiji, let us depart." He summoned the Nimbus cloud and leapt aboard, casting a glance at Wulong, who remained by the side. Wu Tian walked over, grasped the rolling eyeball, and, contemplating the possibility of escape, hurled it towards little Wukong. Little Wukong exclaimed, "How could you do this?" The two then vanished into thin air atop the Nimbus cloud. Watching their receding figures, Wu Tian felt an overwhelming sense of liberation, as if he had shed a heavy burden. Turning to Bulma, he said, "All right, Bulma, let us embark on our journey. Oh, by the way, could you point me in the direction of that transformation kindergarten? How long will it take to reach?" Bulma pondered for a moment before replying, "Well, from here, it's still several thousand kilometers away. At our current pace, it will take approximately 2 days to arrive." "What? 2 days? Goodness, that's rather slow." Wukong truly despised the thought of spending several days confined within the vehicle. He found himself enviously yearning for the Nimbus cloud of his younger counterpart. Bulma interjected, "Not at all. I merely meant at this moment. In a little while, we shall seek out a place that sells flying capsules. If we were to fly, we could reach our destination in merely 3 hours. Oh, why didn't you say so earlier? I thought I would be stuck in this wretched car for days on end. Yet, I must admit, your vehicle's speed is exceedingly sluggish." After 5 hours had elapsed, Bulma gradually began her descent in the aircraft. As she glanced at Goten, who was peacefully slumbering in the co-pilot seat, she became entranced by the sight. Sitting in the pilot's seat, she gazed at the sleeping Goten, lost in a daydream, completely oblivious to her surroundings. Though Wu Tian was in slumber, as a martial artist, he possessed a profound sensitivity to the changes in his surroundings. Wu Tian gradually opened his eyes, only to discover that the airplane had come to a halt. Glancing to the side, he noticed that Bulma was gazing at him in a daze. Wukong waved his hand in front of her eyes, but there was no response. "Bulma," he called, and upon hearing her name, Bulma jolted awake, her face flushed with embarrassment. As she dared not meet Wukong's gaze, Wu Tian had long grown accustomed to Bulma's expressions. He glanced outside the aircraft and inquired, "Have we arrived?" "Yes, it seems so. According to the map from Yapper, we should be near this location. However, due to the dense foliage, we must descend and search for it ourselves. The two disembarked from the plain, confronted by a lush expanse of trees, devoid of any visible path. Wu Tian focused intently, channeling his energy to his ears. After a considerable time, he embraced Bulma and soared toward the direction from which he heard a sound. After several minutes, they finally discovered the transformation kindergarten concealed within the forest. It was indeed well hidden, had it not been for Wu Tian's ability to fly. They might have searched for an eternity. Upon entering the kindergarten, they found it to be quite spacious, adorned with an array of exotic flora and fauna. The arrival of the two did not startle the small creatures, who merely glanced at them before continuing with their activities. The enchanting environment uplifted their spirits immensely. Wow, this place is stunning. I never imagined that Beiji once studied in such a beautiful setting. I am truly envious, Bulma exclaimed in admiration. Just as she was marveling, a colossal bird soared through the sky, casting a shadow over the entire area. Wu Tian gazed intently, increasingly captivated by its surreal presence. As the grand bird descended, it suddenly vanished, revealing an elderly Taoist priest clad in traditional robes standing in its place. Upon witnessing the scene, Wu Tian was utterly astonished. The elderly Taoist wielding a whisk was unmistakably reminiscent of the ancient Taoist priest of China. In that fleeting moment, Wu Tian had already begun to regard the old man as a celestial being, his heart brimming with excitement and incredulity. At that moment, the venerable Taoist gestured towards the surrounding birds and beasts, and instantly, all the animals underwent a remarkable transformation, taking on various anthropomorphic forms, though they retained their animalistic essence. Each could articulate human speech, chattering away as they departed from the area. It was revealed that the creatures they had just encountered were, in fact, these beings transmuted by the old Taoist, and now he had dismissed them. The two onlookers were left in even greater astonishment. The old Taoist, upon noticing the arrival of Wu Tian and his companion, was equally taken aback. Since the establishment of this transformation academy, there had been no outsiders, apart from the students, permitted to enter, as per the institution's strict regulations. May I inquire how you two managed to arrive at our academy? He asked, his expression grave and his tone serious. Before they could respond, he continued, what is your purpose in coming here? His demeanor decidedly unwelcoming. At first, Wu Tian held a sense of reverence for the old Taoist priest. However, as soon as the old man spoke, his image of a wise sage plummeted to the lowest point. Bulma, witnessing the old man's blatant discourtesy and unreasonable inquiries, felt quite uncomfortable and retorted, "Humph, you, old man, are exceedingly impolite. It is none of your concern how we arrived here. In any case, we need to speak with the head of your school. Humph, I am both a teacher and the principal of this institution. What is it that you wish to discuss with me?" Wu Tian scrutinized the old Taoist for an extended period. Aside from his ability to transform, he sensed not even a trace of formidable energy emanating from the old man, who appeared as ordinary as any other person. The Taoist robe seemed merely a coincidence. A moment ago, Wu Tian had unleashed his true energy, effortlessly tearing a gash in the old man's sleeve, yet the Taoist showed not the slightest reaction. Although he felt a twinge of irritation towards the old man, he was, after all, in need of assistance and could not afford to lose face. Wu Tian stepped forward to intercept Bulma and, with a polite demeanor, addressed the principal. "Greetings, esteemed principal. We hail from the city and have a matter of importance to discuss with you. May I inquire if this is a convenient time?" The old Taoist, maintaining his guarded tone, regarded Wu Tian warily and replied, "Speak your mind, but I fear I may not be of assistance." Wu Tian smiled gently and said, "It is not a matter of great significance. I am aware that your kindergarten specializes in imparting transformation techniques. Hence, I wish to come and learn that art of transformation from you." With a sincere expression on his face, Wu Tian was taken aback when the old Taoist abruptly took a large step back and scolded the two of them, saying, I knew you had ill intentions. It is indeed the case. To seek the transformation technique of my clan is utterly impossible. You have come to the wrong place. Please take your leave." Wu Tian was utterly taken aback by the old priest's unexpected reaction and found himself perplexed by the meaning behind the elder's words. Undeterred, Wu Tian pressed on, saying, "Principal, why are you unwilling to teach me that transformation technique? Isn't this a school? Money is not an issue. I can afford whatever you ask." With Bulma by his side, Wu Tian felt no apprehension regarding financial matters. Do not harbor any illusions. Even if you were to offer me an abundance of wealth, I would still refuse to teach you. Now, be on your way, the old priest retorted dismissively. Upon hearing this, Bulma grew even angrier than Wu Tian. She scolded the old man, Is your kindergarten of transformation truly so impressive? If you refuse to teach, then so be it. Who cares? Humph. Turning to Wu Tian, she added, Brother Tian, let us depart. We shall pay no heed to this so-called school. I am certain there are far superior institutions out there. Wukong squinted at the old Taoist, perplexed by the latter's evident disdain towards them. Although the outcome was unforeseen, it was beyond his control. Upon hearing Bulma's words, Wukong smiled at her and approached the old Taoist. The old man, taken aback by the sudden smile on Wukong's face as he approached, instinctively recoiled. Yet, Wukong was quicker. And before the old man could fully comprehend the situation, Wukong's hand was already resting on his shoulder. Wu Tian patted the old Taoist on the shoulder and said, Regarding that principle, although I am unaware of your reasons for refusing to teach me the transformation technique, I am quite curious about the apparent animosity you harbor towards us. What is the cause of this? The old Taoist, disinclined to engage with Wu Tian, attempted to shake off his persistent hand, yet found it an impossible task. Very well. Since you are unwilling to speak, I shall not press you further. Take care of yourself. Farewell. With that, Wu Tian took Bulma by the hand and departed. As they left, Bulma, still seething with anger, huffed disdainfully at the old Taoist, a gesture that served to vent her frustration. Observing Wu Tian and Bulma exit the school gates, the old Taoist scoffed, Humph, you humans aspire to learn my transformation technique? Dream on. No sooner had he uttered these words than the garments he wore disintegrated into ashes, cascading to the ground, leaving him completely exposed. The old Taoist, taken aback by the sudden transformation of his attire, leapt in shock, and upon regaining his composure, erupted in furious curses towards the direction of the school gates. How outrageous! He fumed, his anger palpable. The old Taoist's clothing had indeed been Wu Tian's doing. Enveloped in his vital energy which was designed to go haywire and tear apart once it lost control. What a lunatic! This principle must be quite deranged. No wonder he produced a pig like Beiji. Tiangu, are we simply going to walk away from this? Certainly not. I must uncover the reason behind this old Taoist's aversion to us. We will find lodging nearby and devise a plan, as dusk is fast approaching. Wu Tian, of course, could not return empty-handed. Every action of the old Taoist was worthy of investigation, which piqued Wu Tian's curiosity. Humans? Could it be that this old fellow was not human? Why did he harbor such animosity towards humanity? Humph, there must be something amiss. In the dead of night, Wu Tian soared swiftly above the forest, heading towards the transformation kindergarten. Preparing to embark on a nocturnal exploration of the old Taoist, Wu Tian stood atop the kindergarten building, carefully surveying the surroundings. Following the essence of the old Taoist, he soon discovered the dwelling of the venerable sage. Wu Tian swiftly arrived at the entrance of the old Taoist chamber, only to discover that the windows were tightly shut. He could only carve out a small hole, approximately the size of a fist, in the wall with his hands. Peering inside, he beheld the old Taoist seated in a chair, eyes closed, cradling a milky white jade pendant in his hands. The old man's demeanor radiated a sense of reverence, and the pendant occasionally emanated a soft glow. At this sight, even a fool would comprehend that the pendant was certainly a treasure. Goodness, a treasure. This old fellow possesses such a remarkable gem, one that shines with light. It must be worth a fortune. Just then, the old Taoist opened his eyes, gazing at the jade pendant in his hands. After a deep sigh, he placed the pendant into his bosom, climbed onto his bed, and, clutching the pendant close, began to drift into slumber. Wu Tian summoned his vital energy and directed it towards the old Taoist, causing the latter to tilt his head and faint. Wu Tian swiftly opened the window and leaped inside. A cursory glance around revealed an ordinary room, devoid of any apparent exits. Approaching the bedside, he retrieved the jade pendant from the old Taoist's embrace. Wu Tian held the flat, oval jade pendant in his hands, scrutinizing it closely. The pendant bore no embellishments. Merely a bare stone. Its shape resembled that of a jade ornament. Yet as Wu Tian examined it from various angles, he discerned no remarkable features. Just as he was about to stow the pendant away, a wave of warmth emanated from it, nearly prompting him to gasp. This sensation felt like a call from the depths of his soul, awakening a clarity he had never experienced before, compelling him to reassess the pendant. As he gazed at the gentle white light radiating from the pendant, he observed intricate patterns slowly emerging with its luminous glow. Focusing his energy into his eyes, he attempted to delve into the nature of these designs, gradually rendering them clearer. Unfortunately, he could not ascertain their structural significance. Nevertheless, he was certain they were crafted by human hands. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness washed over Wu Tian, and with a flash of white light, He found himself in a nebulous space, awestruck by this abrupt transition. At that moment, the space before him began to ripple, revealing a figure, the old Taoist priest lying on the bed. This sight startled Wu Tian, leading him to believe the old man was indeed an extraordinary being. However, he soon realized that the Taoist seemed oblivious to his presence, as if he were invisible. What is happening? Wu Tian pondered, his mind filled with questions. Before he could contemplate further, the old priest began to move before him. With each motion, he transformed into various shapes: a rabbit, a monkey, a tree, a house, and so forth. This was undoubtedly a manifestation of transformation magic. Beside the Taoist, words floated in mid-air, as if growing from the very atmosphere, enigmatic and profound. As Wu Tian watched the old man's myriad transformations, he gradually lost consciousness, a multitude of shadows swirling in his mind, leading him into a state of self-forgetfulness. Time became an indistinct concept, and after an indeterminate duration, the old Taoist slowly faded from view. The final remnants of the text began to dissipate as well, and Wu Tian began to awaken. Upon opening his eyes, he found that the previously nebulous space had vanished, and he was once again in the old Taoist's room. Wu Tian gazed at the old Taoist still reclining upon the bed, entirely oblivious to the events that had just transpired. He closed his eyes. Yet the recent experiences were vividly imprinted in his mind, replaying like a film. After an indeterminate passage of time, Wu Tian reopened his eyes, and before him appeared the profound character's transformation of endless variations. Is this the art of transformation? Indeed, is this the very technique of boundless metamorphosis? Wu Tian, overwhelmed with joy, stood there in a daze, exclaiming, "Ha ha, I never would have imagined that this transformation technique, no, it should be called the art of infinite metamorphosis, could be concealed within this jade pendant. It's simply astonishing." At that moment, Wu Tian sensed an inexplicable surge of energy emanating from the pendant. Wu Tian was taken aback, just as he was about to resist with his true energy. He sensed that the force bore no hostility whatsoever. Consequently, he relinquished the thought of expulsion and observed as the ethereal, translucent essence emanated from the jade pendant, swiftly enveloping his entire being. This energy not only exuded no animosity, but also seemed to return him to a place of belonging, rapidly merging with his body, with the Jiuyang true energy showing no sign of opposition. Once the essence had completely entered his body, Wu Tian attempted to harness his true energy to locate this mysterious force. However, after thoroughly searching his entire being, he found no trace of the enigmatic essence, as if it had never been there at all. Had it been absorbed by the Jiuyang true energy? A profound sense of confusion enveloped me. Glancing again at the jade pendant in my hand, I noted that the milky glow had vanished, its luster fading gradually until it resembled an ordinary piece of jade, as all the energy contained within it had dissipated into Wu Tian's body, leaving no remnants behind. Wu Tian gazed at the jade pendant, studying it for an extended period. After observing that no further anomalies occurred, he cast the pendant into the dragon ring, saving it for future examination. It was peculiar. His entire being seemed to have undergone a profound transformation, yet he could not articulate the specifics of this change. The strange energy that had once enveloped him had also vanished without a trace, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. With a face full of bewilderment, Wu Tian gazed at the bed, and to his astonishment, the old Taoist had vanished, replaced by a large, entirely featherless bird sprawled across the sheets. Wu Tian stared at the naked avian figure, rendered speechless for an extended moment. Goodness, so this is the true form of the old Taoist. No wonder he harbored such disdain for us, calling us mere humans, yet he himself is a creature that transcends humanity. Observing the great bird before him, and reflecting on the Taoist's previous words and actions, Wu Tian finally grasped the situation. Now endowed with the art of transformation, he had no desire to linger in this place. And with a flicker of his form, he vanished from the room. With his eyes closed, Wu Tian stood atop the rooftop of the transformation kindergarten, meticulously recalling the events that had just transpired in that nebulous realm. Soon, a myriad of images flooded his mind, a swift current of unfamiliar creatures and entities. Overwhelmed by the sheer volume of these visions, Wu Tian struggled to grasp any familiar animal amidst the chaos. At last, he seized upon a swiftly moving tiger, and with a mere thought, he chose it. In an instant, Wu Tian felt his body enveloped by an inexplicable energy, unmistakably the same force he had sensed from the jade pendant before. This energy vanished as quickly as it had come, and Wu Tian's perspective shifted downward. As he looked ahead, his vision transformed entirely, The surroundings became vividly clear, as if illuminated by daylight, save for a difference in hue. He had undergone a metamorphosis, becoming a tiger, and the sensations coursing through his body were utterly enchanting. Lowering his gaze to his powerful paws, the moonlight glinted off the claws, illuminating their lethal potential. Wu Tian felt no discomfort in the body of the tiger, as if he were a tiger himself. With exhilaration, he let out a long howl towards the sky to express the joy within his heart. Wu Tian continually manifested the vivid images within his mind, each one brought to life in succession. He could discern the extraordinary creatures described in ancient Chinese texts, such as the qilin, the phoenix, and the Chinese dragon. His curiosity regarding the jade pendant was piqued. However, upon inspection, no matter how he probed, the previous sensations had vanished. At that moment, Wu Tian soared through the skies, embodying the majestic form of the five-clawed golden dragon he had just observed. Its massive physique dominated a vast expanse of aerial territory. With a head resembling that of the divine dragon, it exuding an even greater aura of power, magnificence, and sanctity. Ha ha, I too have become a divine dragon. My five-clawed golden dragon is far more handsome than that celestial dragon. The next time I encounter that divine beast, I shall surely terrify it. Wu Tian yearned to soar through the skies in the form of a dragon, yet he soon discovered that his speed remained akin to that of his original self. Coupled with his immense physique, he appeared to move at a painfully sluggish pace, which left him profoundly disheartened. Indeed, as he had surmised, this transformative technique merely altered his shape, without enhancing his innate abilities. Was it possible that he could only manipulate the images already etched in his mind? Surely not. With this thought, Wu Tian hastily reverted to his original form, gracefully descending to the ground. As he contemplated Bulma's appearance, a surge of energy materialized and vanished in an instant. Looking down, he was astonished to find himself transformed into Bulma's likeness, stirring a wave of exhilaration within him. Wu Tian focused on the desire to enlarge his body, and in response, his form began to expand and contract in accordance with his thoughts, as he experimented with every conceivable notion that came to mind. Wukong was reveling in his play within the mountains, causing the trees and rocks of the forest to suffer from his antics. The wild beasts of the woods trembled in fear at his actions. Upon awakening and noticing Wukong's absence from the room, Bulma ventured outside in search of him. Upon hearing Bulma's voice, Goten realized that dawn had broken. Transforming into a parrot, he soared toward Bulma. "Where are you, Goten?" she inquired. "I'm right here, Bulma," he replied. Bulma turned around, but saw no trace of him. She searched her surroundings, yet found nothing. "I'm behind you," he called out. "By the way, did you see?" Bulma gazed at the parrot flapping its wings and beckoning to her. "Ah, so it is you, this mischievous parrot, playing tricks on me. Humph. Just wait until I teach you a lesson." With that, she cautiously extended her claws toward Goten, approaching him. Wu Tian did not anticipate Bulma's reaction. He had initially intended to startle her. It was unfortunate that he chose to transform into a parrot. Failing to frighten Bulma left him feeling rather bored, prompting him to revert to his original form. Upon seeing the suddenly reappeared Wu Tian, Bulma was indeed taken aback, exclaiming as she clutched her chest, "Oh, Tian Ge, why did you suddenly appear? You scared me to death." "Cut it out. Didn't I just greet you? Don't believe me? Allow me to demonstrate once more." With that, Wu Tian transformed back into a parrot, flapping his wings and calling out to Bulma. She was momentarily stunned by the sight of the parrot, but she quickly regained her composure and, embracing the transformed Wu Tian, joyfully exclaimed, "Tian Ge, how did you suddenly acquire this ability to change forms?" Wukong gently tousled his hair and chuckled. "You should consider who Tian is. With just this minor transformation technique, I need merely a night's time to observe the changes in Beiji's transformations to master it." Upon hearing this, Bulma was filled with immense joy. Utterly devoid of any analytical capacity, whatever Wukong proclaimed was deemed true. "Tian, you are truly remarkable. My admiration for you continues to grow." After listening, Wu Tian found it quite beneficial. Although he had not rested all night, for him at this moment, staying awake for 3 days and nights would have no effect whatsoever. "By the way, Bulma, have you ever studied gravity devices?" Wu Tian inquired while seated in the car, which Bulma was driving. "Gravity devices?" "Yes. They are merely a simple form of gravity conversion. Many research institutes in the city possess gravity testing chambers." "Oh, I'm not referring to the kind used for research. I am looking for a portable gravity device. For instance, if it were made into a watch that one could wear, the weight of a person would fluctuate under the influence of the gravity device." Upon hearing this, Bulma shook her head. "I've never heard of such a gravity device. It seems it doesn't exist. However, fear not, I will look into it when I return. My father is a scientist and enjoys exploring peculiar inventions. He's indeed one of the most outstanding scientists of this century. Upon hearing this, Goten was filled with joy. It was not that he doubted Bulma's ability to accomplish the task. Rather, he was concerned about the passage of time, fearing it would not be completed in a mere moment. Oh, by the way, Bulma, in which direction is your home? How long would it take to get there? My home is in West City. Well, from here, it's still several thousand kilometers away. At our current speed, it would take us several hours to arrive. My goodness, this place is truly vast. Are you certain this is your backyard? It doesn't resemble a park or a zoo or something of the sort. With unwavering confidence, Bulma replied, Indeed, this is my backyard. Goten gazed in awe at the backyard, which was even more stunning than a garden, adorned with a variety of large animals frolicking about, along with robots busily attending to tasks. His envy swelled. Such wealth transformed a backyard into a veritable park, exquisitely crafted. How many people reside in your home, Bulma? Goten inquired, his eyes fixed on the colossal structure. There are 3 of us, my parents and myself, she responded. Wu Tian found it hard to fathom the extravagant lifestyle of the wealthy. Just 3 individuals residing in such a vast abode was beyond the imagination of someone like him. A rustic country bumpkin. Bulma, is it not rather extravagant for just the 3 of you to inhabit such a grand house? Bulma pondered for a moment and replied, Not at all. We merely occupy the top floor. The majority of the space is filled with my father's research materials. The rest of the building is essentially my father's laboratory. After listening, Goten finally comprehended that Bulma's father was indeed a scientific genius, engaged in peculiar research, which justified the existence of such a vast laboratory. Ah, I see. It is a research facility, he chuckled. Is anyone here? Bulma led Goten into the room. Yet it was devoid of any human presence. At that moment, a robot approached them. Miss, you have returned. Upon seeing the robot, Bulma inquired, Where are my parents? They are in the inner courtyard. Come, Goten, I shall take you to meet my parents. As Wu Tian followed Bulma through a doorway, he was momentarily taken aback by the enchanting scene before him, mistaking it for the backyard. However, upon observing the lively little creatures frolicking about, he realized that this was indeed the inner courtyard they had spoken of. Not only had the animals shrunk in size, but he also encountered an array of insects he had never seen before, while the flowers and greenery surpassed the beauty of their backyard. How decadent it all was. Was it truly necessary for just 3 people to inhabit such a space? As the 2 wandered through the inner courtyard, they soon spotted an elderly man approaching them on a bicycle. Upon seeing him, Bulma exclaimed, Father, I have returned. Ah, Bulma, you have finally come back after such a long absence. Why did it take you so long? He responded. Bulma walked over and took his arm, saying, I did mention I was off to find the Dragon Balls, didn't I? Naturally, it took quite some time. The man gazed at Bulma with curiosity and remarked, strangely enough, You seem different from how I remember you. Not at all. Come, let me introduce you to my friend. This is Wu Tian, whom I met while searching for the Dragon Balls. Wukong approached and called out, Greetings, uncle. I am a friend of Bulma's. My name is Goten. Ah, hello. I am Bulma's father, Brief. By the way, father, where is my mother? Oh, your mother should be nearby. Why don't you take a look for her? Wu Tian gently patted Bulma's shoulder, gesturing towards a figure standing a short distance away. There, approximately 10 meters from them, stood a middle-aged woman with golden hair, watering her flowers with a watering can while humming a soft tune. Wu Tian had initially believed that he could finally enjoy a few days of a normal life. Yet little did he know that this was merely the harrowing beginning. Bulma's mother was exceedingly enthusiastic, introducing Wu Tian to her myriad friends. Most of these acquaintances were of similar age to Bulma's mother, and in just a few days, Wu Tian found himself thoroughly tormented. Gaining a newfound understanding of the power of women, he had hoped to persuade Bulma to accompany him on an exploration of the world to discern how it differed from his previous life. However, Bulma, alongside her father, was preoccupied with studying the gravity device, leaving her little time to accompany him. On the 3rd day, Wu Tian seized the opportunity to claim he needed to practice, thus evading further disturbances from Bulma's mother. Wu Tian soared to a hill in the outskirts, retrieving the Rui Jingu Bang, the magical staff. During his time at the Mixed Rice Castle, he had experienced a moment of profound clarity, yet lacked the time to validate it. After an extensive search, Wu Tian finally discovered this most suitable location. Wu Tian grasped the golden cudgel, channeling his vital energy as he gradually attuned to the flow of power coursing through the staff. Under the enhancement of Wu Tian's inner strength, The golden cudgel emitted a deep, resonant hum. Wu Tian channeled his vital energy to its utmost extent, gripping the golden cudgel and sweeping it forcefully forward. With a swift motion, waves of pale yellow energy surged from the cudgel, striking the ground and leaving behind marks reminiscent of a blade's cut. Although this outcome was entirely anticipated by Wu Tian, the sight of it stirred different emotions within him. The projection of internal energy into the external realm signifies an elevated mastery within the martial world. The Jiuyang Gong, upon reaching its sixth tier of mastery, allows for the externalization of internal energy, and witnessing this stark contrast made him ponder the formidable power that would be unleashed upon transcending to the sixth stage, known as the first of the six suns. If Master Rashi's Kamehameha technique involves consolidating all 1's energy before unleashing it, then it stands to reason that my own vital energy should be even more manageable to control. Why then must I rely on an object to manifest it? Wu Tian once again summoned his vital energy, channeling it throughout his entire body and directing it towards his hands. However, when the energy converged, he found himself at a loss as to how to proceed. No matter how he moved his hands, there was no response. Wu Tian was greatly perplexed. When wielding the golden staff, he could unleash energy with ease. Yet, why was he unable to generate energy with his bare hands like Master Rashi? Could it be that his inner strength lacked depth? If so, why was it so effortless when utilizing the golden staff? With his eyes closed, Goten reminisced about the moment when Master Rashi unleashed the Kamehameha wave, meticulously analyzing each of the old Master's movements. After several repetitions, he arrived at a rather simplistic conclusion. Energy must be concentrated and then forcefully released. He found little in the way of intricate techniques, and similarly, he observed that little Goku exhibited no remarkable changes within himself. The agitation of his mind only served to further cloud his thoughts, prompting Goten to commence his practice of the Jiuyang technique. Half an hour later, the earlier restlessness had subsided, and as the clock ticked on, he began to reflect slowly on the physical transformations exhibited by Master Rashi and little Goku during their energy releases. Could it be related to their physical constitution? Were their bodies capable of storing vast amounts of energy, allowing for a seamless accumulation of power throughout? Is it truly as simple as that? As Wu Tian pondered further, the possibility became increasingly apparent. Although his physical form could harbor only a meager amount of energy, he believed it might be possible to concentrate that energy into a single point. With this thought, Wu Tian rose to his feet, took a step forward, closed his eyes, and directed his will to harness the scant energy within his body. Clearly, he had underestimated the difficulty of energy accumulation. After numerous attempts that culminated in failure, he found himself drenched in sweat, his spirit somewhat depleted. Reluctantly, he settled into a cross-legged position to restore his energy. It was a torturous experience, yet he sensed a flicker of response. The chi within him seemed to exhibit signs of being stirred. At last, he glimpsed a glimmer of hope, and a faint smile graced his lips. Chi. Just moments ago, he had been suppressing the chi to incite it. What if he simultaneously harnessed the chi to stimulate the energy of his physical form? As Wu Tian pondered more deeply, a surge of excitement coursed through him, as if his thoughts had been validated. Rising to his feet, he summoned the Nine Suns' true chi and activated the energy within his physical form. However, he soon discovered that the flow of the Nine Suns' true chi had significantly slowed. Undeterred, he persevered in his efforts to harness this energy. The scant reserves of energy stored within his body had been largely absorbed by the meridians, rendering the process exceedingly cumbersome. When the energy had gathered to a critical point, it suddenly reversed course, forcing Wu Tian to concede defeat. The inadequacy of his physical energy posed a significant challenge. Indeed, his constitution was a considerable concern. While it was true that he could be formidable without relying on energy projectiles, such abilities would serve as vital long-range skills for his future survival. Wu Tian circulated his vital energy through his meridians, channeling it into his palms, where the resplendent golden energy enveloped them. While it is true that vital energy can manifest externally, a thought struck him. If he could project the energy outward and then use his physical prowess to concentrate it, would that not yield remarkable results? Ah, what a genius I am! With this revelation, Wu Tian exerted all his strength to activate the Nine Yang vital energy once more. At that moment, he found himself encased in a luminous yellow aura, reminiscent of the aura emitted by a super scion, albeit rather tenuous. As Wu Tian's thoughts stirred, the pale yellow aura enveloping him suddenly vanished. In that moment, a golden orb, roughly the size of a bowl, materialized in his palm. Realizing his success, Wu Tian could not help but burst into hearty laughter. The orb of light in Wu Tian's hand resembled the mastery of his inner energy, as he forcefully hurled it towards the ground. With a resounding impact, the moment the orb met the earth, a small crater the size of a basketball erupted, accompanied by a sharp sound. Upon witnessing this outcome, Wu Tian felt a tinge of disappointment. Although he had successfully unleashed an energy sphere, its power was undeniably lacking. There was little he could do. The energy he could project was indeed limited and challenging to control. While he had achieved success, there lingered an unsettling feeling that something was amiss. When he released the energy, there had been no indication of movement within his internal energy. A true energy sphere should propel itself with the force of the energy residing within. Attempted several times, yet the outcome remained unchanged. He pondered. Since stimulating the energy within the body proved ineffective, perhaps he could instead harness the physical strength to invigorate the true qi. The meridians are capable of absorbing the energy stored within the body. Thus, it stands to reason that the body should also be able to absorb the true qi from the meridians. If I were to neglect this notion of utilizing true qi, I would truly be akin to a fool for not realizing it sooner. Wu Tian no longer pondered the connection between vital energy and the physical form. Instead, he focused on channeling all the energy within his body into his palms. In an instant, he felt the vital energy within him being released, swiftly converging between his hands. So, at that moment, a golden sphere of light, akin to the size of a basketball, reappeared in Wu Tian's palms. He could sense the immense power of the energy pulsating within the sphere, shimmering with vitality. Wu Tian summoned his vital energy to his palms, and at the moment of contact with the luminous orb, a resonance was established. Utilizing his vital energy as a driving force, Wu Tian forcefully propelled the orb into the distance. The ground trembled violently, and with a resounding boom, a crater approximately 3 meters wide emerged at the site of the explosion. Although this feat paled in comparison to that of the turtle hermit, it did not necessarily imply that the turtle hermit was superior to Wu Tian. Given Wu Tian's current prowess, he could effortlessly defeat the turtle hermit. As for the disparity in the destructive power of the energy blasts, he remained uncertain. I have finally succeeded. Wu Tian gasped for breath, laughing heartily, yet at this moment, the true energy within him dwindled to less than a third. Moreover, he had inadvertently squandered a significant amount of energy at the very moment he released that orb of light, failing to control it properly. Wu Tian lay on the ground, incessantly chuckling to himself. Although he had achieved success, he still struggled to coordinate effectively. His genuine energy seemed to falter. It appeared that only upon breaking through to the 6th level of the 9-yang skill would he be able to unleash energy blasts at will. Nevertheless, the present moment was satisfactory, as he had finally managed to avoid being cast aside by little Wukong. Wu Tian undertook numerous attempts, only ceasing when he had completely exhausted his energy. He has now discerned a path forward. What remains is to master the manipulation of energy orbs. Although fatigued, the joy derived from having found direction wholly eclipsed the weariness of his body. Today may very well be the happiest day of his life. After a moment of reflection, Goten decided it was time to return, intent on thoroughly processing the insights he had gained that day. With a powerful push from his legs, he propelled himself towards Bulma's residence, harnessing the last remnants of his energy. Just as he touched down at the entrance, he was greeted by Bulma, who rushed towards him, exclaiming, "Where have you been, Goten? I've been searching for you for quite some time." Wu Tian replied, "I merely ventured outside to practice my skills. Did you not notice how your mother can be quite persistent? I truly find it unbearable." Upon hearing this, Bulma couldn't help but smile. "Tian, we have successfully completed that gravity device you requested. Here, take a look." Wukong took the watch that Bulma had handed him, exclaiming with delight, "How is it ready so soon? I thought I would have to wait much longer." Seeing Wukong's joyful expression, Bulma felt that the arduous days of research had been truly worthwhile. The fatigue of the past few days melted away in an instant at the sight of his smile. Bulma pointed to the watch and explained, "This is the activation button. This one increases gravity, and this one decreases it. The screen displays the multiplier of gravity, and currently, it can only be set to a maximum of 100 times. 100 times? Bulma, you are simply remarkable. I thought achieving 10 times would be an impressive feat. But you truly are a genius." Upon hearing Wukong's praise, Bulma felt immense joy in her heart. Wu Tian cautiously pressed the increase button, experiencing a slight tremor in his body, but no significant sensation. Only when he continued to elevate the gravity until it reached 5 times the normal level did he begin to feel a slight heaviness in his form. Wu Tian took a few steps and felt somewhat at ease. After pressing a couple of times, he could not help but let out a muffled groan as walking became a bit laborious. With the weight of 8 times gravity bearing down, he decided to proceed in this manner for now, gradually increasing the intensity once he had acclimatized. Wukong was exceedingly pleased with the gravity watch. Approaching Bulma, he requested, "Bulma, could you craft 10 more of these gravity devices for me? They will undoubtedly prove useful in the future." Bulma nodded in agreement. "Brother Tian, are you currently utilizing that gravity device? I thought you only activated it during your training." "I often keep it on. I'll get accustomed to it over time. It greatly aids in enhancing my power," Wukong replied. After exchanging a few more words, he began to feel the strain of exhaustion, coupled with his previous exertions. Even speaking became labored. He attempted to circulate his energy to alleviate his fatigue, but found the flow alarmingly sluggish, forcing him to relinquish that endeavor for the moment. Upon deactivating the gravity device, Wukong felt as though he had been liberated, experiencing an overwhelming sense of relief. "Bulma, I may embark on my training journey tomorrow. Would you accompany me today to purchase some supplies?" Upon hearing this, Bulma's expression shifted dramatically. "Tian, are you truly leaving so soon? Would you allow me to join you?" Upon hearing Bulma's heartfelt plea, Goten felt a pang of compassion. "That is not feasible," he replied. "I am going to train, not to indulge in leisurely excursions. Your presence would be of no benefit. I am consumed by my training and cannot attend to you." Bulma, her eyes already glistening with unshed tears, responded, "Oh, then I shall not go." Upon witnessing this, Goten felt a surge of compassion and gently pulled Bulma into his embrace. Bulma, taken aback by Goten's sudden gesture, momentarily froze in surprise. However, it was not long before her face blossomed with a radiant hue of happiness. Wu Tian whispered in her ear, "Accompany me in West City for the next couple of days. There are many things I wish to purchase, if you would be so kind." Bulma nodded eagerly in his embrace, at a loss for words. In the days that followed, Bulma led Wu Tian on a delightful spree through West City. His dragon ring became a veritable treasure trove, filled with an array of items, edibles, toys, clothing, and even firearms such as handguns, machine guns, and cannons. After all, he bore no financial burden, and despite their lack of utility for him, being a visitor from the 21st century, he held a certain fascination for weaponry. At that moment, Bulma tightly grasped Wu Tian's hand, her expression markedly dimmer than usual. "Bulma," he said softly, "let it be. You needn't see me off. I shall return when time permits." As Wu Tian gazed upon Bulma, a sense of reluctance washed over him. He found it utterly perplexing how this Bulma could harbor such profound affection for him. A stark contrast to the image he had of her. His presence had seemingly transformed her entire demeanor. The once fiery and willful traits that he had not intended to alter had vanished entirely, replaced by gentility and grace, though these qualities were only evident in his presence. Yet, it was more than sufficient. With a hint of sorrow in her voice, Bulma softly urged, "Brother Tian, do return to me soon." Wukong gazed at Bulma and replied, "Indeed, I shall. Perhaps I shall return in a month's time, though it is uncertain. Once I have completed my tasks and found a moment of leisure, I shall come back to visit you. In my absence, please continue your research on the gravity device. The greater the multiplier, be it 1,000-fold or 10,000-fold, the better." Wukong gently kissed Bulma before releasing her hand, leaping into the air and soaring away. He feared that if he lingered any longer, Bulma would pester him, and he was uncertain when he would be able to escape. Wukong activated 8 times the gravity and embarked on a path of arduous training after leaving Bulma's residence. According to the data provided by Bulma, the journey from West City to Kairita spans over 1,000 kilometers. After more than 5 days of acclimatization to the 8-fold gravity, although he could not yet soar into the air, Wukong's full-speed sprint achieved half of his normal speed. During these days of training, he distinctly sensed a fortification of his physical form, far surpassing the previous struggles of carrying heavy stones. It felt as though he had leaped from a primitive civilization into an interstellar one. On the 15th day, Wukong began to experiment with 10-fold gravity. At his current velocity, he seemed no different from an ordinary person, yet he was entirely unable to perform lightness techniques, as the flow of his internal energy was exceedingly sluggish. The pressure was overwhelming. Whenever he attempted to circulate his energy, it would spiral uncontrollably within his meridians, causing immense distress. He could only imagine the torment that awaited him at 100 times the gravity, as even the current 10-fold gravity left him in a state of near collapse. At noon, Wukong sat cross-legged on the ground, channeling the 9 Yang True Qi. The energy in his dantian gradually rotated, distributing itself throughout his meridians, but at a pace significantly slower than before. At this rate, it would take him 3 hours to complete a small cycle. Fortunately, Wukong's perseverance enabled him to recognize the benefits of cultivating the 9-yang technique under such gravity, while his internal strength had not increased, and could even be considered somewhat diminished. His previous absorption of fire energy on Frying Pan Mountain had sufficiently prepared him to break through to the 5th level of the 9-yang technique. Under the suppression of gravity, his internal energy began to be gradually refined. Currently, the energy in his body remained at approximately 3/4 of its peak state. This unexpected enhancement of his energy brought Wukong joy, as elevating the purity of one's internal energy was an exceedingly challenging endeavor. Now, under the gravitational pressure, he began to autonomously extract the most refined spiritual energy, which had already been tempered under tenfold gravity before entering his body. The more his internal energy was diminished, the more it indicated the purity of his power, with the lethality of his energy increasing exponentially. As his energy was gradually refined, Wukong noticed a subtle change in its color. Though the transformation was minute, almost imperceptible, he could instantly sense even the slightest disturbance. The energy was an intrinsic part of his being. Since the last encounter in West City, where he grasped the skill of energy blasts, Wukong's understanding of his internal energy and physical form had deepened significantly. The comprehension of energy blasts was entirely derived from his awareness of his internal energy and the characteristics of the physical body in absorbing energy, culminating in a unique skill that completely revolutionized his prior understanding of energy. His current practice transcended mere meridian cultivation. Wukong inadvertently guided a portion of his internal energy to permeate his physical form. Wu Tian remained uncertain about the extent to which his true energy could be refined. Nonetheless, he understood that the purer the true energy, the greater its benefits. The increase in true energy far surpassed the growth of the physical body. And every time he unleashed an energy blast, it necessitated a harmonious blend of internal and external forces. His greatest apprehension was that the growth of his physical form would lag behind his internal strength. Consequently, the energy within his body had not been subjected to the same purification as the internal force coursing through his meridians. Thus, Wu Tian diligently sought to channel his internal energy back into his physical form each day, establishing a cyclical relationship between his muscles and meridians, allowing true energy to permeate both realms. This method of cultivation yielded significant benefits and dramatically enhanced his capacity to absorb energy. Although his physical body had yet to attain the extraordinary ability to store energy like the inhabitants of this world, it undoubtedly provided him with a shortcut to cultivation, effectively merging internal and external practices into a synchronous approach. At this point, Wu Tian no longer distinguished between internal and external cultivation. Practicing internal skills meant fortifying his physical form, and as he honed his physique, his internal strength naturally increased. While this was merely the beginning and the process was exceedingly complex, after a period of adaptation, a bridge would organically form between his meridians and body. In doing so, the previous disadvantages of his physical form compared to others in this world could very well transform into advantages. One method relied on storing energy within the body, while the other utilized the meridians and dantian as reservoirs. Moreover, Wu Tian possessed a deeper understanding of how to manipulate energy. He believed that no one in this world comprehended the essence of energy better than he did. After enduring the trials of tenfold gravity, Wu Tian finally managed to soar through the air, albeit barely, as the consumption of true energy was immense. He could only sustain flight for less than a kilometer before his internal reserves dwindled significantly. "I never anticipated my strength could advance to this extent," he chuckled. "Though it is unfortunate that the suppression of true energy has led to such considerable depletion, I eagerly await the moment I unlock the 6th threshold, allowing my true energy to circulate autonomously throughout my body. While it may not be an endless flow, it would undoubtedly surpass my current capabilities 100-fold. Simultaneously cultivating while on the move proved to be an excellent method, and Wu Tian continued his journey westward for another 5 days, finally nearing the sacred site of Kelly. The following day, he caught sight of the towering spire piercing the clouds from a distance, prompting him to accelerate with renewed vigor toward the Kelly Tower. Wu Tian gazed at the endless Kairita, his astonishment unyielding. Given the tower's towering height, it was difficult to conceive of anyone, aside from deities, possessing such extraordinary capabilities. As Wu Tian knelt at the base of the tower, he prepared to replenish the vital energy within him before commencing his ascent. After 2 hours of focused cultivation, a glimmer of determination sparked in his eyes as he gazed toward the pinnacle of the tower. With a powerful leap, he soared several hundred meters into the air, and with the grace of a swan in flight, he ascended even higher. A deft push against the tower's edge propelled him further still, reaching several hundred more meters. Thus, Wu Tian surged upward at a breathtaking pace toward the summit of the Kaili Tower. After countless repetitions, he lost track of how high he had climbed. Yet the tower's apex remained elusive. Now, he began to sense the depletion of his vital energy. Goodness, this is indeed towering. It must be several dozen miles high by now. Wu Tian gritted his teeth and ultimately decided to deactivate the gravity device. In such lofty heights, if his vital energy proved insufficient and he could not replenish it, a fall would undoubtedly plunge him into the depths of despair, the extent of which would depend on the geological layers below. Upon releasing the gravitational constraints, a surge of energy coursed through his body, causing his vital essence to spiral wildly for the first time in over a month. Now, liberated from the weight of gravity, he felt as though he had become weightless, floating in an unfamiliar and disconcerting state. With a powerful push against the tower's edge, Wu Tian vanished in a swift whoosh, ascending at an astonishing speed that exceeded his previous velocity by a factor of 10. He had already soared upward for 2 minutes with his utmost effort, and astonishingly, his speed showed no signs of waning. Wu Tian was taken aback by this outcome, never anticipating such a vast disparity between his initial and current pace. Wu Tian kicked off from the edge of the tower once more. After 3 successive leaps, he finally beheld the pinnacle of the tower. His keen eyesight revealed that the summit was not particularly large, appearing only slightly broader than the body of the tower itself. Consequently, Wu Tian slowed his ascent. After a minute, he reached the very top, where he observed 4 substantial openings in the tower, likely serving as entrances. True to his nature, Wu Tian had no intention of squeezing through those openings. Instead, he hovered at a distance of over 10 meters from the entrance, executing a technique known as point treading the clouds. Effortlessly, he seemed to tread upon an invisible staircase in the air, gracefully making his way toward the tower's apex. Wu Tian ascended at a leisurely pace, and before long, he reached the precipice of the tower. Peering inside, he was met with the astonishing sight of a large, plump white creature, its expression one of disbelief as it gazed back at him. As Wu Tian beheld the rotund figure, he recognized it as the esteemed immortal of Kairita, the immortal Kairi. Wu Tian waved toward him, Greetings, immortal Kairi. As Wu Tian gracefully approached the immortal Kailei in the sky, the latter stood in astonishment, rendered speechless by the sight of Wu Tian effortlessly traversing the air. With his mouth agape, Kailei gazed at Wu Tian's ethereal advance. In Kailei's understanding, the ability to soar through the air was indeed a skill possessed by some. However, Wu Tian's movement, akin to flying, was a feat reserved for celestial beings, which left him utterly amazed. Though Kailei could not discern Wu Tian's true identity, he perceived him merely as an ordinary mortal. Yet even this so-called immortal found the spectacle to be extraordinary and beyond belief. Upon witnessing the astonished expression of the illustrious Kairi sage, Wu Tian could not help but swell with pride. He gazed at him and called out, "Hey, Big White, are you not the Kairi sage?" Startled by Wu Tian's proximity, the Kairi sage instinctively leaped back, swallowing hard before stammering, I am indeed the Kairi sage, meow." Upon witnessing the timid demeanor of the esteemed Kaili immortal, Wu Tian's playful spirit surged forth. "Are you truly the Kaili immortal? The one and only immortal in this world?" Upon hearing the assertion of being the sole immortal on earth, the Kaili immortal could not help but swell with pride, exclaiming, "Indeed, there is no other immortal in existence besides myself." Wu Tian shook his head and remarked, I do not believe you. With your demeanor, you hardly seem formidable enough to be an immortal. An immortal ought to possess great power. If you claim to be one, then let us engage in a contest. If you can defeat me, only then will I accept your claim." Upon hearing this, the immortal Kair leaped back a few steps, exclaiming, "Meow, do not act recklessly. Being an immortal does not solely depend on martial prowess. I have existed in this realm since birth, and apart from myself, there is no one else here." Meow. Wu Tian, in a moment of enlightenment, remarked, "So you have resided here since birth, which has granted you the status of an immortal. Does that not imply that your immortality holds no significance? Would it not suggest that anyone could attain it?" Upon hearing this, the immortal coolly, feeling somewhat perturbed, responded, "Meow, that is certainly not the case. I possess innate celestial abilities, and I diligently monitor every movement on Earth daily. Such a feat is not achievable by just anyone." Upon hearing this, Wu Tian's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he gazed at the celestial being Kaylee and inquired, "Are you suggesting that I must descend the tower daily to conduct inspections?" "Not at all," Kaylee replied with an air of pride, "for I can observe every corner of Earth from here. Come, follow me." With that, the celestial being led Wu Tian towards a jar nestled in a corner. Kaylee lifted the lid of the jar and proclaimed, "Behold, here lies a marvel. Whatever you wish to see, simply envision it in your mind. Is it truly that extraordinary?" Wu Tian regarded Kaylee with a skeptical expression. Wukong approached, only to find an empty jar. Thoughts of Bulma filled his mind, and soon her figure emerged from the water's surface. At that moment, Bulma was diligently occupied with her tools. Wukong exclaimed in wonder. His thoughts then shifted to little Goku, and as the scene shifted, he beheld the young Goku swimming within the jar. Observing Wukong's astonished expression, the celestial being Kaylee stroked his beard, brimming with pride. Wu Tian turned around, casting a dismissive glance at the self-satisfied Kaylee immortal, and remarked, "Humph, is it not merely this jar that you possess? If I had it, I too could traverse the earth, but you fail to comprehend. Without my enchantment, you would be utterly blind to it." After listening, Wu Tian was greatly disappointed. He was contemplating how to obtain one from this plump hand, only to realize that it required further processing. Wu Tian gazed at the celestial being, Kaylee, and remarked, "That is utterly worthless. Could you possibly impart your knowledge to me?" Kaylee, the celestial being, replied, "That is out of the question. It is a skill innate to me, and I cannot teach it to you." With that, he mysteriously produced a green bean from seemingly nowhere, tossed it into the air, and with a flick of his tongue, began to chew it audibly. Upon witnessing the scene, Wu Tian felt a stirring within his heart, and in an instant, he floated before the immortal Kaylee, feigning curiosity as he inquired, "Pray tell, esteemed Kaylee, what delectable morsel did you just consume? It appeared most appetizing." While speaking, he began to search around the immortal. Kaylee, thoroughly exasperated by Wu Tian's avaricious antics, conjured another celestial bean in his hand and tossed it to Wu Tian, saying, "Cease your searching. Here, take this." Upon seeing it, Wu Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement as he grasped the celestial bean. He examined it closely, noting that it appeared indistinguishable from an ordinary broad bean. Holding the bean in his hand, Wu Tian found himself questioning whether this humble broad bean was indeed the fabled celestial being. Struggling to comprehend how such a diminutive object could possess such immense power, Wu Tian placed the mystical bean into his mouth, savoring its subtle fragrance. Beyond this delicate aroma, it possessed no remarkable flavor. Gradually, he swallowed the enchanted bean, and at once, he felt the chewed fragments transform into waves of energy, which swiftly radiated throughout his entire being. Wukong felt an inexplicable surge of energy suddenly fill his entire being, as if his meridians were instantaneously brimming with vital essence. It was akin to the invigorating effects of blue and red potions, instantaneously restoring him to a state of complete satisfaction. Oh, how delightful it is to possess such a divine artifact reminiscent of the Dragon Balls. Although it may not augment one's strength, it undoubtedly serves as a life-saving elixir, perhaps even more effective than the fabled elixirs of legend. It is said that no matter the extent of one's injuries, as long as a breath remains, one will swiftly return to their former state. However, this gluttonous creature seems oblivious to its true potential, only aware of its capacity to satiate hunger, a true misappropriation of a precious gift. These celestial beings are truly remarkable. All my fatigue has vanished. "You are indeed a celestial being," Wukong exclaimed. Hearing this, the celestial being Kaylee took great pleasure, responding with pride, "Meow. This is merely a trivial snack I enjoy to pass the time. It's nothing of consequence. There's still a large jar full of them." Before Kaylee could finish his sentence, Wukong had vanished from sight, only to reappear moments later, cradling the jar filled with the celestial beings that Kaylee had just mentioned. Wukong excitedly opened the lid of the jar, discovering it filled to the brim with celestial beings. Upon this revelation, he felt an overwhelming sense of security regarding his existence. Each of these precious beings possessed the power to save a life, and in that moment, he realized he had essentially acquired thousands of lifetimes. Wu Tian held the jar tightly, anxiously gazing at the immortal Kelly, and inquired, Kelly, do you still need these celestial beings?" Immortal Kelly paid no heed to Wu Tian, having never regarded the celestial beings with any significance. At that moment, Wu Tian resembled a rustic villager, unfamiliar with the world. Meow, take them if you wish. They are merely some celestial beans, Kelly remarked. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Tian swiftly collected the entire jar of celestial beans into his dragon ring. Upon witnessing the beans nestled within the ring, Wu Tian finally felt a sense of relief. At that moment, he experienced an unprecedented sense of ease and indescribable lightness, as if the 9-yang true qi within him had been purified, initiating a transformation in that fleeting instant. Upon sensing the profound changes within himself, Wu Tian was filled with ecstatic joy and quickly closed his eyes to delve into the transformations occurring within his body. The immortal Kyrie observed Wu Tian standing there, suddenly grinning foolishly, then shutting his eyes and falling silent, which struck him as quite peculiar. However, he chose not to intrude upon Wu Tian's reverie and instead wandered to the edge of the tower, gazing at the boundless clouds and savoring the scenic view. After a few minutes, Wu Tian completed his introspection, and his delight was unmistakable. His 9 sons' true qi had undergone yet another metamorphosis, now surpassing its previous strength by more than double. He had reached the pinnacle of the 4th layer and was poised to break through to the 5th at any moment. Initially, Wu Tian contemplated seizing the opportunity to ascend to the 5th realm. However, after some reflection, he realized that the breakthrough to this new level posed no significant obstacles. With sufficient time, he was confident he could achieve it. Thus, he resolved not to rush the process. Wu Tian suppressed his joy at the elevation of his realm and approached the immortal Kyrie. Kyrie, do you possess only a scant few of those celestial beings? Are there none remaining? The immortal Kyrie, rendered speechless, replied, Alas, there are none left. The ones you just took were all I cultivated over the past year, and they will sustain me for quite some time. Wu Tian, upon hearing this, could not help but feel a tinge of disappointment. He then inquired of the immortal Kylie, Are you implying that you possess this jar of celestial beans annually? Alas, replied Kylie, those are but my reserves from the past few years. I have only cultivated a few, and I have distributed the remainder to those in need below. Upon hearing this, Wu Tian felt a surge of excitement and addressed the Kylie immortal. Are you implying that you can cultivate even more celestial beans? The Kylie immortal nodded. Indeed. But cultivating an excessive amount serves no purpose. Then could you possibly grant me a few celestial bean seeds? I wish to emulate your cultivation methods, Wu Tian inquired earnestly. The Kylie immortal shook his head. Alas, that is not feasible. These celestial beings can only be nurtured atop the Kylie tower. Initially, Wu Tian had merely posed the question, fully aware that acquiring these celestial beings would not be a simple endeavor. Just then, the Kylie immortal, momentarily preoccupied, recalled something and turned to Wu Tian, asking, by the way, who exactly are you? What brings you to the Kylie tower? Oh, I'm Sun Wu Tian, merely here for a leisurely stroll. Why are you so anxious? You possess nothing of value, he replied nonchalantly. With that, Wu Tian retrieved a can of meat from his dragon ring, presenting a tin of beef before the Kylie immortal, followed by another can of fish, which he tossed toward him. The Kylie immortal, taken aback by the sudden gesture, swiftly caught the incoming can, regarding Wu Tian with a wary expression. Please, do not regard me with such suspicion. Those are merely provisions. Do not mistake my goodwill, Wu Tian remarked, channeling his energy to envelop the can in his hand. After a brief interlude of 10 seconds, he lifted the lid, releasing a waft of steam, accompanied by an enticing aroma that swiftly permeated the air. Upon catching the scent of the savory meat, the Kylie immortal's mouth began to water profusely. Wu Tian inhaled the savory aroma of the meat with great relish. Satisfied, he retrieved a pair of chopsticks from his dragon ring and began to feast. The exquisite beef canned food weighed a mere 2 pounds, and in just a few swift motions, Wu Tian devoured it effortlessly. Such a modest portion was trivial for him at this moment. After finishing his meal, he noticed Master Kyer pondering over his own can. Wu Tian approached him and assisted in opening the can, instantly releasing an enticing fragrance of fish. Upon catching a whiff, Master Kyer could not contain his excitement, snatching the can from Wu Tian's hands, disregarding him entirely as he scampered off to indulge in his solitary delight. After wandering within the tower, Wu Tian returned to find the immortal Kyrie licking an empty can with great enthusiasm. He approached and remarked, Kyrie, it appears you have a fondness for such cans. Allow me to present you with some. The moment Kyrie heard of Wu Tian's generous offer, he was so taken aback that he could scarcely articulate a response. Wu Tian extracted thousands of cans from the dragon ring, and with a mere thought, a mountain of cans materialized before him, showcasing an array of flavors. These cans, while deemed the finest on the market, paled in comparison to the value of a single celestial being. Not to mention, the dragon ring housed tens of thousands of cans alongside a plethora of other provisions. The eyes of the immortal Kair were filled with the sight of this towering pile of cans, incessantly meowing and restlessly pawing at them. Uncertain of how to engage with such a multitude, Wu Tian opened another can and began to indulge in its delectable contents. Indeed, those cans were a culinary delight. Otherwise, he would not have procured so many. Observing the comical demeanor of the immortal Kaylee, Wu Tian approached and gently patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Kaylee, my dear immortal, I wish to discuss a matter with you." Kaylee hurriedly wiped the drool from his lips and turned to him, inquiring, "What is it, Sir Wu Tian?" "I would like to request a favor. Could you possibly cultivate a few more of those celestial beans? A few additional plants would suffice. The more, the better. I promise to bring you a substantial supply of canned goods each year. Is it true? Would you genuinely deliver such a bounty of canned delights to me?" "Absolutely. Just provide me with the celestial beans, the more, the merrier. I will take as many as you can spare." Delighted by Wu Tian's promise, Kaylee exclaimed, "Very well. It shall be done." With Kaylee's assurance, Wu Tian was overjoyed and retrieved several hundred cans from his dragon ring, causing Kaylee to feel as if he might faint from the sheer abundance before him. Wu Tian could no longer endure the obsession of the immortal Kaylee with the canned goods, so he took Kaylee upstairs. "All right, Kaylee, I wish to inquire about the location of the super divine water." "Super divine water? Are you seeking the super water?" Wu Tian nodded and said, "Indeed, it is the super divine water, not the super sacred water." Upon hearing the mention of super divine water, the expression of the immortal Kair grew solemn. He looked at Wu Tian, perplexed, and inquired, "How do you know of this super divine water?" "I have only announced the existence of the super sacred water to the outside world." Wu Tian cast a sidelong glance at him and remarked, "Come off it. Your so-called divine water is nothing more than a ruse. Do you think I am unaware? As for how I came to this knowledge, that is of little consequence. All I require is for you to deliver me to a location where the divine water resides." The immortal Kaylee scratched his head, gazing at Wu Tian, and said, "That divine water should hold no value for someone like you. What purpose do you intend to serve with it?" "Rest assured, I have my reasons. And it is of great significance to me," Wu Tian replied confidently. Kaylee hesitated before saying, "Are you aware that while this divine water possesses the power to enhance one's strength, it is also exceedingly perilous, almost a guaranteed path to demise?" "I am fully aware," Wu Tian retorted, "but the divine water is not solely for consumption. I have other applications in mind." Upon hearing this, Kaylee felt considerably relieved and said, "Well, as long as it is not for drinking, I shall escort you. However, I implore you, do not consume that divine water." "Understood. I have already stated it is not intended for drinking." "Very well, then follow me." Kaylee led Wu Tian to a secluded corner and pointed to a jar placed upon the ground. "Simply enter through here, and you will be transported directly to a labyrinth in the north. Deep within the labyrinth lies the chamber where the divine water is stored. However, darkness guards the divine water, making it a formidable challenge to obtain it. Nevertheless, I believe it will pose no insurmountable obstacle for you." Wu Tian gazed at the small opening of the jar, measuring merely a dozen centimeters in diameter, utterly speechless. Master Kair, do you not find this opening rather diminutive? How could someone of my stature possibly fit through it? Do you possess a larger vessel?" Master Kair shook his head and replied, "Do not be deceived by the size of the opening. It can indeed contain vast treasures. All those who have ventured through here in the past have descended via this very portal, many of whom were considerably larger than you. Thus, you need not worry." Wu Tian gazed at the immortal Kairi and inquired, "How shall I gain entry?" Kairi responded, "You need only to leap in from this very spot. Did I not mention that?" Wu Tian gently inhaled, levitating above the mouth of the jar, and gazed at the immortal Kairi, inquiring, "Immortal Kairi, do you have any advice or precautions to share?" Immortal Kairi stroked his beard, pondered for a moment, and replied, "Indeed, while it is perilous within, it should pose no challenge for you. However, do refrain from imbibing the divine water." As Wu Tian cautiously descended, the moment his feet grazed the edge of the altar, an overwhelming force emanated from within, one that he could not withstand. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, he found himself plunged into a realm of icy desolation. The portal, it was nothing extraordinary. As Wu Tian was about to take his first step, he heard the voice of the celestial being, Kair, calling out to him, "Lord Wu Tian, please remember, under no circumstances should you consume the super divine water. Once you have obtained the super divine water, return here, and I shall come to retrieve you." Wu Tian. weary of engaging in idle chatter, stepped out of the strange circle and began to survey his surroundings. Wu Tian gazed at the surrounding ice blocks, which shimmered like mirrors, and couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of nature. "How breathtakingly beautiful," he exclaimed, "though it is rather chilly." Wu Tian reached out towards the colossal ice block, and as soon as his fingertips made contact, they were instantly frozen in place. He quickly channeled his vital energy to the immobilized hand. Goodness, how perilous. If he were to accidentally stumble upon this ice block, it would spell disaster. Wu Tian summoned his vital energy, enveloping his entire being, and the previous sensation of freezing instantly dissipated. He pondered whether the ice here could indeed be classified as a millennium-old frost. If he were to transport some back, it could fetch a considerable sum. Acquiring a few pieces would be a treasure for his travels. As he journeyed, Wu Tian observed numerous diamond-shaped ice formations suspended in the air, resembling colossal diamonds. He recognized that these were undoubtedly the essence of the ice. Without a second thought, he collected the more perfectly shaped ice pieces into his dragon ring, not contemplating their utility, but simply drawn by their aesthetic appeal. After all, they occupied little space within the ring. Alas, an entire day had passed, and still, it was merely ice. There was nothing else in sight. How was he to proceed with his search? Just as Wu Tian voiced his frustrations, a sudden tempest erupted along the sides of the icy pathway. With a fierce whoosh, a tornado materialized not far ahead of him, the roar of the wind growing increasingly intense. The surrounding ice was shattered by the ferocity of the whirlwind. Wu Tian swiftly ascended into the air. The tornado's force was immensely powerful, easily obliterating the ice blocks that lined the path, which were as solid as steel. However, upon encountering the 9-yang vital energy radiating from Wu Tian, the tornado vanished without a trace. Upon witnessing the scene, Wu Tian furrowed his brow, pondering the peculiarity of the wind. Was it truly like this? A tornado, moving with astonishing swiftness, spiraled toward Wu Tian, leaving him no time to evade its grasp. In an instant, the tempest engulfed him entirely. However, Wu Tian remained remarkably composed, floating serenely in the air, his protective energy continuing to circulate without pause. Having just endured that harrowing encounter, he regarded the seemingly fearsome and lethally potent tornado with indifference. Moments later, the tornado inexplicably expanded, drawing in the surrounding ice fragments, and then, with an eerie intent, lunged toward Wu Tian. As Wu Tian beheld the approaching ice shards from all directions, he deftly propelled himself into the void, vanishing instantaneously from his original position. In the lofty heights, Wu Tian gazed down upon the swirling vortex below. The tornado, seemingly sensing Wu Tian's presence, swiftly dissipated, only for the ice beneath to fracture. Moments later, a towering ice creature, measuring over 10 meters in height, emerged from within the frozen depths. With a mournful howl, the ice creature beheld Wu Tian aloft and unleashed a barrage of icy spikes in his direction. Observing the velocity of the projectiles, Wu Tian let out a soft, derisive chuckle, gracefully maneuvering through the air to evade them effortlessly. Wu Tian, wishing to avoid further entanglement with the ice creature, executed a swift maneuver known as point tread on the clouds, vanishing into the air before gracefully descending onto the icy path, resuming his journey. Yukong understood that although the colossal ice creature posed no direct threat to him, its annihilation proved to be quite the inconvenience. The surroundings were filled with ice shards, and even if the creature were reduced to mere powder, it could swiftly regenerate. It seemed far more prudent to simply depart, allowing the ice monster to lose track of him. However, Yukong realized he had miscalculated. Despite evading the pursuing ice creature behind him, countless others awaited him ahead. Even if he managed to escape the first, he would inevitably encounter the second. And no matter how he eluded the second, he would still confront the 1,000th. He had grown weary of the relentless pursuit of these ice monsters. Wu Tian had no choice but to halt his movements. Upon spotting him, the ice creature unleashed a colossal palm towards Wu Tian. Observing the immense hand descending upon him, Wu Tian swiftly ascended into the sky. Since you are so insistent on this pursuit, I shall send you to the depths of hell. Wu Tian retrieved the golden cudgel from the dragon ring, a staff of considerable length. Wu Tian wielded the elongated golden staff, striking forcefully at the icy beast. With a resounding crack, the creature was cleaved in two. Wu Tian, undeterred, grasped the golden cudgel once more and declared, "Golden cudgel, hammer." As the formidable staff transformed into a hammer, it swiftly expanded until its head matched the size of the ice monster. With great might, Wu Tian swung the hammer and struck the creature's head. The resounding impact reverberated through the air, shattering the ice monster into countless fragments. Wu Tian retracted the golden cudgel into the dragon ring, gazing at the scattered fragments of ice. After several seconds, just as Wu Tian had surmised, the shards began to coalesce, melting together gradually. As Wu Tian swiftly propelled himself forward, he was keen to extricate himself from the relentless pursuit of the icy creature. However, the more he endeavored to evade the monster, the more it clung to him. In less than 5 minutes, a whirlwind materialized before him, and post the tempest, the icy fiend re-emerged once again. How incessant this was! With a forceful strike of the golden staff, the creature was ruthlessly obliterated yet again, allowing Wu Tian to dash several miles ahead. Regrettably, no matter where he ventured, the icy monster seemed to appear right alongside him. Is it that this wretched entity simply refuses to vanish wherever ice may dwell? Wu Tian gazed at the re-emerging ice monster, feeling profoundly disheartened. As long as this icy mountain remained, the monster would persist, forever entwining itself with Wu Tian, refusing to relent. Wu Tian gazed at the ice creature, furrowing his brow as he contemplated how to extricate himself from its grasp. "You seem rather fearful of my 9-yang true qi," he mused. "Then allow me to introduce you to my 9-yang qigong." Wu Tian descended upon the icy surface, his feet positioned in a wide stance, palms facing the ground and open. With a deep concentration in his dantian, he swiftly concentrated a portion of his energy into his palms. Before him, 2 small orbs of golden energy materialized in each hand. Sensing the opportune moment, Wu Tian brought his hands together, pressing firmly to merge the 2 orbs, which rapidly expanded in size. "Curse that ice monster! Behold my 9 Sun's Qigong." Wu Tian summoned the true energy within his body and swiftly projected the golden energy, which resembled a basketball in size, towards the ice monster. With a thunderous explosion, a massive crater, measuring several meters across, was created at the spot where the once towering ice creature had stood, poised to attack Wu Tian. Yet, not a trace of its corpse remained. It had presumably been utterly obliterated by the potent energy, reduced to naught but vapor. Wu Tian gazed at the immense pit, apprehensive that the ice creature might once again revive. After waiting for over a minute without any signs of movement from the ground, he was convinced that it had been obliterated by the 9-yang energy technique. "Huh, you dare to challenge me? Just watch as I obliterate you." Wu Tian waited in place for several minutes, and indeed, no ice monsters emerged. Once he ascertained their absence, he continued his journey forward. The ice wall ahead had been shattered by Wu Tian, leaving a substantial breach. After traversing a few more meters, he would encounter a turn. Thus, the 9-yang energy technique, having pierced through the ice monster, had also struck the ice wall. As Wu Tian passed by, he cast a glance at the gaping chasm, the depths of which remained an enigma. All he could see was an abyss of inky darkness. Upon beholding his own handiwork, Wu Tian felt a surge of pride. However, something struck him as odd. A breeze seemed to waft from the mouth of the cavern. After walking a few meters, Wu Tian retraced his steps, pausing once more at the entrance of the void, where a cool gust swept past him. Although he did not feel the chill, the fluctuations in his surface energy were unmistakably pronounced. My goodness, could it be that my 9 Sun's Qi has penetrated the entirety of the ice mountain? Wu Tian delicately glided across the icy surface, approaching the mouth of the cave. After traversing approximately 10 meters, he sensed a shift in the atmosphere. The piercing chill that had enveloped him within the ice mountain vanished. It became evident that he had indeed pierced through the icy barrier, which was merely a thickness of about 20 meters. Wu Tian stood at the precipice of the cave's entrance, gazing into the abyss of darkness before him. After more than a minute, he gradually acclimated to the dimness, revealing what appeared to be an immense cavern, a secluded expanse devoid of any light. Through the ice-walled passageway, he could discern the contours of the surrounding cave walls. Wu Tian summoned his vital energy and gradually ascended into the air. At last, he had departed from the icy mountain. Although this new realm was not particularly splendid, a change of scenery was nonetheless refreshing. As Wu Tian descended gradually, he surveyed the surrounding abyss of darkness, where not a single sound echoed, as if time itself had come to a standstill. A shiver ran down his spine. After what felt like half an hour, he distinctly sensed a shift in temperature, indicating he was nearing the cavern's depths. Just as he relished this realization, an unexpected darkness enveloped him, rendering everything invisible. He was engulfed by utter blackness. The protective energy surrounding his body seemed to dissipate gradually. Alarmed, Wu Tian hastily intensified his vital energy at the surface of his body. In that moment of heightened energy, his vision was restored, allowing him to perceive his surroundings once more. Before Wu Tian could fully relish his joy, darkness enveloped him once more. The protective chi surrounding his body began to waver, compelling Wu Tian to channel all his energy to the surface. Instantly, he radiated an extraordinary brilliance, appearing as a luminous entity that illuminated the surroundings. At this moment, Wu Tian discerned the unfolding situation. He observed that dark gas continuously surged towards him from beyond the realm of his chi. However, as it approached the nine suns true chi, it became engulfed in its radiance. It was not that his true chi was devoured, but rather that the dark gas was obscured. What on earth is this peculiar phenomenon? Wu Tian gradually descended, the dark gas seemingly enveloping the entirety of the space. Could this be the darkness that the immortal Kyrie spoke of? It appeared to be nothing more than this. Ah, the sound of water. With the presence of that sound, Wu Tian felt emboldened, swiftly soaring towards its source. After a minute or so, Wu Tian finally landed upon the ground. Wu Tian was filled with delight upon realizing he had arrived at the source of the water's sound. At this moment, the dark gases surrounding him gradually dissipated, giving way to the familiar darkness, which, illuminated by Wu Tian's nine suns true chi, appeared exceptionally radiant, revealing the entirety of his surroundings. Wu Tian surveyed his surroundings and soon noticed a small pond not far from him, filled with a mysterious liquid of indeterminate hue. Elated by this discovery, he hurried over to examine it closely. The pond measured merely 3 meters in diameter, devoid of any visible currents or water sources. Suddenly, Wu Tian observed ripples forming in the liquid, prompting him to step back hastily. Following a splash, a stone emerged from the center of the pond, featuring the distinct features of a human face. Upon seeing the spectacle, Wu Tian was filled with astonishment. "Are you here in search of the divine water?" inquired the stone creature. Gazing at Wu Tian gazed at the stone without fear and nodded, saying, "Indeed, I have come in search of the divine water. Is this pool filled entirely with the divine water?" The stone creature replied, "Indeed, these are the divine waters, the entirety of which has been produced since the inception of this world." Upon hearing this, Wu Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Since the inception of the world, there had only been a minuscule amount of the divine water. If that were the case, then this divine water must indeed be exceedingly precious. "May I request some of this divine water?" "Certainly," came the response from the stone creature. With a smile, Wu Tian replied, "Haha, then I shall not be modest." Wu Tian manifested the dragon ring, and with a mere thought, the ring commenced its absorption of the divine water from the small pool. The stone creature, witnessing this event, displayed no reaction whatsoever. It was only after the dragon ring had consumed 2/3 of the divine water from the pool that Wu Tian decided to halt the process. Wu Tian felt a sense of reluctance to drain all the divine water from this sacred pool, as it was, after all, someone else's territory. He pondered whether that stone creature would retaliate against him. With a substantial 2/3 of the divine water collected, it should suffice. Gazing at the divine water suspended within the dragon ring, Wu Tian felt a deep sense of satisfaction with his spoils from this venture. Upon witnessing the stone creature's lack of response, Wu Tian chose to disregard it entirely. Having obtained the divine water, he felt no desire to linger in this oppressive place that suffocated him. "Thank you. I shall treat you to tea next time," he remarked before forcefully pushing off the ground, soaring towards the exit. With a powerful push of his legs, Wu Tian soared swiftly upwards. Drawing from his previous experience, he utilized his full-speed lightness skill, returning to the teleportation point in less than 2 hours. Wu Tian shouted towards the sky, "Kylie Immortal, Kylie Immortal." At that moment, atop the Kylie Tower, the Kylie Immortal lay sprawled on the ground, soundly asleep, surrounded by an array of empty cans. After waiting for several minutes without any response from above, Wu Tian retrieved the golden staff from the dragon ring. Grasping it with one hand, he commanded, "Golden staff, extend." Instantly, the staff began to elongate. 10 minutes later, the golden staff continued to ascend. Half an hour later, it remained in its upward trajectory. Wu Tian, undeterred by the daunting heights, continued to elevate the golden cudgel. An hour passed, and he nearly succumbed to slumber atop the staff, glancing upward at the seemingly endless expanse above. By this time, the golden cudgel had grown to a diameter of 2 meters. With his eyes closed, he reclined on the staff, boredom overwhelming him, and soon drifted into a deep sleep. 5 hours later, Wu Tian awoke to find himself still upon the golden cudgel, gazing at the brilliant light above. He could not fathom how such an altitude could exist. Considering the velocity of the cudgel, several hours had elapsed, and he mused that at this rate, he should have reached the moon by now. Wu Tian truly wished to cease this exhausting endeavor. He shouted upwards, "Kylie Immortal, Kylie Immortal." At that moment, The Kylie immortal atop the tower gradually awakened upon hearing the cry. Who is calling me? The Kylie immortal glanced around the tower, yet found no one in sight. It was only when he noticed the canister on the ground that a sudden realization struck him. He swiftly hurried to a corner where a jar was situated. And there he beheld Wu Tian reclining beneath a pillar. Your Excellency Wu Tian, you have returned. As Wu Tian opened his eyes, he was met with the sight of an enormous face gazing down at him, startling him greatly. Goodness, must you frighten me so? Please, take me up. The immortal Kyer responded, very well, just a moment. With that, he inserted the wooden staff he held. Your Excellency Wu Tian, grasp my staff, and you shall ascend. As Wu Tian beheld the wooden staff that had suddenly materialized before him, he swiftly stowed away the golden cudgel into the dragon ring and grasped the staff with his right hand. The moment he seized it, Wu Tian felt a jolt through his body, and in the next instant, he found himself atop Kylida. Surveying his surroundings with a look of incredulity, he exclaimed, Goodness! I had just spent hours in flight without making any progress, yet with a mere tug from you, I am here. The celestial being, Kylie, replied with pride, Indeed. It is as I have proclaimed, I am a celestial being. Without my assistance, given your current capabilities, you could soar for eternity and still not reach this place. Wu Tian, rendered speechless, sighed deeply and remarked, It's still you. Have you not heard me calling you for so long? The celestial being Kyer, upon hearing this, felt quite embarrassed and replied, My apologies. I was just taking a midday nap, meow. Kyer then added, By the way, esteemed Wu Tian, have you found your super divine water? Wu Tian responded, Of course. Would you like some? I can certainly share a bit with you. Wu Tian generously addressed the immortal Kylie, subsequently retrieving a sphere of divine water from the dragon ring, enveloped in his true energy and emanating an eerie luminescence. Upon witnessing this, Kylie instinctively stepped back, for although the divine water appeared mesmerizing, he had witnessed far too many individuals perish due to its allure. He resolutely refused to partake. No, thank you. I do not require that, thought Kylie, fully aware of the folly that often befalls humanity. The immortal cherished his life dearly, for despite his celestial status, it did not guarantee a physique superior to that of mere mortals. By the way, Kylie, may I inquire if you possess an abundance of nimbus clouds? I would greatly appreciate one. Wu Tian exhibited no semblance of courtesy, boldly seeking to negotiate with the immortal Kylie. However, the immortal Kylie proved to be remarkably generous. Indeed, the nimbus cloud is not a vessel for just anyone. Only those possessing a pure heart may ride upon it. In my humble opinion, it appears rather unlikely that your excellency would be able to ascend. Wu Tian rolled his eyes disdainfully and retorted, Humph, you ignorant fool. I am a person of utmost purity. Quickly summon your nimbus, and I shall prove it to you. The immortal Kyer, skeptical of Wu Tian's assertion, waved his wooden staff towards the outskirts of the tower, and soon, dozens of yellow nimbuses soared towards them from the distance. Upon witnessing the scene, Wu Tian was utterly astonished. For many of the nimbus clouds varied in size, some larger and some smaller, unlike those of Little Wukong. The dozens of nimbus clouds congregated together resembled a vast billowing cloud layer. Wu Tian marveled at the spectacle, straightened his waist, and leaped onto one of the nimbus clouds, landing gracefully and firmly upon it. The esteemed Kylie Immortal, upon observing Wu Tian's remarkable ability to stand atop the nimbus cloud, was greatly taken aback. Upon standing firm, Wu Tian gazed triumphantly at the immortal Kylie, proclaiming, You see, you now comprehend the extent of my purity and kindness, do you not? Such innocent souls as mine are indeed a rarity in this world. The immortal Kylie, weary of Wu Tian's self-aggrandizing discourse, cleared his throat and replied, Very well, esteemed Wu Tian. You may select a blossom from within. Upon hearing this, Wu Tian could not help but blush, executing the technique skyward step of the swallow to soar gracefully up to the Kylie Tower. Wu Tian gazed at the immortal Kylie and said, Well, although I can ride it, my friends are not as pure as I am, are they? Please grant me a cloud that demands less. Kylie, after a moment of silence, gently stroked his beard and replied, If you are capable of riding such a cloud, then it shall be done. I will fulfill your request. With a swift motion of his staff towards the heavens, a dark cloud swiftly approached him. This cloud, which anyone can ride, is yours as a gift. Upon hearing this, Wu Tian was filled with immense joy. He leaped onto the black nimbus cloud, gradually retracting his vital energy. Indeed, he did not plummet downwards. Wu Tian was exhilarated as he called out to the nimbus, Let us go. In an instant, the black nimbus whisked Wu Tian away, vanishing from sight with a whoosh. while his excited shouts echoed in the distance. The immortal Kylie could not help but release a sigh of relief as Wu Tian's voice resonated in his ears the moment he turned away. Wu Tian leaped before the immortal Kylie and inquired, "Esteemed immortal Kylie, do you possess any other varieties of the cloud somersault? That dark one, for instance, symbolizes malevolence, does it not? It seems rather unreasonable for someone as pure as myself to ride upon such a wicked cloud." Immortal Kylie, rendered speechless, replied, "Alas, there are no others. Only these two types of somersault clouds exist." Wu Tian scratched his head and inquired of the immortal Kylie, "Dear Kylie, did you create these nimbus clouds?" To which the immortal replied, "Indeed, only I, the immortal Kylie, possess the ability to conjure such clouds in this world." Wu Tian directly disregarded the smug demeanor of the celestial being, Kylie. "So, you mean to say that the color of that nimbus cloud is of your own creation?" Kylie, brimming with pride, replied, "Indeed. Yellow symbolizes justice, while black represents evil." Wu Tian was taken aback. In his recollection, white seemed to symbolize righteousness. "Could you possibly create a white nimbus for me? White does not necessarily denote justice, nor does it signify evil. It is perfectly suited for my essence." After pondering for a moment, Master Kaylee agreed. "Very well, please wait a moment." With a flourish of his staff, Master Kaylee plucked a large tuft of white cloud from the sky. Upon witnessing this, Wu Tian felt a surge of envy and turned to the celestial being, Kylie, exclaiming, "Furthermore, could you enlarge that nimbus cloud several-fold, ensuring it is at least large enough to accommodate two individuals reclining upon it?" In response, Kylie plucked several clouds from the heavens, murmuring an incantation under his breath. With a deft flourish of his staff, a freshly conjured nimbus cloud was thus created. Wu Tian gazed enviously at the divine techniques of the celestial master, Kylie. His admiration surged as he beheld the nimbus cloud, which was several times larger than that of the young Wukong. He felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. "Very well, I have fulfilled your request. You must be pleased now. Shall you not?" Wukong leapt onto the pristine cloud, not once losing his balance. Reclining upon it proved far more comfortable than resting in bed. "Ha ha ha, what satisfaction! Truly I, in my unblemished purity, must ride such a cloud. Ah, henceforth, this cloud shall be named Little White." Turning to the immortal Kylie, he expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you. Remember to plant plenty of celestial beans for me. Until we meet again, farewell." As Wu Tian soared away on the nimbus, he vanished in an instant from Kyrita. Observing Wu Tian's departure, the immortal Kyrie could not help but yawn once more. He picked up a can of fish, reclined on the ground, and indulged in his meal. Finding great contentment, Wukong reclined comfortably upon the nimbus, adorned with sunglasses and headphones nestled in his ears, experiencing unparalleled bliss. One must inquire, who in this world can relish such indulgence? At this moment, Goten was traversing through an environment with tenfold gravity. However, the flying nimbus disregarded the oppressive weight entirely. The presence of the nimbus was indeed a boon, liberating him from the discomfort of stinky and arduous vehicles like cars and airplanes. Suspended several hundred meters in the air, Goten contemplated the possibility of remaining aloft on the nimbus to engage in his cultivation. Yet, a serious concern lingered. Any sudden movement could lead to a catastrophic lapse into chaos. Thus, he resolved to ascertain whether the nimbus was genuinely immovable. In a state of innocent curiosity, Goten reclined upon the nimbus to test its capabilities. After 5 hours of patient observation, he ultimately decided against remaining idle any longer. To his astonishment, he discovered that the nimbus had not shifted even the slightest bit. He had initially assumed it would behave like ordinary clouds, drifting with the wind. Instead, he found that this nimbus was indeed a superior entity. As Wu Tian gazed at the sky, he noticed that the night had already enveloped the world. He soared through the air on his nimbus, heading towards the west capital. Half an hour later, Wu Tian descended gracefully from above Bulma's residence. Goten was already well acquainted with Bulma's residence, and as he ventured inside, he encountered no sign of life. He proceeded directly to the top floor. As Wu Tian approached Bulma's room, noticing the light was on, he walked over directly. Just as he was about to knock, he decided to surprise Bulma instead. He gently placed his hand on the door, and it softly swung open. As Goten entered the room, he beheld Bulma sitting by the window, lost in thought. Goten gently floated over and extended his arms towards Bulma. Just as he was about to embrace her, Bulma suddenly turned around and exclaimed, "Goten, brother, you've returned." Wu Tian was taken aback, unable to fathom that Bulma possessed the ability of foresight. Embracing her, he exclaimed, "Indeed, I have returned. How have you been?" Bulma, her voice choked with emotion, responded, "I am well, truly. I have missed you dearly. The moment you stepped through the door, I sensed your presence. I initially thought it was merely a figment of my imagination." Wu Tian was rendered speechless, realizing that it was his own body odor causing the trouble. Wu Tian released Buma and said, "Buma, could you please prepare some food for me? I am absolutely famished. It has been over a month since I have had a proper meal." Upon hearing this, Buma felt a pang of sympathy and quickly summoned the robotic caretaker to attend to his request. "All right, I shall take a shower first. I feel utterly filthy." As noon approached, the fierce rays of the sun bore down upon the already bustling city of West City, intensifying the summer heat. High above, a solitary white cloud basked in the sunlight, appearing as if it were in a deep slumber, utterly motionless. It is often said that joy invigorates the spirit. At this moment, Wu Tian's inner strength had significantly progressed compared to a fortnight ago. After acquiring 3 divine artifacts from the immortal Kyrie, Wu Tian had spent the last 2 days in Buma's home amidst rain, and today, at last, the skies cleared. Eagerly, he soared into the lofty heights aboard his Nimbus, reaching several thousand meters above the earth. After a round of meditative practice, Wu Tian concluded his exercise, momentarily overwhelmed by the intensity of the sun's rays. This day's weather was nothing short of perfect for him. The energy at this altitude was far more potent and pure than that found on the ground, though regrettably, such splendid weather was not a daily occurrence. Wu Tian extracted the divine water, procured from within the icy mountain, from the dragon ring. Upon observing the liquid, which bore a striking resemblance to mercury, he initially suspected a mistake upon discerning its true nature. However, after presenting it to Bulma for analysis, he confirmed that it was an extraordinarily high-density energy entity, rather than a liquid metal. With a sigh of relief, he realized that his efforts had not been in vain. The sight of the divine water, reminiscent of mercury, sent a shiver down his spine. In the brief moment of his astonishment, the divine water in the vial diminished at an alarming rate. To his dismay, a third of it had evaporated so swiftly. Fortunately, he had already portioned some out. It appeared that the divine water was sensitive to heat, rapidly evaporating under the sun's rays. Thankfully, the dragon ring maintained a stable temperature. Wu Tian uncorked the bottle of divine water, furrowing his brow and closing his eyes, raising his head as if facing execution, and consumed the contents in one swift motion. As the divine water entered his system, it felt as innocuous as a sip of water, eliciting minimal reaction. However, he soon perceived the water rapidly dispersing throughout his body, as if he could visually trace its movement into every corner of his being. This sensation was extraordinarily vivid. He could feel each subtle shift of the divine water, a clarity he had never experienced even during his most profound meditative practices. Indeed, this divine water was exceptional. At that moment of astonishment, Wu Tian simultaneously felt a wave of pain coursing through his entire body, signaling the onset of the divine water's effects. He swiftly summoned his Jiuyang True Qi, gradually allowing it to flow. As time elapsed, beads of sweat began to accumulate on his forehead, and the initial discomfort escalated into sharp pangs, ultimately transforming into excruciating agony, as if he were being mercilessly ground in a meat grinder. Amidst this torment, the unique properties of the divine water finally erupted. His stimulated physique began to undergo a transformation that filled Wu Tian with sheer terror. Could it be that my constitution is changing? Oh heavens, how can this be? I possess a fire attribute constitution, and now it seems to be gradually shifting towards a water attribute. How could this happen? Enduring the searing pain, Wu Tian struggled to comprehend the magnitude of this transformation. Could it be that the divine water is an embodiment of water energy? The thought increasingly took hold of him. Given that the divine water originated from the icy mountains, a water attribute seemed almost inevitable. This was a calamity. He had never contemplated such a consequence before. What could he possibly do now? As Wu Tian realized that his innate attributes were being reversed, he attempted to retaliate by channeling the true qi that the pain had momentarily interrupted. Yet, a numbing sensation following the intense agony instilled a profound fear within him. When he endeavored to summon his true qi amidst the torment, he discovered that the meridians, which should have instinctively responded, were now utterly unresponsive. It was as if he had been plunged into an unfathomable abyss beneath a crushing weight. How could this transpire so swiftly? To lose sensation in my meridians? If the previous moment was fear, this was now despair. The Jiuyang technique, inherently a yang attribute discipline, was now rendered incompatible with his newly reversed yin water attribute constitution. How could he continue to cultivate? Aside from his knowledge of the Jiuyang technique, he had no access to any yin attribute disciplines. nor did anyone in his entire lineage possess such practices. Should his constitution indeed change, the Jiang technique would be beyond his grasp, leaving him to ponder how he could possibly survive in this world. After several attempts, Wu Tian was still unable to sense the existence of his meridians. However, deep within his dantian, he could still perceive the flow of true qi. This circulating true qi made his entire dantian feel increasingly heated and uncomfortable. Resolving to remain steadfast, he allowed the true qi to continuously swirl within his dantian while persistently attempting to direct it into the meridians. Gradually, Wu Tian realized that although he could not perceive the meridians, they indeed existed. It was merely his inability to sense them that prevented him from feeling the flow of true qi. After numerous trials, a flicker of hope was reignited within him, prompting a deep exhalation. Thus, the true qi within his body continually transmitted from the dantian to the meridians throughout his being. Although no clear pathway was discernible, it was the only viable method for salvation at that moment. After more than 2 hours of arduous effort, the excruciating sensation of ice and fire mingling in his dantian finally alleviated significantly. Moreover, the previously vanished meridians gradually regained some sensitivity. Each time true qi coursed through them, it intermingled with the agonizing pain induced by the super divine water, creating an unbearable sensation akin to being scalded and then doused with water. Compared to the previous torment, he would have preferred to endure double the pain rather than suffer this current anguish, as he truly experienced the meaning of being caught between life and death. After more than 5 hours of fierce resistance, Wu Tian's nine-yang true qi finally gained the upper hand, completely reversing the situation as it forcibly transformed during the process of being altered by the super divine water. Wu Tian finally let out a sigh of relief, feeling the meridians within his body and sensing that he had once again gained control over the entire world. However, the true test was just beginning. He appeared as though he had been half-baked, with steam continuously rising from him and moisture severely depleted. Yet, he dared not relax, enduring the discomfort of his body. He forcefully circulated the 9 suns, true qi. Wu Tian occasionally emitted terrifying cries of anguish, struggling to suppress the urge to scream. However, the excruciating pain coursing through his meridians and flesh intertwined, resonating within every cell of his being, rendering his cries completely beyond his control, an expression of his body as torment. As time elapsed, those horrific screams transformed into sporadic moans. After more than an hour, the relentless agony and discomfort had significantly diminished. The rewards for his suffering were immense. A peculiar connection had formed between his meridians and his physical body, with just a slight urging of the true energy within his dantian. The energy would autonomously flow into his flesh, only to return once more to the meridians and dantian. It was as though he contained a piece of me within you, and I contained a piece of you within me. If this trend continued without major setbacks, the distinction between his meridians and flesh would eventually blur into a singular unity. Wu Tian sat up, acutely aware of the transformations within his body, feeling as though his muscles were in a continuous state of motion. Although the agonizing pain he once endured had dissipated, an indescribable discomfort lingered. The true energy flowed through the undulating muscles, as if it sought to purify each cell within. Gradually, as the true energy permeated deeper, the discomfort began to wane. Wu Tian observed that the rate of this energy's infiltration was rather sluggish, prompting him to consider guiding it consciously. However, the thought that this energy operated autonomously made him hesitant, fearing he might disrupt its transformative process. After 3 hours, the true energy finally ceased its movement. Wu Tian hastily channeled it, and as he commenced its flow through the first meridian, he was astonished to find that the energy effortlessly penetrated his flesh to reach the meridian, surpassing his expectations. He nearly gasped in disbelief. In the past, he would have had to circulate the energy within the meridian for an entire cycle before gradually permeating the flesh once more. Now, the energy had traversed the flesh directly to the meridian, evoking immense excitement within him. He had effectively halved the time required for this process. At this moment, the strength of Wu Tian's body and meridians had achieved a remarkable harmony. Previously, he had to consider the strength of his flesh during his training, but now, the synchronization between body and meridian was absolute. Although the enhancement of his physique was not as formidable as he had imagined, it nonetheless brought him immense joy. The present state of his body was indeed a stark contrast to his former self. Could this be the sensation of perfect harmony? It felt as if the mere presence of true energy rendered him inexhaustible, filling him with boundless strength. As Wu Tian immersed himself in the exquisite sensation of true energy flowing through his meridians and flesh, he unknowingly transcended into a profound realm of understanding. Instinctively, he activated the fifth level of the Jiuyang technique, the heart decision, and encountered no hindrances. Thus, he effortlessly ascended into the fifth realm of Jiuyang, known as Radiant Sun illuminating all. After Wu Tian's breakthrough, he did not pause. The nine suns' true qi within him continued to circulate ceaselessly. He merely followed the instinctual sensation, allowing the true qi to flow. Unbeknownst to him, his energy was being purified continuously, becoming significantly more refined than it had been immediately after his breakthrough. 2 hours later, awakening from that profound sensation, he opened his mouth and expelled a great volume of turbid air, striking the atmosphere with a crackling sound. As if attempting to ignite the very air around him, Wu Tian felt an unparalleled clarity of mind, acutely aware of every subtle change within his body, and let out a wild howl towards the sky. Upon reaching the fifth level of the Nine Yang skill, all previous exhaustion was instantaneously replenished, and the feeling of fatigue vanished without a trace. Ha ha ha, I have attained the fifth level. It has been an arduous journey. Wu Tian reclined upon his nimbus cloud, gazing at the crescent moon before him. A thought suddenly crossed his mind. He rose to his feet, arms outstretched, and summoned his inner energy. In an instant, a golden energy sphere, as large as a basketball, materialized between his palms, radiating an astonishing brightness. With a swift motion, he merged his hands and lifted the sphere with one hand, aware of the volatile energy within and its potential for devastation. After casting another glance at the moon, he resolved to unleash something grander, fervently channeling his internal energy. A minute later, as he beheld an energy sphere the size of a large basket, he felt a twinge of trepidation. With determination, he thrust the sphere toward the moon suspended in outer space. At the very moment the Nine Yang energy technique was unleashed, Wu Tian expelled every ounce of his energy, causing the sphere to appear as if it was trailing a long, luminous tail. The immense force propelled the nimbus cloud from several thousand meters in the air straight down to the ground, and Wu Tian swiftly soared back to his original position. Observing the energy sphere ascend like a rocket, he anticipated its trajectory would intersect with the lunar surface. However, shortly after breaching the atmosphere, the diminutive energy orb became invisible, leaving him uncertain whether it had vanished or simply diminished beyond perception. In any case, nothing was visible. Wu Tian sat there, foolishly waiting for over 10 minutes. Yet the moon remained silent and unresponsive, inciting a profound sense of disappointment within him. Today, Wu Tian's greatest joy lies in the flawless harmony between his physical form and meridians. Even the fifth level of the Nine Yang art fails to evoke such exhilaration within him. Consequently, his cultivation speed has more than doubled. Wu Tian descended gracefully from the nimbus, traversing the several hundred meters of altitude as effortlessly as one would navigate a staircase. He harnessed the Jiuyang True Qi, enveloping himself in a radiant aura that shimmered like gold, reminiscent of a celestial Buddha gracing the earthly realm. Had there been any onlookers below, they would surely have been rendered speechless by the astonishing sight, for Wu Tian's appearance was undeniably striking. Wukong trudged heavily towards Bulma's room. Upon opening the door, he found it eerily vacant. After a brief search, he finally located Bulma in the laboratory on the 3rd floor. There she was, engrossed in her work, wielding an array of mechanical tools on an aircraft. As Wukong approached, he admired the petite and charming figure of Bulma, adorned with her cap. Ah, Tiange, you're back. Wow, it's already late at night. Oh, I'm so hungry. Wu Tian found himself at a loss for words. This girl certainly seemed like a bit of a workaholic. Wu Tian approached and gently adjusted her flowing hair, saying, "Surely you haven't been occupied here all day?" She replied, "Indeed. It's all my father's doing. He tasked me with modifying this aircraft while he takes on the job himself, leaving me to bear the burden. It infuriates me." Wu Tian recalled the small spaceship resembling Wukong that resided on the mountainside behind his home. He had concealed it quite well, yet he wondered if, after all this time, it might have succumbed to rust. Wukong gazed at Bulma and inquired, "Bulma, is it possible for you to create a spacecraft at this moment?" Bulma furrowed her brow in response, uncertainly stating, "It seems unlikely. Given our current technology, it will take some time. We have not ventured into that area of research, and I cannot say if anyone else might be able to develop a spacecraft. Considering the scientific advancements in this realm, Wu Tian reflects that the next step should indeed be towards the exploration of the cosmos." Wu Tian scratched his forehead and inquired of Bulma, "If there were a spaceship available for your research, would you be able to construct one?" Bulma nodded and replied, "Well, given my current expertise, it may seem unlikely. But with some time dedicated to the study, I should be able to manage it." Wu Tian continued. Then, if I were to procure a spaceship for your research, would you be interested? Bulma looked at Wu Tian in astonishment, her expression laced with confusion as she asked, What do you mean, Tianji? Do you have a spaceship? Wu Tian nodded and said, Indeed, I am aware of a spacecraft, though I am uncertain whether it can be repaired, as it has been damaged for over a decade. Upon hearing this, Bulma was filled with excitement and exclaimed, Wow, is that true? It doesn't matter, as long as it hasn't completely decayed. There is a possibility for research. After a moment of contemplation, Bulma expressed her confusion. It's strange. Who could have constructed this spacecraft? I seem to know nothing about it. By the way, the spacecraft I discovered was not created by humans on Earth. Bulma paused in astonishment. What do you mean it was made by Earthlings? Are you suggesting that this spacecraft is of extraterrestrial origin? Wu Tian nodded in affirmation. At that moment, Bulma was rendered speechless by her astonishment. Wu Tian continued, The spacecraft was one I witnessed descending over a decade ago. It actually belongs to little Wukong. Upon hearing this, Bulma was utterly perplexed, struggling to comprehend the connection. She queried, What do you mean by little Wukong spacecraft? What are you talking about, Tiango? Wukong elucidated. Let me put it this way, that little Goku is not of this Earth. He arrived here aboard a spacecraft. Is little Goku an extraterrestrial? Indeed, he is. Though he remains blissfully unaware of his true origins. Please, do not divulge this information to him. Bulma exhaled deeply, for this revelation was rather sensational. So, that's why little Goku possesses a tail. He is, after all, an alien. Yet, this extraterrestrial remarkably resembles a human. How amusing. Goten smiled and said, Indeed. Aliens share similarities with humans. The spaceship is located in the hills behind my house. Bulma, brimming with excitement, clasped Goten's arm and exclaimed, Brother, shall we go and retrieve that spaceship tomorrow? Wukong smiled and replied, Tomorrow? Huh? Well, that's fine. I have nothing else planned. I shall take you to find it. Upon hearing Wukong's agreement, Bulma became even more delighted. You are truly wonderful, Brother Tian. Let us set off tomorrow. With that, she excitedly kissed Wukong on the cheek. Wukong gently cradled Bulma's head and pressed his lips fervently against hers. All right, it's time for us to dine. I am utterly famished. Bulma was utterly taken aback. She had never anticipated that the usually reserved Wukong would take the initiative to kiss her, leaving her heart racing with excitement. The following morning, Bulma roused the still slumbering Wukong with urgency. Ah, Bulma, what is it? What time is it? She pinched Wukong's nose and insisted, Wake up, dear Wukong. Did you not promise to take me to find the spaceship? You must rise quickly. It will take us a considerable time to reach your home. After listening, Wu Tian found himself at a loss for words. There's no rush. It will arrive shortly, he said. I can afford to rest a little longer. After enduring a few minutes of Bulma's persistent urging, he finally rose from his slumber. As he observed Bulma producing the flying capsule, a sense of pride swelled within him. Bulma called out to Wu Tian from the aircraft, Come on, Tianji, hurry up. Wu Tian chuckled and shook his head at Bulma, then let out a whistle into the air. Soon enough, the white nimbus cloud soared before him. He leaped onto the nimbus, gliding effortlessly to Bulma's side, exclaiming triumphantly, Ha! Look at me on my nimbus cloud. I have no need to board your clunky aircraft. Upon hearing his words, Bulma pouted and fell silent. Wu Tian couldn't help but burst into laughter as he pulled Bulma out of the plane. Ah, Tianji, I can't. I can ride the nimbus too. Ha ha ha, I told you. How could someone as adorable and kind as me not be able to ride it? Wu Tian, with a gentle pat on Bulma's shoulder, remarked, Well, Bulma, this flying nimbus is quite different from the one Goku possesses. Mine does not require a kind-hearted individual to summon it. As they reclined upon the flying nimbus, Bulma turned to Wu Tian and inquired, Brother Tian, could you perhaps conjure a flying nimbus for me as well? Wu Tian readily agreed. No problem. I'll have Master Kylie bring you that black nimbus cloud. Bulma exclaimed with excitement. Really? The two of them leisurely rode the nimbus cloud, flying towards Wu Tian's home for 2 hours. Wow, it's been several months, and we're back again. As Wu Tian gazed at the dust-laden house, a flicker of excitement coursed through him. However, he did not linger for long. He urged Bulma to follow him as they soared toward the back mountain. Bulma clung tightly to Wu Tian's waist, her cries echoing in the air. Upon reaching their destination, he pointed toward a small hill and said, It's right there. Let's go. Bulma squinted ahead, seeing only a hill overgrown with wild grass, wondering where a spaceship could possibly be hidden. Yet, trusting Wu Tian, she followed him onward. As they neared the edge of the hill, Wu Tian raised his right hand, unleashing a powerful kikaho that shot toward the hillside. With a resounding thud, the entire hill collapsed inward. Observing the aftermath, Wu Tian couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He had intended to create a small opening to enter. But whether it was the overwhelming force of his attack or the inherent fragility of the hill, it had been completely obliterated, burying the spaceship hidden within. Noticing Bulma's bewilderment, Wu Tian decided to feign nonchalance. He motioned for her to halt and walked ahead alone, revealing his dragon ring. As his consciousness seeped underground, he willed the spaceship, which had lain concealed for over a decade, to materialize within his dragon ring in an instant. Wu Tian approached Bulma and revealed the spacecraft he had recently placed within the dragon ring. Observing the vessel, he noted with astonishment that after more than a decade, it showed no signs of rust. "Wow, is this truly a spacecraft? How remarkably small it is," he exclaimed. "I am uncertain," he continued, "but it appears to be a single-person craft." Bulma, gently caressing the spacecraft, remarked, "Brother Tian, this is indeed a spacecraft, but it seems to be damaged." As she examined every nook and cranny, struggling to ascertain the source of the malfunction, she retrieved tools from her bag, prepared to dissect the vessel. Wu Tian, rendered speechless, interjected, "Bulma, let us first return the spaceship before discussing anything further." "Indeed, that makes sense." "Very well, Tian, please stow the spaceship away." After Wu Tian stowed away the spaceship, he turned to Bulma and said, "All done. Now, should we first procure a Nimbus cloud for you, or shall we head to your home?" Bulma pondered for a moment before replying, "Since your Nimbus cloud is incredibly swift, let us go directly. By the way, Brother Tian, where does that Nimbus cloud originate from? And who is Master Kali?" Wu Tian replied, "The immortal of Kali is indeed the one residing atop the Kali Tower. He dwells at the pinnacle, and it is he who has conjured the Nimbus cloud. Moreover, that very Nimbus cloud belonging to the little Wukong was bestowed upon the turtle immortal by the Kali immortal. I had thought it peculiar, this immortal's name. Had I known earlier, I would have ventured to the Kali Tower first. Alas, I must now retrace my steps, adding several thousand kilometers to my journey." Wukong smacked his forehead in exasperation. Bulma, cradling Goten's hand, reassured him, "It's all right. Your flying Nimbus is exceptionally swift, and we shall reach our destination in no time. Indeed, one could consider this an opportunity for a leisurely ride. All right, let us set forth. Brother Tian, why is your Nimbus so much slower than little Goku's? I recall as being merely a tiny size." Wukong, brimming with confidence, exclaimed, "Aha! I had that immortal Kai'er enlarge it for me. It is so much more comfortable this way, and I can even use it as a bed. Indeed, this Nimbus cloud is far more pleasant than a conventional bed." An hour later, Bulma gazed at the towering Kai'er Tower in astonishment. "Brother Tian, that tower is incredibly tall. Did you really climb all the way up there? How is that even possible?" Wukong replied, "Climbing this tower is a trivial feat for me." Bulma, feeling a bit breathless, remarked, "Brother Tian, I feel a bit suffocated. It's too high up here." Observing Bulma's discomfort, Wukong inquired curiously, "Really? I do not feel anything unusual at all." Wu Tian pondered for a moment. Perhaps it was due to his background as a martial artist that he remained entirely unaffected by those distractions. Soon it would arrive. He just needed to endure for a while longer. Wu Tian cradled Bulma as they ascended the towering Kairi Tower, yet he found no trace of Master Kairi. Bulma gazed at the immensely lofty structure, her voice tinged with apprehension. "Brother Tian, this place is so high." "Oh, it is you, Lord Wu Tian. How have you returned so swiftly?" came the voice of Master Kairi, who emerged from the second floor to regard Wu Tian. Upon witnessing the languid demeanor of the immortal Kairi, Wu Tian immediately discerned that he had only recently awakened. He greeted the immortal, saying, "Greetings, Kairi. It is indeed a pleasure to see you again, though I come with matters of importance." At that moment, Bulma approached, exclaiming in astonishment, "Wow, what a magnificent white creature. How utterly adorable." The immortal Kairi, upon hearing her words, felt a flush of embarrassment, rendered momentarily speechless. Wu Tian introduced to Bulma, "This is the great Kairi. Although he appears as a large white creature, he possesses remarkable abilities. Do not underestimate this immortal being." The great Kairi, upon hearing this, felt quite pleased and remarked, "You cannot be so unreasonable. After all, I am an immortal." Wu Tian walked alongside the immortal Kylie, saying, "Excuse me, Kylie, could you bestow upon me another cloud of somersaults, if you please?" The immortal replied, "But haven't you already received one?" Wu Tian scratched his head and said, "Well, that is not what I want. It's what she desires. Since you have so many Nimbus clouds, Could you assist her in crafting one just like mine? The immortal Kylie shook his head and replied, Ordinarily that would be impossible, but in consideration of your request, I shall create one for her. Wu Tian exclaimed with joy, I knew you were loyal. Hurry up. Brother Tian, come quickly. I see my mom and dad. And wow, there's little Wukong too. Wu Tian observed Bulma, gazing intently at the jar, showing no signs of anxiety regarding the flying nimbus. Hurry over. Your nimbus will be ready shortly. Bulma turned around, her face alight with joy. Is that true? How can it be so swift? She hurried over to see Kaylee the immortal murmuring to himself. Before long, another pristine flying nimbus was born. Wow, is this truly my nimbus? Wukong gazed at Bulma as she examined the nimbus cloud, unperturbed by her presence. He approached Master Kaylee and inquired, Master Kaylee, does the pinnacle of this tower lead to the realm of the celestial gods? Master Kaylee was momentarily taken aback, his expression filled with astonishment as he responded. How did you come to know this? Wu Tian found himself utterly incapable of articulating his thoughts, scratching his head as he stammered. Well, I read it in a book. It is said that the Kylida leads directly to the divine realm. The immortal Kylie, stroking his beard, replied, Indeed, the summit of Kylida does lead to the divine realm. However, it is quite peculiar that anyone would possess knowledge of its existence. How is it that you seem to know so much, Miao? Wu Tian, with an air of arrogance, proclaimed, Of course. The knowledge I possess about this world far surpasses your imagination, far beyond what one of your caliber could conceive. However, the immortal Kale paid no heed to Wu Tian's words, choosing instead to disregard him completely. Wu Tian brandished the golden cudgel he retrieved from the dragon ring before the immortal Kyle, declaring, I shall venture to the so-called celestial hall and see for myself. Kyle, however, paid no heed to the formidable weapon, remarking that the celestial hall is not a place one can simply visit at will. It is fraught with peril. Access to the celestial realm requires a key, without which ascension is utterly impossible. Wu Tian brandished the golden staff before the immortal Kylie and inquired, Are you referring to the Rui Jingu Bang? Then behold the magnificence of my golden staff. As the immortal Kylie observed the sudden elongation of Wu Tian's golden rod, his eyes nearly bulged with astonishment. Pray tell, where did you acquire such a wondrous staff? It is utterly beyond belief. Wu Tian proudly proclaimed, My golden cudgel surpasses that Rui Jingu Bang by leaps and bounds. Not only can it extend in length, but it can also enlarge in size. Upon witnessing the staff's ability to expand, the celestial being Kai's eyes widened in astonishment. Wu Tian has truly astonished him with his formidable strength. Not only is he knowledgeable about everything, but he also possesses some peculiar and extraordinary items that defy the conventional perspective. Master Kairi, he exclaimed proudly, Do you think I can ascend now? Master Kairi gazed at Wu Tian with a look of perplexity and inquired, Esteemed Wu Tian, might I ask what your intentions are in the divine realm? Is there something there that you seek? Wu Tian fell silent, pondering the boundless imagination of that Kai Li immortal. Do not speculate recklessly. I merely wish to venture into the realm of the celestial beings to broaden my horizons. The treasures found there hold no allure for me. They pale in comparison to the tangible wonders you possess here. Bulma, you should return for now. I have matters to attend to. Reluctantly, Bulma replied, Tian, may I wait for you here? Wukong shook his head and replied, You should return. I am uncertain how long I shall remain here. And I must also journey elsewhere to cultivate. Just moments ago, Bulma was brimming with joy, but upon hearing Wukong's words, her demeanor shifted to one of melancholy. Brother Tian, why must you continue to cultivate? You are already so formidable. What purpose does daily training serve? Upon hearing Bulma's discontent, Goten gently grasped her shoulders and explained, Bulma, listen to me. There are countless individuals in this world far stronger than I am at present. Each one of them possesses the power to extinguish my existence with the mere ease of crushing an ant, and they are not benevolent. A great calamity is looming over Earth in the near future. Therefore, I must urgently focus on enhancing my strength. Bulma, perplexed, inquired, Is that true? How is it even possible that there are those stronger than you? Goten, trust me. You have seen Goku's spaceship. Those formidable beings hail from the cosmos. Consequently, my time spent with you may be limited in the future. As Bulma recalled the spaceship belonging to little Goku, her belief began to solidify. Furrowing her brow, she asked, Brother Goten, are you referring to little Goku? Of course not. Haha, he is far too kind-hearted for that. You will come to understand in due time. For now, all I ask is for your unwavering support, all right? Bulma nodded. Then, brother, When will you return to visit me? Wu Tian pondered for a moment and inquired of Bulma. How long until the World Martial Arts Tournament? There are still 6 months remaining. Do you intend to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament? Wu Tian shook his head and said, No. At that time, Xiao Yukong will participate, and I will seek you out then. Bulma nodded and replied, Yes, make sure to come. I will wait for you at the martial arts tournament. All right, Wu Tian said, giving Bulma a gentle kiss. I will be there. You may return now. As Wu Tian gazed at Bulma's departing figure, a sense of reluctance washed over him. Coming back to his senses, he addressed Master Kaylee, saying, Very well, Master Kaylee. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Wait a moment, Lord Wu Tian. Wu Tian paused to gaze at the immortal Kairi. Esteemed Wu Tian, it is imperative that I convey this to you. In your quest to yearn for the divine realm, one must first endure the trials of the thunderstorm zone, which is exceedingly perilous. Wu Tian nodded, for he had never feared the so-called thunder and lightning. The flickers of electricity posed little threat to him. The immortal Kale continued, However, that is not a certainty. Should fortune favor you, those flashes of lightning may very well refrain from making an appearance. Wu Tian cast a glance at the immortal Kairi and declared, Very well, I shall ascend now. I have no time for idle chatter with you. In response, the immortal Kairi shouted after the already departing Wu Tian, Esteemed Wu Tian, please wait. I have something to bestow upon you. Upon hearing this, Wu Tian swiftly bent his form and reappeared before the immortal Kairi. He inquired, What was it you mentioned earlier that you wished to bestow upon me? Kairi, holding a bell, presented it to Wu Tian and said, Take this bell with you. I shall be your guide. Only with this bell can you hope to encounter the celestial deity. Without it, meeting the divine is utterly impossible. Upon hearing the words of the celestial master Kale, Wu Tian expressed his disbelief, exclaiming, Humph, I had anticipated a treasure for myself. Yet this mere bell is all you offer? You may as well keep it for yourself. If the celestial deity fails to present himself to me, I shall force him out. Nonetheless, I appreciate your gesture. With that, Wu Tian vanished from his location, reappearing atop the Kale Tower. Hearing Wu Tian's declaration, the celestial master Kale grew anxious, insisting, You must not be disrespectful to the celestial deity. Wu Tian made his way to the very center of the tower's summit, where indeed, he discovered an opening a few centimeters in size. Retrieving the golden cudgel from the dragon ring, he noted that its dimensions were slightly larger than the opening. As it was not the original fit, Wu Tian placed the golden cudgel at the mouth of the cave, and with his will, the cudgel shrank to match the size of the entrance. Wu Tian then leaped atop the cudgel, which began to extend. He had thought that even the celestial realm could not possibly rise too high, yet he had been reclining on the cudgel for over 5 hours. To his astonishment, it seemed that the path to the celestial realm was governed by spatial laws. Otherwise, he might have already reached the moon. Just as Wu Tian was grumbling to himself, he suddenly heard a series of thunderous rumbles, the crackling sounds echoing ominously. How frightening that noise was! Surely, this must be the thunder that the immortal Kairi had spoken of. Wu Tian swiftly summoned the true energy within him to envelop his entire body. After a brief span of several minutes, he beheld an expansive network of lightning. It was truly a breathtaking spectacle. Wukong hastily slowed his pace, extending his hand towards the lightning. Upon contact with Wukong's true energy, the lightning instinctively veered away from his grasp, yet it still imparted a subtle tingling sensation. Wukong was overjoyed, exclaiming, Haha, this lightning is indeed not as formidable as it seems. Wu Tian ascended rapidly, as the surrounding flashes of lightning deftly veered around his form. However, he still experienced a slight tingling sensation throughout his body, which he gradually acclimated to over time. After traversing the stormy expanse for half an hour, the celestial temple, suspended in the air, finally came into view. Gazing at the temple, which measured merely a few hundred meters in diameter, Wu Tian found himself at a loss for words. Is this truly what one would call a celestial temple? It seemed rather meager, a far cry from the grandeur one would expect from such a divine title. Wu Tian stowed the golden staff into the dragon ring and leisurely strode towards the Hall of the Celestials. Indeed, it was a tier above the abode of the immortals. Suspended in midair, though somewhat modest in appearance, it was undeniably a significant improvement over the dwelling of the immortal Kaile. Wu Tian gently pointed in the air and instantly materialized in the center of the divine hall. Ah, the surroundings are quite pleasant, adorned with flowers and grass. Wu Tian sensed the presence of 2 formidable auras. He cast his gaze towards the main hall, where the doors stood ajar. Just as he was about to step inside, a voice halted him. Who are you? How did you come to be in the divine temple? Wu Tian turned around and beheld a plump black man standing before him. adorned in a garb reminiscent of the Indian aesthetic. Wu Tian swiftly appeared before the black man and inquired, "Who are you? Do you reside in this temple of the Celestials?" The black man, taken aback by Wu Tian's remarkable speed, responded, "My name is Bobo, and I am a servant of the Temple of the Celestials." "What brings you to the celestial realm?" Yukong observed the individual, who was purportedly his mentor, scrutinizing him closely, yet he found no remarkable qualities. "I am Sun Yukong," he declared. "I merely came to the celestial realm out of curiosity, hoping to glimpse the visage of the celestial deity." The other nodded and replied, "Ah, now that you have seen, it would be wise for you to depart. The celestial palace is not a place one may enter casually." Wu Tian disregarded Bobo's words. Laughing heartily, "What a jest! I have toiled to arrive at this desolate temple of the celestial beings. Even if I must depart, I ought to at least have an audience with the deity. Furthermore, you must show me around this divine sanctuary, otherwise my visit would be in vain." Bobo then inquired of Wu Tian, "Do you possess a bell?" "No, I do not have a bell." "What purpose does a bell serve?" "Without a bell, you cannot meet the celestial being, so it would be best for you to return." Wu Tian chuckled and said, "Huh? Do you truly believe that your celestial deity is something extraordinary? Merely a fleeting encounter would not lead to demise. Moreover, you have yet to formally report to that deity." Just as Wu Tian finished speaking, a voice resonated from within the main hall, declaring, "You may leave. I shall not grant you an audience." Upon hearing this, Wu Tian became invigorated, exclaiming, "Ah, you truly have pulled me into this." With that, he strode towards the main hall. Observing Wu Tian's intent to forcefully breach the celestial temple, Bobo swiftly dashed over in an attempt to obstruct him. However, with a deft sidestep, Wu Tian evaded Bobo's grasp. Unyielding, Bobo pursued him relentlessly, prompting Wu Tian to quicken his pace. To Wu Tian's astonishment, Bobo's speed nearly matched his own, even under tenfold gravity. Wu Tian came to a halt, gazing at the approaching Bobo, and with a surge of energy, he struck forward with his right palm. The impact sent Bobo crashing to the ground. Despite Bobo's commendable speed, his combat skills were regrettably lacking. Wu Tian pondered for a moment, standing still with a mischievous grin as he addressed the interior of the main hall. "Very well, I shall refrain from entering. You, the so-called deity, are quite arrogant. Aren't you? Humph, then allow me to force you out." Wu Tian took a slight step forward, with his left hand resting casually behind him, channeling the energy throughout his body. In an instant, a sphere of energy, akin to the size of a basketball, materialized in his right hand. Wu Tian raised the 9 suns Qi Gong with a single hand and declared, "That so-called deity, I shall grant you 1 minute to obediently present yourself before me. Otherwise, I shall obliterate your so-called divine hall." Upon hearing this, Bobo was taken aback, gazing at the exceedingly terrifying energy orb. He hurriedly approached Wu Tian, exclaiming, "Lord Wu Tian, you must not act in such a manner. Doing so would wreak havoc upon the divine realm." Wu Tian chuckled coldly, remarking, "Then it all hinges on your so-called deity. Since he dares to flaunt his authority before me, the power of decision rests entirely in his hands." Moments later, a green-skinned humanoid creature emerged from the divine palace, clad in a garment emblazoned with the character for God and wielding a wooden staff. Upon witnessing the arrival of the Namekian, Goten could not help but scoff. "Ah, you have made quite an entrance, haven't you? As a deity, your demeanor is rather lacking in dignity. Why display the character so prominently upon your chest? Are you concerned that others might not recognize your divinity?" The deity, unfazed, regarded Goten and inquired, "Who might you be? What brings you to the temple of deities to cause such disturbance?" "Who I am is of little consequence," Goten retorted. "I merely wish to behold the grandeur of your temple. Alas, having done so, I must say it is quite disappointing. Apart from its lofty stature, it is utterly devoid of merit." Goten's words rendered the deity's expression rather sour, yet he paid no heed to the deity's displeasure and continued, "Furthermore, your so-called earthly divinity is rather underwhelming. I doubt you could withstand more than a few of my strikes. Truly, you have left me quite disenchanted." The deity, choosing to disregard Goten's provocations, gazed at him once more and asked, "What is your true purpose in visiting the temple of deities?" Wu Tian, feeling impatient, remarked, "You truly are quite verbose. I have already stated that I am merely here to visit this temple of the celestial deity. Do you expect me to bestow upon you a 9 suns Qigong? Furthermore, what could possibly captivate my attention in this desolate place?" As Wu Tian's eyes shifted, he declared, "However, I have now changed my mind. You have just offended me, and thus, you shall bear my wrath." The celestial being, upon hearing this, pondered deeply for a considerable time, but could not discern how he had transgressed against him. Wu Tian suddenly appeared before the celestial deity and delivered a swift strike to the deity's abdomen. However, the celestial being, not one to harbor jealousy, deftly evaded Wu Tian's assault, gracefully sidestepping to maintain a vigilant stance. He was acutely aware that a confrontation was inevitable. The earlier maneuver executed by Wu Tian had astonished the deity, who had not anticipated such formidable strength from his opponent, narrowly escaping a grave blow. Had he not exerted his utmost effort to evade, the consequences would have been dire. The deity's expression grew grave. You celestial being truly possess considerable prowess. Let us continue. Wu Tian retained his previous speed and strength, launching unrelenting strikes with either his fists or palms towards the divine being. However, each of Wu Tian's assaults was deftly evaded by the deity. After exchanging approximately 20 blows, Wu Tian could no longer contain himself. You, divine one, are not too shabby. Now, prepare to receive my final blow. The already slightly breathless deity, upon hearing Wu Tian's words, quickly summoned all his focus, his eyes fixed intently on Wu Tian, awaiting his next offensive. Maintaining the same speed as before, it appeared unhurried. The deity, observing this, mistakenly believed Wu Tian possessed only this level of power, and his taut nerves began to relax slightly, just as he secretly sighed in relief. An overwhelmingly potent aura surged towards him, striking with such suddenness that evasion was impossible. Solar split dual radiance. Wu Tian unleashed the second form of the Liaoyang palm, known as Liaoyang Shuanghui. Immediately after executing this powerful strike, a tenth of his true energy was siphoned away. Although the Liaoyang palm wielded immense power, it demanded a considerable expenditure of inner strength. The divine being was sent hurtling several meters away by Wu Tian's formidable blow, crashing to the ground and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Observing this, Bobo hurried over, murmuring incantations under his breath, and soon the divine being's injuries began to mend. Rising to his feet, the divine being wore a grave expression. He had been completely caught off guard, instinctively struck by an overwhelming force that left him with a sense of helplessness, and now he was engulfed in a wave of apprehension. Wu Tian, feeling quite pleased with the outcome, approached the celestial being and said, "I must apologize. My control over my strength was lacking. I intended to engage in a friendly spar, but it seems that after such a long hiatus from combat, I miscalculated. My sincerest apologies." However, the two remained entirely ungrateful, regarding Wu Tian with expressions of wariness. "Please, spare me such glances. I assure you, I am a well-meaning individual. I shall cease this playful banter. Mr. Bobo, might you kindly escort me on a tour of this divine hall?" Wukong approached Bobo, gazing intently at him. Bobo, of course, was reluctant, casting a silent glance at Wukong without uttering a word. Wu Tian, with a hint of resignation, remarked, "Very well. It seems you will not acquiesce until something remarkable is achieved within this temple." In an instant, a familiar energy orb materialized in Wu Tian's hand. Upon witnessing this, Bobo hastily exclaimed, "Excellent, excellent, esteemed Wu Tian, I shall escort you for a tour forthwith." "Ah, now this is commendable. Why must one force another into endeavors they are unwilling to undertake? Your conduct is truly unbecoming." Wu Tian followed Bobo's footsteps into the main hall, taking in the sights along the way. Bobo guided Wu Tian through a comprehensive tour, revealing the wonders hidden within the celestial temple. The time chamber and the temporal passage were indeed quite enchanting. However, after traversing the divine sanctuary, Wu Tian felt profoundly disappointed, as it lacked the treasures he had anticipated. He was reluctant to linger in this desolate place any longer. Ultimately, his greatest achievement that day was vanquishing the so-called deity. Although the celestial being's prowess was rather unimpressive, the fact remained that it was indeed a god, which brought him a significant sense of fulfillment. After greeting Bobo, Wu Tian leaped down from the heavenly temple. Both the deity and Bobo breathed a sigh of relief once Wu Tian departed, fearing that his displeasure might lead to the temple's destruction. A few minutes later, Wu Tian encountered the Kailada, and he did not come across the Thunder Zone again during his journey, which no longer struck him as unusual. After all, these two locations are among the highest-ranked places on Earth, and it is entirely normal for them to possess a touch of the extraordinary. Wu Tian descended upon Kailatari, only to discover that the immortal of Kaili was once again in a slumber. This rotund figure was on the verge of resembling a swine. Wu Tian approached the celestial being before him, kneeling down gently and softly patting the being's abdomen with his hand. Meow. Wu Tian originally intended to awaken the celestial being, Kairi. However, Upon witnessing Kyrie's blissful demeanor, he decided to exert even more force, causing a resonant sound as he struck the belly. Observing Kyrie's delightful meow in response to each playful tap, Wu Tian could no longer contain his laughter. The slumbering Kyrie was finally roused by Wu Tian's hearty chuckles, responding with a sleepy meow. "Ah, Kyrie, it's raining. Rise and gather the laundry. Look at you, perpetually in slumber." The celestial being shyly stood up, turning his back to Wu Tian while continuously wiping his mouth. "Your Excellency Wu Tian, how is it that you descended from the divine realm so swiftly? I had mentioned that only with the bell could you behold the divine one, yet you chose to forego it." Wukong turned to the celestial being, Kyrie, and remarked, "What use is that bell of yours? I merely frightened the divine deity into coming to see me." The heavenly palace was utterly unimpressive, lacking in entertainment, prompting my swift departure. Your abode, though somewhat smaller, possesses a certain charm that is far more appealing. It is utterly unreasonable for you to have terrified the great celestial lord. If it weren't for the paltry state of that divine palace, I would have sent the deity packing and taken up residence there myself. Kyrie, rendered speechless, gazed at Wukong, unsure of how to respond. Realizing that one cannot view him through the lens of a celestial being, a lesson Kyrie had come to understand well. Wu Tian glanced at the sky, which had already succumbed to the embrace of night. "Very well, I shall take refuge here for the night. Alas, I have not eaten all day and am utterly famished." Wu Tian summoned the Nimbus to Kylie Tower, now fully treating the Nimbus as a mobile bed. The immortal Kylie completely disregarded Wu Tian's presence, lying on the ground and drifting back to sleep. "Kylie, it seems you have gained some weight," Wu Tian chuckled. 17 times the gravity. "Ah, let us now attempt 20 times. Wu Tian pressed the gravity device 3 times in quick succession. Humph. Just as he pressed the confirmation button, Wu Tian fell flat on the ground. "I can't believe this." Wu Tian trembled all over, struggling to rise to his feet, and hastily summoned his vital energy. However, as soon as this energy began to circulate through his meridians, the overwhelming force of gravity exceeded Wu Tian's capacity to endure, causing the vital energy to be forcefully repressed back into his dantian. With a sudden cough, blood spewed from Wu Tian's mouth. In a moment of urgency, he quickly retrieved a celestial beam from his dragon ring and consumed it. What a close call. He was fortunate to have the celestial being. Wu Tian did not relieve the gravitational force, nor did he diminish it. It remained a staggering 20-fold gravity. 20-fold, indeed, 20-fold. Goten, burdened by 20-fold gravity, journeys towards the southernmost point of Earth, diligently cultivating his skills as he travels. It has been 3 months since he embarked on this southern expedition, and he has recently acclimatized to the 10-fold gravity. Now, with a significant leap, he has ascended to the daunting challenge of 20-fold gravity, which seems almost unfathomable. However, should little Goku also contend with the same 20-fold gravity, Goten fears he would be utterly defeated, for the disparity in their physiques is undeniable. To surpass a scion of equal caliber, he must exert several times more effort. A month later, as Goten gazes upon the vast expanse of the ocean, he is at a loss. My goodness, this sea must stretch over 1,000 kilometers, carrying the burden of 20-fold gravity. A moment's lapse in control could lead to his own watery demise. Wu Tian let out a breath, determined to give it his all. With a powerful push of his feet, Wu Tian vanished into thin air, showcasing his remarkable lightness skill as he swiftly advanced southward across the surface of the sea. After half an hour, a resounding splash echoed as Wu Tian, having exhausted all his inner strength, plunged into the depths of the ocean. The 20-fold gravity bore down on him, dragging him to the ocean floor several thousand meters below. It took him a good 10 minutes of arduous effort to finally resurface. Gasping for breath, he exclaimed, "Wow." After Wu Tian rose, he immediately swam towards the south, his speed significantly diminished compared to the rapid pace he had just exhibited on the surface of the sea. Thus, as Wu Tian exhausted all his vital energy on the ocean, he plunged directly into the water to continue his journey. Once he had depleted all his strength, he consumed a magical bean, which revitalized him and allowed him to resume his voyage. As night fell, he leaped onto the Nimbus cloud and fell into a deep slumber. After enduring a series of arduous journeys, Wu Tian finally completed the maritime route in the span of a month. Subsequently, it took him another month to reach the legendary venue of the world's foremost martial arts tournament, located on Papaya Island. It must be said that despite the hardships faced during these months of training, the rewards have been immense. Wu Tian's physical prowess and the strength of his meridians have significantly improved, akin to the results one would typically achieve after a year of rigorous practice. Wu Tian was unaware of the time remaining until the prestigious martial arts tournament. Thus, he devoted each day to rigorous training in the sea. Confident that he would soon transcend to the sixth realm, mastering the sixth level of the Nine Suns technique, where his vital energy could circulate endlessly. Time seemed to elapse without notice, and before long, Wu Tian observed an increasing number of people on the island, signaling that the day of the tournament was drawing near. As the gravitational force intensified, Wu Tian's inner energy became increasingly refined. Although the process of purifying his true energy was exceedingly gradual, each transformation significantly augmented his combat prowess. He had not anticipated that merely a few months after his recent breakthrough in the Nine Suns technique, he was on the verge of another advancement. Given his current pace of cultivation, he was confident that he could achieve 2 breakthroughs within a year. Within the Dragon Ring, the celestial beings were consumed in abundance, often several each day, pushing himself to the brink of exhaustion before he would relent. There were times when he had severely injured himself, and his Zhang Tian had suffered significant trauma on multiple occasions. Were it not for the celestial beings, even 1,000 lives would not suffice for him to endure such trials. He could scarcely fathom how Sun Wukong, under 100-fold gravity, had managed to traverse freely in just a few days. Comparing himself to Wukong felt like a chasm between heaven and earth, and the disparity was a source of profound sorrow. At present, Wu Tian had reached the pinnacle of the 5th level of the Nine Suns technique, yet his true energy could not advance an inch. The only options available were to either achieve a breakthrough or to relentlessly continue the purification of his true energy. However, the purification of true energy proved to be far more arduous than the attainment of a new realm. Aside from a few hours dedicated to internal martial arts training each day, Wu Tian has ceased his practice of external techniques. He seeks to maintain a tranquil state of mind in pursuit of a breakthrough, as the 6th level marks a significant turning point in the Zhuyang technique. Should he successfully transcend this stage, his prowess would undergo a monumental transformation. The ability to soar freely through the skies has become Wu Tian's current aspiration. Although he is capable of airborne movement, it does not truly equate to flying. It is merely a manifestation of his exceptional lightness skill. Furthermore, the depletion of his vital energy imposes a severe limitation, and he has grown weary of the stop-and-go sensations that accompany his attempts at flight. As the martial arts conference approaches, the vital energy within Wu Tian's body has fallen into a state of profound stagnation, with its circulation through the meridians becoming exceedingly sluggish. Even after removing the gravitational device, he remains unable to discern the underlying issue, initially suspecting a malfunction. However, after consuming several immortal beings, he still finds no resolution, leading him to conclude that this condition may merely be an omen preceding his impending breakthrough. On a lofty mountain on Papaya Island, Wu Tian carved out a cave using his own vital energy, uncertain of how long this breakthrough would take. He took precautions against starvation during his seclusion by consuming a celestial being from his dragon ring before daring to enter his meditative retreat. Wu Tian directed his true energy into the meridians, attuning himself to the subtle flow and transformations of the energy within. Each time the true energy coursed through, it lingered momentarily at several acupoints within the 6th layer, distinctly perceiving the expansion of those particular points. At this moment, Wu Tian had entered a state of semi-hibernation. The vital energy within him was gradually circulating on its own. He had lost all sense of time, severing all ties with the outside world, and his mind was solely focused on the pathways of his meridians. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, the young Wukong and his companions were preparing to embark on their journey to Mugwa Island. On Kame House, the bald Krillin gazed at the young Wukong, perplexed, and inquired, "Wukong, aren't you the least bit nervous?" Young Wukong, with his hands behind his head, replied, "Nervous about what? The competition is tomorrow. I am absolutely on edge." Wukong, unperturbed, remarked, "There is no need to be anxious. It's merely a competition, nothing of great significance. I shall defeat them one by one, haha." Krillin scoffed, "Humph. Keep dreaming. With so many martial arts masters participating, do you think they're just children like us? We are facing the best in the world. I only hope we don't suffer too much humiliation. Masters from all over the world? I fear them not. My brother Tin claims that there are only 2 or 3 who can best me. I shall gladly meet them," Wukong replied, his face brimming with anticipation. Upon hearing this, Krillin doubled over with laughter. "Ha ha ha. You crack me up. Who do you think you are? You speak so grandly. While you may be slightly stronger than me, do temper your words. Your ignorance is astounding. Ha ha." Wukong scratched his head. Is that so? But my brother Tian says so. Krillin retorted. Humph. You constantly boast about your brother's prowess. Is he truly that formidable, or are you simply inflating his reputation? Lying on the grass, Wukong gazed at the sun. Indeed. My brother is the strongest in the world. He claims I will soon be the second strongest, and he can defeat me with one hand. Ha ha. The strongest in the world. Ha ha. Wukong was puzzled by Krillin's laughter. Is that really so amusing? Krillin teased, you two brothers are full of hot air. The strongest is clearly Master Wu Tian. Don't you find it amusing to say such things in front of his disciple? Ha ha. Wukong remained unfazed. But my brother says I have already surpassed Master Rashi. Ha ha ha. Then why are you still here training with Master Wu Tian? I just realized how much you enjoy boasting. It is my brother who sent me here to train. He instructed me to heed Master Rashi's guidance, saying I must follow whatever Master Rashi advises. Ha ha. Krillin burst into laughter again, just about to speak when Master Rashi's voice called from within the Kame house. Hey, Wukong, Krillin, hurry up and prepare. We are about to depart. The two sprang to their feet, and soon they heard a voice in the distance, watching as a cloud approached them from the sky. Moments later, the flying nimbus halted before them, and Bulma leaped down from it. Upon seeing Bulma, Wukong exclaimed joyfully, Ah, it's Bulma. What brings you here? Wow, are you riding the flying nimbus? Bulma, equally delighted to see Wukong, responded, Hi, Wukong. It's been a while. With a hint of pride, she added, Look, Wukong. My flying nimbus is far more beautiful than yours. Little Wukong approached and gazed at the nimbus cloud, exclaiming, Indeed, your nimbus cloud is white and even larger than mine. By the way, Bulma, can you ride the nimbus cloud too? Bulma, brimming with pride, replied, Of course. How could a beautiful and charming girl like me not ride it? Wukong glanced in Bulma's direction but noticed Goten was missing, which left him feeling somewhat despondent. He turned back to Bulma and inquired, Bulma, where's my brother? Wasn't he with you? Bulma, with a hint of melancholy, responded, Goten went off to train a few months ago. However, he mentioned he would come to the venue of the World Martial Arts Tournament to find us, which is why I came to look for you to go together. Upon hearing this, Wukong cheerfully exclaimed, Really? Is Goten going to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament too? Bulma shrugged and said, Not quite. Goten wouldn't bother with such a trivial competition. He's just going to observe. Besides, with his strength, who could possibly defeat him? Krillin, overhearing, scoffed, Pfft. You all love to brag. How could your brother be the best in the world? Bulma, irritated, retorted, Who are you, baldhead? With pride, Krillin proclaimed, I am the world's foremost martial artist, a disciple of Master Rashi. Bulma burst into laughter, covering her mouth. Ha! So you're that old pervert's disciple? My brother could easily defeat him with just one finger. Krillin, uninterested in further banter, turned to walk towards the Kame house. All right, little Wukong, let us hurry. You ride your nimbus cloud, and we shall race to see who is faster. Wukong, puzzled, asked, Where are we going? Bulma shot him a glance to Papaya Island. Of course. Aren't you going to participate in the tournament? Oh, right. But I need to go with Grandpa Rashi and the others. Is that so? Well, come along then. I'll head off first. With that, Bulma leaped onto the nimbus cloud, waved goodbye to Wukong, and took off towards Papaya Island. Just as Bulma flew away, Master Rashi hurried out of the Kame house, excitement written all over his face. Where is everyone? Wukong, seeing Master Rashi looking around frantically, asked Grandpa Rashi. Are you looking for something? Master Rashi approached Wukong and whispered, Wukong, where is that young lady? Where did she go? Confused, Wukong replied, Young lady? Are you talking about Bulma? But she doesn't go by young lady. Master Rashi, exasperated, thought it unnecessary to explain. Yes, the one named Bulma. Didn't she just arrive? Where has she gone? Wukong explained. Bulma said she is going to Papaya Island to find my brother. The turtle sage expressed his disappointment, lamenting, Oh, what a pity. Why did she not linger a while longer? After all, she too is attending the World Martial Arts Tournament. He then urged, All right, little Goku, quickly change your attire. We are about to embark for Papaya Island. Bulma soon arrived at Papaya Island, her eagerness palpable as she scoured every hotel on the island. Yet found no trace of Goten. She soared on the flying nimbus, surveying the vicinity of Papaya Island for an extended period, but to no avail, leaving her quite dejected. Seated atop the nimbus, Bulma pondered in frustration, How is it that he has yet to arrive? I wonder if Goten truly has come to Papaya Island. At that moment, Goten had just awakened from a semi-meditative state, exerting all his efforts to ascend to the 6th level of the Jiu-Yang technique. The cave, once enveloped in darkness, now radiated brightness akin to the outside world, illuminated by Goten's vital energy. After a prolonged period of dormancy lasting several days, the vital energy within Wu Tian finally began to regain its former vitality yesterday. Wu Tian exerted himself to the utmost, circulating the Jiu-Yang true qi, while the crucial acupoints within his body pulsated rhythmically, akin to a beating heart. As Wu Tian channels the true energy of the heavens for a week, several acupoints pulsate with increasing intensity. Currently, Wu Tian is engaged in the final accumulation of energy, striving for a singular breakthrough. He remains unhurried, deliberately slowing the flow of his true energy, gradually replenishing his strength. After 3 hours, a vortex of energy emerges within his dantian, causing the true energy to whirl rapidly. Wu Tian silently recites the heart mantra of the 6th level of the Jiu-Yang skill, guiding the swirling energy within his dantian towards the major acupoints throughout his body. Wu Tian endured the excruciating pain of his flesh being torn apart by the true energy. After more than an hour, he finally succeeded in opening the first acupoint. Following this accomplishment, he did not hastily rush to challenge the second acupoint. Instead, he patiently gathered his energy to its fullest before propelling himself towards the next target. Several hours later, a muffled sound resonated within Wu Tian's body, and his dantian quaked momentarily. Instantly, the true energy within him dispersed throughout his meridians, giving rise to a strand of true energy that was entirely distinct from what he had experienced before. The taut expression on Wu Tian's face gradually began to relax, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. As Wu Tian opened his eyes, a joyful laughter welled up within him. After enduring a rigorous period of seclusion and cultivation spanning several days, he had finally achieved a significant breakthrough. At that moment, the vital energy within him had expanded his meridians, doubling their capacity, and the intricate pathways throughout his body had been entirely unblocked. He had reached the coveted state of unity of man and heaven, a pinnacle aspired to by martial artists. The interconnectedness of his meridians had formed a perpetual cycle. As long as Wu Tian remained alive and retained even a trace of vital energy in his dantian, the flow of energy within him would persist indefinitely. This indicated a boundless reservoir of vitality within his being. For an ordinary martial artist, the complete opening of the meridians signified the zenith of martial prowess. And with his current cultivation, Wu Tian could confidently traverse the martial world with pride. However, the extraordinary practice of the Nine Suns technique presented a different narrative. Although his meridians were now interconnected, this was merely the commencement of his journey with the Nine Suns technique. From the 7th level onward, the focus would shift to establishing connections between the various meridians. Only when every segment of his meridian system had been cultivated into a complete cycle would he truly achieve mastery. As it stood, his progress at the 6th level of the Nine Suns technique merely represented a minor accomplishment within its broader framework. Wu Tian initially yearned to vocalize the joy swelling within him, for such fervor was characteristic of his nature. However, upon discovering the last vestiges of the newly awakened Jiu-Yang true qi within him, he restrained that surge of exhilaration. He understood that if he did not stabilize this nascent energy now, its fleeting presence would vanish, leaving him uncertain of the duration required to summon it again. Wukong swiftly focused his mind, gradually guiding a thread of true energy to circulate throughout his body. Only when the generated energy was sufficient to flow autonomously did he feel at ease. Upon alighting from the vehicle, little Wukong spotted Bulma standing at the entrance of the martial arts tournament venue and hurried over. "Hey, Bulma, you're here. Have you found my brother Tian?" Bulma, upon recognizing little Wukong, relaxed her furrowed brow and replied, "I haven't found Tian, and I'm uncertain whether he will even arrive." Little Wukong, however, displayed no concern, chuckling. "Rest assured, Brother Tian promised he would come." Bulma, feeling reassured by Wukong's confidence, brightened up. "Yes, perhaps he got delayed by some matters." Meanwhile, Master Rashi, upon disembarking, immediately began to survey the surrounding beauties. With his sunglasses concealing half of his bulging eyes, he nearly drooled upon seeing Bulma and swiftly approached her. As Bulma turned around, she found the lecherous old man, Master Rashi, almost pressing against her. Disgusted by his lascivious demeanor, she delivered a sharp slap to his bald head. Smack! Master Rashi's eyes widened in shock, exclaiming in surprise. Bulma scolded him. "Humph, you old pervert, stay away from me." Little Wukong and his companions waited at the registration desk for quite some time without catching sight of Wu Tian. Krillin teased little Wukong. Humph, look, your brother is too scared to register. Little Wukong dismissed the comment, stating, my brother would never participate. He has said that no one in the world is worthy of facing him. The following day, Bulma and little Wukong waited at the venue entrance for over an hour. Yet Wu Tian still had not appeared. Oh dear, why hasn't Brother Tian shown up? The martial arts tournament is about to begin. Could he really have forgotten? Little Wukong approached Bulma and inquired, Bulma, are you saying Brother Tian is here to watch the tournament? Bulma paused, realizing that Tian hadn't mentioned it. He only said he would come to find them. Oh, right? Perhaps Brother Tian is waiting until after the tournament concludes to arrive. Haha, little Wukong, you're so clever. Little Wukong scratched his head, puzzled by her reasoning. At that moment, Master Roshi emerged, calling out, Wukong, hurry inside. The preliminaries are about to commence. After Master Roshi had freshened up from the restroom, the trio soon arrived at the preliminary arena, where they each advanced to the next round with undeniable prowess. Hours later, after completing the preliminaries, little Wukong emerged to find Bulma still waiting. He approached her and asked, Bulma, has Brother Tian still not arrived? Bulma sighed, well, Brother Tian probably won't come until after the competition ends. As soon as Bulma finished speaking, a tremendous roar resonated through the sky, scattering the clouds in disarray and startling everyone on the island. Little Goku, upon hearing the sound, exclaimed joyfully, haha, it's Brother Tian. Brother Tian has arrived. Bulma looked around, questioning, really? Where is he? Little Goku explained, that sound just now is Brother Tian, echoing from a distant place. Wow, do you know where he is? Bulma inquired. Little Goku nodded and replied, I will try. I can sense where Brother Tian is. With that, he focused intently on locating Goten. After a moment, little Goku pointed ahead, saying there, Brother Tian is over there. Without hesitation, he summoned the flying Nimbus and swiftly darted toward Goten's direction, prompting Bulma to hastily follow suit. At that moment, Goten stood outside the cave, experiencing the changes following his breakthrough, channeling his energy outward. Although the color of his energy remained largely unchanged, it now emanated a palpable surge. Wu Tian felt the immense surge of vital energy within him, far more powerful than before. The self-circulating energy filled him with unparalleled exhilaration. He would no longer have to worry about a deficiency of vital energy in the future. With a sudden spark of inspiration, Wu Tian's right hand conjured a sphere of Jiang energy, as large as a basin. His left hand followed suit, summoning yet another orb of Jiang energy. He deftly maneuvered the two energy spheres closer together, observing their volatile nature as he contemplated the fusion of their powers. At the moment of their collision, a surge of formidable energy erupted. The resultant sphere, now amalgamated, appeared to possess double the might. However, the outcome of mere addition was not what he sought. Previously, he had been wary of depleting his vital energy, hesitant to manipulate the orbs too recklessly. Yet now, his vital energy flowed abundantly, alleviating any concerns of depletion. This newfound reservoir of energy inspired a multitude of ideas regarding the potential compression of the orbs. Curious, he pondered just how far he could push their limits. Wu Tian clasped the energy sphere with both hands, channeling all his vitality into a singular point. The sphere radiated an even more resplendent glow, as the energy within it continually erupted and then reconvened. Observing the energy sphere that had diminished to half its original size, Wu Tian remained unsatisfied. Though its power had multiplied several times over, it still lay well within his grasp. As Wu Tian channeled his vital energy inward, he simultaneously compressed the energy sphere, causing the veins and muscles throughout his body to bulge ominously, presenting a rather intimidating sight. It was only when the energy sphere had been compressed to its utmost limit, reaching the peak of his control, that he ceased his actions. Wu Tian dispelled the protective barrier surrounding the energy sphere, and an overwhelming force immediately emanated from within. Centered around Wu Tian, this formidable aura rapidly spread outward. The power of the energy surged forth, causing Wu Tian's hair and garments to flutter wildly. Miles away, seated upon the Nimbus cloud, the young Goku found himself shaken by this potent energy, struggling with all his might to maintain his balance. Although he managed to deflect the most intense wave of force, Bulma, situated behind him, was not as fortunate and was sent tumbling from the Nimbus cloud. Fortunately, the cloud, possessing a spirit of its own, swiftly rescued her. The energy sphere leapt from Wu Tian's palm, seemingly attempting to break free from his grasp. However, this was entirely within Wu Tian's control, and as he observed the sphere drifting away, he exerted even greater force. Wukong gazed with great satisfaction at the energy sphere in his hand, which was approximately the size of a lead ball. Surely, its power had increased tenfold compared to before. Let us see just how formidable my strongest strike can be. Super 9 Yang Qi Gong, soar into the sky. With a single hand, Wukong hurled the energy sphere into the heavens with tremendous force. It seemed as if the sphere had understood his command. As the immense energy contained within it erupted once more, propelled upward at an astonishing speed, akin to a wild stallion breaking free. Little Wukong, having just escaped the residual waves of energy, found himself immobilized once again, sensing the destructive aura emanating from the energy sphere from afar, leaving him unable to advance. Bulma, overwhelmed, simply fainted atop the flying nimbus. Within mere seconds, the Super 9 Yang Qi Gong had ascended into outer space, vanishing from sight, its speed having increased several-fold. Wukong took a deep breath, overwhelmed with excitement. The energy was extraordinarily potent. If not controlled properly, one misstep could lead to disastrous consequences. After releasing the energy sphere, Wukong sensed that little Goku and Bulma were not far ahead. In an instant, he vanished from his location and reappeared atop Bulma's flying nimbus mere seconds later. Gently, he lifted Bulma and channeled his Jiuyang True Chi into her. Before long, Bulma let out a soft moan and awoke, her face lighting up with joy upon seeing Wukong. "Brother Tian, you have finally arrived," she exclaimed. Wu Tian observed that a few hundred meters ahead of Bulma, little Wukong was kneeling on the nimbus, panting heavily. Wu Tian skillfully maneuvered Bulma's nimbus to glide alongside little Wukong. Furrowing his brow, he gazed at him and inquired, "Little Wukong, what has happened? How have you been training these past few months? It seems you have made little progress." Little Wukong, gasping for breath, replied to Wu Tian, "Brother Tian, you have grown stronger once again. I find myself unable to resist you now." Goten gazed into the distance, where several formidable presences, far surpassing that of ordinary individuals, were palpable. He turned to Bulma and inquired, "Bulma, has the Grand Martial Arts Tournament commenced?" Bulma nodded in Goten's embrace and replied, "Indeed, the preliminary rounds have concluded, and the main event is set to begin this afternoon. I had thought you might not attend." Wu Tian explained, "No. I arrived here several months ago and have been cultivating in that area up ahead." "Oh, really? Why didn't you tell me?" Upon hearing Bulma's lamentations, Goten shrugged and said, "All right, let us proceed to the venue of the martial arts tournament." Little Goku, having regained his composure, joyfully trailed behind Goten. Before long, the trio arrived at the exterior of the tournament hall, where Goten gently embraced Bulma and gracefully glided through the air towards the entrance. Inside, they beheld a spacious arena of several dozen square meters, where a few staff members were tidying up, while peculiar individuals occasionally passed by. Wu Tian gazed at the rather unremarkable venue and turned to Bulma, saying, "Bulma, please take me to dine. I haven't eaten in over 10 days, and my mouth feels as parched as a bird's." After more than an hour of feasting, the two brothers finally managed to devour the extravagant meal worth hundreds of thousands. Wu Tian, hiccuping and patting his belly, addressed the round-bellied little Wukong. "Little Wukong, having feasted so heartily, when shall we commence the competition?" Reclining in his chair, little Wukong pondered for a moment before responding, "I am not certain." Bulma, momentarily at a loss for words, sighed, "Little Wukong, could you not focus a little more on your competition? There are merely half an hour left until it begins, and with such an indulgent feast, will you be prepared?" Wu Tian jested, "Haha, little Wukong, do not take things too seriously. When you do, it could lead to dire consequences." At this moment, Wu Tian realized that the attire adorning the young Wukong was a remarkably familiar martial arts uniform, emblazoned with a character for turtle on the left chest, unmistakably the emblem of the turtle school. However, the design of the garment was rather unappealing. "Alas, dear Wukong, your outfit is truly unattractive. Might you consider donning a different one before taking the stage?" Young Wukong, however, appeared indifferent to his attire, responding, "Is it really that bad? This is what Grandpa Rashi insisted I wear." Wukong fell silent, no longer preoccupied with the clothing, having resolved to design an outfit for little Wukong in the future. At that moment, Krillin approached alongside Master Rashi, and upon seeing little Wukong reclining in a chair, he exclaimed, "Oh, Wukong, the competition is about to commence. Why are you still here dining? Where have you been?" Little Wukong, patting his belly, laughed heartily, "Ha! One must eat well to have the strength." Wu Tian, upon spotting the lecherous old man, Master Rashi, greeted him with a cheerful, "Greetings, Master Rashi. It's wonderful to see you again. Ah, and there's Beiji." It's been quite some time. Upon noticing Wu Tian, Wulong felt a sudden jolt in his heart and begrudgingly muttered a greeting to him. Master Rashi, upon recognizing Wu Tian, remarked, "You have changed significantly since a few months ago. Is that truly you, Wu Tian? It has been far too long." Krillin, realizing that Wu Tian was the elder brother of Goku, approached him with a scrutinizing gaze. After a prolonged moment of observation, he commented, "It appears you are not as formidable as I had anticipated." It seems Goku has quite the penchant for exaggeration. Wu Tian gazed at the diminutive bald figure before him, devoid of a nose, its pair of small eyes radiating a cunning glint. Wu Tian beckoned to Klin with a playful gesture, saying, "Come here, little monk." Confused, Klin approached, only for Wu Tian to reach out and pat his bald head. Klin despised having his head treated as a subject of jest, and being touched in such a manner infuriated him. He swiftly swatted Wu Tian's hand away and glared at him with indignation, yet Wu Tian remained unfazed. "Haha, your head is truly shiny," he exclaimed, before unleashing a burst of energy that sent Klin hurtling backward, landing several meters away, though thankfully unscathed. Observing Klin's predicament, little Wukong erupted in laughter. "Ahaha, Klin, now you understand the prowess of my brother Tian, don't you?" Initially bewildered, Klin soon realized that Wu Tian had been the source of his sudden flight, though none had witnessed the exact nature of the attack. Irritated, Klin retorted, "Humph. You are quite despicable for ambushing me." As he spoke, a twinge of trepidation flickered within him as he regarded Wu Tian, having gained a newfound respect for his formidable abilities. As Goten beheld Krillin, he erupted into laughter, showing no intention of taking offense, and led Bulma toward the venue. Master Rashi, observing Goten's retreating figure, furrowed his brow, still shaken by the overwhelming energy Goten had just unleashed. Half an hour later, Goten, cradling Bulma, managed to secure seats in the front row, watching the fighters on the arena engage in their mundane bouts. Growing weary, Goten eventually leaped into the grass with Bulma and settled down. After another half hour, they finally witnessed Goku and Krillin take the stage. "Humph, Goku, I shall not hold back. Prepare to witness my true strength. Do not let your defeat be too humiliating," Krillin declared as he assumed his stance. Goku, unfazed, responded casually, "Ha, bring it on. I will also bring you down." Krillin initiated the assault, sprinting towards Goku, who stood nonchalantly in place. Just a few meters away, Krillin leaped with all his might, aiming a kick directly at Goku. With a slight shift of his right foot, Goku evaded Krillin's strike, who then propelled himself off the ground, tightening his fist for another blow. Goku effortlessly blocked Krillin's subsequent attacks, remaining remarkably composed throughout their exchange. Upon witnessing the scene, Wu Tian was rendered speechless and called out to little Wukong, "Little Wukong, is it truly that enjoyable? You are so weak, yet you engage for so long. Swiftly conclude this battle." Hearing his elder brother's voice, little Wukong nodded and turned to Krillin, declaring, "Krillin, I shall commence my attack now." Krillin, upon hearing this, focused intently on every movement of little Wukong. Suddenly, he saw Wukong dashing towards him at an astonishing speed. Krillin was taken aback by the swiftness of little Wukong and hurriedly prepared to counter. However, little Wukong's velocity was overwhelming. After barely managing to parry a few of his strikes, Krillin was sent flying out of the ring by a powerful kick from Wukong. The spectators outside the arena were utterly stunned, bewildered by the rapid turn of events. Just moments ago, the two fighters appeared evenly matched. Yet in the blink of an eye, the small bald head of Krillin was seen tumbling out of the arena. Master Rashi was equally taken aback, completely unprepared for the stark difference in power between Krillin and little Wukong. Moreover, the fighting style exhibited by little Wukong was entirely unrecognizable from what he had taught. The host stood at the center of the stage, shouting into the microphone, "Now, we arrive at the climax of the event, the championship match. Please welcome contestants Sun Wukong and Shun Long." As both competitors readied themselves on stage, the host continued, "If both of you are prepared, then let the match officially begin." With a resounding clang, little Wukong launched the first assault, his hands clenched tightly as he charged toward Master Rashi, who quickly assumed a defensive stance. Yet, he was unprepared for the sheer force of little Wukong's attack, finding himself struggling to defend against it. Assuming that little Wukong would unleash his full strength from the outset, Master Rashi began to take the matter seriously. After dodging one of Rashi's strikes, little Wukong propelled himself off the wall, launching back at Rashi with incredible speed. Realizing that little Wukong had retaliated so swiftly, Master Rashi crossed his arms defensively in front of his chest. With a thunderous impact, little Wukong struck Rashi, sending him rolling backwards several times, nearly tumbling out of the ring. Breathing heavily, Little Wukong observed Master Rashi seated on the ground, seemingly at ease, while Rashi was in a dire state, astonished by the immense power behind that blow. Watching little Wukong's composed demeanor, Master Rashi inwardly lamented. How can Wukong possess such formidable strength? I never anticipated that I would need to exert all my effort just to withstand his attack. This is troublesome. As Wu Tian beheld the techniques executed by little Wukong, he was utterly astonished. The majority of the moves performed by little Wukong were derived from the Liaoyang palm, and he had adeptly employed them. Though lacking the formidable lethality augmented by true energy that Wu Tian possessed, Wu Tian did not consider him inferior. Master Rashi rose to his feet, assuming a stance, his eyes darting with keen observation. Noticing that Master Rashi remained immobile for an extended moment, little Wukong swiftly launched another assault. Upon witnessing the rapid approach of little Wukong, Master Rashi promptly leapt aside to evade the attack. However, little Wukong pivoted sharply and aimed a kick at Master Rashi's jaw, catching him off guard and landing a solid hit. Thus, time gradually elapsed under the relentless offense of little Wukong and the intentional defense of Master Rashi. Wu Tian, observing from the sidelines, quickly discerned that Master Rashi was deliberately trying to exhaust little Wukong's stamina, prompting a sardonic smile. Unbeknownst to Master Rashi, little Wukong was merely utilizing half of his true potential. Wu Tian could no longer bear to watch and addressed the little Wukong on stage. Oh, little Wukong, are you not weary? Let us conclude this swiftly. This old man is merely toying with you. Upon hearing this, little Wukong became serious, believing that the old man had yet to reveal his true power. The turtle sage, noticing the sudden intensity in little Wukong's demeanor, could not help but exclaim in distress. Before the turtle sage could react, little Wukong's fist landed solidly against his abdomen, followed by a swift flying kick that sent the old man soaring through the air. After enduring several merciless blows from little Wukong, the turtle sage resolved to fight back. Despite the pain coursing through his body, he retreated several meters, spread his legs, and began to gather energy with his hands drawn together. Suddenly, a white energy sphere materialized between the turtle sage's hands, causing a stir among the onlookers. Little Wukong, astonished to witness the turtle sage's signature Kamehameha technique, realized he had no time to evade the rapidly approaching energy blast. In a moment of urgency, he pressed his palms together, conjuring an energy sphere akin to that of the turtle sage. As little Wukong launched his Kamehameha, the turtle sage's own energy wave reached him simultaneously. The two spheres collided with a resounding force. With all his might, little Wukong pushed back, successfully reflecting the turtle sage's Kamehameha. The turtle sage, having expended most of his strength in the attack, was taken aback by little Wukong's swift response. He hurriedly shielded his chest, but the two Kamehameha blasts struck him solidly. Remarkably, the turtle sage held firm, deflecting the energy blast into the sky. Yet he was ultimately propelled out of the arena, collapsing onto the ground, barely conscious. All right, little Wukong, he said, now go speak with the turtle sage. Shortly, I shall take you to West City. Little Wukong, puzzled, inquired, West City? What kind of place is that? What are we going there for? Wu Tian gently tapped little Wukong on the head and said, Bulma's residence is located in West City. We have matters to attend to there, so of course, we shall take you along. Wu Tian gazed at the returning little Wukong and remarked, very well. If there is nothing further, let us embark on our journey. No sooner had he spoken than Master Rashi and the others emerged. Krillin addressed little Wukong, saying, Wukong, are you truly not joining us in training? You mustn't let me surpass you. Little Wukong nodded in affirmation, replying, Indeed, I shall train alongside my brother Tian. I will dedicate myself to my practice. And in due time, you two shall find it impossible to defeat me, haha. Krillin then added, Well then, let us meet at the next World Martial Arts Tournament. Although you currently possess an edge over me, I shall strive even harder in my training, and I assure you, I will show no mercy. Little Wukong smiled and said, Very well, we shall see each other at the next World Martial Arts Tournament. Wukong whistled towards the sky, and in an instant, the nimbus cloud appeared before them. Master Rashi, upon seeing Wukong's white nimbus, was greatly astonished. He approached the cloud and scrutinized it carefully, then turned to Wukong and said, Wukong, this must be the nimbus cloud you possess. Wu Tian nodded and said, Indeed, this is the nimbus cloud, identical to the one belonging to little Wukong, albeit in a different hue. You acquired this from the celestial master Kylie? Yes, it was bestowed upon me by that plump fellow. The turtle hermit sighed in understanding. No wonder you possess such strength. It appears you have already ascended the Kylie Tower. The crafting of this nimbus cloud requires several years of the celestial master Kylie's effort. It seems he holds you in high regard, just like in my youth. Ah, the future is boundless for you. Wukong could no longer endure the boastful ramblings of Master Rashi. Come on, my strength bears no resemblance to that of Master Kaylee. If I were like you, there would be no reason for me to continue living. Upon reflecting on Wukong's prowess, Master Rashi felt a flush of embarrassment. By the way, Master Rashi, you mentioned that it takes Master Kaylee several years to create a nimbus cloud? How did you come to know this? Of course, it was Master Kaylee who told me. Did he not share this with you? Upon hearing this, Wu Tian could not help but burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ah, so that's how it is. I believe he holds you in high regard, sharing such a secret with you. It seems that Master Kaylee has great expectations for you. Why don't we pay him a visit sometime, perhaps enjoy some tea and have a chat?" The turtle sage, feeling quite pleased at Wu Tian's enthusiasm, countered, "Wu Tian, you're mistaken. Master Kaylee is exceedingly busy with his myriad of responsibilities. It would be a significant intrusion for us mere mortals to disturb him even once. Regardless of how much he values you, the Kaylee Tower is not a place one can visit at will. Doing so would be to disrespect the divine." Wu Tian cast a sidelong glance at Master Rashi and scoffed, "What is the big deal? What is Kyrita anyway? I've even been to the realm of the gods, and they gave me quite the thrashing." Upon hearing this, Master Rashi's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, and he stammered in disbelief. "Why, you mean to say you have ventured into the realm of the gods? How is this even possible?" Wukong, with a hint of disdain, remarked, "Is the heavenly realm truly so remarkable? It's merely a dilapidated temple, far less splendid than my home with Bulma. Moreover, that so-called deity is nothing but a disappointment. I had expected the celestial temple to be magnificent and awe-inspiring, leading me to squander so much time." Upon hearing Wukong refer to my Bulma, Bulma was already inebriated with joy, clinging to Wukong's arm, her face radiating bliss. Master Rashi, utterly at a loss for words, found it hard to believe Wukong's assertions. He was aware that there existed another heavenly realm atop Kyra, yet Wukong's declarations were so provocative and bewildering that they left him in a state of disbelief. Wu Tian gazed at the turtle hermit with an expression of incredulity, choosing not to engage further. He embraced Bulma and leaped onto the flying nimbus. Casting his eyes down at Oolong below, "Beiji, would you care to journey to West City? It is said to be teeming with beautiful maidens." Upon hearing this, Oolong's eyes sparkled with delight as he exclaimed, "Is that true? I shall go, I shall go." Wukong laughed heartily, exclaiming, "It's all a joke. Farewell, everyone. Until we meet again." As he watched Wukong depart, Oolong gritted his teeth and muttered, "That brute, so untrustworthy, humph." Bulma nestled in Wukong's embrace and inquired, "Brother Tian, what exactly is the heavenly realm?" Wukong replied, "The heavenly realm is the abode of the celestials." Bulma, puzzled, responded, "The abode of the celestials? Isn't that the Kyrita? Are there other deities as well?" Wu Tian elucidated, "Not at all. This world is divided into several realms. The place where we mere mortals reside might be referred to as the human realm, while the abode of the immortal Kylie could be deemed the immortal realm. However, beyond Kylie, there exists the celestial realm, inhabited by deities that surpass Kylie in rank. Yet, it must be noted that the so-called deities and immortals of this world are rather inconsequential. You have witnessed the immortal Kylie, have you not? If time permits, I shall take you to behold the celestial hall." Bulma exclaimed in delight, "Is that true? Ah, never mind. The celestial hall is not as beautiful as my home, and those deities cannot rival Tian-Ge. There is nothing particularly captivating to behold." Wu Tian continued, "In our universe, there exists another realm known as Hell, where souls traverse after death. However, I have yet to visit that place, and I remain uncertain whether I will ever have the opportunity in this lifetime." Bulma, taken aback, exclaimed, "Hell? Is it truly a real place?" Wu Tian confidently asserted, "Of course. In this world, not only is there hell, but above the deities, there exists the king of the realm, and perhaps even a grand king beyond that, though my memory of it is somewhat hazy. In any case, there are countless mysteries in this world that you remain unaware of." Bulma, her face alight with astonishment, exclaimed, "Wow. I had no idea that our Earth harbored so many enigmatic realms." Wu Tian hastily clarified, "Oh, it's not quite like that. Only the celestial realm and the divine realm are considered part of our Earth. The higher officials, such as the realm king and others of that stature, possess their own planets." After approximately an hour's journey, the trio finally returned to Bulma's residence in West City. Upon entering, they were greeted by Bulma's mother, who joyfully rushed towards them. Spotting Wu Tian, Bulma's mother exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Wu Tian, you have returned. Come, let me treat you to my latest concoction of cocktails. They are absolutely delightful. Reluctantly, Goten was tugged by Bulma's mother into the hall. Upon witnessing Goten being pulled by this woman, the young Goku found it rather curious and followed suit into the room. Bulma had long since run out of words to describe her mother. As soon as Goten took a seat, Bulma's mother busied herself with concocting her new style cocktail. Before long, she approached with a vibrant turquoise drink in hand. Upon noticing the presence of an additional child beside Goten, she exclaimed with delight, "Wow, whose little one is this? How adorable!" Wu Tian held the cocktail and introduced, "This is my younger brother. His name is Sun Wukong." "Ah, so you are the little Wukong. Haha, greetings to you, little Wukong." Little Wukong also greeted her, saying hello. "Auntie." Wu Tian savored the cocktail prepared by Bulma's mother. Though her demeanor could be somewhat exasperating, the drink was exquisitely delightful, and he relished every sip, causing nearby little Wukong to drool with envy. Bulma's mother prepared another glass for the eager child, who was already salivating at the prospect. Upon receiving the glass, little Wukong tilted his head back and gulped it down in one go, licking his lips afterward, seemingly pleased with the flavor. His gaze then fell upon Wu Tian's drink, prompting Wu Tian to swiftly turn away, shielding his glass from Wukong's sight while smacking his forehead in exasperation, reminiscent of the scene with Zhu Beiji and the ginseng fruit. In the following days, Wu Tian and Bulma accompanied little Wukong as though they were caring for a child, exploring the entirety of West City, particularly at the amusement park. The young Wukong, being a child himself, reveled in the company of other children. Wu Tian could no longer endure the sight of little Wukong perpetually clad in that martial arts uniform emblazoned with the character for turtle. He took it upon himself to modify the attire, creating a simple yet elegant black training suit devoid of any embellishments. The choice of black was deliberate, for Wu Tian himself had a penchant for the starkness of black and white. Given that he was currently dressed in white, and considering little Wukong's relentless dedication to training, black seemed a more practical choice, being less susceptible to stains. Consequently, little Wukong found himself donning black without any regard for his own preferences. Although little Wukong had no authority to voice his opinions, he complied with whatever Wu Tian instructed him to do. Wu Tian, too, made modifications to his attire. Aside from the training uniform that mirrored that of little Wukong, he specially crafted several sets of simplified black and white hanfu. The design resembled those heroic garments he had observed on television, yet he made certain adjustments to render them more practical. Coupled with his cascading hair, he appeared remarkably elegant and ethereal. Upon witnessing her partner's exceptional appearance, Bulma was nearly overcome with faintness. As he gazed at Bulma in his arms, Wu Tian pondered whether he should also create a few sets of hanfu for her. Shortly thereafter, he picked up his design tools and began sketching anew. In truth, Wu Tian had never delved into the study of hanfu. He had merely seen them on television before. The male hanfu seemed somewhat simpler to create, while the female version, though exceedingly splendid and beautiful, appeared quite intricate, typically consisting of multiple pieces. Thus, Wu Tian could only design a hanfu that he deemed aesthetically pleasing and uncomplicated, based on a general understanding of its form. Before long, after more than an hour, the robot returned bearing the completed female hanfu. Wu Tian took the garment and examined it closely, finding it to be largely in accordance with his desires. He then handed it to Bulma, saying, "Bulma, do try it on." Bulma received the clothing with great excitement. Although she had never worn such an outfit before, her remarkable intellect allowed her to quickly change into it with ease. Wukong gazed at Bulma, who was adorned in a pale blue hanfu, his eyes sparkling with admiration. The simplified version of the traditional attire draped elegantly over her form, exuding an otherworldly charm and unparalleled grace. The only aspect lacking was her hairstyle. Upon noticing Wukong's appreciative gaze, Bulma couldn't help but feel a wave of shyness wash over her, truly embodying an enchanting allure. Wukong stepped forward and embraced Bulma, planting a kiss upon her lips. "Bulma, you are truly exquisite." Yet Bulma, reluctant to part with her splendid attire, remained clad in it. Upon seeing her daughter adorned in such a beautiful outfit, Bulma's mother was left utterly speechless with astonishment. She hurriedly fashioned herself a similar ensemble, and once donned, it exuded an air of opulence and grandeur. Dressed in her traditional Han attire, she set off to showcase her elegance to friends. Wu Tian has sketched several styles of women's hanfu that linger in her memory, allowing them to contemplate and explore at their leisure. Wu Tian never anticipated that his inadvertent action would lead to the resurgence of hanfu, transforming it into a predominant attire for women in this world. Wu Tian summoned little Wukong to his side and gazed at him, saying, "Little Wukong, it is time for you to commence your training. I have a task for you. You shall complete this task while honing your skills." Little Wukong, perplexed, replied, "Brother Tian, am I not supposed to train alongside you?" Wu Tian responded, "No, your current strength is insufficient. It is imperative that you train independently first. When I deem your abilities are adequate for us to train together, I shall seek you out. Furthermore, I have additional tasks to impart to you." Wu Tian observed little Wukong nodding and continued, "The 4-heart ball that Grandpa left for us vanished during the wish made with the Dragon Balls. Your mission is to retrieve that 4-heart ball, do you understand?" Little Wukong's eyes sparkled as he replied, "Yes, I have always contemplated the idea of recovering Grandpa's heirloom." Wu Tian smiled gently and retrieved a gravity watch from the dragon ring, presenting it to little Wukong. "Little Wukong, wear this while you train. It will significantly enhance your strength." Upon hearing that it could augment his power, little Wukong's eyes lit up with enthusiasm. He examined the gravity watch with curiosity. Yet he remained perplexed about how this device could truly enhance his abilities. Wu Tian remarked, "This is called the gravity watch. If you wear it while training, there will come a day when you can catch up to me. Should it break, you may return here to seek Bulma for a replacement." He then proceeded to explain the usage of the gravity watch to little Goku. Once little Goku fully comprehended its function, Wu Tian adjusted the gravity watch to 5 times the normal gravity, immediately pinning little Goku to the ground. He bestowed upon him several magical beans for life-saving purposes in critical moments and sent him on his way from Bulma's residence. As soon as little Goku departed, Wu Tian commenced his own training, soaring alone to the suburban forest to assess his current abilities. The journey from Bulma's home to the outskirts spanned over 30 kilometers, which Wu Tian traversed in just over 5 minutes, thanks to his mastery of the 6th level of the 9 Sun skill. Such velocity was nothing short of astonishing, particularly given the present circumstances. Moreover, the energy within him could be expended and replenished at a ratio of 50 to 50 when exerted to its fullest, thus rendering any notions of insufficient internal strength irrelevant. Nonetheless, Wu Tian remained unsatisfied with his current state. Although his energy was ample, engaging in aerial combat would significantly deplete it. Indicating that the 6th level was still not entirely reliable, he needed to find a way to break through swiftly. Today, he was not merely practicing lightness skills. To be precise, he was honing his flying techniques. Upon reaching the 6th level of internal cultivation, the continuous supply of true energy rendered previous notions of lightness skills obsolete, allowing him to fully embrace the art of flight. Moreover, as his aerial abilities evolved from the lightness technique ascending the clouds, his flying prowess had reached unparalleled heights. With ample support from genuine energy, Wu Tian now traverses the skies as effortlessly as he would upon solid ground, perhaps even with greater safety. For the heavens are boundless and largely devoid of obstacles, at least within the confines of Earth. On the ground, however, a careless step might lead to a stumble over a mere stone. At times, when Wu Tian walks on the earth, he finds himself involuntarily lifted into the air. This instinctive response arises from the martial artist's innate desire for self-preservation. He instinctively reacts to any potential peril, developing a habitual tendency to evade and dodge. While strolling through the streets with Bulma, Wu Tian often finds himself gliding above the ground, leaving Bulma to feel as though she is holding onto a specter, which renders her somewhat uncomfortable. He recognizes that this sensitivity may not be a desirable trait. Excessive caution is not necessarily beneficial. He attributes this behavior to his incomplete adaptation to the world around him, fostering a mindset of vigilance towards everything. Yet, this phenomenon is more a matter of mental cultivation, bordering on the esoteric, and thus he has not made a concerted effort to alter it, as it currently has no adverse effect on him. Wu Tian sat cross-legged upon the ground, channeling the vital energy within his body, savoring the novelty of every sensation. After establishing a connection through the known meridians, the previous notions of circulating energy pathways had faded into oblivion. Now, his vital energy flowed incessantly and to transcend to a higher realm. He needed not only to uncover the hidden extraordinary meridians within his body for the purpose of physical cultivation, but also to continuously refine his vital energy. Undertaking repeated transformations of his entire meridian system, thus undergoing a complete metamorphosis to ultimately breach the threshold into the realm of innate existence. The 9th level of the Juyang Gong, known as Juyang returns to 1, is said to represent the legendary state of innate existence. Should Wu Tian successfully ascend to the final tier of Juyang Gong, he would achieve a legendary state that remained unattainable for centuries in his past life. For him in the present, The prospect of this legendary innate realm did not seem insurmountable. Barring unforeseen circumstances, he was confident he could attain it within 5 years. In his previous life, such a thought would have filled him with fervor, but his current situation dulled his enthusiasm. After circulating his vital energy through the meridian several times, he began the incantation for the 7th level of Jiuyang Gong, gradually sensing the impact of this advanced cultivation method on his meridians. The difficulty of this practice surpassed that of prior levels by more than double, progressing at a notably sluggish pace. At last, he completed the exercise. This novel approach to cultivation shattered the previous paradigms of internal martial arts training. The subsequent 3 levels leaned more towards the refinement of the physical body, contrasting sharply with external martial arts which cultivated from the outside in. In the later stages of Jiuyang Gong, the focus shifted to internal cultivation, refining the body through the essence of heaven and earth. According to the secret manual, once one achieves Jiuyang returns to one that could commune with the universe, harnessing its power for personal use, marking the initiation of the state of unity between heaven and humanity. Upon contemplating this, Wu Tian's eyes sparkled. If the initial state of unity between heaven and humanity follows the innate realm, it implies that there are even higher cultivation methods beyond this. The realms above unity might enable communion with spirits and deities, representing an extraordinary existence. Did such divine beings truly exist in ancient China? Alas, the pinnacle of his family's martial arts was confined to the Jiuyang Gong, a treasure of the martial world that had attracted countless covetous gazes. The legendary Jiuyang divine skill likely contained the secrets to mastering the state of unity between heaven and humanity. Wu Tian contemplated the final line of the 9 Sun secret manual, sighing deeply in sorrow. Given the current circumstances, he could only rely on his own exploration. He fervently hoped for a touch of divine favor, yearning to achieve a breakthrough swiftly, lest he be easily vanquished by others at a critical moment. Wu Tian no longer lingered over the intricacies of martial arts techniques. He rose to his feet, assumed his stance, and began to engage in the practice of the Liyang Palm. His objective for the day was to assess the significant issues pertaining to the techniques and methods following the 6th level. The Liyang Palm had evolved from the Jiuyang technique, and it was only through the Liyang Palm that the full potency of the Jiuyang technique could be truly unleashed. In comparison to other martial arts, regardless of how extraordinary their secrets may be, none could rival the efficacy of the Liyang Palm. Perhaps they possessed greater destructive power. Yet the subtleties of its application could only be appreciated by those who had cultivated the Jiuyang technique. Without the enhancement of the Jiuyang technique, the Liyang Palm could at best be regarded as a first-rate martial arts technique. Thus, the harmonious integration of the 2 arts was undoubtedly the optimal choice. Wu Tian deliberately restrained the flow of his true energy. Under 20-fold gravity, without the guidance of the 9 Yang true energy, every movement became exceedingly arduous. Breathing was a futile effort. The Liyang Palm, having departed from the influence of the 9 Yang true energy, had lost much of its efficacy. In the fleeting moment when Wu Tian's true energy began to restore, he felt it obediently circulate in accordance with the posture he had assumed. The magnitude of this force was immense, and an uncontrollable surge of true energy erupted from Wu Tian's palm. As this energy struck the ground, accompanied by its accompanying momentum, the grass beneath him was whipped into the air, swirling chaotically. Wu Tian hurriedly slowed his movements to quell the restless true energy. He had not anticipated such a stark contrast following his breakthrough. Gradually acclimating to the change, Wu Tian began to hasten his pace, allowing the true energy within him to flow in harmony with the movements of the Liyang Palm. In the latter half of his exertion, he decisively alleviated the gravity by 20-fold. The sudden shift in weight was profound. Unable to withstand the abrupt transformation, a surge of heat erupted from within him, and a mouthful of blood was expelled, striking a nearby tree several dozen meters away with a resounding crash, cleaving it in twain. Wu Tian did not interrupt the movements of martial arts. After forcibly suppressing them, he swiftly adapted within mere moments. Eventually, he unconsciously allowed his instincts to guide his actions, relinquishing any conscious control. It was then that, centered around Wu Tian, the surrounding objects began to whirl rapidly, resembling the formation of a tornado that expanded outward with relentless force. This tempest, however, was not constant. It appeared intermittently, each resurgence marked by an escalating intensity and destructive capacity. At this moment, within a radius of 100 meters from Wu Tian, everything had been swept away, leaving not a single blade of grass behind, while the trees and stones in the vicinity lay in ruins, utterly devastated. After Wu Tian executed his final move, He opened his eyes to a scene that left him utterly astonished. He had never anticipated that his mastery of a mere palm technique could yield such devastation. As he sensed the flow of true energy within him, he noted that his depleted energy, which had diminished by 20%, was gradually recovering on its own. This realization prompted a frown from Wu Tian. Although the Liaoyang palm was most effective when paired with the Zhiyang True Qi, it seemed ill-suited for this realm. The Liaoyang palm continuously invoked the Zhiyang True Qi with exquisite precision, yet the spiritual energy rules of this world diverged drastically from those of his previous life. Furthermore, the compatibility between his physical body and meridians no longer required meticulous or deliberate manipulation. In the past, summoning energy from his entire being would unleash immense power. But such an approach resulted in excessive consumption and proved difficult to control within this world's spiritual energy framework. Clearly, he needed to devise a strategy to modify the Liaoyang palm accordingly. Determined, Wu Tian decided to sit down, allowing his true energy to circulate freely within his body, while he contemplated the incantations for each movement of the Liaoyang palm. However, every technique of the Liaoyang palm primarily revolved around invoking the Zhiyang True Qi. Any slight alteration rendered it unrecognizable. Moreover, the martial arts he had previously encountered, whether palm techniques or fist techniques, were merely of average caliber. After all, a family possessing unparalleled martial arts would never devote itself to the cultivation of inferior techniques, such as the nature of any individual. Now faced with a dilemma, having only encountered simplistic moves in the past and finding the Liaoyang palm resistant to modification, was he truly left with no choice but to create something entirely new? Wu Tian furrowed his brow in distress, gesturing with his hands as he demonstrated various palm techniques. The foundational palm technique, infused with the essence of the Nine Suns, was rendered extraordinary. As he observed the shadows of his palms striking the air, a sudden spark ignited in his eyes, and he slapped his forehead in realization. How foolish I have been. I was still ensnared by the thoughts of my past life. In this world, it is not the intricacy of techniques that determines success, but rather the tangible might of strength and speed. All techniques pale in comparison to these fundamental forces. With this epiphany, the turmoil within him dissipated, and he rose to his feet, his right hand forming a palm as he concentrated his true energy into it. With a forceful strike, he unleashed a swift blow into the air, creating a visible stream of energy that surged forth, producing a sound reminiscent of air being forcefully displaced. The power behind this act was nothing short of formidable. Wu Tian was elated, realizing that his technique was indeed not inferior to the solar split palm, and even more focused. Over the course of the next hour, through relentless practice, he began to establish a clearer direction for his own moves, which greatly uplifted his spirits. While he had developed effective close-range attacks, he now sought to enhance his long-range capabilities. However, techniques akin to the Kamehameha were not suitable for mastering true energy. And the Nine Suns energy bomb, inspired by the Kamehameha, also proved to be inappropriate. Wu Tian once again unleashed a palm strike, channeling his true energy into his hand. It was as if he were invoking the essence of the Nine Suns martial art. A shadow of his palm shot forth into the sky. Observing the orb of energy shaped like a hand, he couldn't help but shake his head, recognizing it as merely an embodiment of the Nine Suns technique. Standing still, Wu Tian gazed at the small sphere of energy in his palm. Suddenly, the image of a treasured sword from his previous life flashed in his mind, accompanied by a vivid recollection of the moment his grandfather had demonstrated swordplay to him. In that instant, as the sword swept through the air, an imperceptible sword energy surged forth from its blade. The resonance of that sword energy echoed continuously in Wu Tian's mind, causing his furrowed brow to relax, as if he had grasped a profound insight. Focusing on the energy sphere in his palm, he channeled his true energy, allowing the power within him to flow into his hand, slowly materializing the envisioned sword in his mind. Wu Tian grasped the long sword in his hand, momentarily taken aback. With a few dismissive swings of the energy blade, his interest waned, and he forcefully hurled the sword to the ground. The sword struck the earth with a resounding thud, but did not explode immediately. Instead, it shot forward several meters before vanishing. Gazing at the trench it had carved, 20 centimeters deep and stretching over 50 meters, gradually deepening, Wu Tian found the result far beyond his expectations. Wu Tian unleashed a formidable Nine-Sun Qi, comparable to the recently wielded sword energy, which detonated upon contact with the ground, creating a crater 2 meters in diameter. It is evident that the impact of this sword-shaped energy is significantly more potent than that of its circular counterpart. Although the destructive capacity of the circular energy is far greater, its lethality pales in comparison to that of the blade-like sword qi. However, the manner in which this energy is unleashed is rather peculiar. Wu Tian continuously manipulated the energy in his hands, showcasing an array of peculiar techniques, ultimately settling on the most suitable method of attack. With a mere flick of his finger, he swiftly gathered energy, shaping the sword aura before releasing it in an instant. In the beginning, Wu Tian struggled, taking several seconds to condense a blade of energy. In the heat of battle, such delays would surely spell his doom. However, as he grew more proficient, he found that with a mere thought, he could summon it instantaneously. Among his 10 fingers, the energy condensed at his index finger wielded the greatest destructive power and boasted the swiftest release. With a thought, his index finger was enveloped in a radiant yellow sword-shaped energy, flickering like flames. Wu Tian felt exhilarated, eager to channel all his vital energy into that singular digit. Moments later, under the full force of his concentration, the sword aura emanated in astonishing brilliance, its intense energy fluctuations contained within that small blade. Stepping forward slightly, he thrust his finger towards a distant mountain peak. From a side view, the previously wavering sword aura transformed into a colossal golden sword over a meter long, hurtling towards the lofty summit. With a resounding bang, the mountain peak was pierced by the massive sword energy, producing an earth-shattering noise. Yet, the sword aura did not dissipate entirely. It continued to soar into the void until it vanished from sight. Gazing at the mountain, now reduced by half, Wu Tian was overwhelmed with excitement. The outcome far exceeded his expectations. Not only was it significantly swifter than the Zhuyang Qigong, but its lethality had also amplified. Most importantly, the consumption of his internal vital energy was minimal, allowing for exquisite control. It was almost as if he could strike precisely where he aimed. At last, he had created something truly original. This sword aura was incredibly formidable, far more impressive than the Zhuyang Qigong. Once more, Wu Tian extended his right hand, and with a mere thought, 5 streams of sword energy materialized from his fingers, harnessing all of his true energy. He swiftly reached a level of control he had never attained before. As the energies coalesced, the 5 streams converged into a single, broader blade of light, significantly more powerful than the initial bursts he had unleashed. As he observed the magnificent sword energy soaring into the distance, a thought crossed his mind. This energy bore a striking resemblance to the 6 Meridians divine sword technique. He chuckled inwardly, realizing that he had inadvertently imitated it. Subsequently, Wu Tian endeavored to fuse the sword energies of his other fingers. After extensive experimentation, he discovered that merging all 10 fingers yielded the most formidable sword energy when both palms were aligned and unleashed with full force, serving as a powerful trump card. Conversely, using just his thumb, index, and middle fingers simultaneously produced a slightly weaker, yet far more agile attack than that of all 5 fingers combined. Gazing at the sword energy emanating from his fingertips, an undeniable joy welled up within him. He resolved to adopt this sword energy as his primary offensive technique, pondering an appropriately majestic name for it. The Zhuyang Qigong had drawn inspiration from the Kamehameha technique, and he felt a certain peculiarity about that. After much contemplation, he conjured a dozen potential names, but ultimately deemed Zhuyang Divine Sword the most fitting and sufficiently grand. After over an hour of reflection, he finally conceived a general approach to his technique, and his training strategy became clearer. Presently, the Zhuyang Divine Sword was in its nascent stage, and certain acupoints in his hands required further reinforcement and cultivation to fully unleash its maximum potential. Wu Tian felt immense satisfaction with his creation. Although there lingered a hint of suspicion regarding the influence of the 6 Meridians Divine Sword on his technique, it did little to dampen his spirits. In the grand scheme of things, such concerns paled in comparison to the enhancement of his strength. After all, survival was paramount, and it remained uncertain which technique was superior, the 6 Meridians Divine Sword or his newly forged Zhuyang Divine Sword. Today marked the inception of the Zhuyang Divine Sword, undoubtedly his greatest achievement in recent times. Wu Tian's already vibrant thoughts were further ignited, and a torrent of ideas surged forth, rendering him incapable of remaining composed. With the presence of a sword, how could a knife be absent? In his past life, a particular knife resided within the hearts of many, and he was no exception. It was a blade imbued with profound emotions and sacredness, a tale that had once ensnared him in its depths, leaving him utterly entranced. Wu Tian closed his eyes, and from the depths of his soul, the image of a knife emerged. As time flowed, the knife gradually materialized before him, its energy shifting from a brilliant golden hue to a darker, more opulent shade. While the flying knife slowly took shape, Wu Tian recalled the tale surrounding it, savoring the might it held in his memory. As he reminisced, the energy within the knife he was forging in his hand fluctuated in harmony with the tides of his emotions, creating a wondrous phenomenon. After more than half an hour, a flying knife measuring approximately 10 centimeters, slightly wider than a finger, manifested in Wu Tian's grasp. The surface of the knife glimmered with a dark golden sheen, with flashes of golden light appearing and vanishing intermittently. The energy within crackled like a web of lightning, resonating with explosive sounds, a testament to the formidable power derived from Wu Tian's painstaking effort. It was an extraordinary sensation. The knife seemed to possess a heartbeat of its own. Wu Tian gazed at the flying dagger in his hand, sensing its pulsation, feeling as if the dagger were an extension of his own body, capable of being maneuvered by the power of his thoughts. With a single thought, Wu Tian relaxed his grip. So, a powerful surge of energy emanated from the blade, radiating outward in all directions towards the west, carving a gash over a meter wide into the ground. Wu Tian narrowly avoided injury from the sudden surge of energy, hastily regaining control of the flying dagger. With a surge of inner strength, he suppressed the energy emanating from the blade. Just moments ago, Wu Tian had successfully attempted to manipulate the dagger with his thoughts. However, lacking experience, the immense energy of the dagger exceeded his control, resulting in the earlier incident. As he held the dagger, he could feel its energy, which surpassed that of the 9-yang divine sword by a staggering 5-fold. After all, this blade was born from the depths of his emotions, infused with his entire being and the memories of what he understood as the essence of the sword. Li Xuanhuan, the master of the flying dagger, was the martial hero Wu Tian admired most throughout his life. In his youth, he had become so enamored with Li Xuanhuan's flying dagger that he devoted countless hours to mastering the technique, only to be discovered and soundly reprimanded by his grandfather. His grandfather, upon realizing that Wu Tian had neglected the cultivation of the 9-yang art due to his obsession with the hidden weapon, deemed such folly to be the act of a naive and foolish individual. Consequently, Wu Tian had no choice but to practice clandestinely, honing his skills in the art of the flying dagger. Nevertheless, should he face a true expert in hidden weapons, he would inevitably suffer humiliation. This flying dagger of mine cannot be inferior to Li Xuanhuan's, and moreover, it is forged from genuine vital energy. Brother Xuanhuan, allow me to help propagate your flying dagger technique in this otherworldly realm. Wu Tian delicately grasped the hilt of the flying knife, launching it forth with great vigor. The blade soared into the vastness of outer space, its velocity surpassing that of the Zhuyang divine sword by several folds, vanishing in the blink of an eye. The extraordinary swiftness of the flying knife was not a testament to Wu Tian's mastery of the legendary technique of Little Li Flying Dagger. Rather, it was merely a manifestation of his utmost strength in that singular throw. His so-called Little Li Flying Dagger was, in truth, a figment of his own fervent aspirations. Before long, another flying knife materialized in Wu Tian's hand, yet this one bore the hue of his true energy, a resplendent golden yellow. With 3 fingers, he deftly flicked the knife upward, releasing it with a speed that exceeded that of the Zhuyang divine sword by a considerable margin, seemingly a casual toss. However, the launched knife possessed immense power, a result of countless hours of dedicated practice. It appeared that henceforth, he would regard the Little Li Flying Dagger as a formidable weapon in his arsenal. Yet, given his current command over the flying knife, he felt somewhat inadequate. The Little Li Flying Dagger, known for its unerring precision, was not a mere jest. It was imperative that he devote significant effort to mastering the flying knife, lest he tarnish the illustrious reputation of the Little Li Flying Dagger. With a mere thought, Wu Tian summoned the golden staff from within the dragon ring, and as it materialized in his hand, it swiftly transformed into a delicate dagger. Wu Tian, clutching the transformed flying knife made from the golden staff, felt as though he had been transported back several years. His passion reignited. He hurled the knife towards a colossal tree not far away. Although Wu Tian did not infuse the knife with internal energy, his formidable physical strength, coupled with his mastery, was sufficient. When the knife was merely 10 centimeters from the tree, the fierce aura it generated pierced through the 2-meter-tall giant, continuing to penetrate through over 100 more trees in succession. Wu Tian wielded the flying daggers with reckless abandon, the sound of their slicing through the air resonating throughout the forest, reminiscent of the days when he was infatuated with the legendary Little Li Flying Dagger. As Wu Tian came to a halt, he unexpectedly discovered that the vital energy within him had undergone a transformation, as if it had been nourished anew, evolving once more. Wu Tian closed his eyes and began to examine the transformations within his body. After a while, a smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. The recent breakthrough had elevated his realm to a new level, allowing him to conserve considerable time in solidifying his newly attained state. As he basked in the invigorating sensation of his newly upgraded vital energy, he felt an indescribable sense of euphoria. He then commenced another round of refinement within his body using this energy. 2 hours later, Wu Tian concluded his practice with satisfaction, feeling the ceaseless flow of vital energy within him. Clenching his fists tightly, he felt as though he could crush the entire world with ease. Wu Tian released his hands, gently exhaling a cloud of impure breath. Closing his eyes, he took a deep breath and suddenly recalled something that caused his brow to furrow gradually. Indeed, he had not anticipated that after reaching the 6th level, the requirements for the purity of spiritual energy would be so demanding. Although the spiritual energy in this world is abundant, it necessitates repeated refinement, which consumes a significant amount of time. Consequently, the pace of cultivation would slow considerably. It seems imperative to seek a location rich in concentrated yet pure fire energy for his cultivation. After pondering for quite some time, Goten realized that he was utterly unfamiliar with this world. Having only traversed a mere 2 or 3 locations, he could scarcely count them on a single fist. Reluctantly, he decided to abandon his search. Shaking his head, he then noticed that dusk had fallen. Time for cultivation is ever fleeting. In the blink of an eye, an entire day had elapsed. He resolved to return to Bulma and Chi-Chi, seeking a suitable place to train, for enhancing his strength was of paramount importance. With a surge of energy, he took to the skies, heading towards Bulma's residence. As he swiftly glided past the houses of the residents, his gaze fell upon the small patches of grass ablaze below, prompting him to slow his pace. This sight reminded him of the Frying Pan Mountain belonging to the Ox King, and he couldn't help but shake his head. That Frying Pan Mountain had long been flattened by Master Roshi's explosive might. It no longer existed. Moreover, even if it had remained intact, the meager fire energy it possessed would hold little value in the present. Suddenly, a name flashed through Goten's mind, causing him to come to an abrupt halt. He thought, though he was not well acquainted with the geographical intricacies of this world. He still retained some recollections of the significant events that had transpired. Wukong gazed at Bulma beside him and remarked, "You shouldn't have come along. I am certain you cannot endure such a monotonous life. It would be best for you to return." Bulma shook her head, reclining on the flying nimbus, and pouted, "I won't go back. I simply wish to be with you." Wukong reclined beside her, enveloping her in his embrace, inhaling the delicate fragrance of her hair, and softly murmured, "I am truly sorry, Bulma. My time by your side is fleeting, and I fear I cannot offer you much. You do not hold this against me, do you?" Bulma turned to face Wukong, pouting slightly as she replied, "Brother Tian, must you truly endure such arduous training every day? Each time you embark on your training, it takes you an eternity, and when I seek you out, you are nowhere to be found. I worry incessantly about you." After listening, Wu Tian was deeply moved and embraced Bulma tightly, saying, "I apologize, but I must continue my training with even greater dedication. I mentioned before that our future adversaries are not to be trifled with. Brother Tian, do you truly believe those individuals are as formidable as you say? Even with your current prowess, are you not a match for them?" Wu Tian nodded and said, "Indeed, it surpasses your imagination. However, this is not solely your burden to bear. There are many martial arts masters, are there not? Why must you shoulder it all alone?" As Goten gazed at the heavens, he was reminded of the formidable beings that lay ahead, which filled him with a sense of melancholy. Given my current strength, I am indeed formidable. Yet this prowess is confined to earth. If I continue to advance at this pace, I might stand a chance against the scions of a few years hence. But what of it? I am merely at the 6th level now. Even if I were to attain the 9th level, against the likes of Majin Buu, I would still be but a mere insect crushed beneath a finger. Goten, Goten, Goten. What is it?" he replied, momentarily lost in thought. As Bulma gently shook him from his reverie, Wu Tian, feeling somewhat apologetic, replied, "I was lost in thought for a moment. What did you just say? I must ask, why do you insist on bearing the weight of everything alone? Are there not many others willing to help, like Master Roshi and the others?" Wukong cast a fleeting glance at her and remarked, "Oh, come now. You are well aware of the caliber of those individuals. Even his disciple, Krillin, surpasses him in strength. However, little Wukong can indeed be of assistance. He possesses remarkable strength." Bulma furrowed her brow and inquired, "Is little Wukong truly that formidable? He seems rather unimpressive, especially in comparison to you." No, I am not referring to the current Wukong, he clarified. I speak of his potential in the future. He harbors boundless potential, and his rate of growth is beyond what an ordinary person can fathom. Even I find myself exceedingly envious of his capabilities. Wu Tian envisioned the transformation of little Wukong into a Super Saiyan, a sight that filled him with profound longing. Furthermore, the existence of Super Saiyan 2, Super Saiyan 3, and even the illustrious Super Saiyan 4 seemed to suggest that the ascension of the Saiyans knew no bounds. Wukong, struck by a sudden inspiration, gazed at Bulma and said, Bulma, how about you join me in my training? Bulma's eyes widened in astonishment. Me, really? Wukong nodded and said, Indeed, there are numerous female martial artists. You could certainly join their ranks. Bulma shook her head. No, I think I shall pass. Observing your arduous training is enough to dissuade me. Furthermore, even if I were to practice, what difference would it make? I would not be able to assist you. No, I can teach you my martial arts. Wu Tian had intended to impart the intricacies of internal cultivation to Bulma, yet he momentarily forgot that the inhabitants of this world were incapable of mastering such practices. Indeed, no matter how adept one might become, they remain fundamentally human, and thus their potential for achievement is ultimately constrained. By the way, Bulma, how is your research on the spacecraft progressing? Upon hearing the mention of the spacecraft, Bulma's eyes sparkled with excitement. That spacecraft is extraordinarily advanced. I have only begun to scratch the surface of its technology. However, I am confident that it won't be long before I can construct a spacecraft of my own. Yet, it may still take a year or two before I fully comprehend the intricacies of that technology. As Goten observed Bulma's somewhat dejected expression, he offered her comfort, saying, There's no rush. Take your time to study it. Once you manage to construct that spaceship, we can embark on a cosmic adventure together, just the two of us. Bulma's face lit up with delight as she embraced Goten, exclaiming, Really? Are we going to travel the universe together? Indeed, just the two of us. Journeying through the cosmos aboard that spacecraft. However, you must ensure that the vessel is utterly reliable, for I have no desire to meet my end among the stars. Yet, that is a matter for the years to come. For now, I must focus on enhancing my strength. Who knows what peculiar beings we might encounter in the vastness of space? Bulma nodded joyfully, her thoughts already adrift in fantasies of their flight through the boundless universe. Soon, Goten caught sight of the Turtle Hermit's humble abode. It was his first visit to the Turtle Hermit's residence, and he gazed enviously at the small island, which, though merely a few miles in circumference, boasted breathtaking scenery all around. At that moment, it was midday, and the Turtle Hermit, lounging beneath a sunshade with sunglasses perched on his nose, was engrossed in a yellowed publication, completely oblivious to the arrival of visitors. Wu Tian gently hushed Bulma and floated softly behind Master Roshi. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the old master was indeed perusing a rather risque publication. Wukong coughed a few times, glancing at the book and inquiring, Is it beautiful? Haha, indeed, it is splendid, truly splendid. Oh, this is simply exquisite. The Turtle Hermit, utterly oblivious to Wukong's presence, was engrossed in the book, exclaiming with delight. Wu Tian found it intolerable to face the lecherous old man. He delivered a swift kick to the chair leg, then gracefully floated over to Bulma's side. Ouch! Exclaimed Master Roshi, as he was sent tumbling upside down, the chair reduced to mere dust. Wu Tian has just infused the chair with vital energy. Even a gentle breeze could cause it to disintegrate. Wu Tian stepped forward, laughing heartily. Ha ha, Master Roshi, what brings you here? Surely, you are here to welcome me, for you seem rather enthusiastic. Ah ha ha. Upon hearing the voice, Master Roshi quickly straightened himself, shedding the previously disreputable demeanor. Adjusting the one-sided sunglasses that had been broken, he gazed at Wu Tian and remarked, Oh, it's you, Wu Tian. What brings you to my humble abode? Wukong gazed intently at the book in the hands of the Turtle Sage and inquired, Oh, Turtle Sage, what is it that you hold? Upon hearing this, the Turtle Sage hurriedly concealed the book behind him, awkwardly responding, Well, it's nothing of consequence. As Wu Tian chuckled, Master Roshi felt a sudden breeze sweep past him. Upon glancing at Wu Tian, he noticed the young man was holding the very book that had just been in his own possession. What an impressive physique, Master Roshi mused. Observing Wu Tian leafing through the pages of the book, he awkwardly scratched the back of his head and chuckled to himself. Wu Tian gazed at Master Roshi, giving him a thumbs up and remarked, Impressive, Master Roshi, your taste is exquisite. This, hee. As Wu Tian beheld the embarrassing demeanor of the Turtle Sage, he erupted into laughter. Oh, Turtle Sage, he exclaimed, your prowess remains undiminished. Even at your advanced age, you still delve into the art of the human form. Upon hearing this, the turtle sage exclaimed, "This child possesses remarkable insight." He hurried over and snatched the book from Wu Tian's hands, chuckling, "Indeed, I occasionally indulge in such studies." Once the turtle sage had composed himself, he adopted a serious expression and inquired, "Wu Tian, what brings you to me?" Meanwhile, Bulma looked on with disdain towards the turtle sage. Yet, given his thick skin, he completely disregarded her judgmental gaze. Wu Tian, unwilling to engage in frivolous banter, inquired, "Master Rashi, I have returned to seek information regarding your sister." Master Rashi, taken aback, replied, "My sister? How did you come to know that I have a sister? How peculiar." Wu Tian urged, "That is not for you to question. Do you have any knowledge of her whereabouts? I have matters to discuss with her, so if you know, please share at once." Master Rashi, relieved, responded, "Ah, so you wish to inquire about her. What is it that you seek? Perhaps I can assist you. For I have lived for several centuries and possess knowledge that rivals that of my sister." Wu Tian pondered for a moment. Realizing that perhaps there was no need to seek out the old lady, he turned to the turtle hermit and inquired, "Do you happen to know the whereabouts of Flame Mountain?" The turtle hermit scratched his bald head and, after a considerable pause, began to stomp his feet in contemplation. "Flame Mountain? I don't believe I've ever heard of it. I'm curious as to where you might have come across such a name." Wu Tian, with a hint of sarcasm, remarked, "Isn't that rather obvious? One learns about others through hearsay. Now, if you are unaware, kindly direct me to the whereabouts of your sister." The turtle sage replied, "Very well, but do bear in mind that my sister possesses a rather peculiar temperament. She may present you with certain demands. Ultimately, it is up to you to navigate that situation. Like sister, like brother, with a sibling such as you, her eccentricities are hardly surprising. Now, do proceed." The turtle sage gestured ahead, saying, "She resides to the west from here. If you ride the flying nimbus, you shall travel approximately 3,000 kilometers, where you will find a grand palace. She is the mistress of that palace. However, that was more than 50 years ago, and I cannot attest to whether she still remains there." Upon hearing this, Wu Tian was left speechless and remarked, "I must inquire, Master Rashi, how is it that you and your sister have managed to live for so many centuries? Your character seems less than admirable." Bulma turned to Master Rashi and exclaimed, "Oh, Master Rashi, can you clarify whether you are referring to the west or the east?" Upon hearing this, Wu Tian glanced around, rather perplexed. The turtle sage, after a brief moment of contemplation, awkwardly turned away, gesturing towards the opposite direction with a chuckle, saying, "Ah, yes, it is to the west. Simply proceed straight in that direction." Wukong, rendered speechless, approached and gently patted Master Rashi on the shoulder, saying, "Well, Master Rashi, perhaps it would be best to refrain from delving too deeply into the realm of human artistry. Just look at you. It seems you've succumbed to a form of senility. After all, you are quite advanced in years, yet you occupy yourself with such trivial matters." Upon hearing this, Master Rashi felt a tinge of embarrassment. Scratching his head and chuckling foolishly, he found himself at a loss when faced with Wukong's antics, feeling as though he was perpetually ensnared in Wukong's clever traps, leaving him with a sense of helplessness. Onlookers might even misinterpret the scene, believing that Wukong was bullying the elderly man. Wu Tian glanced around and noticed that neither Krillin nor Oolong was present. He turned to Master Rashi and inquired, "Master Rashi, where is your disciple? That little bald fellow. Why haven't I seen him?" Master Rashi replied, "Ah, he has been sent to the city to procure some supplies." Upon hearing this, Wu Tian cast a peculiar gaze at Master Rashi. "Surely, you did not send your disciple to procure that yellow publication, did you?" Master Rashi's face flushed crimson as he turned away, attempting to conceal his embarrassment. "Ahem, no, of course not. I merely asked him to fetch some daily necessities." As Wu Tian was about to continue teasing Master Rashi, a woman's voice suddenly emerged from the turtle hermit's abode. Master Rashi, what would you like to eat today?" As Wu Tian gazed at the enchanting beauty who had just appeared at the door, his eyes sparkled with intrigue, and his mind raced with recollection. There seemed to be a character akin to her in the Dragon Ball universe, though the details eluded him. "Hello, beautiful," he greeted. The lady, upon noticing Wu Tian's salutation, waved back and replied, "Hi, nice to meet you." At that moment, Bulma, upon hearing Wu Tian's call, instinctively pinched him gently at the waist. "Well, it's time for us to depart. Farewell to both of you." Wu Tian gently grasped Bulma's feet and soared westward. Master Rashi stood in stunned silence, gazing at the two figures in the sky. His astonishment was palpable, as Wu Tian's strength once again surpassed his expectations. He could hardly fathom how Wu Tian had cultivated such power. Son Gohan, you have indeed raised an extraordinary grandson. Lan Xi approached Master Roshi and inquired, Master Roshi, who was that person just now? Master Roshi, still gazing towards the west, replied, his name is Sun Wu Tian, Goku's brother, a truly remarkable individual. Oh, so he is Goku's brother, she exclaimed. The flying nimbus continued its swift journey westward. The two of them rode atop the cloud, which made their travels significantly more convenient. After more than an hour, they finally beheld a magnificent palace. Wu Tian cradled Bulma in the air, as if traversing the ground, surveying the terrain below. Enveloped in Wu Tian's aura, Bulma felt no sensation of floating. Instead, it was as though she were resting upon the nimbus cloud, cushioned and buoyant beneath her feet. Wu Tian observed for a while and remarked, indeed, this must be the place. Let us descend and take a look. He pondered, this fortune-teller truly knows how to indulge herself, having constructed her palace upon the lake. As they traversed the palace, it was far from the desolate scene Wu Tian had envisioned. On the contrary, the place was rather bustling. The sheer vastness of the surroundings rendered the scattered pedestrians less conspicuous. It was only natural to consider that the fortune-teller's extraordinary divination skills had garnered her a reputation, attracting seekers of knowledge from near and far. After all, who among us does not have some curiosity about the unknown? As Goten grasped Bulma's hand, they ventured through the throngs of people. Just as Goten approached the entrance, a specter-like creature floated beside him. Upon seeing the apparition, Wu Tian was taken aback with astonishment and inquired, "Are you a ghost?" The specter, upon hearing this, joyfully replied, "Indeed, I am a ghost. Welcome. Have you come to seek the oracle's divination?" Wu Tian nodded and said, "Indeed, we have come for divination. I wonder if the fortune-telling lady is present." The specter replied, "She is indeed here. Please form a queue here for the divination. When your turn arrives, I shall call for you. Thank you." As the specter drifted away, Bulma turned to Wu Tian and asked, "Brother Tian, must we wait in line?" Wu Tian observed the individuals queuing ahead, only a modest gathering of about 10. It seemed reasonable to wait, as it shouldn't take long. After all, we had no pressing matters. It was only courteous to adhere to the customs of this territory. The two departed slowly, extending an invitation for a future visit. Suddenly, the specter who had just entered emerged, escorting two individuals, battered and bruised. One of them lamented, "Alas, this marks our 5th attempt, and once again, we have been vanquished by that vampire. We shall return and train harder. Next year, we must defeat him. I have already discerned his weakness." The other retorted, "Pa, you utter the same refrain each time, yet you are consistently bested in mere moments." Upon hearing their exchange, Wu Tian recalled that the fortune-telling crone indeed required combat as part of her divination process. After waiting for approximately half an hour, the preceding patrons finally exited. Those who emerged wore expressions of elation, suggesting that the fortune-teller possessed genuine prowess. Understanding the way, indeed, that seems plausible, as he has lived for several centuries and must possess considerable wisdom. Otherwise, it would not attract such a multitude. While the character of these two siblings may leave much to be desired, they undeniably possess a measure of talent. At that moment, the specter who had just escorted the individual inside emerged, and after bidding farewell to that person, floated gracefully before Wu Tian, saying, "Esteemed guest, I apologize for the delay. Please, allow me to guide you." As Wu Tian and his companion munched on sunflower seeds, they followed the specter deeper into the shadows. They swiftly passed through the archway and crossed the bridge over the lake, arriving at a place devoid of any light. The entrance's radiance was mysteriously obstructed, rendering the entire space exceedingly eerie. The ghost glided in swiftly, announcing, "Here they come, our guests have arrived." From the depths of darkness, a chilling voice of an old woman echoed, her trembling cry instilling great fear. Upon hearing it, Bulma clutched Wu Tian tightly in fright. Wu Tian gazed at the fortune-teller shrouded in darkness and, with a hint of disdain, remarked, "Humph, is it truly amusing to lurk in the shadows?" Upon hearing this, the fortune-teller's face twitched involuntarily as she drifted forth from the obscurity. There she was, diminutive in stature, clad in an ensemble befitting a witch, seated atop an enormous orb. Wu Tian addressed the fortune-telling old woman, saying, "Ah, you must be the fortune-teller, for your hat is truly unsightly." The old woman, upon hearing this, retorted haughtily, "Humph. This hat cost me over 1 million. It is the most expensive in the world, not something a mere child like you could possibly appreciate. Wu Tian rolled his eyes, conceding that he had failed to recognize the true worth of the hat. The fortune-telling matron, brimming with pride, addressed Wu Tian. You have come for a divination, have you not? To which he replied, Indeed, though I am uncertain whether you possess the requisite skill. The matron, swelling with confidence, retorted, There is nothing in this world that I cannot foresee, provided you are willing to pay the fee for my services. Upon hearing this, Wu Tian realized that it was indeed not complimentary. He inquired, What is your fee structure? For each divination, I charge 10 million. However, if you provide me with 100 million, I shall grant you any divination you desire at no additional cost. As Goten collapsed, though he had no understanding of the magnitude of 10 million, the mere sound of that figure seemed rather daunting. Bulma exclaimed, What? 10 million? Are you jesting? For such a trivial fortune-telling, you demand 10 million? This is utterly absurd. The fortune-teller, observing their reactions, smirked and said, I knew you too were penniless. If you lack funds, then follow me. Just as Bulma was about to retort, Goten quickly restrained her, suggesting they assess the situation first. The fortune-teller led them out of the shadowy realm and onto a grand circular arena. She settled on her orb, which floated to the center of the stage, and addressed Goten, saying, Since you possess no wealth, your only recourse is to defeat my 5 warriors. Should you triumph over them, I shall grant you a free fortune-telling. Wu Tian, indifferent to the path, said, Do as you wish, quickly summon them. The fortune-telling grandmother called into the building behind her, Vampires, come forth. After a moment, a bat emerged from the window of the edifice. Wu Tian exclaimed in astonishment, Vampires? Are they truly real? Just then, a bat swooped down and transformed into a peculiar-looking individual, whose appearance was rather unappealing. The fortune-telling old woman, upon witnessing the emergence of the vampire, turned to Wu Tian and said, Well, whoever falls into the water shall be deemed the loser. Thus, let the competition commence. Wu Tian munched on sunflower seeds, casting a dismissive glance at the vampire, clearly regarding him with indifference. The vampire, meanwhile, was bowing in various directions, seemingly engaged in some obscure ritual. Wu Tian remained remarkably composed as he leisurely cracked open his sunflower seeds, observing the vampire's theatrical display. Regardless of any potential schemes, all were mere paper tigers in the face of true power. After a few minutes of capricious antics, the vampire rose and charged towards Wu Tian. In response, Wu Tian delivered a flying kick, and with a resounding squeak, the vampire was sent sprawling to the lakeshore, several dozen meters away. Wu Tian continued to crack sunflower seeds and addressed the fortune-telling grandmother. Well, I suppose I have one, right? The elderly woman gazed at the vampire lying defeated by the lakeside, utterly astonished by Wu Tian's remarkable strength. All right, quickly summon the next challenger, she exclaimed, preparing to call forth the next opponent. Very well, here he comes. Let the competition commence. Wu Tian had long since discerned the presence of an individual concealed in the shadows, though the means by which this person cloaked themselves remained a mystery. However, the aura emanating from this hidden figure was overwhelmingly potent, rendering it nearly impossible for Wu Tian to overlook. As the commencement of the competition was announced, the invisible assailant stealthily approached Wu Tian, intent on launching a surprise attack. Wu Tian could not help but smirk in response. Meanwhile, the fortune-telling old woman, witnessing Wu Tian's apparent naivety, also chuckled softly, eager to witness his impending misstep. Wu Tian swiftly darted towards the invisible man, delivering a flying kick akin to that of a vampire. The invisible man descended in an even more graceful arc than the vampire, reuniting beside him in a harmonious embrace. Wu Tian has now recalled the prowess of little Wukong. Just like before, there is no need for him to lift a finger against such trivial minions. Everything is effortlessly handled by the golden-handed little Wukong. The fortune-telling old woman is utterly astonished, her jaw agape, as she witnesses once more Wu Tian's formidable strength. Wu Tian, somewhat exasperated, addressed the fortune-telling matriarch, stating, All right, enough of this. Please summon all the remaining spirits at once. I shall resolve them in one go. You may even call forth additional ones if you wish. I am indifferent to the quantity. The matriarch gulped nervously and replied, Very well, just a moment. However, your next match is not to take place here. Let us proceed to another arena. With that, she turned on her ball and began to float away, prompting Wu Tian to quickly call her back. Wait a moment. I have no time to waste here with you. You should summon them now. Yet, the fortune-telling matriarch remained resolute, drifting back to him and asserting, If you do not adhere to my rules, I shall not offer you my services. Should you choose not to accompany me, it signifies your surrender. Are you certain of your decision? Wu Tian remained unfazed by her words, indifferently stating, if you wish for me to accompany you, I shall oblige. However, I must warn you that I will not show mercy as I did earlier. You have witnessed my strength. Your subordinates are, in my eyes, no more formidable than ants. The fortune teller, upon hearing this, remained unconvinced. Although she acknowledged Wu Tian's prowess, she doubted his ability to overpower all of her subordinates. Wu Tian remarked, I can assure you that if your remaining subordinates are comparable to those before, their fate is inevitably death. Have you contemplated this thoroughly? I'm not jesting. Are you certain you can afford such sacrifices? The fortune teller pondered for a considerable time before responding, Indeed, I concede that they are not your match. However, you must overcome all 5 of them before I can assist you with the divination. Enough of this, Wu Tian interjected. I have already stated that your subordinates, should they engage with me, will surely meet their demise. Simply proceed with the divination. The fortune teller hesitated, and Wu Tian, growing impatient, added, You are truly unlike your brother. That turtle sage was far more straightforward. The fortune teller, taken aback, exclaimed, What? You know my brother? Indeed, Wu Tian replied, I am well acquainted with him. He sent me to seek your divination. For his sake, I urge you to proceed. Ah, I see, she acknowledged. But even if you are acquainted with him, it remains inconsequential. Wu Tian fell silent, concluding that violence might be the only solution. Wu Tian put away the sunflower seeds, clapped his hands, and said, Very well. Since you have such a fondness for combat, I shall resolve them all in one fell swoop. With his right palm extended and facing downwards, Wu Tian quickly summoned a stream of golden energy within his palm. As he concentrated, the energy began to whirl like a tornado, while he enveloped Bulma in a protective barrier of true energy. However, the fortune-telling old woman remained unfazed, dismissing Wu Tian's display as mere tricks. She ceased her activities. Intrigued to observe what antics Wu Tian would conjure next, a playful expression adorning her face as she watched the movements of his hands. The energy in Wu Tian's hands swirled and expanded at an astonishing rate, visibly growing larger as it spun. This kinetic force stirred the surrounding air, creating the illusion that everything nearby was being irresistibly drawn into the small orb of energy in Wu Tian's grasp, which began to revolve frantically around him. The fortune teller, initially unfazed by this nascent disturbance, remained composed until she witnessed the energy sphere ballooning in size, its rotational speed intensifying the winds around her. It was only when she found herself cradling the levitating orb that she comprehended the true might of Wu Tian's energy. Observing the sphere, now comparable in size to a large basket, he deemed it sufficient, ceasing the influx of energy. He then inverted the sphere, playfully manipulating it with his fingers like a spinning basketball, which further accelerated the winds swirling around him. Wu Tian gazed at the fortune-telling grandmother, who was on the verge of plummeting to the ground, with a mischievous smile. So, what do you say, dear Oracle? With this energy orb unleashed, do you believe your subordinates will survive? The fortune-teller, eager to respond, found herself unable to utter a word, as a fierce whirlwind swept through. If you remain silent, I shall proceed, he warned. When they are reduced to mere ashes, do not blame me for not forewarning you. With that, he raised the energy sphere. The fortune-telling grandmother, sensing the imminent danger, cried out desperately, No, please. Yet, before she could finish her plea, she tumbled from the orb, landing in a rather undignified manner. As Wu Tian observed, he felt he had played enough and ceased the rotation of the energy sphere. The surroundings fell silent once more, returning to their previous tranquility. However, the trees stood askew, having been mercilessly tossed about. The fortune-telling elder struggled to rise, her hat lost to the winds, and her hair disheveled, resembling a bird's nest. She leaped onto the orb, letting out a quiet sigh of relief. Beside Wu Tian, Bulma remained unaffected by the recent gusts, shielded by his presence. In the elder's eyes, this young girl appeared to be quite formidable, exhibiting no signs of distress amid such fierce winds, prompting her to speculate about the identities of the two. So, will you continue, elder? Wu Tian inquired with a hint of amusement. No, please, stop what you are doing, the elder replied, her heart racing at the sight of the formidable energy in Wu Tian's grasp. With a light chuckle, Wu Tian gently flicked the energy sphere in his hand, causing it to soar towards the lake like a buoyant balloon. Upon entering the water, the sphere unleashed an astonishing surge of energy, sending tremors throughout the entire castle. Following a resounding explosion, the heavens opened up, releasing a torrential downpour reminiscent of a tempest's aftermath. The crystal-clear waters of the lake bubbled vigorously, while the path along the shore began to erode. The fortune-teller, drenched and resembling a sodden chicken, wore a frozen expression of shock, seemingly unable to comprehend the unfolding events. In stark contrast, Wu Tian remained unfazed, casually munching on sunflower seeds alongside Bulma. After a considerable pause, the fortune-teller regained her senses, her eyes widening in horror at the sight of the lifeless fish strewn across the ground, instilling within her a profound respect for Wu Tian's formidable power. "Well then, esteemed fortune-teller, shall we commence the divination?" Wu Tian inquired. The corners of the fortune-teller's mouth twitched, her heart heavy with discontent. It was her first experience of being threatened in such a manner. However, the thought of Wu Tian's strength swiftly eradicated her indignation, for life itself held paramount importance. "Allow me to change into a different garment first," she replied, hastily departing before Wu Tian could respond. Once she had donned fresh attire, the fortune-teller, with her hands caressing the enormous crystal orb, turned her back to Wu Tian and inquired, "What is it that you seek?" Wu Tian, filled with curiosity, gazed intently at the marvelous orb, scrutinizing it closely. He disregarded the diviner's inquiries and countered, "Dear diviner, from whence did you procure this magnificent jewel? It appears extraordinarily powerful, and it can even soar. How wondrous!" With that, he reached out to touch the orb. However, upon noticing Wu Tian's approach, the diviner let out a sharp scream, swiftly retreating with the orb in hand, and admonished him angrily, "You must not touch it." Wu Tian curled his lips in indifference and remarked, "Pfft, it's merely a broken bead. What is there that one cannot touch?" He then shifted the conversation to more pressing matters. Addressing the fortune-teller, "Please guide me to a location. I wish to know the way to that place." Observing that Wu Tian refrained from reaching out again, she felt a sense of relief and inquired, "Very well, what is the name of the place? Just mention it, and there is nothing I cannot find." Wu Tian harbored a sense of skepticism towards the fortune-telling old woman, uncertain of the methods she employed for her divinations. "Mount Flame," he mused. "I wonder where it is located." The old woman, engrossed in her rituals, muttered incantations while gazing intently at her orb. Before long, the orb transformed, displaying a vision akin to a monitor. Its once pristine surface suddenly morphed into a mesmerizing scene, prompting Wu Tian to exclaim in awe. After half an hour of waiting, boredom settled in, and Wu Tian and his companion leaned against each other, munching on sunflower seeds and engaging in idle chatter. Wu Tian cast a glance at the industrious fortune-teller, feeling a wave of incredulity wash over him. After searching for what felt like an eternity, she showed no signs of ceasing her efforts. He began to suspect that this fortune-teller was not as extraordinary as the tale suggested. Eventually, the perspiring old woman finally paused, and Wu Tian, filled with excitement, approached her and inquired, "So, have you found it?" The fortune-teller, her face flushed with embarrassment, replied, "Well, I must admit, I have not discovered the Mount Flame you mentioned. Ordinarily, I can divine anything that exists in this world. Are you certain that such a place as Mount Flame truly exists?" Upon hearing the words, Goten couldn't help but feel a wave of disappointment. However, after listening to the fortune-teller's remarks, he began to harbor doubts. In his recollection, there should indeed be a talent. How could it possibly be elusive? Bulma, noticing his disheartenment, gently grasped Goten's hand in a gesture of comfort. Observing the peculiar orb, she remarked, "This orb of yours bears an uncanny resemblance to Master Kali's vessel, for it too seems capable of glimpsing far-off places." Upon hearing Bulma's words, Wu Tian felt a sudden thrill of realization and exclaimed, "Ha! How could I have forgotten that great big fellow? Truly, Bulma, your intellect is remarkable." With that, he planted a fervent kiss on Bulma's lips. "Wait, hold on. Whom are you speaking of?" inquired the fortune-telling elder, her face a picture of astonishment as she turned to the pair. "Why do you ask?" Wu Tian replied, "Rest assured, he is a being 100 times more formidable than you." Bulma chimed in to support him. Upon observing the peculiar expression of the fortune-telling matron, Wu Tian inquired with a hint of confusion, "Pray tell, do you also possess knowledge of the illustrious Kylie Xianren?" The fortune-teller, visibly excited, nodded affirmatively, revealing, "Kylie Xianren is, in fact, my master. This very orb was bestowed upon me by him, and he has imparted the art of spellcasting to me." Wu Tian, taken aback, could scarcely fathom that this fortune-telling matron was an apprentice of the revered Kylie Xianren. "Is that truly the case? That grand white figure is your master?" The matron nodded with conviction, her heart racing with unspoken emotions. Wow, you two siblings are indeed blessed, having such a connection to Kylie Xianren. It's no wonder you have both endured for such a lengthy span of time. Wu Tian continued, elder brother, does Kylie Xianren truly know the whereabouts of Flame Mountain? Could he, like the fortune-telling matron, possess such knowledge? Well, I sincerely doubt that. If even Kylie Xianren is unaware, then truly, no one else could possibly know. Please, grant me some measure of faith, he replied. As their conversation unfolded, they approached the Kylie Tower, and from their vantage point atop the Nimbus cloud, the two observed a white silhouette at the pinnacle of the tower, unmistakably the figure of Kylie Xianren himself. Wukong gracefully descended on the Nimbus cloud, accompanying Bulma, and addressed the esteemed Master Kaylee. Ah, Master Kaylee, what a pleasure to see you again. Might I inquire if you are here to welcome us? Ah, esteemed Wukong, your presence was anticipated. I have long awaited your arrival. Upon hearing this, Wu Tian's face was filled with skepticism. You must be jesting. It is merely a coincidence that you are here at this moment, and I happen to appear. Surely you do not possess the gift of foresight. The immortal Kailei adjusted his beard and replied, as long as you are seated upon the Nimbus cloud, I can discern your whereabouts. That Nimbus cloud is of my own creation. Goodness, is that truly so? Are you not, then, spying on me? Quickly, remove any surveillance devices you have placed upon the Nimbus cloud. Observing Wu Tian's astonished expression, Kailei sighed. Alas, this is beyond my control. It is an innate ability of mine, and I know not how to make it vanish. How disappointing, Wu Tian retorted. However, rest assured that I can only sense your presence when you are in close proximity to the Kailei Tower. Beyond that distance, I am unable to. Kailei continued his explanation. Upon hearing this, Wu Tian finally felt a sense of relief. He could hardly endure the sensation of being surveilled all day long. By the way, Master Kale, I came to inquire about a location. Do you know where the Flame Mountain is? Master Kale furrowed his brow in contemplation and replied, I have not heard of such a place. Wu Tian, at a loss for words, remarked, if you are unsure, you could always consult your vessel. With that, he directly led Master Kale to the corner where the vessel was placed. Master Kale peered into the vessel for a moment, shaking his head as he stated, truly, there is no such place as Flame Mountain. Wu Tian, in disbelief, pondered, no, it cannot be. Could I have genuinely misremembered? Standing there, he frowned, his memory of this matter hazy, unable to discern where he had gone awry. Then let me ask you, do you genuinely not know where the purest spiritual energy in this world can be found? Spiritual energy, you see, refers to that energy essence. Wu Tian gazed at Master Kale with hopeful anticipation, desperately wishing to avoid any further unfortunate news. Well, the location of the purest energy seems to exist. Ah, I recall now. It is the Five Elements Mountain. The energy there is the most unadulterated, and all energy in this realm must pass through that place. Is that truly the case? Please, tell me how to get there. Wu Tian exclaimed with excitement. Master Kale approached the vessel once more, and after a brief moment, he found it. The Five Elements Mountain. Indeed, it is located there. Wukong's eyes widened in surprise as he inquired, where is it? Where is the Five Elements Mountain? Well, according to this display, it should be on the other side of the earth. As for the exact location, from here. Before he could finish his sentence, Wukong had already summoned Bulma, asking her to take note of the location. With Bulma's assistance, the fear of being lost dissipated. Brother Tian, I am so tired, she exclaimed, collapsing onto Wukong's lap. Observing Bulma resting on his legs, Wukong gently played with her hair and suggested, shall we pause for a moment and rest? We can continue our journey tomorrow. Bulma shook her head resolutely, replying, let us not. We can rest once we arrive. After all, the flying Nimbus is incredibly swift. While the Nimbus was indeed fast, they had no certainty of when they would locate the Five Elements Mountain and lacked a precise address, making the search potentially lengthy. Ultimately, they acquiesced to Wukong's decision and rested on the ground for the night. The following day, both were revitalized and resumed their expedition. Bulma, could you please ascertain how much longer it will take to reach the Five Elements Mountain from this location? Bulma retrieved a palm-sized electronic device from her satchel. Fiddling with it before responding, according to the coordinates provided by Master Kaylee, we are approximately 8,000 kilometers away, at the speed of the Nimbus. It should take around 4 hours. 4 hours? That's manageable. I hope Master Kaylee's coordinates are accurate. For Wukong, 4 hours was merely the blink of an eye. With a brief period of cultivation, time would pass swiftly. However, he needed to ensure Bulma's safety while traveling on the Nimbus. constantly enveloping her in his energy to protect her. Otherwise, at the Nimbus's current speed, Bulma would hardly endure a few seconds, preventing him from fully focusing on his cultivation. As they sat atop the Nimbus, they engaged in conversation until fatigue overcame them, leading them to drift off to sleep. The energy shield protecting them remained intact due to Wukong's circulating energy. Additionally, in uncertain circumstances, Wukong always maintained a portion of his awareness externally as a precaution against unforeseen events. In truth, Wukong found solace in sleeping atop the Nimbus. However, Bulma struggled to overcome her psychological barriers, often waking abruptly from her slumber, possibly due to her lack of martial training unlike Wukong, resulting in a greater psychological burden. Suddenly, Wukong awakened, his senses alert to a change in the energy shield. The protective barrier enveloping the Nimbus was being destabilized by an inexplicable force. Although the alteration was subtle, Wukong detected the shift instantaneously, clearly sensing a change in the Nimbus's speed. Wu Tian distinctly felt the alteration in gravity, perhaps a mere fraction of a change. Yet, his sensitivity to these gravitational fluctuations was exceedingly acute. As he advanced further, the variations intensified, and the surrounding environment underwent a continual transformation. Initially, the sky was adorned with azure and white clouds, but now it was devoid of the heavens. Various somber clouds enveloped him, rendering the atmosphere murky and oppressive. The speed of his Nimbus cloud diminished gradually, until it ultimately came to a standstill. Regardless of Wu Tian's attempts to urge it forward, the Nimbus remained utterly motionless. As if it had succumbed to inertia, Wu Tian furrowed his brow, surveying his surroundings. Aside from the clouds, there was nothing in sight. He directed his gaze downward, yet still perceived naught but obscurity, shrouded by the dense clouds. Wu Tian was taken aback. In the past, if faced with ordinary cloud cover, he could penetrate the layers with a focused gaze. However, now, there was no discernible effect. Either the clouds were exceedingly thick, beyond the capability of his current strength to see through, or they were of a nature unlike ordinary clouds. Wu Tian yearned to venture forth for exploration yet hesitated, fearing to leave Bulma alone atop the Nimbus cloud. Although protected by an energy shield, it would swiftly dissipate without Wu Tian's sustenance, rendering their situation precarious. Bulma, awaken. What is it, Tian-gu? She murmured, her eyes still heavy with slumber. Have we arrived? With a lazy blink, Bulma inquired. Not yet, Bulma. Stay awake. There is a situation at hand. Bulma gradually opened her eyes. What is it, Tian-gu? Why have we come to a halt? She asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. Wu Tian raised his gaze to survey the surroundings, urging Bulma to look outside. With a perplexed expression, she scanned the area, initially displaying little reaction. However, upon discerning the scene before her, she trembled involuntarily and leaned closer to Wu Tian. Tian, brother, this place is frightfully terrifying. Where on earth are we? Wukong shrugged, expressing his uncertainty. At any rate, he found himself unable to move. Even the flying Nimbus had ceased its motion. Upon hearing this, Bulma immediately grew anxious and exclaimed, Then, what shall we do? Wukong chuckled and said, Do not be anxious. The Nimbus cloud has ceased to fly, but you still have me, your brother Tian. Upon hearing this, Bulma's unease dissipated instantly. As long as Wukong was by her side, she feared nothing. In her eyes, Wukong was capable of anything. All right, rise now. Let me see if I can soar into the skies. As Wu Tian embraced Bulma, he retracted the surrounding energy shield. With a surge of true energy within him, a translucent yellow barrier enveloped the two. Gradually, Wu Tian ascended into the air, confirming his expectations. He was indeed capable of flight. However, the gravitational pull felt slightly stronger than before. The energy in the vicinity was murky and somewhat turbulent. As Wu Tian soared with Bulma, the dim clouds surrounding them appeared endless, shrouding their journey in obscurity. Wu Tian suddenly froze, as if a thought had struck him. He slapped his forehead and retrieved the Nimbus cloud, which had just been stored within the dragon ring. The two of them once again settled atop the Nimbus, yet it remained unresponsive. Wu Tian enveloped the Nimbus with a protective energy shield, encasing both himself and the cloud within its embrace. In that instant, as the Nimbus was ensconced by the energy shield, it trembled as if it had come to life, eliciting a surge of joy in Wu Tian. Indeed, as he had surmised, with the infusion of his vital energy, the Nimbus was now free to soar unimpeded. Wukong gazed at Bulma and exclaimed, Hee, I can fly again. Bulma, upon witnessing this, was filled with joy and continuously praised Wukong. Oh, by the way, Bulma, Quickly take out your navigation device and see if we have arrived. Bulma retrieved the navigator, pressed a few buttons, and furrowed her brow. Oh dear. It seems to be malfunctioning. Wu Tian took the navigator from Bulma's hands, observing the screen flickering incessantly at such a rapid pace that it rendered the device utterly unusable. This electronic gadget is truly unreliable, he remarked. What shall we do now? Wu Tian pursed his lips, contemplating what else could be done, perhaps simply to proceed with indifference. He soared gently forward on his nimbus, ever vigilant in the face of the unfamiliar surroundings. Although he was aware that there were few individuals in this world capable of causing him harm, the might of nature was formidable, and he currently lacked the strength to contend with it. After flying for over half an hour, a sudden brightness illuminated his path, signaling his emergence from that bizarre cloud world. Yet the scene that greeted him was scarcely more inviting. The sky remained obscured, and the landscape was shrouded in murkiness, with towering pillars resembling a labyrinth stretching endlessly beneath him. Both he and Bulma exhaled, observing the peculiar columns below. Suddenly, the heavens shifted dramatically. A swirl of black mist coalesced in the sky, rapidly taking shape into an enormous, grotesque visage, its menacing countenance howling at Wu Tian and Bulma. The cacophony reverberated through the surrounding space, distorting it. Bulma, frightened, clung tightly to Wu Tian, who, taken aback by the sight of the colossal face in the distance, was not foolish enough to wait for it to approach before launching a counterattack. With a swift motion of his right hand, he unleashed a Nine Suns energy wave. The wave pierced through the monstrous face, which began to disintegrate upon contact, and the sky soon reverted to its original state. How disappointing, Wu Tian muttered. I expected something far more formidable. The thunderous roar was but a drizzle, wasting my expression. After flying for a considerable distance, the sky trembled once more. Drawing from their previous encounter, both of them watched intently, pondering what might unfold next. Soon, a cacophony of battle cries erupted from ahead, chaotic and overwhelming, indicative of a vast multitude. Peering closely, they beheld thousands of warriors armed with an array of cold weapons rushing towards them, unmistakably a formidable army. Wukong gazed in astonishment at the approaching army, not out of fear, for there was no reason to be afraid, but rather in disbelief at the sight of the forces materializing in the sky. Bulma clung tightly to Wukong, trembling as she observed the oncoming battalion. This is too unreal, she exclaimed. Wukong immediately discerned the deception. The soldiers' unnatural movement through the air was illogical, and most damning of all. Some of them seemed to phase right through their comrades as they charged forward. It was utterly absurd. Despite the obvious illusion, Wukong, for safety's sake, unleashed a Nine Suns Qigong to disperse the phantom army. As bizarre phenomena continued to manifest, Wukong confirmed their illusory nature and informed Bulma, choosing to disregard all visual distractions. He reinforced the energy shield with an additional layer of qi, ignoring everything around him as he soared forward on the flying nimbus. Suddenly, Wukong sensed a shift within the energy shield. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by a breathtaking new scene, a cerulean sky adorned with fluffy white clouds. Upon witnessing this, Wukong halted the nimbus and removed the energy shield, allowing a refreshing breeze to envelop them. Ah, what a beautiful scene this is, Bulma exclaimed, stretching her arms wide as she embraced the earth, greedily inhaling the long-awaited air. Indeed, it was a veritable paradise, although it was merely a commonplace forest. For the two who had just endured harsh conditions, it felt like a slice of heaven. As the nimbus glided onward, their spirits lifted considerably. Just as they had remarked, this place truly was a marvel on earth. With each passing moment, the scenery below grew increasingly exquisite, prompting them to slow their pace. Flying low to savor the beauty beneath them, they glided past a myriad of strange and enchanting flora and fauna. As they pressed on, the surrounding spiritual energy intensified, leading Wukong to believe that their destination was near. Wow, is that a phoenix? Bulma exclaimed, her eyes wide with wonder at the sight of a magnificent red bird soaring gracefully in the distance. It's so beautiful. As Wu Tian gazed into the distance, he beheld a magnificent bird of fiery red hue. However, its appearance did not resemble the phoenix he was familiar with. Rather, it bore a striking resemblance to a peacock, resplendent in its crimson plumage. From afar, it appeared akin to a miniature sun, radiating unparalleled beauty. Is that a phoenix? Wu Tian inquired uncertainly. I don't know, Bulma replied. I have never seen one either. It must be. That phoenix is so stunning. Brother Tian, shall we follow it? She exclaimed, pointing at the magnificent red bird. Wukong nodded and leisurely rode on his nimbus, following the magnificent bird. In order to avoid startling the phoenix, he soared high above, keenly observing its movements from the sky. In truth, even without Bulma's request to accompany the phoenix, Wukong would have pursued it. He could distinctly sense the intense fiery energy emanating from the radiant creature. The two of them lay idly on the nimbus, watching the phoenix frolic below. Bulma squinted, her eyelids beginning to flutter with fatigue. "Brother Tian, how long must we wait? It's been half an hour, and that phoenix is still playing down there. Shall we descend and capture it?" Wu Tian, in a tone of exasperation, queried. "What purpose do you serve in capturing that fiery phoenix? Do you truly believe you can compel it to divulge anything? Patience is key. It will return once it has grown weary from its play. It has been half an hour already. Surely, it must be fatigued by now. Observe how it remains motionless upon the ground. It is undoubtedly exhausted." Bulma, casting a discerning glance, retorted, "It has merely feasted to its fill, you know. Oh dear, look. It appears to be on the verge of slumber." At that moment, the phoenix released a plume of fire into the heavens before settling down on the lawn, flapping its wings, no longer inclined to rise. Upon witnessing this, Wu Tian felt a surge of urgency. Could it be that we foolishly followed it for half an hour, only for it to indulge itself and now seek slumber? Absolutely not. Without further ado, we shall startle it. With a swift extension of his right hand, Wu Tian unleashed a blade of sword chi from his ring finger, which shot downward and struck the ground a few meters behind the fire phoenix, creating a small crater. The explosion startled the fire phoenix, causing it to leap up and turn its head, cautiously surveying the blasted area. After scanning the surroundings and finding no imminent threat, it returned to its previous repose. "Brother Tian, unleash another strike," Bulma urged. Observing the lack of effect from the previous attack, Wu Tian found himself at a loss, utterly astonished by the calm demeanor of the fiery phoenix. In a swift motion, he extended his right hand, manifesting 5 streams of sword energy, which shot forth towards the very spot he had just targeted. Following 5 resounding explosions, the fiery phoenix finally grasped the peril of the situation, unfurling its wings to swiftly depart from the scene. As it soared into the sky, circling several times before alighting, it surveyed the area that Wu Tian had just devastated, seemingly pondering why, despite the absence of any visible threat, had such a tremendous commotion occurred. Wu Tian could no longer bear the sight. The sword energy emanating from his fingers surged forth like a relentless machine gun, relentlessly approaching the fire phoenix, compelling it to flee. After being driven back several kilometers by Wu Tian, the fire phoenix returned to its original location, leaving the two onlookers in utter disbelief. Could it possibly be that this creature was a fool, so attached to this place? Before they could fully comprehend the situation, the fire phoenix swiftly darted into the thicket and vanished from sight. "Ah, Brother Tian, it has escaped." Wu Tian, upon regaining his senses, hastily urged the nimbus cloud to soar forward. Yet, in the air, there was no trace of the fire phoenix to be found. Steering the nimbus cloud to the very spot where the fire phoenix had disappeared, he followed the path marked by the disturbed foliage and ultimately discovered an entrance. It was clear that the fire phoenix had taken refuge within. Upon seeing this, Wu Tian couldn't help but furrow his brow. The aura of the fire phoenix lingered at the cave's entrance. Yet at this moment, Wu Tian could no longer sense the fire phoenix, as if it had vanished entirely. The entrance was spacious enough for them to traverse on their nimbus cloud. After more than half an hour of navigating through the rugged cave, they finally glimpsed a source of light. A wave of pure, unadulterated fire energy surged forth from the cave, causing Wu Tian's internal energy to swirl fervently. As a nearly visible stream of spiritual energy rushed toward him. As they approached the mouth of the cave, they discovered they were perched on a cliff several hundred meters high. The breathtaking scenery before them left both in awe. A vibrant expanse of red and yellow filled their vision, devoid of any other hues. Overhead, 4 or 5 fire phoenixes soared gracefully, entirely unaware of the two intruders. Bulma stood mesmerized by the spectacle, her mouth agape in disbelief as she exclaimed, "How beautiful!" Wu Tian, meanwhile, wore a serene smile. His eyes closed as he greedily absorbed the energy that flowed toward him. Recognizing his state of cultivation, Bulma refrained from disturbing him, accustomed to Wu Tian's practices. After half an hour, Wu Tian finally opened his eyes, reveling in the enhancement of his vital energy. Exhaling, he smiled at Bulma and said, "Let us go down and take a look." With that, he wrapped an arm around her and soared into the air. In that brief half hour, Wu Tian's Jiuyang True Qi had achieved significant refinement, perfectly harmonizing with the local spiritual energy. This was the place he had sought. For only such pure energy could facilitate his rapid breakthroughs. Surely, this must be the fabled Five Elements Mountain. How else could such dense spiritual energy exist? As they beheld the expanse of forest, with its uniform trees exuding rich spiritual energy, Wu Tian was utterly captivated. Walking upon the ground, they marveled at the vibrant red soil, infused with potent spiritual essence. Nature is truly wondrous. It was astonishing to discover such a place in the world. After wandering for over an hour, they finally paused, fatigue setting in. Wow, Wu Tian, this place is stunning. How wonderful it would be to live here, Bulma exclaimed. While undeniably beautiful, Wu Tian mused that residing here might become tedious over time, given the monotony of the colors. Bulma nodded in agreement, but suddenly her eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, "Look, the fire phoenix." Following Bulma's, Goten gazed intently, and, indeed, a small phoenix was perched upon a tree, seemingly gnawing on something. Observing the actions of the fiery bird and then the bright red fruit adorning the tree, Goten suddenly comprehended that the phoenix not only foraged in the wild, but also consumed those vibrant fruits. He watched as the phoenix pecked at the fruit once more. At the very moment the phoenix swallowed the fruit, although its corporeal form obscured the view, Goten nonetheless sensed an energy emanating from its beak that was at least tenfold more potent than the surrounding atmosphere. Wu Tian's eyes widened in an instant, as if a sudden realization struck him. With a mere thought, he found himself grasping a fruit, roughly the size of a ping-pong ball, glowing with a reddish hue. Despite its unassuming appearance, Wu Tian could distinctly perceive the immense energy contained within this small orb. He was utterly astonished by its potential. Bulma, noticing the fruit that had materialized in Wu Tian's hand, glanced at it and instantly recognized it as one he had just plucked. Her curiosity piqued. She scrutinized it closely. This fruit appears rather ordinary. It likely won't taste very good, she remarked with a furrowed brow. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Wu Tian took a bite of the fruit. Instantly, a powerful surge of fiery energy emanated from within, flowing smoothly into Wu Tian's mouth. Before he could even discern the flavor of the fruit, it seemed to possess a sentience of its own, eagerly melting into his palate. Wu Tian hastily summoned his vital energy, which surged forth like a blazing fire from within his dantian, radiating its formidable power. Soon, his entire being was engulfed by this energy, his body turning a vibrant crimson. Bulma, witnessing this transformation, was taken aback, her expression a mixture of concern and trepidation as she anxiously observed Wu Tian. Acutely aware that he was once again embarking on his training, her gaze was filled with a sense of melancholy and helplessness as she worried endlessly about Wu Tian, fearing that he might encounter unforeseen dangers. After an hour had passed, Wu Tian's skin gradually returned to its normal state, prompting Bulma to exhale in relief. She had spent the entire hour in a state of anxiety, never allowing herself a moment of reprieve. Wukong opened his eyes, a brilliant light flashing forth as if it sought to pierce through everything before him. However, upon remembering that Bulma was right in front, he hastily restrained the eager light that yearned to burst forth. Bulma, startled at first, quickly leaped into Wukong's embrace, exclaiming, "You nearly gave me a fright." Wu Tian gently patted Bulma on the back, offering words of comfort. "It's all right, everything is fine. Let's get up now. Didn't I tell you? I often practice like this, so you needn't worry." Bulma pouted and replied, Just look at yourself. You were quite frightening just a moment ago. Why does eating a single fruit affect you like this?" Wu Tian, with a hint of apology, remarked, "Haha, that is due to the immense energy contained within that fruit. Fortunately, I had previously merged with the spiritual energy of this place. Otherwise, it would have been quite troublesome." With that, his figure flickered, and when he reappeared, a fruit was in his hand. Wukong gazed at the fruit, lost in thought, unable to fathom the immense energy contained within such a small orb. Immense energy? Why do I not sense any of it? Bulma, perplexed, observed the energy fruit in Wukong's hand, reaching out to take it for a closer examination. "It appears no different from the one I just had." With that, she proceeded to bring the energy fruit to her lips. Before Wukong could react, Bulma had already taken a bite, leaving him astounded as he swiftly snatched the energy fruit from her mouth, exclaiming, "You reckless fool. Spit it out quickly." Yet Bulma, undeterred by Wukong's alarm, swallowed it whole. Wukong, in a state of urgency, prepared to channel his energy to extract the fruit's power from her, only to witness a surge of fiery energy emanating from Bulma's mouth, a clear manifestation of the very energy fruit she had just consumed. Goten stared in astonishment at Bulma, who seemed oblivious to his gaze, her own eyes fixed upon him with a hint of curiosity. Bulma, are you all right? Goten inquired anxiously. Bulma wiped her lips and replied, what could possibly be wrong with me? Goten pressed on, did you experience any adverse effects after consuming that energy fruit? Bulma furrowed her brow and felt her stomach, stating, not at all. However, while this fruit is indeed delicious, just one feels as though I have feasted for 10 days. I am utterly full. Upon hearing this, Wu Tian was rendered speechless, realizing that the energy fruit had little effect on Bulma. At most, it merely satisfied one's hunger. It was strikingly reminiscent of the celestial beings. Bulma, you must exercise caution next time. Fortune may not always favor you. If that fruit were toxic, you would be in grave danger, Wu Tian admonished. Bulma retorted, aren't you guilty of the same? I only tasted it after witnessing you indulge. I just consumed one without any adverse reactions. Such a delectable celestial fruit. Yet now I can only gaze longingly at it without daring to take a bite. It's truly frustrating. At Bulma's words, Wu Tian's mouth twitched involuntarily. Are you suggesting that you've tasted it before? Indeed. I observed you relishing it, and it appeared so delightful. While you were training, I picked one for myself. To my surprise, this seemingly unremarkable fruit was extraordinarily delicious, akin to the celestial fruit. I have never encountered such a delightful fruit before. Watching Bulma savor the memory, Wu Tian felt at a loss. He picked up the energy fruit that Bulma had bitten into and took a bite, intending to savor its flavor. However, as soon as it entered Wu Tian's mouth, it transformed into an incredibly pure energy that swiftly flowed deep into his dantian, leaving him unable to detect even a hint of taste, only the faint trace of the energy's passage. Wukong felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment. It seemed that the comparison between individuals could lead to despair. The energy he consumed was devoid of any flavor, while Bulma savored the delectable celestial fruits. As the saying goes, one who flaunts their superiority may face divine retribution, and Wukong merely expressed a fleeting sentiment. If he were to remain unsatisfied, he would truly deserve such punishment. Glancing at the half-eaten energy fruit in his hand, and then at the abundance of energy fruit trees surrounding him, he decisively discarded the half-bitten fruit. Brother Tian, do you think we might gather some to take back? Bulma, with her back, turned to Wukong. Gazed at the mountain filled with energy fruits, her eyes sparkling with excitement, akin to a lecher captivated by a beautiful maiden in the nude. Upon hearing this, Wu Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement. His inner energy surged, and in an instant, he found himself suspended in midair. Gazing downward, he beheld a vast expanse of energy fruit trees, with no other plant in sight. Estimating the count, he discerned approximately 10,000 energy fruit trees, and a hearty laugh erupted from him, startling the nearby fire phoenixes, who turned to observe him. Brother Tian, what is it that has you laughing? Bulma inquired, watching Wu Tian as he returned to the ground. Aha, here lies nearly 10,000 fruit trees. If we pluck 20 fruits from each tree, we shall gather 200,000 in total. Wu Tian exclaimed, his joy infectious. Bulma, upon hearing this, was equally delighted and urged Wu Tian to commence the harvest without delay. Wu Tian counted the fruits on each tree, discovering that there were an average of 35 energy fruits per tree. With only 5 fire phoenixes present, he had observed that they did not solely consume energy fruits. They also feasted on the leaves. Thus, Wu Tian unleashed his full potential, retrieving the dragon ring to commence his harvesting. After more than half an hour of diligent gathering, Wu Tian finally paused, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Upon seeing him approach, Bulma, who had been sitting on the ground in a state of boredom, called out and ran over. Tian, how did it go? Have you gathered everything? Bulma inquired eagerly, as Goten's lips curled into a smile. Several energy fruits materialized in his hand, an impressive quantity of approximately 200,000, sufficient to sustain them for an extended period. Wow, 200,000. How long will it take to consume all of those? Bulma exclaimed, nearly fainting at the staggering number. Unbeknownst to them, Goten's actions over the past half hour had resulted in the depletion of more than half of the energy fruits that had accumulated over centuries within the forest. Wukong gazed at the energy fruit in his hand with a foolish grin. With just one of these fruits each day, it was akin to nearly 10 days of ordinary cultivation, and the purity of the energy was incomparable to that of external sources. Consequently, the process of cultivation felt as effortless as launching a rocket, soaring upwards with remarkable speed. The more Wukong contemplated this, the more his joy intensified, prompting him to laugh aloud. Meanwhile, Bulma held her so-called divine fruit, sharing in the blissful laughter, unable to fathom the expressions on their faces at that moment. Wu Tian stowed away the energy fruit and surveyed his surroundings. This place resembled an immense valley, encircled by vibrant crimson rocks that appeared almost crafted by human hands. Gazing at the towering cliffs that soared several thousand meters into the sky, Wu Tian felt a profound curiosity about what lay hidden beyond them. Perhaps treasures even more captivating than the energy fruit awaited discovery. With Bulma in his embrace, he ascended into the sky. As he observed several fire phoenixes resting upon the ground, an impulsive desire to capture a few for domestication stirred within him. However, considering his current circumstances, where caring for himself was still a challenge, he ultimately relinquished this notion. Wu Tian soared ever higher, yet felt no trace of pressure from the currents of air. Instead, a rich and refreshing aura enveloped him. Unable to contain his excitement, Wu Tian quickened his pace. Upon reaching the pinnacle, the vibrant spiritual energy became even more palpable. The scene before him could only be described as a celestial paradise, with an endless expanse of wilderness stretching out below. The two stood atop the heights, surrounded by swirling mists, and through the haze, glimpses of the beautiful landscape below could be discerned. Occasionally, birds and beasts would soar by, truly embodying the essence of a heavenly realm. Wow, it's so beautiful. Brother Tian, I truly wish to reside here forever, Bulma exclaimed, her face alight with longing as she gazed at the enchanting vista. Having previously beheld stunning sights, Wu Tian was not overly surprised by the current spectacle. Instead, he focused intently on the horizon, as if attempting to pierce through the veil of reality. Bulma followed Wu Tian's gaze, seeing only an endless expanse of white mist and the towering branches that reached towards the heavens. She realized that Wu Tian could perceive far more than she could. Brother Tian, is there something ahead? She inquired. It appears there is a door up there, he replied. Really? Let's go and take a look. With a smile, Wu Tian embraced Bulma and soared into the sky. After about 10 minutes, they finally discerned a colossal gate standing majestically before them, as if it were designed to deter all intruders. What an enormous gate! It must be several hundred meters tall. But is there anyone residing behind it? How could someone possibly inhabit a cliff and erect such a grand entrance? The gate was indeed peculiar. Not only was it immense, but it also appeared to be embedded within the rocky wall, obscuring any view of what lay beyond. Glancing upward, Wu Tian's heart filled with joy as he spotted the 3 large characters inscribed upon the gate. 5 Elements Gate. This place seemed to be the 5 Elements Gate, as indicated by the inscription, suggesting this was the entrance. Is that true? Bulma inquired, gazing up for a long while until she finally noticed the 3 characters. The gate looked truly imposing. How on earth were they to enter? As Wu Tian surveyed his surroundings, he found no mechanisms or traps of any kind. He led Bulma to a secure location, preparing to force the door open. Placing both hands at the center of the door, he summoned his inner energy and began to push slowly inward. Just as he was about to exert more force, the door creaked open of its own accord. Without waiting for the door to fully open, Wu Tian grasped Bulma's hand and leaped inside. The interior was shrouded in darkness, and as the door behind them closed automatically, a strange and ethereal light suddenly illuminated the space before them. As Wu Tian's heart and mind stirred, he sensed what seemed to be the gaze of a human. As Goten gazed with focused determination, a towering figure, standing at least 10 meters tall, approached them. Upon seeing this, Bulma was so frightened that she clung tightly to Goten. As Goten discerned the identity of the newcomer, he realized it was a gigantic woman. As Wu Tian's thoughts stirred, he embraced Bulma, and his form gradually began to enlarge. He continued to grow until he reached a height akin to that of the stranger before him. The newcomer, astonished by Wu Tian's transformation, inquired, "Who are you?" Her voice, melodious like a lark's song, was truly enchanting, reminiscent of a young woman. Wu Tian retorted, "And who might you be? Are you the master of this place?" The giant responded, "Indeed, I am the overseer here, and one could say I am the master of this realm. What brings you to my domain?" Upon finishing his words, the giant swiftly diminished in size, becoming akin to an ordinary person. Observing this, Wu Tian's thoughts prompted him to revert to his original form as well. The two exchanged curious glances at the woman, who possessed extraordinary beauty and donned an eccentric attire, presenting a unique allure. Upon seeing such a stunning figure, Wu Tian felt a flutter in his heart. Bulma, realizing that the stranger was also a girl, shed her initial reservations and approached her with a bright smile. "Hello. I am Bulma. May I ask how to address you, dear sister?" The woman diverted her gaze from Wu Tian to Bulma, her expression devoid of emotion, and replied, "I am the supreme lord of this realm, known as Anning." Upon hearing this, Wu Tian's eyes widened in astonishment. and his lips twitched slightly as he inquired of Anning. You claim to be the Grand Supreme Elder? Anning regarded Wu Tian and nodded affirmatively. Then, if you are called Anning, does that imply that your title as the Grand Supreme Elder is merely a designation? Wu Tian asked, perplexed. Indeed, I am the Grand Supreme Elder for this term, Anning replied. Wu Tian was momentarily rendered speechless, as the reality diverged considerably from his expectations. However, he did not dare to underestimate the Taishang Laojun. He could distinctly sense the formidable presence of Anning, whose fire attribute energy was undeniably evident beneath Wu Tian's heightened perception, and Anning showed no inclination to conceal it. Upon feeling Wu Tian's intense gaze upon him, Anning could not help but furrow his brow. Wu Tian's figure shifted, materializing before Anning. Startled, Anning swiftly sidestepped, a sword manifesting in her hand as she pointed it fiercely at Wu Tian, her anger palpable. She had not anticipated that Wu Tian would launch an attack upon her without so much as a word of warning. Upon witnessing the tranquil speed, Wu Tian could not help but feel a surge of joy. Indeed, as he had anticipated, the Grand Supreme Elder Lord was quite extraordinary. With a subtle flick of his right hand, Wu Tian conjured a formidable energy sword, advancing toward Anning with a measured pace. Due to Wu Tian's relatively moderate speed, Anning effortlessly parried the strike. In the midst of their exchange, Wu Tian sensed an intense fiery energy emanating from Anning's being, its purity far surpassing his own by several magnitudes, leaving Wu Tian astounded. However, considering the environment they were in, it seemed evident that Anning had resided there for an extended period, which somewhat alleviated Wu Tian's surprise. Although the energy within Anning was exceptionally refined, the techniques employed were lamentably crude, lacking any semblance of finesse, rendering the duel rather dull. Consequently, Wu Tian ceased his attacks. In the brief span of mere minutes, he unleashed over 1,000 strikes, all of which Anning successfully countered, prompting Wu Tian to regard him with increased respect, estimating that Anning's strength likely rivaled that of the celestial deities. As Wu Tian retreated to the side, poised to speak, he was taken aback by Anning's sudden assault. The sword in Anning's hand swept back and forth, aimed directly at Wu Tian. He felt an intense wave of scorching energy rushing toward him. To his astonishment, fiery dragons erupted from the blade, charging fiercely in his direction. Although the dragons did not appear particularly menacing, the raw energy they emitted was overwhelming, far beyond what he could currently endure. This left Wu Tian in a state of shock as he narrowly evaded the fiery onslaught. How could these dragons be so terrifying? What gave rise to such formidable energy? And how could you possibly wield such power? Wu Tian stood to the side, posing 3 inquiries as he awaited Anning's response. Anning scoffed softly, asserting, "Of course, this is the fire of the 8 trigrams furnace. As the overseer of the 8 trigrams furnace, I am undoubtedly capable of mastering it." With that, she swiftly dashed towards Wu Tian once more. Wu Tian had no desire to continue the battle, yet Anning relentlessly pressed on. After evading the fire dragon, he addressed Anning, saying, "Enough, enough, let us cease this, it has lost its charm." Unperturbed, Anning launched yet another assault, forcing Wu Tian to swiftly evade and seize the sword from her grasp, which finally compelled Anning to relent. With a huff, Anning displayed her frustration, feeling powerless against Wu Tian's prowess, as she glared at him in indignation. Wu Tian, noticing her fury, felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing he was the instigator of this conflict. Just as he intended to return the sword to her, he found it flickering in his hand, only to witness it vanish, reappearing in Anning's possession. Wu Tian was taken aback on the spot, utterly perplexed by the means through which Anning had reclaimed what was his. The sword in Anning's hand flickered once more, vanishing into thin air. Indeed, this young girl harbored numerous secrets. Upon regaining his composure, Wu Tian gazed at Anning and said, "So, your name is Anning, correct? I apologize for my earlier behavior. I couldn't help but act when I saw your formidable prowess. Please forgive me." Anning, initially dismissive of Wu Tian's overtures, found her expression softening upon witnessing his sincere smile. "By the way, Miss Anning, could you enlighten me about the significance of the Bagua furnace you mentioned earlier? Might you take me to see it?" Wu Tian implored earnestly. Anning raised an eyebrow and replied, "Indeed, it is the Bagua furnace, the entity that governs all flames in the world." Upon hearing that the control of the world's fire seeds was at stake, Wu Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement. "May I accompany you to see the Bagua furnace?" he eagerly inquired. Anning, observing Wu Tian's enthusiasm, rolled his eyes playfully and replied, "If you wish to see it, then follow me." With that, he turned and walked away. Upon hearing this, Goten was filled with joy and eagerly urged Bulma to follow him. After traversing for about 10 minutes alongside Anning, they arrived at an expanse the size of a soccer field, where a colossal tripod furnace with a diameter of approximately 10 meters stood at its center. The open mouth of the furnace emitted visible flames of energy that danced in the air before vanishing into nothingness, leaving Goten utterly astonished. This must be the Bagua furnace that Anning spoke of. However, it was peculiar that Goten did not sense any intense energy aura at that moment. Yet, the fire energy emanating from the Bagua furnace was undeniably tangible, and it did not radiate outwards as expected. Rather, it appeared as though something was guiding the flow of energy within the furnace. Wu Tian, filled with impatience, soared towards the Bagua furnace. Anning, witnessing this, realized it was too late to intervene. Just as Wu Tian approached the very edge above the furnace, a surge of true energy within him abruptly began to boil. The energy, which had been steadily rising, suddenly surged towards him like a horde. Alarmed by the fierce influx of fiery energy, Wu Tian swiftly retreated several meters. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though his inner true energy was on the verge of depletion, rapidly dissipating. Suspended in midair, he exhaled deeply, realizing how perilous the situation was. He had not anticipated the overwhelming ferocity of the furnace's fire energy, which left his true energy feeling as though it were being consumed. Gazing at the seemingly gentle energy within the Bagua furnace, akin to warm water, he found it hard to fathom the terrifying power it possessed, causing him to shudder. Clearly, the Bagua furnace was beyond his current capabilities. Perhaps it would be wise to wait until he reached the 9th level to reconsider. With reluctance, Wu Tian cast one last glance at the furnace before descending to the ground. Meanwhile, Bulma was left utterly bewildered, while only Anning understood the underlying reasons. Looking at Wu Tian, Anning remarked, "It seems you too possess the fire energy body. If you wish to cultivate here, I might agree, but I have one condition." With that, she fixed her gaze upon Wu Tian. Upon hearing this, Wu Tian was quite taken aback and chuckled. "I wonder what the conditions are? Do enlighten me. As long as you agree to be my servant, I shall grant you the opportunity to cultivate here." Upon hearing this, Goten nearly burst into laughter. "Surely, you jest. You expect me to serve you? Perhaps you should first prove your strength against me." Meanwhile, Bulma cast a glare of hostility towards Anning. Gripping Goten's arm tighter as she leaned closer, her eyes fixated on Anning with indignation. Upon witnessing Bulma's actions, Goten found them quite amusing. He gently patted her arm, signaling her to relax, and after releasing her, he approached the ever-watchful Anning. As he drew near, an inexplicable sense of warmth enveloped him. It seemed that Anning, too, sensed this connection. Gazing at the smiling Goten, her expression softened considerably. "Hello, I am Son Goten. You may call me Goten. Let us forego the formality of servitude and be friends instead. I am Anning." Anning looked at Goten's outstretched hand with a puzzled expression, uncertain of the meaning behind his gesture, allowing his hand to remain suspended in the air. "Friend," she murmured, repeating the word as if trying to grasp its essence, before nodding in a somewhat tentative acknowledgement. Upon witnessing Anning's reaction, Wu Tian came to a realization. It seemed that Anning was utterly oblivious to the intricacies of human relationships. "Anning, is there any distinction between Wuxing Mountain and your Wuxing sect? Or is Wuxing Mountain merely another name for the Wuxing sect?" he inquired. "No, certainly not. Wuxing Mountain refers to the 5 mountain gates of the Wuxing sect," Anning elucidated. "Oh, I see. Then, is the valley we traversed earlier not Wuxing Mountain?" Wu Tian pointed back to their previous path, producing an energy fruit as he spoke. "Are all the fruits within Wuxing Mountain of this variety?" Anning glanced at the fire energy fruit in Wu Tian's hand and nodded. "Indeed, that is the Fire Valley, one of the 5 realms of Wuxing Mountain. And the fruit you hold is exclusive to the Fire Valley." Wu Tian's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Are you suggesting that your Wuxing sect encompasses more than just the Fire Valley? Are there additional valleys of a similar nature?" "Certainly," Anning replied. "The Wuxing sect comprises 5 mountain gates: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The Fire Valley is merely one of the realms associated with the Fire Gate, while the others reside within the corresponding gates of the remaining 4 elements." Upon hearing this, Wu Tian felt a surge of joy, but as his thoughts deepened, a sense of unease settled in. The very name Wuxing sect implied a connection to the 5 elements, and the Fire Valley, being linked to fire, governs the seeds of fire across the world. The spiritual essence of the universe is composed of these 5 elements. Thus, the locations of the other 4 gates became evident. "Might we visit them?" Bulma inquired eagerly, her mouth watering at the thought of the delectable fire energy fruit, fearing that the other 4 gates might harbor similar earthly delights. Anning shook his head. The 5 mountain gates of the Wuxing sect are situated in the 5 corners of this world, spanning from the southern heavens to the northern earth. To reach them would require considerable time, and I am solely responsible for the fire gate, unable to depart freely. Each of the other 4 gates is overseen by different individuals. However, I can certainly guide you, as those places are not easily accessible to the average person. I see. Bulma pondered aloud. Why would a single sect need to be so widely dispersed? It seems quite peculiar. Wu Tian gently tapped her on the back of her head and remarked, "The 5 elements sect governs all the spiritual energy in the world. The 5 elemental forces, each originating from distinct realms, must coexist in harmony to maintain balance, preventing chaos from arising if they were to converge." Wow, that seems quite profound. Brother Tian, you are truly remarkable to possess such knowledge. Anning, upon hearing this, did not contest Wu Tian's assertions. His words were indeed close to the truth, and she felt no surprise at his ability to elucidate such matters. Wu Tian, your fire element sect is so quiet. Surely you are not the only one here. Wu Tian observed that, apart from a few wild beasts, there were no signs of any other human presence. Indeed, Bulma exclaimed, her face reflecting disbelief as she gazed at Anning. How can it be that you are the sole member of your sect? Can it even be called a sect then? Anning, unsure of what Bulma meant by sect, replied, "Since my inception, I have been the only one in the fire element sect. No one has visited this place before you. Everything here remains as it has always been. My existence serves merely to succeed the previous Supreme Lord in overseeing the fire element sect." The two listened in astonishment. "So, you are encountering someone like us for the first time." Anning nodded in agreement. "How do you know that the other 4 mountain sects have caretakers? Did you not claim that you had not seen anyone else besides us? Such knowledge is innate to me, much like my abilities. I was born with it. Furthermore, those who guard the mountain sects were born alongside me, so I am certainly aware of their presence." Wu Tian grew increasingly perplexed and decided to cease his fixation on the matter. And Ning, too, likely belonged to the realm of divine beings akin to the likes of Kai Li, born in accordance with the will of the heavens and endowed with innate abilities. Upon realizing that there was no valuable intelligence to be gleaned, Wu Tian decided to make his departure from the fire sect the following day, acquiring the locations of the other 4 sects of the 5 elements along the way. This journey proved to be immensely fruitful, as Wu Tian would no longer have to fret over the scarcity of spiritual energy. The fire essence fruits within the dragon ring would sustain him for a considerable time. Furthermore, there was the elusive Bagua furnace, which he could not yet access. It seemed that only upon reaching the 9th layer of the realm could he harness the true flames contained within that furnace. "Brother Tian, why must we return here?" Bulma inquired, perplexed by the sight of the fire essence fruit trees before them. The two had just been instantaneously transported to the Fire Valley by Ning. Wu Tian was astonished by Ning's teleportation technique, but when he asked if she could teach him, she revealed it was an innate ability limited to her jurisdiction, effectively extinguishing Wu Tian's hopes. Now, his mind was consumed by the notion of instantaneous movement. Witnessing Ning's teleportation reignited memories of a once-forgotten formidable skill, causing a surge of long-buried recollections to resurface. He smiled at Bulma, choosing not to respond immediately, and embraced her as they descended toward the heart of the Fire Valley. Previously, he had hurriedly practiced here merely to acclimate to the surroundings. Now that his business was concluded, he wished to dedicate some time to cultivation in this favorable environment, solidifying his current realm. Upon hearing Wu Tian's intention to cultivate once more, Bulma's expression soured with mild discontent. "Another round of training, is it? Well, it won't be for long, right? Just 2 or 3 days at most. And with such a wonderful environment, you can surely explore a bit, can't you? If you find yourself bored, you may seek out Ning." Bulma was merely venting her feelings and would never oppose Wu Tian's decision. "All right then, but do hurry. Rest assured, it won't take long. I promise it will not exceed 3 days. As soon as I finish cultivating, we shall return." To prevent any disturbances from the fire phoenixes, Wu Tian retrieved the golden staff and commanded it to disallow any interruptions aside from Bulma. With the power of his will, the staff transformed into a dark golden lotus platform, 3 meters in diameter, radiating a sacred glow. As he circulated his true energy, the already restless energy within him surged through Wu Tian's meridians at a frantic pace. The spiritual energy he absorbed was exceptionally pure, far superior to what he had encountered before arriving at the Fire Valley. After consuming a fire essence fruit, his internal energy had reached surplus levels. If he did not hasten to refine it, Purifying his true energy after leaving the Fire Valley would become exponentially more difficult. Although he had the fire essence fruits, the unparalleled geographical advantages of this valley made it the most suitable place for purifying his true energy. What Wu Tian must now undertake is a thorough purification of his true energy, elevating its quality to match the purity level of the spiritual energy found within the Fire Valley. In truth, the purification of true energy is not an insurmountable task. The challenge lies within the physical body and its meridians. Given Wu Tian's current circumstances, if his true energy is to advance, the genetic strength of his physical form must concurrently enhance, thereby maximizing the benefits. It is crucial to distinguish between the upgrading of the physical body and the enhancement of its strength. The latter merely fortifies the existing foundation, while the former represents a significant leap in rank. This can be likened to leveling up in a game. Progressing from the first to the second level requires experience akin to the enhancement of the body, whereas the transition itself signifies an upgrade of the physical form. The purification of true energy follows a similar paradigm. The purity of the true energy within Wu Tian is evidently not on par with that of the Fire Valley. Now, however, he has the opportunity to refine his true energy, evolving it to a higher level, an opportunity that even a fool would seize. The spiritual energy purity Wu Tian perceives from Ning is unmistakably on the same level as that of the Fire Valley. Had he not previously absorbed the spiritual energy and fire essence from the Fire Valley, he might not have garnered Ning's favorable regard. After several hours of purification, the true energy within his body has been refined to a mere wisp, pure enough to rival the spiritual energy of the Fire Valley. With this slender strand of true energy as the nucleus, it draws upon the external spiritual energy to thoroughly transform the true energy within his body. Wu Tian endured the impact of the new energy upon his physical meridians. Each transformation of the body was a torment, and this occasion was no exception. After enduring 2 days and nights of agony, the metamorphosis of his entire being was finally complete. Channeling his true energy, he felt it flow unobstructedly throughout his body, devoid of any discomfort. The external spiritual energy, harmoniously converted by the Jiuyang technique, melded perfectly with his physical form. As the true energy coursed through him, Wu Tian discovered that many hidden acupoints within his body had been unsealed. Elated, he invoked the 6th tier of his technique. As the true energy traversed those acupoints, it instantaneously began to integrate with his primary meridians, forming a unified whole. Following this session of cultivation, Wu Tian's prowess ascended rapidly, akin to a rocket soaring through the skies. Upon concluding his practice, he realized he had reached the pinnacle of the 6th tier, merely a step away from the 7th. Rising to his feet and inhaling deeply, he gazed at the spiritual energy that continuously surged toward him, his joy palpable. In that moment, Wu Tian resembled a fish in the vast ocean, effortlessly stirring the surrounding spiritual energy into a tumultuous dance. The true energy within him flowed incessantly, even as the dense spiritual energy poured into his body. However, for him now, this could no longer yield significant breakthroughs. To achieve further rapid advancement, he would need to consume the more refined fire essence fruit. Considering this transformation, alongside the consumption of the divine water, he had effectively undergone 2 upgrades, which could be deemed a form of genetic enhancement. Although he felt considerably powerful, when compared to the likes of little Wukong and his extraordinary prowess, he feared he might not even register as a contender. Just as he was basking in his elation, thoughts of little Wukong doused his fervor, akin to being doused with a bucket of icy water, leaving him in profound discontent. Regaining his composure, he scanned his surroundings, but found no sign of Bulma. With a shift in focus, the surrounding spiritual energy seemed to momentarily halt. As Wu Tian concentrated, he swiftly discerned the presence of 2 individuals. One was Bulma, while the other emanated an unmistakable sense of familiarity, undoubtedly the aura of Anning. In a blink, Wu Tian appeared before the 2 figures. Wukong reappeared, observing Bulma and another individual engaged in conversation. It seemed as though they sensed his presence, as they turned in unison, their expressions transforming dramatically upon noticing him. Bulma joyfully dashed to Wukong's side, chattering animatedly with excitement, while Anning gazed at him in utter disbelief. Anning approached Wukong, scrutinizing him from head to toe, exclaiming, "This is simply astonishing. How could you elevate your energy form to such a degree in such a brief span of time?" Wu Tian's reaction to Anning was not one of surprise. It would have been more peculiar had Anning failed to perceive it. After 2 days of effort, he finally achieved some results. Upon hearing Wu Tian's words, Anning was taken aback and chuckled wryly, remarking, "You managed to accomplish this in merely 2 days? I spent several hundred years reaching this level of cultivation." Wu Tian, however, was not particularly astonished, for Anning could not be viewed through the lens of an ordinary mortal. Living for several centuries must have been a triviality for him. As Anning gazed at Wu Tian, her mind raced with countless thoughts. Wu Tian, noticing the increasingly fervent gleam in her eyes, felt an unexpected flutter in his heart, sensing that something significant was about to unfold, accompanied by a tinge of anticipation. At this moment, Anning perceived Wu Tian as an equal, devoid of any lingering animosity, replaced instead by a sense of closeness, prompting many ideas to surface. "Wu Tian, what are your thoughts on this fire gate?" Anning inquired, leaving Wu Tian puzzled about the true meaning behind her words. "It is quite remarkable. This fire gate is perfectly suited for my current cultivation, with an abundance of spiritual energy," Wu Tian replied, his thoughts drifting to the 8 trigrams furnace. Anning could not help but smile at his response, saying, "Indeed, the 5 elements gate governs the flow of all energies in the world. Thus it is naturally rich in vitality. Although you and I now stand on equal footing, the purity of my energy far surpasses yours." After pondering for a moment, Wu Tian found the reasoning to be quite valid. After all, Anning had spent years cultivating within the fire sect and may have absorbed the energy emanating from the Bagua furnace. Anning further remarked, "If you were to dedicate yourself to cultivation in this fire sect as I have, your progress would undoubtedly accelerate significantly." Wu Tian nodded in agreement, acknowledging that if he were like Anning, even he would be unaware of the extent to which his cultivation would flourish. After all, this unique geographical environment was unparalleled in the entire world. Observing Wu Tian's nod, Anning's lips curled into a smile as she shifted the conversation towards him, asking, "What if you were to become the Grand Supreme Elder?" "What?" Wu Tian was momentarily taken aback, staring at Anning in confusion. "I mean, you should take on the role of the Grand Supreme Elder." The suggestion felt distinctly awkward to Wu Tian. He could not fathom why Anning would entertain such an idea. Anning continued, "Given your strength, you are even more suited for the position than I am. This would make it much easier to gain control over the 8 trigrams furnace." Upon hearing the mention of controlling the 8 trigrams furnace, Wu Tian's eyes widened in astonishment. Anning added, "I have waited here for countless years. Apart from venturing to the gates of hell, I have not been to any other place. I long for the freedom that you all enjoy." It was evident that Anning had become entranced by the vibrant world that Bulma had described. Leaving the fire gate was ultimately Anning's intention. Yet Wu Tian did not dwell on that. He inquired, "Anning, are you suggesting that I manage the entire fire gate?" "Yes. Will you accept?" Anning gazed at Wu Tian with eager anticipation. Wu Tian was inclined to agree, yet a thought struck him, prompting him to inquire, "What about this, Anning? If I were to assume the position of Taishang Laojun, would I attain immortality as you have?" Anning nodded affirmatively, replying, "Indeed. As long as you inherit the mantle of Taishang Laojun, you shall receive the blessings of the Heavenly Temple, just as I have." "What? The Heavenly Temple? How does this relate to it?" Wu Tian exclaimed, astonished at the mention of the Heavenly Temple. "Indeed, it is the Heavenly Temple. All of us who govern the world are appointed directly by the Heavenly Temple, just as you are aware of the immortal Kale. Even deities themselves must seek the approval of the Heavenly Temple." Wu Tian mused, "I see now it startled me. As long as it has no connection to the divine, that is all that matters. It seems the Celestial Temple is not as simple as it appears. I must return for another visit when time permits. By the way, Anning, you mentioned that you have been guarding this fire gate for quite some time. Are you unable to leave?" "Indeed, for the Bagua furnace requires constant supervision. Otherwise, a moment's negligence could unleash chaotic energies, resulting in catastrophic consequences for the outside world." Upon hearing this, Wu Tian couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Fortunately, he had not yet agreed. Otherwise, it would have been a monumental mistake to remain here, watching over that 8 trigrams furnace. What a ridiculous notion. Although the fire sect is immensely beneficial for Wu Tian's cultivation, it is not imperative. In the absence of fire essence fruits, this place would indeed be his optimal choice. However, within his dragon ring lies an abundance of fire essence fruits, akin to carrying a portable valley of flames, ensuring he lacks for nothing in terms of spiritual energy. Given Wu Tian's current circumstances, the ordinary energy from the outside world would provide little assistance. Besides the fire essence fruits, the true marvel remains that 8 trigrams furnace, which is not something Wu Tian can yet approach. While the fire sect greatly aids my cultivation, I am currently burdened with numerous responsibilities, rendering me unable to accept the teachings of the Supreme Laojun at this time. Upon hearing Wu Tian's response, Enning felt a profound sense of disappointment and remarked, I see. Wu Tian, unable to bear the sight of the beautiful woman in distress, remarked, once I have attended to all my affairs, I shall give it due consideration. Anning's eyes brightened. Is that truly the case? Wukong nodded in affirmation, yet internally harbored a different sentiment. He mused that by the time he concluded his own matters, the balloon would likely be rendered nearly obsolete. Indeed, at most, he would assist in absorbing the flames of the 8 trigrams furnace upon the nimbus. Bulma nestled closely against Wukong, inquiring, Brother Tian, why do you not seek the guidance of the Supreme Old Lord? Would that not facilitate your acquisition of the 8 trigrams furnace? Wu Tian gently patted her and said, Are you foolish? Did you not hear her mention that the 8 trigrams furnace is quite unstable? If I must keep a constant watch over it, I would be unable to leave the fire gate. I am not so naive. I shall only attend to the furnace when I possess the strength to manage it. By the way, Bulma, upon returning, you must expedite your research on the spaceship. Strive to have it completed within the next 2 years. It is time for us to explore other planets. I assure you, 2 years should suffice, so anticipate my good news. Moreover, the spaceship must not resemble Goku's, where one person lies inside and there is no room for anything else. It must at least be as spacious as the house within your capsule, and do ensure it is aesthetically pleasing. It must not look like a ball, akin to Goku's, for that is simply unappealing. Upon my return, I shall provide you with a design, Bulma. Now, quickly locate Goku and ascertain his whereabouts. Bulma, perplexed, inquired, Tian, what do you need Goku for? Wu Tian elucidated. I have tasked Goku with searching for the Dragon Balls. I wonder how his quest is faring. Bulma produced a locator and, after entering a few commands, swiftly pinpointed Goku's location. 2 days later, Wu Tian eagerly gazed upon the 7 Dragon Balls arranged on the ground. Soon thereafter, the long-awaited Shenron graced the sky. Though its demeanor was not as vibrant as before, Wu Tian gazed in bewilderment at the scene before him. What has happened to you, Shenlong? You seem to have aged considerably. Upon noticing the arrival of Wu Tian, Shenlong replied, it is you. Speak your wish. Finding Shenlong indifferent to his presence, Wu Tian dismissed his disappointment. Shenlong, I desire the ability to teleport instantly to any destination at will. After a prolonged silence, Shenlong closed his eyes and, in a voice steeped in age, responded, regrettably, I am unable to fulfill your wish. Wu Tian was taken aback, initially believing he had misheard. Only after receiving confirmation once more did he realize that this legendary, omnipotent dragon could indeed utter the words I am very sorry. Wu Tian furrowed his brow and said, This wish shouldn't be too difficult. How could you fail to realize it? The last time I helped you fulfill 3 wishes, I inadvertently transgressed the cosmic laws. Should I attempt to grant another wish, I would face the repercussions of these laws, and I would cease to exist in this world. After listening, Wu Tian was utterly bewildered. What? Is it truly possible to transgress the cosmic laws? This is utterly absurd. If such laws have indeed been violated, then why am I unaffected? The dragon then remarked, Well, then, farewell. Before Wu Tian could fully comprehend the situation, the dragon had already disintegrated, transforming into stones that scattered across the world. Wukong could not help but exclaim in frustration, Damn it, that fellow runs far too swiftly. Even if I am denied a wish, there are others who could make a request. I sincerely hope to never encounter you again. Wukong continued to curse as he gazed at the spot where the dragon had just vanished. Wu Tian returned to the ground, glancing at Bulma and little Goku. He shrugged and said, My instant transmission has failed. Let us head back. Observing Wu Tian's downcast demeanor, Bulma hurried over to console him. Humph. It must be that the dragon is envious of you, Wu Tian. Little Goku, with a face full of confusion, turned to Wu Tian and inquired, Brother Tian, what exactly is instant transmission? Is it truly remarkable? Upon observing little Wukong, Wu Tian could not help but feel even more vexed. He replied, Impressive indeed. When the time comes, you shall understand. I truly wonder where you acquired such skills. Wu Tian found himself utterly perplexed regarding the origins of Sun Wukong's instantaneous movement. The only means for him to attain such a skill was through the dragon, yet currently, the dragon seemed indifferent to his pleas, rendering his aspirations for this magnificent technique seemingly futile. Little Wukong, on the other hand, remained oblivious to Wu Tian's contemplations, wearing an expression of utter confusion. After 2 months of diligent effort, Wu Tian finally ascended to the 8th tier of the 9 Suns technique, experiencing significant advancements in his cultivation. Now merely a step away from the final tier, 9 Suns returning to 1. For Wu Tian, who was now brimming with energy, Breaking through to a higher realm was no longer a daunting challenge. All he required was time. Logically, one would presume that any martial art would become increasingly difficult to master as one progresses. This is especially true for the Nine Suns technique. But such notions only pertain to the earth of his previous life, where spiritual energy was scarce. Here, however, such limitations were rendered obsolete. Wu Tian was abundantly endowed with spiritual energy, pure and unrefined, the most pristine energy in existence. Wu Tian retrieved a fire energy fruit from the dragon ring and tossed it into his mouth, embarking on his cultivation journey. A year and a half later, in the backyard of Bulma's residence, a significant portion of the area was occupied by a black, disc-shaped object, approximately 20 meters in diameter and 10 meters tall. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently. Although the tremor lasted less than a second, the destruction it wrought rivaled that of a magnitude 5 earthquake. The once present black conical object had vanished, leaving behind a scene of utter chaos, as if a colossal machine had stirred the entire garden. At that moment, Bulma found herself on the outskirts of the moon. Inside the spaceship, her hands deftly maneuvering across the control panel. Occasionally, she would glance up at the screen, observing the incessant warnings flashing before her. Despite the intense shudders emanating from the spacecraft, Bulma remained utterly composed, as if accustomed to such occurrences. She swiftly entered her final command, and her expression transformed from one of focused diligence to playful charm, her entire demeanor shifting in an instant. A smile graced her lips, marking a stark contrast to her earlier demeanor. Having completed the construction of the spaceship, Bulma's thoughts immediately turned to Wu Tian, recalling the moments when he praised her, which filled her heart with a sweet joy. As she pondered, a blush crept across her cheeks. Outside the ship, the stars twinkled in a dazzling display against the ethereal beauty of the cosmos, yet Bulma was too preoccupied to appreciate such a spectacle. Her thoughts were solely on Wu Tian, yearning to be by his side to share her accomplishments. Approaching the control panel, she lightly tapped a few commands in the air, conjuring a dialogue box. After inputting a series of numbers, the spaceship quivered gently and instantly vanished into the vast universe, reappearing in her backyard. With her heart brimming with excitement, Bulma made her way to the rooftop, the very place where Wu Tian had been training. After more than a year of diligent practice, Wu Tian had attained the 8th level of the Nine Suns technique, nearing the final step towards achieving the ultimate state of mastery known as Nine Nines Return to One. Wu Tian circulated the vital energy within his body, proceeding neither hastily nor slowly, as if time itself were on the verge of halting. Over and over again, he lost track of how long it had been. The vital energy within him continued to operate along a singular pathway, as he sought to discover a breakthrough that would elevate him to the 9th level. Yet, after countless cycles of this practice, there was not the slightest sign of change, nor did his vital energy exhibit even a hint of growth. For more than a month, Wu Tian had endured this stagnation, a period marked by the slowest progress in his cultivation throughout his life. Neither his physical form nor his vital energy showed any sign of advancement or decline. Wu Tian, with unwavering focus, channeled his vital energy while simultaneously exploring the myriad meridians within his body, endeavoring to uncover the reason behind his stagnation and cultivation. The intricate pathways of the 9th level's mantra had become second nature to him. There was no need for deliberate guidance of his energy. The moment there was the slightest shift in his vital force, he could effortlessly synchronize his mind and spirit, leaving him unconcerned about potential errors. Over the past month, it would be remiss to say he had not gleaned any insights. At the very least, Wu Tian had mastered the art of dual focus. Initially, his aim was merely to extend a fragment of his consciousness outward, a feat easily achievable by any martial artist who had reached a certain level of proficiency. However, due to his frequent bouts of distraction, he inadvertently grasped the concept of simultaneous focus, refining it into a skill over time. At first, Wu Tian regarded this newfound ability with mild surprise, believing its utility to be limited, a mere convenience. Yet, as time passed and his proficiency grew, he began to appreciate the remarkable nature of this dual focus. This was not the ordinary duality one might commonly refer to. Wu Tian's interpretation allowed him to engage in two tasks without interference. For instance, he could simultaneously operate his mental techniques while scanning his surroundings, with both aspects of his consciousness functioning independently. This undoubtedly halved his required time, significantly accelerating his cultivation pace. Though his mastery of this dual focus was not yet absolute, it sufficed for the current energy pathways that required minimal concentration. However, he pondered his next steps. Adhering strictly to the secret manual yielded no tangible progress. Was it truly so challenging to break through the ninth level in a realm rich with spiritual energy? Or perhaps the obstacles extended beyond mere physical breakthroughs? Delving into the elusive and profound realms of mental enlightenment, Wu Tian couldn't help but recall a phrase his grandfather had once uttered, a piece of wisdom he had inadvertently overheard. His grandfather had advised them to place great emphasis on the cultivation of one's mental state, deeming it essential for the practice of the Jiuyang technique. However, his grandfather's understanding of this mental state was merely inherited from his own elders, leaving him equally perplexed. Ultimately, his grandfather conveyed that comprehension could only be attained through textual study. Once one understood, the insight was grasped. Yet the profound essence between the two characters could only be slowly unraveled through personal reflection. At that time, Wu Tian was still quite young and had no inkling of what a mental state entailed. He could not grasp its significance. Only aware of the steady growth of his internal energy, and he subsequently forgot his grandfather's earnest teachings. Wu Tian pondered quietly, and the more he thought, the more plausible it seemed. His understanding of mental cultivation was merely gleaned from his grandfather's words. Practitioners of martial arts often experience a gradual enhancement in their comprehension of martial realms as they accumulate experience. Yet, the nuances of mental cultivation remain an enigma to most. For Wu Tian, his grasp of the term mental state was still nebulous. Upon careful reflection, he felt he had a semblance of understanding, but upon further contemplation, the concept appeared rather obscure and perplexing, akin to wandering in a fog. Thus, his grandfather's adage resonated within him: understanding is understanding. An excessive fixation might contravene the natural order. Indeed, it seemed to be the case. However, how one might cultivate this mental state remained a mystery. Alas, this was indeed troubling. In truth, there existed another avenue for breaking through the Nine Suns technique, achieving it through combat. Yet, the thought of the current Earth brought a wry smile to Wu Tian's face. At this moment, the inhabitants of Earth, even the warriors of the future, would find it challenging to contend with his current prowess, which could likely match that of a super scion from years hence. His journey from the initiation of the Nine Suns technique to the present 8th level had been remarkably smooth, a feat that would typically require a lifetime in a previous existence. Although he had endured considerable hardships, he had always possessed an intuitive grasp of resources, leading to a lack of profound pressure in his heart. This absence of urgency made it difficult for him to identify the opportunity for a breakthrough at critical moments. Now, while spiritual energy was abundant, he found himself lacking in fortuity and chance. Perhaps a mere shift in perspective would lead to clarity, or perhaps he would remain stagnant henceforth. Ultimately, the insights at the spiritual level were profoundly mysterious. Once pierced, they revealed merely a thin veil. With a general direction established, his heart felt considerably lighter. Just as Wu Tian prepared to consolidate his focus, sensing the arrival of Bulma from afar, he felt her excitement even before she arrived. Upon perceiving the emotions within Bulma's heart, Wu Tian was astonished, for he was currently in a meditative state with his eyes closed, despite a portion of his awareness being outwardly engaged. He had not anticipated such an effect. The ability to sense another's emotions while multitasking was indeed a delightful surprise. He had never envisioned that this dual focus would yield such extraordinary efficacy, prompting him to regard it with newfound seriousness. Merging his mind into a singular focus, he allowed his internal energy to resume its natural flow. When Bulma entered and beheld Wu Tian in meditation, her earlier excitement transformed into a wistful yearning, understanding that Wu Tian should not be disturbed during his practice. Thus, she could only sit quietly by, gazing at the man she adored, awaiting his awakening. Though she was unaware of when he would complete his training, her sole desire at that moment was to simply watch her beloved. Unwilling to squander even a fraction of a second, she would gladly spend a lifetime in such a manner. As Wu Tian gradually withdrew his hands, which were previously held in a virtual grasp beneath his dantian, he released them and, upon doing so, felt a profound transformation in the surrounding spiritual energy. His sensitivity to this energy became remarkably clearer, causing a stir within his heart. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, despite this heightened awareness. His strength had not increased in the slightest. Clearly, the credit belonged to the skill of dual focus. This dual focus was indeed a delightful surprise. Perhaps, beyond the peculiar effects already discovered, there were additional functions yet to be unveiled. Could this be considered a form of cultivation in one's state of mind? Before Wu Tian could ponder this further, Bulma, who had been waiting patiently, dashed over. Without allowing Wu Tian a moment to rise, she leaped into his embrace. He quickly steadied himself, wrapping his arms around her, acutely aware of the fluctuations in her mood today. There was no need for deep contemplation. Her outward demeanor spoke volumes. Upon seeing this, Wu Tian's eyes sparkled with realization, and he quickly inquired, "Bulma, you seem exceptionally joyful today. Could it be that the spaceship is finally completed?" Upon being embraced by Goten, Bulma found herself completely forgetting the purpose of her visit, her face alight with unadulterated joy. It was only upon hearing Goten's inquiry that she was jolted back to reality. With her petite frame, she wrapped her arms around Goten's neck, vigorously nodding her head, causing her entire body to tremble with excitement. Had Goten not been sturdy enough, he might have been overwhelmed by her exuberance. "Yes, indeed. I have succeeded, Goten. I have finally constructed a spaceship." Wu Tian gently pried Bulma's hand away, setting her aside as he swiftly appeared in the backyard. Before him stood a spacecraft that resembled the flying saucers he had seen in films from his previous life, igniting a wave of exhilaration within him. Previously, Bulma had refrained from revealing it to Wu Tian, insisting on presenting him with a surprise once it was completed. While he had been engrossed in his training, although he had been curious, Bulma had kept her creation under tight wraps, making it difficult to sneak a peek. Today, however, he was finally witnessing its true form. Gazing at the dark golden spacecraft, his heart raced with anticipation. Though the craft appeared somewhat compact, its size suggested it could comfortably accommodate 5 or 6 individuals. "Indeed, this is the spacecraft I envisioned. Bulma, you are truly remarkable," he exclaimed joyfully. Bulma, delighted by his praise, felt her heart bloom with happiness. While Wu Tian marveled at the design, Bulma donned a watch she had retrieved from nearby, and, with a few taps, the spacecraft emitted a series of mechanical clicks. Wu Tian instinctively sidestepped, startled by the sudden noise. Within mere seconds, the once saucer-shaped vessel underwent a stunning transformation, leaving Wu Tian astonished. Regaining his composure, he let out a joyous shout, planting a fervent kiss on Bulma before scrutinizing the newly morphed spacecraft. Before him now stood a vessel reminiscent of a fighter jet from his past life, filling him with even greater excitement. This was the second design he had imagined for Bulma's spacecraft. Initially, he had intended for her to choose between 2 designs. Yet, she had brilliantly combined both into one, showcasing her extraordinary ingenuity. "Bulma, this spacecraft is astounding. The technology here is truly ahead of our time," he remarked, deeply impressed. Bulma reveled in Wu Tian's admiration, feeling that all her hard work had been worthwhile. She approached him sweetly, explaining, "Yes, this is the spacecraft's second form, its combat mode. The weapons on board were designed based on the energy you emit." Wu Tian raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "The energy I emit? How does that work? Does this mean the weaponry is exceptionally powerful?" Bulma nodded, then shook her head, leaving Wu Tian perplexed. The weaponry she had created was indeed a masterpiece, far surpassing Earth's current technology. "I designed the weaponry based on the principles of your energy emission. It requires no ammunition, as long as there is sufficient power. It can absorb energy from the surrounding environment and store it. Once it reaches the firing point, it can release that energy. Moreover, it can draw energy not just from Earth, but anywhere in the universe where sunlight is present. However, its lethality cannot quite compare to your own capabilities, Tian." Bulma's explanation illuminated the process of the weapon's operation, further deepening Wu Tian's admiration for her brilliant concept. "But what happens if we encounter an enemy in a dark place? In the vast expanse of the universe, a considerable portion remains shrouded in darkness. It is improbable that your weapon can harness an abundance of energy. If the weapon's energy were to deplete, would we not find ourselves in dire straits? When it comes to weaponry, Goten dares not take any chances. For we are confronting the boundless cosmos, not merely the confines of our small planet." Speaking of dark realms, Bulma became particularly animated, exclaiming, "Ah, I am well aware of this. Allow me to unveil the most remarkable invention of this century." After a brief pause, her eyes gleamed with a unique brilliance as she proudly declared, "I am the first genius girl on Earth to have developed a dark weapon." "A dark weapon? By the looks of it, this dark weapon appears quite formidable." "Indeed, the dark weapon is currently the most potent element discovered and aboard the spacecraft. I have equipped it with 50 dark weapons. However, the energy absorption of dark elements is considerably slower than that of light elements." Upon hearing this, Goten furrowed his brow, realizing for the first time that there exists a concept of dark elements, which can indeed be collected. This revelation surprised him, as he had previously believed that darkness was merely an abyss of void. According to Bulma, it seems that darkness operates on principles akin to sunlight. Observing Goten's contemplative demeanor, Bulma assumed he was concerned about energy levels and reassured him. Don't worry, Goten. Even if we encounter an enemy we cannot defeat, we can always escape. My spaceship can become invisible, and if we switch to its first mode, we can perform a space jump. So, unless there is a malfunction with the ship itself, we have nothing to fear from others. Goten felt a slight blush creep across his face upon hearing Bulma's words. Here was someone with no martial prowess displaying no fear at all, while he appeared overly timid. He touched his nose and chuckled sheepishly. By the way, Bulma, do you have parachutes or oxygen tanks prepared inside the spaceship? Parachutes? What are those? As for oxygen tanks, there's no need for them. The ship's system purifies the air, Bulma replied. Goten's original intent was to consider that those items might save them in case of an emergency. However, upon further reflection, he realized he had been rather foolish. Surely Bulma, being the genius she was, had devised perfect contingency plans for any potential mishaps. Bulma, let us take a look inside the spaceship, Goten suggested. Eager to avoid any embarrassment, they entered the ship together. The interior was divided into 2 levels. The lower level was designated as a training area for Goten, while the upper level served as the control center and a resting space. Aside from the control room, Bulma had meticulously replicated the decor of her own home, and Goten found himself quite appreciative of her aesthetic sensibility. Goten cast a brief glance at the general layout of the spacecraft, finding little that surprised him. Approaching the control panel with purpose, he felt a shiver of anticipation as he observed the myriad buttons arrayed before him. His singular interest lay in the joystick of the pilot's seat, igniting within him an overwhelming urge to take the controls. Upon noticing Goten seated in the captain's chair, Bulma settled herself into the co-pilot's seat, pride swelling within her as she admired her creation. With a deft motion, Bulma pressed a button and, in a flourish, tapped the air before her. Instantly, the previously obscured windshield transformed into a vast display screen, measuring 3 meters in width and 2 meters in height. The exterior scenery unfolded before them, while various data metrics adorned the screen's edges. Wukong stared for an extended period, failing to comprehend the significance of the various shapes before him. The glass material was extraordinary. Peering outside, the scenery was remarkably vivid. If one did not scrutinize closely, one would hardly realize that a sheet of glass stood between them and the view beyond. Bulma, is this truly glass? Wukong inquired, pointing at the display screen ahead. Well, it can be considered glass, but it's a special type that can adjust brightness, she replied. This is indeed advanced technology. Observing Bulma as she deftly tapped the air, Wukong was mesmerized as streams of data visibly flowed from her hands into the display screen before him. Bulma, what are you doing? He asked, intrigued. Without pausing in her actions, Bulma responded, I am adjusting some parameters of the control chamber to ensure a more efficient arrangement. As she spoke, she glanced around Wukong. Yes. Wukong, sit up straight and place your hands on the joystick, finding a position that feels most comfortable for you. Goten was perplexed by Bulma's enigmatic behavior. Yet he complied with her instructions and settled into his seat. Once he was comfortably seated, Bulma deftly tapped the air a few times, and suddenly, ethereal streams of pale blue data materialized beside Goten, swiftly coursing through his form. Before he could fully comprehend the experience, it concluded. Almost immediately, he sensed a transformation in the scenery before him. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the chair and control panel were shifting. After a few moments, everything came to a halt, and Goten felt a surge of clarity as the surroundings transformed dramatically. Seated at the helm, now felt remarkably natural and comfortable, as if all the objects were destined to occupy their newfound places. Witnessing this extraordinary spectacle, Goten's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at Bulma, who was smiling knowingly, seemingly anticipating his reaction. Hiki, this is yet another innovation of mine, she declared. It calculates the most optimal positions based on human ergonomics and allows the system to automatically determine the most suitable adjustments. Isn't that impressive? Upon hearing this, Wu Tian was momentarily rendered speechless. The prowess of this young lady was utterly astonishing, and the creations she produced were truly a source of embarrassment for others. Today, Wu Tian had faced several blows to his confidence, acutely aware of the adage that comparison can lead to despair. He urged Bulma to initiate the spacecraft. Ideally, it would be prudent to first switch the ship to its primary form. Let us press this button, or you could opt for this one. And then we can operate it via voice commands, Bulma instructed while deftly maneuvering the controls. After Bulma pressed the button, Wu Tian, with his extraordinary perception, merely sensed a subtle tremor within the ship, a stark contrast to the sensations experienced externally. In mere moments, The spacecraft transitioned silently and seamlessly, leaving Wu Tian once again in quiet astonishment. Once the transformation was complete, the large screen displayed the overall configuration of the ship. Now that we are ready, shall we embark? Oh, by the way, where would you like to go, Brother Tian? After some contemplation, Goten suggested, let us first venture to the moon. Upon receiving the command, Bulma deftly maneuvered the controls, and in an instant, Goten perceived a swift change in the scenery outside the window. Mere seconds later, a bright light enveloped them, revealing a vast expanse of whiteness devoid of any distinct features. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that the spacecraft had come to a halt in the void, obscured by what appeared to be a billowing white cloud. Bulma, glancing at the display screen, spoke, "We are now on the surface of the moon, Goten. Shall we proceed inside?" Startled by Bulma's announcement, Goten exclaimed, "Have we truly arrived already?" Seeing Bulma nod in affirmation, Goten finally comprehended that he was indeed in outer space. Yet the surroundings bore no resemblance to the floating scenes he had witnessed on television in his previous life. "Bulma, how is it that with just a press we find ourselves on the moon? Is this spacecraft fully automated?" he inquired. Bulma confirmed, "Indeed, I merely input the coordinates of the moon, and the spacecraft navigates autonomously." "Then surely it can be operated manually as well?" Goten ventured. "Of course," Bulma replied. "The spacecraft can fly fully automatically or semi-automatically, but manual operation is the most perilous." Goten sighed in relief upon hearing this. If the spacecraft lacked manual control, it would indeed be rather dull. He had hoped to experience some excitement upon encountering adversaries. As Bulma gradually piloted the spacecraft towards the moon, the distant, battered surface became increasingly distinct. Goten gazed out, observing the ground pockmarked and strewn with grayish-white rocks, enveloping the entire world in a somber hue. Although Bulma had already displayed the moon's visage through the spacecraft's camera, Goten remained skeptical of its desolate appearance and insisted on witnessing it firsthand. After swiftly surveying the lunar landscape, the oppressive gray-white environment left Goten feeling disheartened. Once confronted with the stark reality, he felt no desire to set foot on the moon. Initially, he had contemplated visiting nearby celestial bodies, but upon viewing Bulma's recorded footage, he abandoned the idea, finding the planets surrounding Earth to be oddly shaped and their environments rather inhospitable. Subsequently, Bulma began instructing Goten on the operation of the spacecraft, which involved a mere handful of steps, predominantly automated. Within less than 2 hours, Goten had mastered the art of piloting the spacecraft with ease, albeit in semi-automatic mode. As for manual control, that was a skill reserved solely for Bulma. Wu Tian devoted over an hour to familiarizing himself with the second form of the spacecraft, meticulously testing each weapon against a meteorite. The sheer power unleashed was undeniably formidable. In particular, the dark weapon described by Bulma exhibited an extraordinary lethality upon striking its target. It rendered the victim utterly void of existence, leaving Wu Tian astonished. He had never witnessed such energy before, and the destructive potential he experienced broadened his horizon significantly. Wu Tian piloted the second form of the spacecraft, soaring towards the eastern mountainous region. His proficiency in navigating the vessel was unparalleled, as he deftly maneuvered the joystick, weaving through the lush forests, unleashing weaponry with sporadic bursts of fire, reminiscent of playing a video game. However, such reckless handling of the spacecraft by Wu Tian seemed rather wasteful. Suddenly, a series of beeping sounds echoed, prompting Wu Tian to glance at the upper right corner of the display screen, where the figure of little Goku appeared. At that moment, little Goku was seated calmly on the ground, meditating. Wu Tian was taken aback, surprised that little Goku was still persevering in his meditation. As Wu Tian gently piloted the spaceship downwards, little Wukong observed a peculiar object approaching him, piquing his curiosity. Upon recognizing Wu Tian and Bulma, a joyful smile instantly graced his face as he approached them with light steps. Noticing the endearing expression on little Wukong's face, Wu Tian couldn't help but return the smile knowingly. "Hey, little Wukong, it's been a while. Haha, you've grown taller." Bulma, upon seeing little Wukong, began to circle him, examining the changes he had undergone. Little Wukong, scratching the back of his head and grinning foolishly, exclaimed, "Tianji, Bulma, what brings you here?" Wu Tian gazed intently at little Wukong. Although he still bore that adorably foolish demeanor, his aura had transformed entirely, and he had grown taller, presenting a stark contrast to the boy he was over a year ago. Last year, little Wukong appeared harmless, with a hint of baby fat still adorning his cheeks. Yet now he was strikingly different. Observing his sturdy little frame, it became evident that he resembled a true martial artist. Wu Tian could distinctly sense the formidable energy emanating from little Wukong. It was clear he had dedicated himself to rigorous training over the past year. Ah, quite impressive, little Wukong. It seems you have made significant progress. Upon hearing Wu Tian's praise, little Wukong scratched the back of his head bashfully and chuckled. Indeed, I feel I've improved considerably as well. I can now withstand 3 times the gravitational force, haha. Upon hearing this, Goten raised an eyebrow, quite astonished that little Goku claimed to endure 3 times the gravity. For the Super Saiyan Goku, such a feat seemed rather insignificant, as he himself was capable of withstanding nearly 30 times the gravitational force. Based on Goten's estimation, considering little Goku's Saiyan heritage and his year-long training, he should have been able to manage at least 10 times the gravity. Thus, the revelation was indeed unexpected. Little Goku, have you been slacking off? After such an extensive period, how could you only achieve 3 times the gravity? Goten gazed at little Goku, expressing his dissatisfaction with his training progress. Not at all. I've been working very hard. Perhaps I am just a bit slow-witted, chuckled little Goku. Goten gazed at little Goku, confident that he would not slack off. However, he could not quite discern where the issue lay. Little Goku, it has been quite some time since we practiced our techniques. Come, I wish to see the extent of your progress. The only way to uncover the problem may indeed be through practical combat. Upon hearing that a fight was imminent, little Goku's eyes sparkled with excitement, his demeanor shifting instantly, akin to a ravenous wolf spotting a tender lamb. Although he was acutely aware that he was no match for his elder brother, the indomitable warrior spirit within him remained undaunted by the strength of his opponent. As little Goku assumed his fighting stance, Goten signaled for Bulma to step aside, then subtly shifted his right foot to the side, appearing casually poised. Yet, this seemingly nonchalant posture was laden with significance, for he dared not underestimate little Goku. Witnessing Goten's movements left little Goku astounded. Having followed Goten throughout his childhood, he was intimately familiar with every nuance of his brother's actions, just as Goten was with his. Brother, you have grown stronger once again. I am determined to catch up to you. The sight of Goten's newfound strength ignited little Goku's competitive spirit, causing his fighting intent to soar. Goten, envious of little Goku's innate warrior gene, a trait that seemed to know no fear and thrived in the face of adversity, acknowledged that such a mindset was truly commendable. Little Goku, you chatter too much. Come. Maintaining his stance, Goten gently lifted his right hand, restraining the energy within him as he awaited little Goku's attack. With determination, little Goku charged towards Goten, unleashing a powerful straight punch, fully aware that exerting his full strength against his brother would result in a devastating outcome. Wu Tian did not evade. Instead, he swiftly turned his right hand to grasp the fist of little Wukong, initially believing he could effortlessly intercept the attack. However, he underestimated little Wukong's strength. The force of the incoming punch caused Wu Tian's arm to recoil slightly, a dull sound resonating within him. Firmly pressing against little Wukong's fist, he exerted force to push him several meters away. Well done, he praised little Wukong's strength. Though internally he was utterly astonished, little Wukong's power had increased tenfold compared to over a year ago. Had it not been for his internal energy backing him, he would have surely found himself in a predicament. Although Wu Tian's strength now surpassed little Wukong's by a considerable margin, the physical prowess of little Wukong was nearly on par with Wu Tian's current capacity, prompting Wu Tian to silently exclaim freak. Observing little Wukong's exuberant and spirited demeanor, Wu Tian too began to take the situation seriously. He shifted his body, adopting a new stance to face little Wukong. A minor movement intended to mobilize all his muscles in preparation for the next wave of assault. Little Wukong swiftly approached Wu Tian but hesitated to strike, attempting a series of feints to distract him. However, as he noticed Wu Tian's unwavering composure, he abandoned this tactic. Little Wukong contemplated how remarkably powerful his elder brother was. Such tricks would only work against lesser opponents. For Wu Tian, all theatrics seemed futile. Only the most direct and forceful attacks could offer a glimmer of hope. With determination, little Wukong unleashed the cracking sun palm. Wu Tian, taken aback, found the strike surprisingly impressive. Noticing Wu Tian's reaction, little Wukong felt a swell of pride. Sensing his recent improvements in technique, he continuously executed the cracking sun palm, its variations flowing seamlessly. The mere 40-odd techniques he employed surged with vitality, distinctly different from his previous attempts. Apart from the similarity in forms, the techniques, which once required substantial internal energy, were now executed by little Wukong with remarkable transformation. As little Wukong's speed intensified, Wu Tian's astonishment grew. He keenly sensed a subtle current of energy emanating from little Wukong's palm technique. a clear manifestation of the energy generated through the technique, though it seemed little Wukong remained oblivious to it. After a brief skirmish, Wu Tian confirmed that the energy he perceived in the palm technique was newly manifested. As little Wukong became more familiar with the technique, he gradually began to harness its energy. Initially believing little Wukong's practice of the cracking sun palm to be of little consequence, Wu Tian was now witnessing his gradual comprehension of the technique's intricacies and the emergence of energy. Consequently, he chose to engage in a prolonged exchange with little Wukong. He found little to impart regarding little Wukong's training methods, his primary objective now being to expedite his mastery. Wu Tian continuously imparted techniques to little Wukong. As Wu Tian anticipated, little Wukong's mastery over his energy became increasingly refined, transitioning from a flickering presence to an unbroken stream of power. Little Wukong's astonishing capacity for comprehension elicited a mixture of admiration and frustration in Wu Tian. It seemed that little Wukong sensed something as he allowed the peculiar energy to flow through his palms. The two engaged in a fierce struggle for over an hour. Noticing that the time was ripe, Wu Tian crossed his arms in front of his chest, bracing himself to withstand the forceful strike from little Wukong. With a resounding crash, little Wukong was propelled backwards several meters. At the moment little Wukong's energy struck Wu Tian, he felt an overwhelming surge of power encroach upon him. Instinctively, Wu Tian's body reacted with a vigorous counterattack, channeling immense strength from his feet through to his arms, which he unleashed in a powerful burst, pushing little Wukong back. Wu Tian lowered his hands and engaged in a brief stretch, feeling all discomfort from the recent battle dissipate in an instant. He harnessed the vital energy within him, directing his thoughts outward. In an awe-inspiring display, Wu Tian appeared as though illuminated by a blaze of light. After a fleeting moment, he retracted his radiating inner power. The remnants of dust and sweat from the earlier skirmish vanished without a trace, restoring him to his original state, as if the hour-long struggle had never occurred. Observing the exhausted little Goku still sprawled at a distance, gasping for breath, Wu Tian felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Little Goku had endured 3 times the gravity that Wu Tian had once faced at 10 times that intensity. Wu Tian approached, channeling his energy through his right palm, gently lifting little Goku. He then invoked the 9 yang true chi into little Goku's body from afar. Mere seconds later, the once exhausted little Goku regained his former vigor. Although his strength had not fully returned, he had nevertheless recuperated significantly. This is the first time Wu Tian has employed the Jiuyang true chi to heal another. Previously, he had only channeled his energy to Bulma, who found herself enveloped in an exquisite sense of comfort. It now appears that Jiuyang true chi indeed possesses the remarkable ability to mend injuries, and its efficacy is truly impressive. How about it, little Goku? Little Goku, astonished to find his wounds miraculously healed, exclaimed, "Tian, you are incredible. How did you manage that? I feel a warm sensation throughout my body, and my injuries have completely recovered. What was that energy you just used? It's akin to the magical beans, instantly mending my wounds." Wu Tian could not help but roll his eyes, for his 9 yang true chi lacked the power of resurrection, falling far short of the miraculous effects of them. That energy was derived from his own cultivation. I inquired whether you had any insights regarding the. Little Wukong scratched the back of his head and replied, "It felt peculiar when I executed the. There seemed to be a current flowing through my palm, something I had never experienced before. What could that be?" Noticing little Wukong's inquisitive gaze, Wu Tian responded, "Ah, that is the energy you comprehend after practicing for some time. It can be considered a form of qi as well." Upon hearing this, little Wukong's eyes brightened. "Really? Can I cultivate true qi just like Brother Tian?" Wu Tian replied, "A wishful thought. Your energy is not akin to mine. If you wish to learn my true qi, perhaps you shall have to wait for another life. However, the energy from the will benefit you. You must diligently practice to master that energy, and who knows, you may even gain control over it. In any case, it will serve you well." Despite feeling a wave of disappointment at Wu Tian's response, little Wukong was heartened by the fact that he now possessed some energy. He silently resolved to refine it well and not let Brother Tian down. "By the way, little Wukong, I have come to bid you farewell, for I am embarking on a long journey." "Long journey? What does that entail?" Little Wukong inquired, puzzled. Wu Tian turned slightly and explained, "I am about to embark on a journey to a distant land, one that may keep me away for an extended period. You must take care of yourself in my absence." Wu Tian took a small gourd from the dragon ring and tossed it to little Wukong. "These 100 or so immortal beans are for you to keep. Do not consume them recklessly unless absolutely necessary. They are vital for your survival. Furthermore, do not neglect your training. The future of Earth will depend on you for protection." Many formidable beings will seek to invade our planet, and you must grow stronger. Do not let yourself perish before my return. Those adversaries are far more powerful than I am. You must handle this situation wisely." Little Wukong, in awe, found it hard to believe that there were those even stronger than his brother Tian, whom he considered the mightiest person in the world. This revelation ignited a fierce competitive spirit within him, and his eyes sparkled with determination. Observing little Wukong, Wu Tian felt a sense of helplessness. He approached and gently patted the boy's head. "All right, I must take my leave. You must continue your training." With that, he turned away and walked towards Bulma, who was resting nearby. In that fleeting moment, a wave of melancholy washed over Wu Tian as he departed. As Wu Tian gently lifted the sleeping Bulma, he made his way towards the spaceship, embarking on a journey into the cosmos. Millions of light years away from Earth, within the confines of the spacecraft, Bulma busied herself. Her gaze fixed upon the floating display screen at the center of the ship. Her fingers danced rapidly across the controls, tirelessly processing the vast amounts of data collected by the vessel. Over a month had passed since their departure, and Bulma had been the most occupied, engrossed in data analysis from the very first day, leaving her with no time to attend to Wu Tian. When hunger or fatigue struck, she simply consumed energy fruits, completely foregoing the need for meals or rest. Wu Tian initially believed that interstellar travel would be exhilarating and delightful. However, the reality proved to be wholly contrary. It was not only unenjoyable, but also exceedingly monotonous. As they traversed through countless planets, a staggering 99.9% were desolate wastelands. A few planets, though vibrant and teeming with potential, harbored not a single living creature. At first, Wu Tian was filled with enthusiasm, marveling at the vastness of the cosmos. The myriad of mysterious and fantastical cosmic phenomena captivated his senses, evoking continuous awe at the wonders of the universe. Yet, within a mere 2 days, he found himself utterly weary of the surroundings. The scenery was almost indistinguishable, leaving him utterly disenchanted. Bulma, preoccupied with her own tasks, paid him little mind, compelling him to retreat into his own training. Moreover, the interstellar battles he had envisioned never materialized. After more than a month of travel, he lamented that not only had they not encountered other spacecraft, but even the most basic of celestial debris, such as meteors, eluded them. Their route had been excessively safe, and thus far, the starry expanse had revealed no trace of meteoric activity, rendering the journey devoid of any turbulence. This lack of excitement fell far short of his expectations, leaving him in a state of profound boredom. Wu Tian sat quietly beside Bulma in the open space, leisurely channeling his internal energy, remaining as still as before. He no longer pressed himself, fully aware that reaching a certain level in martial arts makes breakthroughs a challenging endeavor. When the time is ripe, it will manifest naturally. For now, he fears it may simply be a matter of insufficient cultivation. Wu Tian's mind, divided into two, has truly mastered the profound art of dual focus. The more he delves into this practice, the more enchanting it becomes. He persistently experiments with various applications, honing his ability to multitask with increasing finesse, achieving a level of effortless mastery. In the beginning, engaging in this dual focus was mentally taxing, and he could only sustain it for a brief period. However, with his newfound proficiency, he now navigates it with ease, devoid of mental strain. As his understanding deepens, his perception of the external world becomes remarkably clearer. This transformation evokes a sense of exhilaration akin to the thrill experienced during each breakthrough in his cultivation. Consequently, he no longer dwells on stagnation in his practice, allowing everything to unfold naturally. Having tasted the sweetness of progress, he immerses himself in the cultivation of dual focus with fervor and unwavering enthusiasm. Suddenly, a jolt of unease surged through Wu Tian, an inexplicable anxiety enveloping him, as if he were on the verge of suffocation. With a muffled groan, he opened his eyes, drenched in cold sweat. This ominous premonition was unlike anything he had ever encountered, a palpable sense that something threatened his very life. Bulma, hearing the commotion, turned to Wu Tian and was genuinely taken aback by the pallor of his face, which sent a shiver down her spine. Approaching him with trepidation, she stammered, "Tian, brother Tian, what is wrong? Did something go awry in your training?" She had never witnessed Wu Tian in such a state. To her, he was always the one who would smile even if the sky were to fall. Yet, the sight of him now truly frightened her. Wu Tian shook his head, remaining silent with eyes closed. Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of suffocation engulfed him. Startled, he opened his eyes, gasping for breath, bewildered by the inexplicable sensation. His internal energy continued to flow without interruption, and upon checking within, he found no abnormalities. This only deepened his confusion, leaving him puzzled as to the source of such an intense feeling of peril. Noticing Bulma's pale complexion, which was a result of her own fright, he reassured her gently. "It's all right, Bulma, I." Before Wu Tian could articulate his thoughts, a sudden alarm pierced the air. The sound of the alarm caused Wu Tian's heart to leap unexpectedly. With a swift motion, he appeared before the display screen. There, he beheld the screen emanating a pulsating red glow, flickering erratically, akin to a breath. It was evident that something had gone awry, prompting the system to issue a warning. Wu Tian felt an unsettling premonition, suspecting that the recent foreboding was indeed linked to the alarm. Bulma hurried over, her complexion even paler than before, her eyes fixed intently on the display screen. She understood all too well the gravity of the situation. That alarm was the ultimate warning, one that would only sound in the direst of circumstances, when destruction was imminent. With nimble fingers, Bulma began to tap furiously at the data on the screen. After a prolonged moment, the information abruptly changed and then vanished, replaced by an expanse of darkness. In the center, a brilliant white point of light appeared, only to quickly fade away. Upon witnessing this, Bulma let out a sigh of relief, exclaiming, "You startled me. I thought the spaceship had malfunctioned." "Bulma, why is it so dark ahead?" "It's nothing to worry about. We have merely entered the realm of darkness," Bulma replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Goten furrowed his brows in deep contemplation. The mention of the dark domain raised a disquieting question. Could entering such darkness pose a peril? Why was there an alarm? As he surveyed the encompassing void before him, Goten voiced his concerns, sensing that the darkness harbored a complexity beyond mere appearance, an inexplicable dread becoming increasingly palpable. "Bulma, please conduct a thorough examination." Bulma, startled by his urgency, felt a shiver run down her spine as she recalled that the alarm she had set for the dark domain was not intended for this situation. Her expression shifted, a flicker of apprehension crossing her features. Just as she was about to take action, the spacecraft began to tremble slightly, and the alarm blared once more. In a flurry, Bulma hastily opened a control panel, clicking several buttons, and in an instant, their surroundings transformed, plunging them into an abyss of darkness. With a startled gasp, Bulma collapsed into Goten's embrace. Wu Tian was taken aback by the sudden turn of events. "Bulma, what have you just installed? Why has it become so dark?" He understood that this was not merely a matter of turning off the lights. With his prowess, he could see clearly even in the depths of night. Yet, no matter how he channeled his energy, the surrounding darkness persisted, rendering his vision utterly void, akin to being blind. Upon sensing Wu Tian's presence, Bulma felt a sense of relief. She groped around the control panel, pressing a few buttons. The previous darkness dissipated, but a hazy twilight still lingered. Upon witnessing this, Wu Tian gazed at Bulma in utter bewilderment. Bulma sensed his confusion and explained, "I have just activated the ship's full transparent mode, which may have rendered everything invisible due to the surrounding darkness. I have now reverted it to semi-transparent mode." Wu Tian was momentarily rendered speechless, for he had only just realized that the spacecraft could transform into a completely transparent form, which left him utterly astounded. Turning his thoughts inward, he pondered how the darkness could be so formidable that it could consume the light emitted by the lamp even through a layer of glass. Uncertain of the material composition of the spacecraft, he decided to refer to it as glass. Bulma meticulously surveyed the exterior of the ship, but all she could perceive was an impenetrable blackness that revealed no signs of anomaly. She shook her head and remarked, "I am unsure as well. I must conduct further investigations." With that, she ceased her conversation with Wu Tian and busied herself with her tasks. Yukong carefully surveyed his surroundings, peering through the ship's hull. As if treading upon an abyss, an extraordinarily bizarre sensation. "Tiangu, we are in trouble," he heard Bulma's voice. Startled, Yukong turned abruptly to her, inquiring, "What seems to be the issue?" Bulma gestured toward the display screen, revealing what appeared to be a dark tempest, with fierce energy fluctuations pulsating in the distance ahead. Wu Tian, puzzled and perplexed, gazed at the display screen, observing the undulating waves that surged incessantly, unable to decipher their meaning. A dark tempest? Is it truly formidable? Wu Tian was bewildered by the sudden emergence of this dark storm, having never encountered such a phenomenon before. Indeed, prior to the formation of a black hole, it is theorized that a dark tempest exists. Should we venture close to the periphery of the storm, we would be inexorably drawn in, unable to mount any form of resistance. Upon hearing the term black hole, Goten immediately grasped the terror of the impending dark storm. For a black hole is capable of consuming even light, let alone themselves. Are you certain? He inquired. Bulma nodded, affirming, indeed, it is highly probable. Then let us hurry back. What are we waiting for? Goten urged. With a wry smile, Bulma replied, it is too late now. Had we turned back at the onset, we might have escaped, but we are now engulfed in darkness, and there is no time left. We must resort to spatial jumping. Goten, still clinging to hope, pressed on. Then let us utilize spatial jumping. Bulma grimaced as she responded, it is not that simple. A dark storm has arisen around us, disrupting the surrounding space. The previously stored coordinates are now in disarray. To execute a spatial jump accurately, one must be in an undisturbed area, or we must wait for the dark storm to pass. What would be the consequences of attempting a spatial jump now? Goten asked. Without valid coordinates, we could be randomly transported to some corner of the universe, which poses significant danger. Furthermore, with the current turbulence, we cannot predict what might transpire. After hearing Bulma's explanation, Goten let out a sigh of relief, saying, I see. That is certainly preferable to being consumed by the dark storm. Besides, the universe is vast. Surely we cannot be that unfortunate. I calculated that there is a 1 in a million chance of danger. A 1 in a million chance, you say? That implies there is no danger at all. Let us proceed without delay. We must not wait for the dark storm to arrive. However, from Bulma's perspective, that 1 in a million chance seemed alarmingly high. Nevertheless, weighing the current situation, it appeared that spatial jumping was their only option. With a resolute heart, she pressed the button for spatial jump. Goten hastily settled into the passenger seat, acutely aware that the spatial jump was no trifling matter. Although the tremors generated by the jump posed no harm to him, he still felt that securing himself with the safety belt was the wisest choice. The spacecraft jolted violently, emitting a laser into the void, and Goten sensed the fabric of space quaking beneath them. Not far ahead, a brilliant light materialized, evidently signaling the breach into another dimension. Soon, that luminous beacon was engulfed by darkness as Bulma piloted the ship at breakneck speed toward the illuminated point. Upon entering the spatial tunnel, the ship began to tremble incessantly, as if something were constricting it. Goten felt a wave of discomfort wash over him, while Bulma remained unflappable. This jump was unusually prolonged. Previous ones had taken merely a handful of seconds, intensifying Goten's anxiety. After approximately a minute, the vessel lurched once more, followed by a sudden tranquility. Goten exhaled, realizing they had emerged from the tunnel, narrowly evading peril. In an instant, the surroundings brightened, revealing a hazy panorama. Bulma quickly adjusted the ship to full transparency, flooding the interior with light. Gazing at the celestial expanse, Goten was awestruck by its dazzling brilliance. Bulma exclaimed with joy, "Ha! We made it out." Observing the ship's structure, Goten noted the entirely transparent upper half, marveling at the unobstructed view it provided. He wondered why Bulma had not previously set the ship to full transparency. However, he soon grasped the reason. The vastness of the universe evoked an inexplicable sense of oppression, rendering him uneasy. There are numerous planets in this vicinity. Let me see which ones harbor life. Bulma activated the planetary scanning feature, and the ship began emitting signals toward the detected worlds. As he watched Bulma busily at work, Goten fell into contemplation. It seemed that the ominous premonition he had sensed earlier was undoubtedly linked to that dark storm. But how had he acquired such an ability to foresee danger? Was it the result of his newfound skill to multitask? He pondered this extensively, realizing that since he had discovered this dual focus, a myriad of events had unfolded in succession, compelling him to reflect on it. Suddenly, Bulma, engrossed in her tasks, let out a piercing scream. Wukong's heart skipped a beat, fearing yet another predicament had arisen. Tianji, I have found it. There exists a planet nearby, teeming with vibrant life, and it is not singular. There must be organisms present. Upon hearing this, Wukong was elated. After all this time, a piece of good news had finally arrived. Let us hasten. How long will it take to get there? Bulma glanced at the display screen and replied, currently, the spaceship lacks sufficient energy, preventing us from executing a space jump. If we are to travel there now, we can only fly, which will take approximately a day. A day's time was acceptable to Wukong, who urged Bulma to set off immediately. Tianji, this is wonderful. There are indeed humans. Bulma exclaimed in delight as she gazed at the remote footage captured by the spaceship. Wukong, who had been meditating, felt a surge of excitement upon hearing her words. He quickly focused his gaze upon the large screen, only to be taken aback by what he saw. Bulma, are you certain you are not merely displaying a historical drama? The screen depicted what was unmistakably a scene reminiscent of ancient television dramas, showcasing a bustling marketplace, lively and animated. Despite the absence of sound, occasionally, figures wielding swords flitted across the frame. Bulma, oblivious to Wukong's implication, casually responded, "What historical drama are you talking about?" Haha, this planet appears to be quite entertaining. Observing Bulma's reaction and the lively scene on the screen, Wukong, knowing she would not jest with him, momentarily entertained the notion that it could indeed be a television show. He swallowed hard, astonished by the spectacle before him. This planet is immense. More than 20 times the size of Earth. This is simply inconceivable. Bulma marveled at the data displayed on the screen, unable to fathom the existence of such a colossal planet. After hearing this, Wu Tian's eyes widened in astonishment. He comprehended the magnitude of 20-fold, likening it to the stark contrast between a soybean and an egg, an inconceivable disparity. Bulma deftly tapped a few times on the screen in midair, and the data streams, visible to the naked eye, began to whirl instantaneously. Soon, an image resembling a planet materialized, evidently a simulation produced by the spacecraft. Wukong gazed curiously at the celestial body, which appeared strikingly lifelike. It seemed as though the planet was right before him. When he reached out to touch it, his fingers merely passed through, leaving him profoundly disappointed to discover it was nothing more than a mere collection of data. Bulma continued to manipulate the virtual planet, and after a considerable time, she furrowed her brow and remarked, "The topography of this planet is rather peculiar. The two largest continents are distinctly separated by a vast ocean, yet within the ocean, there are numerous islands of varying sizes." As Wu Tian carefully observed, it indeed resembled Bulma's description. Overall, there were merely two land masses separated by a vast ocean, arranged in an astonishingly swift manner, with both continents exhibiting remarkably equal dimensions. Goten was utterly astonished. From this perspective, the expanse of this continent seemed vast beyond measure. "Bulma, could it be that you've made a mistake? This planet feels rather peculiar." Bulma shook her head, though she too felt perplexed. She had unwavering faith in the data provided by the spaceship. "Well then, let us proceed inside and descend into the forest, ensuring we do not disturb its inhabitants." A few minutes later, the duo piloted the spacecraft as it descended slowly over a mountainous forest. As they surveyed their surroundings, they were utterly mesmerized. The continuous mountain ranges rose majestically, with an array of towering trees, unlike any they had previously encountered, reaching up to the clouds. Goten had thought the trees on Earth were formidable, yet in comparison to those here, they were simply insignificant. Goodness, this is utterly ridiculous. Each tree resembles a small mountain. As the spacecraft landed gently, Goten's mind had already soared beyond the confines of the vessel. Just as he was about to open the hatch, Bulma halted him, admonishing, "Goten, you are being exceedingly reckless. We have yet to ascertain whether the external environment is safe for us to exit. It should be fine. Did we not just see people? They appear to be just like us." Bulma shook her head, responding, "That is not necessarily the case. Although they may resemble us, they are, after all, from a different planet, and there may be some differences." With that, she began to gather data and perform calculations. After a considerable time, Bulma's face lit up with a smile as she exclaimed, "Ha! We can venture out now. The composition of the air here is nearly identical to that of Earth, and there is absolutely no cause for concern." Upon hearing this, Wu Tian was equally delighted, and the two could hardly contain their excitement as they exited the spacecraft. Bulma was the first to step out. Once grounded, she extended her arms in a gesture of embrace, closed her eyes, and inhaled deeply, exclaiming, how delightful. It has been such a long time since I have breathed in fresh air." Wu Tian gazed upon the lush greenery of the trees, his spirit profoundly stirred. Feeling an unprecedented vitality surge within him. The abundant spiritual energy enveloped him, more potent than anything he had encountered on Earth, igniting a fervor of excitement within his soul. Relaxing his entire being, he allowed the true energy within him to swirl and accelerate, guiding it with his consciousness. As his inner energy activated, the surrounding spiritual force rushed towards him and permeated his body. However, unlike before, this energy did not seamlessly merge with his true energy. Instead, upon contact with the true energy within Wu Tian, it swiftly began to resist. Realizing it was no match, it retreated from his body before he could fully comprehend the situation, leaving no trace of the external spiritual energy behind. Wu Tian was momentarily taken aback, bewildered by the inexplicable occurrence, for such an event had never transpired before. The spiritual energy in the vicinity seemed to possess a consciousness of its own, withdrawing from his body autonomously. As he endeavored to absorb the spiritual energy once more, a torrent of it surged into him instantaneously. However, the euphoria was short-lived, as the spiritual energy soon began to resist, attempting to flee. With a flicker of intent, Wu Tian summoned the true energy within him to intercept its escape, aspiring to amalgamate the foreign spiritual essence. To his astonishment, the external energy utterly refused to yield. And in an unforeseen turn of events, it vanished entirely, leaving no trace behind. Wu Tian distinctly sensed that the spiritual energy had not merely vanished. Rather, it seemed to have taken its own life. This scene was shocking and utterly unexpected, as he had never contemplated the notion that spiritual energy could indeed commit such an act. It was profoundly bizarre. Wu Tian, skeptical and undeterred, attempted several times. Yet the outcome remained unchanged. It was, without a doubt, a suicide. A bitter smile crept upon Wu Tian's face. Could it be that this spiritual energy repels outsiders? Noticing Wu Tian's prolonged silence, Bulma turned to him and inquired, "What's the matter, Tian? Is something amiss?" With a smile, Wu Tian remarked, "No worries, let us proceed." Wu Tian stowed the spaceship into the dragon ring and proceeded forward alongside Bulma. As Wu Tian released his mind's essence, he distinctly sensed several formidable auras surrounding him, causing him to furrow his brow in surprise. He had not anticipated the presence of so many individuals within the forest, albeit dispersed, which struck him as peculiar. Concerned for Bulma's safety, he gently embraced her and ascended into the sky. Bulma, reluctant, pouted and exclaimed, "Oh, Tian, I wish to stroll below. The flora here is so intriguing." Wu Tian replied, "This is no trivial matter. There are numerous individuals nearby, and their martial prowess is not to be underestimated. It seems they are lying in wait for something, and I cannot bear the thought of your safety." Bulma, taken aback, responded, "Really? How did I not notice this?" Wu Tian smirked slightly, remarking, "If you could discover that, what purpose would I serve?" "All right, let us hasten to a place where there are others," exclaimed Bulma, pointing at the magnificent bird soaring in the sky not far away. "Wow, what a colossal bird!" As Wu Tian fixed his gaze, he beheld a colossal bird with a wingspan of 10 meters, its plumage a deep brown hue. Its beak was extraordinarily elongated, and flashes of light danced around it, resembling sharp blades. Curiously, its talons were disproportionately small, and its overall silhouette bore a striking resemblance to that of an eagle, creating an unsettling and bizarre impression. Upon hearing a sound, the giant bird swiftly turned its head, its eyes glinting with a cold light as it altered its course towards the two individuals. Observing the creature's speed, Wu Tian could not help but smirk. To him, it appeared remarkably slow. Bulma, increasingly anxious as the enormous bird approached, tightened her embrace around Wu Tian. Wu Tian gazed at the approach of the colossal bird without flinching, as the giant avian halted approximately 10 meters away from them. It cast a piercing gaze upon the two. A chilling light flickered towards them, causing Bulma to shiver involuntarily. Suddenly, the massive bird lifted its head, and with a resounding crack, a fierce blast of energy surged forth from its beak, hurtling towards the pair with great velocity. Wu Tian, after witnessing the scene, was somewhat astonished. He had not anticipated that this foul bird possessed such remarkable techniques. This inevitably reminded him of the fire phoenix atop the fire valley, which could likewise unleash flames to assail its adversaries. With a swift movement, Wu Tian evaded the assault of the colossal bird. The nearly imperceptible force struck the ground beneath him, severing a tree trunk measuring nearly a meter in diameter with a resounding crack. Wu Tian was slightly taken aback. The might of this energy was indeed formidable. A mere gust of force had managed to snap a branch a meter wide, showcasing its immense power. Observing that the colossal bird had failed in its initial strike, it swiftly launched a second assault. Wu Tian had initially wished to discern what other tactics the giant avian possessed. However, seeing the creature unleash the same attack repeatedly for over a dozen times, he could not help but feel a sense of tedium. With a deft maneuver, he soared onto the back of the giant bird and pressed down with great force. Crack! Boom! The immense creature was directly driven into the ground by Wu Tian, shattering several branches in the process. Goten surmised that with the strength he had just displayed, the colossal bird was undoubtedly beyond salvation. Clutching Bulma, he continued to soar forward. After a considerable while, the giant bird struggled to rise, emitting a few low, hesitant calls in the direction Goten had departed, too fearful to cry out boldly. Displaying a remarkable sentience, with a flick of its wings, it ascended back into the sky, its eyes burning with resentment fixed upon the horizon. Meanwhile, several miles away, Goten felt a sudden stirring in his heart, prompting him to halt and turn around, yet he discovered nothing amiss. The inexplicable wave of animosity that had emanated from behind him left him utterly astonished. Goten shook his head, pondering the peculiarities that had recently unfolded. Rather than dwell on them, he continued his flight. Bulma chose a landing spot for the spacecraft that was not far from the location depicted in her previous vision. Merely a matter of several kilometers. At Goten's speed, it took only a few minutes to reach their destination with Bulma in tow. As he gazed upon the nearby structures, Goten gradually descended, swiftly guiding Bulma to the center of the road, where they both curiously observed the passers-by bustling about. The attire of these individuals resembled that of ancient people, echoing the images Goten had seen on television, further igniting his intrigue about this planet. The pedestrians, equally curious, scrutinized the duo. Upon noticing them, they instinctively stepped aside, as if encountering a monster. After observing their reaction, Goten assessed his own appearance. Realizing there was nothing amiss, his attire consisted of a black, ancient-style cloak. However, Bulma's earthly garments seemed quite peculiar in contrast, especially with her striking blue hair, which undoubtedly explained the onlookers' astonishment. Wukong chuckled, "Haha, Bulma, I believe it would be wise for you to find a place to change your attire. Otherwise, others may perceive you as a peculiar being. And as for your hair, it is high time you returned it to its natural black." Bulma pouted, responding, "Humph. These people simply lack the ability to appreciate." As Wu Tian focused his gaze, he beheld, several hundred meters away, a majestic city. The bold characters Tianyun City clearly visible from afar. The throngs of passers-by were those entering and exiting the city. With Bulma by his side, he quickened his pace, filled with curiosity about the sights within the city. Although he had previously viewed images and encountered the inhabitants of this planet, he found it hard to believe that the backdrop of this world bore such a striking resemblance to ancient China. Wu Tian could have effortlessly soared into the city alongside Bulma. However, fearing that such a spectacle might astonish onlookers, he chose to accompany the crowd towards Tianyun City. Upon entering the city gates, an ancient ambience enveloped him. Gazing around, he observed that the surroundings were adorned with houses constructed from stone and timber. The architectural style was remarkably distinctive, devoid of the anticipated sense of decay, deviating from Wu Tian's preconceived notions of ancient Chinese architecture. Curiously, the buildings closest to the city gate were formidable stone structures, while those further away predominantly featured wooden construction. What an intriguing array of architecture! This was Bulma's first encounter with such designs, and she found them to be exceptionally novel. Wu Tian, however, felt little emotional resonance, having witnessed far too much in the past. Although there were subtle differences, the overall sensation remained largely unchanged. It was the backdrop that stirred a flicker of excitement within him. As the two meandered through the bustling street, throngs of people moved back and forth, creating a lively atmosphere. Various shops stood side by side, suggesting that this place was indeed a marketplace. Occasionally, he spotted individuals practicing martial arts, hurrying past with their weapons in tow, seemingly with no intention of lingering. This struck Wu Tian as peculiar, while one or two might be excused. The dozens he observed were all resolutely heading forward without pause. Most of the shops were filled with an assortment of peculiar items, the purpose of which eluded Wu Tian. Observing the attire of the passers-by, he surmised they were likely the everyday necessities of the planet's inhabitants, and both he and his companion found little interest in them. What intrigued Wu Tian the most was the surprising number of weapon shops, over a dozen, crammed into the narrow streets. Inside, the weapons were primarily categorized into three types: large sabers, great swords, and long spears, with a few daggers and concealed weapons among them. Wu Tian entered a weapons shop and picked up a colossal sword, measuring 1.5 meters in length and over 2 inches in width. As he weighed it in his hands, he was astonished to find that even the lightest among them weighed around 50 pounds. The heft of such weapons suggested that martial prowess thrived on this planet. Observing the shopkeeper effortlessly lift a massive blade weighing over 100 pounds, Wu Tian couldn't help but commend him, realizing he was indeed a skilled practitioner. The blood within him began to surge. If a mere shopkeeper possessed such strength, one could only imagine the multitude of formidable warriors in this world. As they exited the shop, Wu Tian turned to Bulma and said, "Bulma, do take care. It seems this world is far from tranquil. The martial spirit here is quite robust. Please, do not stray too far from me." Bulma, too, recognized that this place was unlike Earth, fraught with potential dangers. Suddenly, a tremor resounded from behind. As a group of individuals on towering steeds galloped past them with remarkable speed, stirring up a cloud of dust that quickly enveloped the area. Within moments, they vanished into the throng, eliciting shouts of indignation from the onlookers. Fortunately, Wu Tian swiftly utilized his qi to disperse the dust, sparing them from becoming covered in grime. How insufferable! Bulma exclaimed, expressing her displeasure at the sudden appearance and disappearance of those individuals. Wow, those must be horses. How extraordinarily large they are. Standing nearly 2 meters tall and over 3 meters long, what magnificent creatures. Wu Tian continued to savor the image of those majestic steeds, when Bulma nudged him playfully, exclaiming, "Hey, Tiangu, you should give them a piece of your mind. Their arrogance surely indicates they are not of good character." Wu Tian could not help but smile. "Who says I did not teach them a lesson? Behold this," he declared, holding up a small cloth pouch. Bulma, intrigued, took it from him. It felt heavy in her hands. Upon opening it, a glimmer of gold caught her eye. It was filled with gold coins. She extracted one and exclaimed in astonishment, "Wow, this is indeed a gold coin. It must be the currency of this planet. Haha, Brother Tian, you truly are remarkable." Wu Tian smiled faintly as he took the money pouch and examined its contents. The gold coins were akin in size to the 1 yuan coins of his previous life, adorned on both sides with cloud patterns, devoid of any peculiarities. As Wu Tian reached into the pouch, his fingers grasped a purplish object, reminiscent of a coin but slightly larger. Upon closer inspection, it was semi-transparent, its material a mystery to him. He speculated that it must be a currency of greater value than the gold coins. Much like the distinction between a 50-cent and a 1 yuan coin. Sunlight bathed the purple coin, casting a fleeting violet glow that appeared almost ethereal. "Wow, how beautiful! Is this also a form of currency?" Bulma exclaimed, swiftly snatching it from his grasp. The purple coin instantly captivated her, and she held it in her hands, unable to part with it. Wu Tian counted and found that he had over 100 gold coins, with 10 purple coins among them, which were not very heavy. "Tiangu, did you acquire this money from those individuals?" Wu Tian retorted, "How can this be considered theft? It is merely a matter of claiming a bit of compensation for emotional distress." "Haha, indeed." Bulma concurred. Wu Tian cast a glance around and noticed a clothing store ahead. He took Bulma's hand and walked towards it. The shopkeeper, upon seeing their arrival, hurried out to greet them, exclaiming, "Welcome. Please come in." The two nodded politely in acknowledgement and began to examine the garments displayed within the shop. The selection was limited and rather simple, barely meeting their expectations. The shopkeeper, bowing slightly, inquired, "Are you two looking to have some garments custom-made, or is there something else you desire?" After listening, Wu Tian hurriedly inquired, "Esteemed proprietor, is it possible to custom-order garments here?" The proprietor replied, "Indeed, our establishment specializes in clothing." Wu Tian continued, "If I were to request 2 women's outfits, how long would it take?" The proprietor responded, "Well, if the designs are simple and tasteful, it would require 2 days. However, for exquisite and luxurious garments, it would take 7 days." Wu Tian furrowed his brow and inquired, "Will it take that long?" The shopkeeper explained, "Indeed, women's garments require more time, whereas men's attire is quite different. For an outfit such as yours, it would only take an hour. Then we shall have to select from what is available here." He concluded, "Bulma, why don't you take a moment to choose 2 sets for the time being?" Although Bulma was not particularly fond of these styles and was reluctant to don such garments, the peculiar stares of those outside compelled her to set aside her preferences. Thus, she chose 2 pieces that were simple yet dignified. As Goten beheld Bulma in her transformed attire, he was struck by a sense of delight and remarked, "Not bad at all, Bulma. It seems this outfit suits you quite well." "Really?" Bulma responded, her spirits lifting at Goten's praise. Although the garment felt somewhat awkward to wear, she could manage to accept it. "How much does it cost?" Goten inquired. The shopkeeper, taken aback by Bulma's stunning appearance, had never imagined that a woman of such foreign descent could look so exquisite in the attire of the Tang dynasty. Upon hearing Goten's question, he quickly replied, 1 silver coin. Lacking silver coins, but possessing a fair amount of gold, Goten's thoughts sparked an idea, and a purple coin materialized in his hand, which he offered to the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper, upon seeing it, protested, "Sir, this purple crystal coin is too large for my humble establishment. I can only accept gold coins." So this is what a purple crystal coin is. A coin once again materialized in Wu Tian's hand. This time, the shopkeeper did not refuse, taking the coin. He was about to give Wu Tian change. Wu Tian hastily called out to him, "Shopkeeper, please wait a moment. There is no need for change." The shopkeeper, taken aback, stared at Wu Tian in disbelief, thinking he had misheard. It is because my fellow disciples and I have been secluded in the remote mountains, only just descending to the world below. We are utterly ignorant of everything here. If you would be so kind as to enlighten us, this coin shall be yours. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper's expression shifted to one of understanding, and he responded with relief. Young hero, feel free to inquire. I shall share whatever knowledge I possess without reservation. With that, he swiftly tucked the coin into his sleeve. Wu Tian could not help but smile upon hearing this, and inquired, "Pray tell, esteemed shopkeeper, what era are we currently in, and where exactly is this place?" The shopkeeper replied, "You find yourself in the realm of the Great Tang, specifically in the outer city of Tianyin." Upon hearing this, Wu Tian raised an eyebrow. "The Great Tang," he exclaimed, and continued, "In this world, on this continent, how many nations exist?" The shopkeeper elucidated, "Strictly speaking, the Xinjiang continent is home to only the Great Tang Empire and the Northern Yuan Kingdom. The other surrounding smaller nations hardly count, as they can scarcely be deemed nations at all." The Xinjiang continent? Wu Tian pondered, "If I recall correctly, there exists another continent across from it, does there not?" The shopkeeper nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, that would be the Maya continent. It is said that that land is vastly different from our Xinjiang continent, inhabited by a multitude of diverse races." Wu Tian persistently inquired for over half an hour, yet the old shopkeeper showed no signs of fatigue. After all, it was a single gold coin, equivalent to his monthly revenue, a modest windfall indeed. The elderly proprietor possessed minimal knowledge of the outside world, being acquainted only with commonplace matters. As for the martial world, he was aware of a faction known as the Qinhuang Tian, which must be formidable, for otherwise it would not have lingered in the old man's memory. This locale was the outer city of Tianyun City, primarily inhabited by common folk, while the nobility resided within the inner city. The distance from the outer city to the inner city spanned over 10 miles. Under the guidance of the old shopkeeper, Wu Tian purchased a BMW. Although it paled in comparison to the steeds owned by the previous group, Wu Tian regarded it as a remarkable acquisition nonetheless. Although Wu Tian had ridden many dinosaurs, the experience of riding a BMW at this moment felt entirely different. The BMW's speed was astonishing. In just 10 minutes, he had already reached the outskirts of the inner city. However, within a few moments, Wu Tian found his enthusiasm for horseback riding waning. After all, one accustomed to soaring through the skies would find it rather difficult to enjoy the simplicity of riding a horse. Once dismounted, he released the BMW into the wild. Looking up, he beheld the city gate towering at an impressive 50 meters, guarded by over 100 soldiers atop the walls, with a dozen more stationed at the entrance. Although they did not interrogate the newcomers, the menacing aura radiating from the guards was sufficient to intimidate the average person. It seemed that the common folk in the outer city were likely to be used as human shields. Otherwise, how could it be that only a few frail and elderly individuals were left to protect the outer city gates? In a world governed by power, strength dictated everything. Wu Tian regarded the plight of those commoners with a degree of indifference, having witnessed countless instances of the survival of the fittest. However, Buma was filled with indignation, exclaiming, "These people are utterly despicable. Why should the common folk endure such treatment? In the event of a conflict, they would undoubtedly be the first to perish, while these guards hide behind their walls. It's utterly abhorrent. Brother Tian, let us go and eliminate that emperor." Upon hearing this, Wu Tian could not help but burst into laughter. "Ha ha, Bulma, I never imagined you possessed such a fierce temperament. How can we possibly concern ourselves with so many matters? Each world has its own laws of existence. We are merely transient visitors, incapable of affecting any true change." Bulma, however, acknowledged her own naivety, exclaiming, "Umph. Yet I simply cannot stand idly by." Wu Tian jested, "How about I eliminate that emperor, and you take his throne instead? I have no desire to assume that role. If anyone should, it ought to be you. What significance does being an emperor hold? Huh? Do you truly believe I aspire to such a position? Just look at my temperament. Am I suited to be an emperor? Enough of this banter. Let us each follow our own paths. We should find a hotel or some place to settle down for the night." Suddenly, a cacophony of combat erupted ahead, prompting the two to investigate. There, they witnessed a fierce struggle between two individuals, the clash resounding loudly. Just as they discerned the situation, one combatant was sent flying directly towards them. Initially, Wu Tian intended to evade, but upon observing the malevolent visage of the approaching figure, he channeled his energy and deftly propelled the assailant 100 meters away. Realizing he had encountered a formidable ally, The man quickly fled after regaining his footing. The villain, witnessing his adversary's retreat, let out a menacing roar, shattering a nearby wooden crate into splinters and carving a deep gash into the ground. As he departed, he cast a venomous glare at Wu Tian, who, in response, felt a surge of golden light in his eyes. The villain suddenly experienced a tightness in his chest, as if the very breath of life was being choked from him. Realizing he had encountered a masterful opponent, he fled in disarray. As the onlookers saw the troublemakers disperse, they too began to leave, leaving behind a scene of chaos. With various unknown fruits scattered across the ground, their appearance tantalizing and diverse. The proprietor, while picking up the fallen fruits, shook his head and sighed, muttering to himself, "Alas, life has become unbearable." Wu Tian approached, finding the fruit stand utterly demolished, with only a small portion of the fruit remaining intact. The old man, startled by the sight of an approaching figure, initially feared another disturbance. However, upon recognizing Wu Tian and his companion, he felt a wave of relief. Their faces radiated righteousness, suggesting they were not of ill intent, and most notably, Bulma's humble attire further reinforced their seemingly benign nature. Wu Tian grasped a vibrant red fruit, inhaling its intoxicating aroma. Unable to resist, he took a bite, and his mouth was instantly flooded with the sweetness of its juice, the fragrance wafting delightfully around him, an exquisite treat. Before long, he had devoured the entire fruit. Still yearning for more, he reached for another variety and indulged once again. Nearby, Bulma watched in envy, saliva pooling as she seized a fruit and took a bite. Wow, this is delectable. Although it cannot compare to the fire fruit, it is still a rare and delightful flavor. So delicious. Upon hearing this, Wu Tian couldn't help but roll his eyes. The flavor of the fire fruit was something only Bulma could truly appreciate. He himself could not discern even a hint of its taste. Grasping the fruit in his hand, he took a hearty bite, acknowledging that it was indeed the most delicious fruit he had ever tasted. After indulging in 5 or 6 varieties of fruit, Wu Tian finally ceased his consumption. The elderly man standing nearby watched in astonishment, his heart racing with anxiety. He pondered the potential consequences if these two were to enjoy the fruits without providing payment, rendering his efforts futile and leaving him to face the wrath of his wife back home. The thought of her formidable temperament sent a shiver down his spine. "Good sir, how do you price your fruits? I wish to purchase them all. Please, inform me of the total cost," he inquired. The old man was taken aback, momentarily believing he had misheard. It was only when Wu Tian called out once more that he stammered, Two silver coins, haha." Wu Tian produced a gold coin and tossed it to the elderly man, saying, "This is for you. No need for change." The old man hurriedly caught it, and upon realizing it was a gold coin, his hand involuntarily trembled. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Wu Tian swiftly gathered all the pristine fruits into his dragon ring. By the time the old man regained his senses, the two had already distanced themselves by several meters, leaving the table utterly bare. Though he was perplexed by their astonishing speed, the old man's attention was solely fixated on the gold coin, which he cradled in his hands, grinning foolishly. As Wu Tian strolled down the street, he was suddenly startled by the rapid sound of footsteps behind him, accompanied by an unpleasant odor that wafted through the air. 2 small figures darted past him, presumably 2 little beggars. Frowning, Wu Tian quickly unleashed his vital energy to shield himself from the noxious scent. The 2 beggars swiftly approached the entrance of a nearby shop, slipping through the narrow gap of the door, their small forms obscured from view. The establishment was a cosmetic shop, overseen by a middle-aged woman whose face was lavishly adorned with makeup, her blood-red lips and a visage covered in powder that seemed precarious with each movement. Wu Tian couldn't help but be reminded of the snake spirit from the animated series Halua, though this shopkeeper appeared far more terrifying. Upon witnessing the 2 beggars enter her domain, her anger flared, her eyes reflecting disdain as she seized a broom, intent on shooing the children away. At that moment, a voice echoed from around the corner, and a rotund man came into view, with a corpulent figure. He seemed to be in his 30s at first glance, but upon closer inspection, he appeared to be merely in his 20s, his appearance quite disconcerting. Despite his heft, he moved with surprising agility, managing to keep pace with several attendants trailing behind him. The shopkeeper, upon recognizing the man, contemplated the 2 beggars at her doorstep, and a cold smile crept across her face. She ceased her actions, turning her attention to the approaching figure, seemingly waiting for him to draw nearer. "Oh, if it isn't young Master Lu. In such a hurry, where might you be off to?" The rotund man, caught off guard by the shrill and piercing voice, felt a jolt in his heart and promptly stepped into the shop. Upon hearing this, Wu Tian immediately felt a chill run down his spine, as if the temperature had dropped several degrees. The rotund man, panting heavily, exclaimed, "May, Sister May, is that you? Have you seen two little beggars?" After speaking, he closed his eyes and began to inhale deeply beside Sister May, his face a mask of delight. Observing this, Sister May pouted her crimson lips, let out a soft hum, and playfully nudged the rotund man, her demeanor decidedly mischievous. After witnessing the scene, Wu Tian felt a tumultuous churn in his stomach, as if the food he had just consumed was on the verge of being expelled. It seemed these two individuals had a rather intimate relationship. Mei Erji let out a cold chuckle and cast a glance towards the corner of the door. "Ah, there is the little beggar," she remarked. Where? The plump man inquired eagerly. The two little beggars hiding in the corner widened their eyes in fear, terrified that Mei Erji would expose their hiding place. Their gazes were filled with desperation as they looked imploringly at her. However, Mei Erji merely snorted dismissively, completely disregarding the two. "Look, isn't that them?" She pointed towards the corner. As Wu Tian observed the scene before him, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. He had previously suspected that Mei Erji would betray them, and it was evident that these two individuals were no paragons of virtue. The reason for their relentless pursuit of the two young beggars was a matter worthy of contemplation. Lu Er, upon spotting the two beggars, revealed a fierce glint in his gaze and menacingly declared, "So, these two little wretches have been hiding here. Just wait, I shall make you pay dearly." With that, he summoned his two henchmen to drag the beggars out with brutal force. The ragged state of the young beggars rendered their faces almost unrecognizable. Yet the pain etched upon their features was unmistakable, clearly indicating they had been hurt. Despite their evident suffering, they merely grimaced in silence, displaying remarkable resilience. Their eyes filled with intense hatred as they glared at the men who had taken hold of them, a mutual enmity palpable in their exchanged glances, as if they wished to engulf their tormentors. Bulma was already in a state of distress, urging Wu Tian to take action. Wu Tian, however, sought to calm her, assuring her that he would not stand idly by. Yet, Bulma remained on the sidelines, anxiously watching the two beggars pinned to the ground. Lu Er, brimming with arrogance, taunted, "Huh, you little brats, let us see if I don't end you today." He then delivered a brutal kick to the larger beggar, who emitted a pained grunt and fell to the ground, appearing sickly, as if he had already suffered injuries prior. "Ah, Shao Qi, you wicked villains. You." The smallest beggar, upon witnessing the assault on her companion, attempted to voice her indignation but found herself unable to articulate her anger, instead bursting into tears. The delicate timbre of her voice clearly indicated she was a young girl. Bulma could no longer restrain herself. She took a step forward, only to find that Wu Tian had already moved ahead. Wu Tian stepped forward, positioning himself precisely between two small beggars and Lu Er. He picked up a box of rouge and feigned curiosity, inquiring, "Madam, how much for this rouge?" Sister Mei Er, initially poised to unleash her ire, thought to herself that this person must be a fool for attempting to make a purchase at such a moment. However, upon glimpsing Wu Tian's countenance, her demeanor underwent a complete transformation, and she gracefully inclined her body, stating, "This rouge is merely 100 copper coins. Young sir, you're..." Before she could finish her sentence, Lu Er, noticing someone obstructing his path, erupted in fury, exclaiming, "You brat, who do you think you are? Can't you see that I am busy? Get lost and let me work." Wu Tian jestingly remarked, "Brother, are you referring to me as the rotund one?" Upon hearing the term fatty, Lu Er erupted in fury. Nothing irked him more than being called such. He raised his club, intent on striking Wu Tian. With a resounding thud, Lu Er's weapon rebounded off Wu Tian, sending him flying several meters away. Observing their master being struck, the four attendants brandished their weapons and charged forward, shouting in a frenzy before anyone could react. With a series of 4 resounding impacts, the attendants collided with their master, creating a chaotic scene. Wu Tian cast a glance at the two young beggars and, with a graceful wave of his right hand, released a pure surge of internal energy that enveloped them. The two beggars felt a wave of warmth wash over them, prompting them to emit soft sighs of relief. After a brief moment, their injuries remarkably healed. The older beggar was left in a state of astonishment. Observing that the two had regained their health, Wu Tian chuckled, "Why do you hesitate to leave? Once those individuals regain consciousness, your opportunity will vanish." The beggar known as Shao Qi, upon hearing this, glanced at the several ruffians groaning in agony on the ground and then turned his gaze back to Wu Tian, seemingly torn by conflicting emotions. Reluctantly, he knelt down and offered his respects to Wu Tian. Wu Tian was utterly unable to intervene. Even the youngest beggar imitated the gesture, bowing respectfully to him. The two swiftly departed, casting a lingering glance back at Wu Tian before they vanished from sight. Wu Tian smiled helplessly and then walked out. Upon seeing him about to leave, Sister May hurriedly called out, young master, do you still need your rouge?" Without looking back, Wu Tian remarked, "No need. The quality of the rouge here is far too inferior." With that, he directed a wave of energy towards her shop. As Wu Tian and his companion strolled for a dozen meters, a mournful wail from Sister May echoed behind them. The wares of an entire shop had been reduced to mere powder, rendered utterly worthless. Buma, thoroughly pleased with Wu Tian's actions, beamed as she linked arms with him. The two meandered through the bustling streets for the better part of an hour, finally coming upon a tavern that stood at the crossroads. A majestic 3 stories tall, one of the tallest edifices in the entirety of Tianyan City. According to the passers-by, this establishment was renowned as the finest tavern in the city, the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Drunken Immortal Pavilion, such an enchanting name. Let us make our way to this tavern. Upon noticing them, a server from the Drunken Immortal Pavilion approached, inquiring courteously, "Esteemed guests, would you prefer a private room or?" After some contemplation, Wu Tian spoke. "Let's forego the private room. Surely you have a nice table on the top floor, preferably one by the window." The attendant complied and guided the two to the 3rd floor, where Wu Tian selected a corner table by the window. Glancing at the time, he noted it was around 3 in the afternoon, and the establishment was bustling with patrons, the air rich with the aroma of meat. "Waiter, what delectable dishes do you offer?" This establishment, the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, is renowned as the largest tavern on the continent, boasting an impeccable reputation. Rest assured, all our dishes are of the finest quality. Feel free to order at will. Your satisfaction is guaranteed. Such grand claims. Aren't you concerned about tarnishing your reputation? Wu Tian inquired, raising an eyebrow. The waiter, undeterred, merely smiled faintly, exuding confidence in his establishment. "Then, do as you wish and bring forth your most popular signature dishes. Fill this table to the brim. Should it be insufficient, we can discuss it further." Wu Tian, disinterested in the menu, left the selection to the waiter. Before long, the table was laden with an array of dishes, 3 vegetarian options, and 7 meat dishes, a feast for the senses. Within a mere 10 minutes, the two had polished off the meal, with Wu Tian consuming the lion's share, leaving onlookers astounded by his impressive appetite, which belied his unassuming physique. After the banquet, the two savored the tavern's most celebrated libation, the Drunken Immortal Wine, which was more akin to a delectable fruit wine with a modest alcohol content. As they finished their meal, the waiter approached, inquiring, "Are you two satisfied? Would you care for additional dishes?" The waiter, perceptive, seemed to sense that Wu Tian was still not fully satiated. Wu Tian shook his head and remarked, "Perhaps it is best to refrain. The dishes here are indeed quite exquisite." "You are not exaggerating, little waiter, haha." The little waiter, bending slightly, replied with a smile, "In our Tianyan City, the cuisine is crafted predominantly from ingredients of 3rd tier and above. 2nd tier ingredients are scarcely utilized, and thus, it is incomparable to the ordinary taverns." "3rd tier? What does that entail?" The little waiter, assuming he lacked understanding of the industry, eagerly elucidated. "The term 3rd tier refers to using ingredients sourced from magical beasts of 3rd tier or higher. As for ingredients that do not meet this standard, our Zue, Xian Lu would never employ them." Wukong furrowed his brow, uncertain of what a 3rd tier magical beast entailed. Just as he was about to inquire, a commotion erupted from downstairs, revealing a brawl taking place below. A crowd had gathered around the scene. Brother Tian, look, it's those 2 little beggars." Bulma remarked to Wukong, "Humph, it's that chubby one again. Brother Tian, didn't you just defeat that portly fellow? Why is he now pursuing the little beggar?" Upon observing, Wu Tian realized that it was indeed the same group of individuals from earlier, albeit now accompanied by even more companions. The rotund leader commanded a retinue of over 20 people, all of whom were now encircling the 2 young beggars. The beggars stood back to back, each adopting an identical defensive posture, suggesting that they were indeed practitioners of martial arts. Alas, it seemed that these 2 young beggars were destined for calamity. Having crossed paths with the infamous young Master Lu, it was feared they would not survive the night. The nearby tavern attendant, witnessing the scene, shook his head and sighed. Wu Tian raised an eyebrow, perplexed, and inquired, "What does this mean? Who is this Lu Ergongzi? Could it be that he would harm those 2 young beggars?" The innkeeper then asked Wu Tian, "You appear to be from out of town, am I correct?" Wu Tian nodded thoughtfully. "Let me share something with you. Be cautious not to inadvertently provoke young Master Lu, for that would spell trouble." The innkeeper paused before continuing. Young Master Luer is the second son of the Lord of Tianyun City. He is notorious for his arrogance and malevolence within the city, having taken the lives of no fewer than 20 individuals that I am aware of. Wu Tian furrowed his brow in confusion and asked, "Does his father not intervene?" The innkeeper replied, "How could he? The Lord merely turns a blind eye. Furthermore, he is no virtuous man himself." Sighing, the innkeeper added, "Is there truly no law in the empire? Is there no one to restrain them? Even if the state turns a blind eye, surely there must be martial artists who could intervene?" The innkeeper managed a bitter smile. "Alas, they are nobles. As long as they do not cause any significant disturbances, killing commoners is hardly considered a crime. Moreover, the martial artists you speak of would be of little use. The Lord himself is a grand swordsman of exceptional skill, virtually unmatched in this small city. Even if a master happens to arrive, they would be wary of his affiliation with the Tianjin sect." The innkeeper had divulged a wealth of information, leaving Wu Tian momentarily stunned. He then inquired, "Do you know why young Master Luer has been relentlessly pursuing those two little beggars?" At this, the innkeeper's interest was piqued. "Ah, this is indeed an intriguing tale. It begins with young Master Luer's peculiar tastes. It is well known that he is both greedy and lecherous, but his preferences are rather unusual. He is drawn to women with unique appearances or eccentricities." Wu Tian was taken aback, recognizing that young Master Luer was quite the oddity. Last year, young Master Luer became infatuated with a mute girl at the city gates. That very night, he intended to force himself upon her. However, a passing beggar intervened, knocking Luer unconscious and freeing the girl. Consequently, young Master Luer harbored a deep-seated grudge against beggars and began a ruthless campaign against them throughout the city. In just over a year, hundreds of beggars have either perished or fled, leaving only those two little beggars behind. The innkeeper continued, "Strangely enough, despite his relentless efforts for over half a year, young Master Luer has been unable to deal with those two. However, it seems they are still unable to escape his malicious grasp." Upon hearing this, Wu Tian was engulfed by a surge of murderous intent. Realizing that the second son of Lu was indeed the kind of reckless young man who would kill without a second thought, Buma, already gnashing his teeth in fury, exclaimed, "Tian Gu, let us eliminate that second son of Lu." However, the innkeeper hastily intervened, urging, "Do not act impulsively, gentlemen. The Lu family wields considerable power, and it is wise to avoid provoking them." Wu Tian glanced at the waiter, intrigued, and remarked, "Waiter, from your tone, it seems you are rather unafraid of that young Master Lu." The waiter, filled with pride, retorted, "Humph, I am from the drunken immortal pavilion. The Lu family would not dare to provoke us." Upon hearing this, Wu Tian nodded in understanding. It seems that the drunken immortal pavilion is indeed a significant catch. Bulma urged Wu Tian, saying, "Brother Tian, please go and assist those two young beggars." Wu Tian nodded and said, "I will certainly assist, but let us first assess the situation. There is no need for haste." Observing Bulma's anxious demeanor, Wu Tian offered a reassuring smile, maintaining his composure as he gazed downwards. Below, over 20 robust men surrounded two individuals, who remained silent and resolute, glaring defiantly at their surroundings. Suddenly, the young boy, Xiaoqi, shouted fiercely, his fists clenched, and swiftly struck the distracted man, sending him crashing to the ground with a cry of distress. The young beggar behind Xiaoqi, witnessing this display of courage, quickly scurried to Xiaoqi's side, clutching his garment tightly in search of protection. Upon witnessing the scene, Wu Tian could not help but smile. It turned out that the little girl had merely been putting on an act, while only the one named Xiaoqi possessed any martial prowess. Xiaoqi, in a frantic rush, shoved aside several individuals ahead, finally carving a narrow path through the throng. Alas, the multitude of onlookers was overwhelming, and after only a few strides, she was halted by someone who grasped her clothing, leaving her unable to flee. Observing this, the little girl opened her mouth and attempted to bite the hand that restrained Xiaoqi. With urgency mounting, Xiaoqi seized the little girl, yanked her forcefully, and tossed her out into the crowd. However, Xiaoqi herself was soon subdued by several individuals, yet she did not forget to shout towards the outside, "Xiaojiu, run. Do not concern yourself with me, just escape." Seeing her brother captured, Xiaojiu could not hold back her tears, crying out for him and refusing to leave. As she noticed pursuers closing in on her, she glanced at the empty paths on either side. Nevertheless, her instincts compelled her to retreat. Without further thought, she fled into the drunken immortal pavilion. Despite her tender age, the little girl exhibited remarkable agility, ascending to the third floor in mere moments. eluding her pursuers by several meters. As soon as Bulma spotted the little girl arriving, she rushed to embrace her and swiftly returned to Wu Tian's side. Meanwhile, the pursuing individuals had also caught up, and upon seeing the little beggar in Bulma's arms, they menacingly demanded her to relinquish the child. Wu Tian, who had been seated, now rose and regarded the group with a disdainful snort. With a swift motion of his hand, he compelled the assailants together and forcefully hurled them out of the window. With a resounding crash, the commotion startled those below. Once they discerned the identities of the fallen, young Master Lu's heart raced. Realizing he had encountered formidable opposition and stood frozen in place, deterred from taking any rash actions. Had this transpired elsewhere, it might have been manageable, however. This was the drunken immortal pavilion. The onlookers, upon witnessing Wu Tian's prowess, broke into a cold sweat, for they now understood the remarkable martial skills possessed by this young man. Upon recognizing Wu Tian, the little girl hastily extricated herself from Bulma's embrace, realizing at last why her instincts had guided her to this very place. With a sudden thud, the little girl knelt before Wu Tian, pleading, "I beseech you, please save my brother," as she bowed her head repeatedly in reverence. With a pang of sorrow in his heart, Wu Tian swiftly lifted the little girl into his arms and gently reassured her, There, I will save your brother. Please do not cry, my dear." Upon hearing Wu Tian's promise, the little girl felt a sense of relief wash over her, and she ceased her weeping, though tears continued to cascade down her cheeks. Evoking deep sympathy from all who witnessed the scene, Wu Tian was seized by an overwhelming urge to rend Lu Gongzi into 1,000 pieces. Cradling the little girl in his arms, and with his right hand wrapped around Bulma, he leapt through the window, descending gracefully to the ground. Xiao Er, witnessing this spectacle, felt his legs tremble uncontrollably, nearly collapsing to his knees, stammering, "The martial god," completely forgot that Wu Tian had yet to settle the bill. The onlookers were equally startled. Upon seeing a figure clad in black descend from the 3rd floor, the dazed Lu Gongzi was jolted into awareness. Recognizing the very person who had just assaulted him, and promptly retreated behind his entourage, Wu Tian gazed at Lu Er, a flicker of lethal intent glimmering in his eyes. Lu Er's legs weakened, and he trembled uncontrollably, collapsing to his knees. "So, you are Lu Er," he said. "Release the child at once. Depart swiftly while I have yet to unleash my wrath, for otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safe exit from this place." Wu Tian spoke slowly. Yet each word pierced the heart profoundly, as if imbued with a certain enchantment, deeply imprinting itself in the mind of young Master Lu Er. You. Although young Master Lu Er was somewhat ineffectual, he possessed the wisdom to recognize the situation at hand, gesturing for his subordinates to release the captive. Soon, he was carried away by the crowd, while the few individuals who had just been thrown down from the 3rd floor by Wu Tian limped away in a hasty retreat. Wu Tian furrowed his brow. Although the 3rd floor was not particularly high, the outcome of the fall seemed disproportionate. Observing the movements of the individuals involved, he surmised that it was merely a skin injury, pondering that perhaps the inhabitants of this planet possessed a notably resilient constitution. The little girl, upon witnessing her brother's rescue, wriggled free and rushed over, enveloping him in a tight embrace while sobbing softly, having narrowly escaped the loss of her brother. A young beggar named Xiao Qi offered some words of comfort to the sister, gently taking her hand and leading her towards Wu Tian. Wu Tian smiled as he gazed at the two individuals. He noticed that the young Qi was about to kneel once more, but Wu Tian was already prepared, swiftly using his energy to prevent him from lowering himself again. Thus, the young Qi could only take a step back and deeply bow to Wu Tian and his companion. "I am eternally grateful for your noble assistance in rescuing my sibling and me. This life-saving grace shall never be forgotten. May I inquire the esteemed name of my benefactor?" Wukong did not anticipate that this young boy would be so remarkably polite, which only heightened his fondness for him. "I am Sun Wukong. Rescuing you was merely a trifling effort. Please refrain from calling me benefactor, and do not kneel any longer." After glancing at the two, unable to discern their features, he continued, "Are you referred to as Little 7 and Little 9? The young boy nodded and replied, "Yes, benefactor, I am Little 7, and this is my sister, Little 9. The little girl, with wide eyes, scrutinized Wukong, her curiosity piqued. Gazing into her bright, sparkling eyes brought him a serene calmness, and the anger he had felt towards Lu Gongzi vanished entirely. "Benefactor, I am Little 7, he said, hesitating as if he had more to express. "Speak freely. There is no need for fear," Wukong encouraged. Bulma added, "Indeed, do not be afraid of us. We are not malevolent." She then crouched down, examining the little girl closely. "Little 9, undeterred by Bulma, smiled back at her, creating a sense of warmth. I wish to take you as my master, Little Seven proclaimed, attempting to kneel again, but found himself unable to do so, anxiously watching Wukong, fearful of rejection and uncertain of what to do next. Wu Tian was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that the young lad would make such a request. Just as he was about to voice a refusal, Bulma interjected, exclaiming, absolutely, absolutely. If Tianji teaches you martial arts, then you shall no longer have to fear being bullied by others. Goten cast a glance at Bulma, fully aware that he could not accept this disciple. He had no knowledge of whether the inhabitants of this planet could cultivate his techniques. Nor did he know how long he would remain here. It was entirely possible he might leave by tomorrow. Furthermore, he had yet to comprehend the nature of the energy flowing within him. To hastily take on a disciple would be tantamount to leading a child astray. Upon witnessing Goten's hesitation, Bulma pleaded, "Oh, Goten, you are so formidable. Just a bit of guidance from you would prevent them from being bullied. Can you truly bear to see them suffer at the hands of wicked individuals?" Feeling a pang of compassion at Bulma's earnestness, Goten sighed and addressed the two siblings. "Very well, you may accompany us for now. We shall discuss the matter of apprenticeship later." Upon hearing this, Bulma exclaimed joyfully and made a victory gesture toward the little girl, as if she had already secured the apprenticeship. Xiaoqi, overwhelmed with excitement at Goten's words, could hardly articulate her thoughts, realizing that they had achieved a significant milestone toward becoming disciples. The group made their way into the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, heading straight for the third floor. The attendant, upon seeing Goten return, was instantly overwhelmed with excitement, stumbling over his words. Goten, mistaking the attendant's reaction for fear, inquired, "Am I truly that terrifying?" The attendant, taken aback by Goten's amiable demeanor, felt a rush of exhilaration, never having imagined he would stand before the legendary martial god. He quickly bowed, his demeanor tinged with nervousness, "Master, how may I serve you?" Goten found the sudden change in address rather disconcerting and replied, "My surname is Sun, not Master." The attendant, believing Goten disapproved of the title, promptly corrected himself, "Mr. Sun, how may I assist you?" Goten smirked slightly. This form of address was acceptable, reminiscent of how he was often referred to in his previous life. Meanwhile, Xiaoqi was astonished to hear the attendant refer to her master in such an esteemed manner. The title of Mr. was not one that just anyone in the Xinjiang continent could claim. Those honored with such a title were either venerable elders or individuals who had made significant contributions to the continent. Such individuals were exceedingly rare, appearing only once every few centuries, or they were martial artists who had attained the rank of martial saint or above. Considering her master, Xiaoqi realized that neither of the first two categories applied, leaving only one explanation. Her master must have achieved a level of martial prowess that transcended the martial saint rank. The thought ignited a fervor within her, causing her blood to surge and her eyes to blaze with fervent admiration. Wu Tian sensed a disturbance behind him and turned to glance at Xiaoqi. "My boy, why the sudden surge of anger?" After confirming that Xiaoqi exhibited no other abnormalities, he chose to disregard him. Xiaoqi, filled with admiration for Wu Tian, was taken aback that even his slight emotional fluctuations could be perceived by his master. He felt fortunate for his earlier impulsive decision to seek Wu Tian as his mentor. Presently, Xiaoqi was in a state of exhilaration, while Xiaojiao observed with concern, pondering whether his brother had recently suffered a blow to the head. "Excuse me. Do you offer accommodations at the Zui Xianlu?" Wu Tian inquired, as he recalled that most taverns typically provided lodging. The attendant promptly responded with respect, "Indeed, we do. Behind Zui Xianlu lies the Zui Xian Garden, specifically prepared for esteemed guests like yourself. Please, follow me." He then led the group downstairs, around the tavern, and onto a narrow path at the rear. After a few minutes, a courtyard emerged before them, captivating their eyes with an array of exotic flowers and trees, exuding a delightful fragrance that rejuvenated the spirit, akin to a sudden return to a paradise from the bustling city. At the entrance of the garden stood a towering stone, approximately 5 to 6 meters high, inscribed with the 3 characters for Zui Xian Garden. The entire garden spanned a vast area, yet it housed only 5 buildings, each divided into 2 stories, separated by several hundred meters, resembling independent residences rather than typical guest house accommodations. "Attendant, this place does not seem like ordinary lodging. It resembles individual houses," Wu Tian remarked in confusion. The attendant replied while walking, "As you have observed, Mr. Sun, the Zui Xian Garden is indeed not ordinary guest house quarters. In truth, we do not provide lodging at Zui Xianlu. This garden was specially designed for distinguished guests like yourself. Consequently, most people are unaware that Zuaxian Garden exists within Zuaxian Lu. The attendant guided them to the central house, opened the door, and ushered them inside. The interior was undeniably opulent, clearly not suited for just anyone. It appears that no one resides in this Zuaxian Garden, Wu Tian noted as he surveyed the surroundings. The attendant offered a wry smile. What you may not know, sir, is that our Tianyun city is a small border town of the Great Tang Empire. Although Zuaxian Lu is renowned, it seldom sees prominent figures passing through. Thus, since its establishment, you are the first guest to stay in Zuaxian Garden. Upon hearing this, Wu Tian felt a sense of nobility wash over him, and he couldn't help but laugh heartily. Haha, little waiter, your words leave me somewhat flattered. The waiter, drenched in cold sweat, hurriedly replied, I dare not. Little waiter, Wu Tian continued, please prepare a bath for them, and help procure a new set of clothes for them. Once they are cleaned up, take them to enjoy a hearty meal. With that, he tossed a purple crystal coin to the waiter. The waiter, upon seeing the coin, quickly returned it to Wu Tian, exclaiming, this is unacceptable. How could our humble establishment accept Sir Sun's money? Such tasks are my duty, and no payment is required. Wu Tian was taken aback, as it was the first time he had encountered an inn where food and lodging came at no cost. He jested, little waiter, do you have some ulterior motive or request? Startled, the waiter quickly clarified, Sir Sun. It is our policy at the Drunken Immortal in that individuals of your esteemed status enjoy complimentary services, both here and at the Drunken Immortal Garden. This is an unyielding rule set by our head manager. Wu Tian chuckled, finding this regulation quite amusing, though he remained puzzled about his standing in the waiter's eyes. Nonetheless, he resolved not to indulge in free hospitality, as he believed in the adage that one should not take advantage of others' generosity. After all, this money was not his own, and spending it would not cause him distress. Enough of your refusals. Take the coin and accept it. I am not accustomed to feasting for free. You may leave now. I will call for you if needed. The waiter, recognizing Wu Tian's firm demeanor, pondered for a moment before reluctantly nodding. Very well, I shall attend to your requests immediately. Should you require anything else, do not hesitate to inform me. Once the waiter departed, Wu Tian turned to Bulma and said, Bulma, I entrust these two to your care. I must enter a brief period of seclusion. We can address any matters once I emerge. Bulma, upon hearing that Wu Tian intended to isolate himself again, protested, Oh, Tianji, why must you retreat so soon after arriving on this planet? Can't it wait a while longer? Wu Tian sighed, I wish it could. But my internal energy appears to be in disarray, and I must resolve this immediately. Otherwise, I fear it may lead to unforeseen ailments. Be obedient, all right? Understanding the gravity of the situation, Bulma ceased her objections, albeit reluctantly. Fine. Just be swift in your return. Rest assured, I shall emerge by tomorrow at the latest. He then addressed the two children. You must listen to your older sister. Should anything arise, we will discuss it when I return, understood? The siblings chorused, understood, master. From the tone of the waiter, it was evident that the drunken immortal held considerable influence, one that even the city lord dared not challenge. As long as Bulma and the others remained within the inn, they should be safe. Wu Tian could then focus on his cultivation with peace of mind. Wu Tian sat cross-legged on the bed, his hands resting gently on his thighs, eyes closed in contemplation. He had been on this planet for several hours. Yet his vital energy had not seen even the slightest replenishment. Instead, it had diminished due to his previous exertions. Although this loss was trivial for Wu Tian, the absence of incoming energy in the face of outflow instilled a sense of unease. During these hours, he allowed his internal energy to circulate freely. Yet he was unable to absorb even a modicum of spiritual essence for replenishment. It was as if the spiritual essence was vehemently repelled by the vital energy within him, creating a palpable sense of discord. With his eyes closed, Wu Tian silently recited the meditation mantra. In a short while, his consciousness became clear and tranquil, and the once ceaseless flow of vital energy within him gradually came to a halt. Thus, he quietly returned to his dantian, feeling it swell with fullness, as if it were about to burst. The vital energy lay still within the dantian like stagnant water, utterly motionless. This was Wu Tian's first attempt at completely stilling the vital energy within him, and he felt quite inexperienced. Even the slightest movement caused the dantian to begin to stir, as if it yearned to break free. Wu Tian silently shook his head, sighing. It appeared that his mastery over the vital energy was still far from sufficient, which explained the arduous struggle he faced in breaking through to the 9th level. If only he could manipulate the vital energy with such ease and precision. he would be nearing his goal. Wu Tian, with a focused mind, divides his attention, suppressing the true energy within his dantian to prevent its circulation, while the other part of his consciousness begins to slowly perceive the surrounding spiritual energy. Although the dantian is restrained, the meridians within Wu Tian's body are still capable of absorbing the external spiritual essence. While this process is undeniably slower compared to when the dantian is in command, it does not hinder his exploration of the external spiritual energy at this moment. Wu Tian allowed his entire being to unwind, guiding his thoughts through every pore of his body. Soon, he sensed the external spiritual energy gradually converging towards him. As he felt the rich, ethereal energy slowly permeating his form, Wu Tian experienced no sense of discomfort. He understood that drawing this energy into his body was not a challenging feat. The true difficulty lay in harmonizing the external spiritual energy with the nine-yang true qi residing in his dantian. At present, his intention was to delve into the nature of this foreign energy. Indeed, as he had surmised, after clearing the meridians of the nine-yang true qi, they were now filled with the external spiritual energy, quietly resting within Wu Tian's channels without dissipating. He felt no discomfort. The external energy resembled the ordinary spiritual essence found on Earth, albeit far more concentrated and pure, requiring little refinement. As he sensed the true qi within his meridians, Wu Tian could not help but smile wryly. This outcome was not what he had anticipated. The true qi in his meridians exhibited no anomalies, leaving him at a loss for how to proceed with his research. Wu Tian dispersed all of his vital energy from the lower half of his body, retaining only a substantial portion in the upper half. With utmost caution, he released a wisp of vital energy from his dantian. The moment this energy coursed into his meridians, it surged forth like a dragon entering the vast ocean, swirling rapidly within. At that instant, as the Jiuyang vital energy infiltrated the meridians, the pre-existing energy within them stirred as if roused from a deep slumber, bristling with alertness and gathering together. Yet, this solitary wisp of Jiuyang vital energy remained undeterred, continuing to roll and tumble through the meridians. Wu Tian was taken aback. He had just distinctly sensed an emotion emanating from the true energy within his meridians. Indeed, it was an emotion. Initially believing it to be a mere illusion, he concentrated fully to perceive the movements of this true energy. He observed that wherever the strand of Jiuyang true energy traversed, the original true energy seemed to flee in terror, hastily escaping from Wu Tian's meridians and vanishing entirely. This Jiuyang true energy was remarkably domineering. Wu Tian sealed that strand of Jiuyang true energy within his dantian and, with a renewed intention, soon found his meridians brimming once more with true energy. Attempting the same maneuver as before, he achieved identical results. After several repetitions, Wu Tian became convinced that the spiritual energy in this world possessed an extraordinary sentience, as if it were imbued with life, which was truly astounding. Wu Tian once again sealed his dantian. As the spiritual energy from the outside world filled his entire dantian, he ceased all movements and refrained from invoking the nine-yang true qi within his body. His intent was twofold. First, to observe whether the true qi within his meridians would remain tranquil, and second, to seize this opportunity to refine his control over the nine-yang true qi. Today, he discovered that this very energy instilled within him a sense of helplessness, particularly in critical moments when it felt utterly beyond his grasp, filling him with profound shame. Should his grandfather from his previous life learn of this, it is likely that his martial arts would be rendered ineffective, prohibiting him from practicing the nine-yang technique ever again. In Wu Tian's mind, clarity reigned supreme, as if time itself had been forgotten. His body lay still, both internally and externally, with even his breath becoming exceedingly faint, taking a mere whisper of air after several seconds, resembling that of a lifeless corpse. Wu Tian's dual consciousness resided in a state of ethereal clarity. One aspect of his mind restrained the dantian, while the other guided the external spiritual energy, both functioning independently, a remarkable manifestation of the art of multitasking. It felt as though an eternity had passed, yet it also seemed but a fleeting moment. Suddenly, Wu Tian sensed a shift within. He observed, with growing alarm, that the true qi within his meridians was gradually vanishing without any forewarning. What could this possibly mean? Upon inspection, Wu Tian found no signs of leakage in the Jiuyang true qi. With a bitter smile, Wu Tian reflected on the peculiar nature of the world's spiritual energy, which left no room for distraction. Once more, he filled his meridians with spiritual energy, his mind quietly observing the fluctuations of true qi within. After more than an hour, Wu Tian suddenly sensed a fleeting surge of inexplicable emotion, followed by the gradual disappearance of true qi within his meridians. No external factors seemed to be at play. The true qi simply vanished once again without reason. After several attempts, he noted that the duration of the external spiritual energy's presence within his meridians grew increasingly brief. After countless trials, he ultimately found that as soon as the spiritual energy entered his meridians, it would simply cease to exist, leaving Wu Tian with a chill in his heart. His brows furrowed in contemplation. He willed the surrounding spiritual energy to rush towards him once more. He guided the energy to cling to his physical form, preventing its entry into the meridians. After a few minutes, Wu Tian felt a sensation of swelling throughout his body, realizing that his physical vessel had reached its limit. He shook his head inwardly, recognizing that the energy his body could store was far too meager, a stark contrast to the vast reserves of the Dantian. The spiritual energy surged restlessly across his body, eager to delve deeper into his being, unlike the energy on Earth that was absorbed by the flesh. It was clear that compatibility was lacking. He had not anticipated such a strong repulsion from the world's spiritual energy. Suddenly, his body heated up, and the energy that had been swirling within erupted outward. Confounded by the resistance his body had just exhibited, he attempted to absorb the external spiritual energy once more. After several repetitions, he finally discerned the issue. The external spiritual energy could not be absorbed by his body, not because it rejected him as an outsider, but rather, it was his body that repelled the incoming spiritual energy. Wu Tian couldn't help but let out a bitter smile, pondering for quite some time. He surmised that it was likely the nine-yang true qi at play. His physical body, having long been permeated by the essence of nine-yang true qi, seemed to resonate with it, as if the nine-yang true qi were the natural nemesis of the external spiritual energy, which was indeed a plausible notion. Contemplating the distinctions between the external spiritual energy and the nine-yang true qi, he found himself at an impasse after much deliberation. The only explanation he could conjure revolved around the techniques employed, or perhaps that the spiritual energy of Earth was of a higher caliber than that of this realm. However, this line of thought soon faltered, for the spiritual energy of this planet was undeniably more abundant than that found on Earth, which, by all logical standards, should not render it inferior. Wu Tian awoke from his meditation, his eyes fluttering open, just as he was about to rise from his bed. A sudden flash of inspiration struck him, causing him to slap his forehead in realization. He had nearly forgotten about the fire spirit fruit. With a mere thought, Wu Tian summoned a fiery fruit, gently gesturing into the void with his right hand. Drawing upon his inner energy, he gathered a sphere of energy within moments. Observing the ethereal orb, reminiscent of a blue ball and almost transparent, it danced delicately in Wu Tian's palm. An ordinary person would remain oblivious to the presence of this energy. As Wu Tian continuously channeled his inner force, the aura to his right began to accumulate in ever-increasing abundance, soon enveloping the entire room in its luminous essence. With a gentle yet decisive pressure from his left hand, Wu Tian crushed the fire energy fruit, unleashing an exceptionally rich surge of fire energy that enveloped the entire room. Observing the fiery energy diffuse through the air, it became apparent that it did not clash with the surrounding spiritual energy, nor did the external spiritual essence exhibit any anomalies. Without Wu Tian's guidance, the two energies swiftly dissipated. It seems that the issue lies with my Zhiyang true qi. It appears that I cannot linger on this planet for long. This visit may have been in vain, as I am unable to absorb the external spiritual energy for cultivation. The aspiration to transcend to the 9th level of Jiuyang Gong seems unattainable. Although I possess the fire energy fruit, it is merely a source of pure energy, serving only to replenish and absorb energy. It offers no assistance whatsoever in breaking through one's cultivation realm. The practice of internal martial arts invariably involves an understanding of nature and the environment. While this may sound somewhat esoteric, it is indeed a profound truth, particularly as Wu Tian strives to penetrate the innate mirror at this juncture. Wu Tian let out a sigh, settled onto the bed, and opened the door to step outside. As he swung the door ajar, a muffled grunt reached his ears. The sun was now high in the sky, casting a brilliant light on a splendid day. Wu Tian realized he had been cultivating within his room for an entire night, yet he felt not a trace of fatigue. At that moment, Shaoqi was beneath a tree, wielding a battered sword and clearly practicing his swordplay. Wu Tian observed intently as Shaoqi gripped the sword with both hands. His movements slow, and the techniques remarkably simple. After performing a sequence, he would restart, continuously repeating the motions. Though the pace appeared leisurely, each action was grounded, powerful, and imbued with a striking presence. Upon closer inspection, Wu Tian recognized the boy dancing with the sword as the same little beggar from yesterday. He couldn't help but admire the boy's appearance, a handsome face with defined features, slightly tanned skin, and profound eyes. His youthful visage radiated righteousness, and each movement exuded a certain valiance. What a strikingly gallant youth! Such an aura is bound to captivate the hearts of many young ladies. Wu Tian nodded quietly, recognizing that Xiaoqi was indeed a promising candidate for martial arts. What stood out the most was his diligence, observing Xiaoqi practice tirelessly. It was evident that he possessed great perseverance. Coupled with his remarkable appearance, Wu Tian found himself contemplating the idea of taking him as a disciple. As Wu Tian turned to the right, he beheld two figures seated beneath another tree, Bulma and little Jiao. Upon seeing little Jiao's appearance, Wu Tian couldn't help but marvel. At that moment, little Jiao was adorned in a delicate yellow garment, exuding a distinctly modern flair, undoubtedly crafted by Bulma herself. Her long hair cascaded gracefully, framing her cherubic face, while her large, glistening eyes, reminiscent of shimmering droplets, closed gently, lending her an enchanting allure. Her fair complexion, complemented by rosy lips, rendered her akin to a diminutive fairy. Though still possessing the innocence of youth, little Jiao was already captivating. In a few years, she would likely mesmerize all who laid eyes upon her. Bulma, too, donned a similar soft yellow ensemble, mirroring little Jiao's attire perfectly. While it might have been acceptable for them to be apart, the sight of them walking together in tandem gave Wu Tian the impression of witnessing two mates. At that moment, little Seven caught sight of Wu Tian and felt her heart skip a beat as she approached, bowing slightly in greeting. "Good morning, master." Wu Tian curled his lips and nodded, inquiring, "Are you practicing swordsmanship?" "Indeed, master. I have secretly learned from a nearby bodyguard, but I am unaware of the name of the technique." Observing Xiaoqi's timid demeanor, Wu Tian remarked with a hint of boredom, "There is no need for such apprehension. I am not a threat. Maintain a composed demeanor. Otherwise, how can one navigate through life?" Xiaoqi felt a bittersweet smile arise within him. He did not wish to feel this way. Yet, in Wu Tian's presence, an intangible pressure weighed heavily upon him. Were it not for Wu Tian's relatively tranquil gaze, he might not have dared to stand beside him. Noticing Xiaoqi's discomfort, Wu Tian shifted the topic, asking, "Do you have a particular fondness for swordsmanship?" Wu Tian seized the great sword from Xiaoqi's grasp. It felt weighty in his hands, approximately 60 kilograms. Observing Xiaoqi's petite frame, standing at around 1 meter 30 to 40, it was hard to fathom how she managed to wield such a formidable weapon. "Indeed, my admiration for swordsmanship runs deep. All inhabitants of the Xinjiang continent revere the way of the sword, and I am no exception." Wu Tian inquired curiously, "The way of the sword? The blade is not inferior. So why do the people of Xinjiang continent revere the sword path?" Xiaoqi, puzzled by her master's question, replied, "The way of the blade is, after all, a lesser path compared to the sword. For thousands of years, countless sword deities have emerged from Xinjiang continent, while not a single blade deity has ever appeared." Observing Xiaoqi's fervent expression, Wu Tian retorted, "Humph. Although I do not comprehend the significance of the sword and blade deities you speak of, let me assure you that nothing in this world is absolute. As the saying goes, all paths lead to the same destination, as long as you strive. There is nothing unattainable. The blade is no less than the sword. It merely reflects your lack of understanding of the blade." Xiaoqi, not one to be obstinate, found some merit in Wu Tian's words, yet her affinity for the blade remained scant. Noticing her silence, Wu Tian continued, "If you wish to take me as your master, I fear you may be disappointed, for I do not possess knowledge of any sword techniques. The foundation of martial arts lies not in the forms of combat, but in internal strength. Even if your sword skills are unparalleled, without the support of inner power, all is but an illusion." Upon hearing this, Xiaoqi felt a mix of disappointment, resentment, and confusion, gazing at Wu Tian with an expression of bewilderment. Wu Tian gazed at Xiaoqi and said, to speak candidly, "I am not of this world. I hail from a distant planet and have arrived here purely by chance. Moreover, I have only been here for 2 days." Xiaoqi, left in a state of confusion, grasped only that this master was not of their realm and was unlike them. Coupled with Wu Tian's earlier statements, it became clear that this master possessed no understanding of swordsmanship, which ultimately left her feeling a deep sense of disappointment. Wu Tian, with his keen insight, discerned the thoughts of Xiaoqi and could not help but utter, "Though I hail from a different realm than yours, it does not imply that I possess nothing to impart to you. As for my martial arts, I have yet to grasp how they are categorized in your world. Hence, it is difficult to ascertain, but but I am confident that my skills should not pale in comparison to the so-called sword god you mentioned. Upon hearing this, a glint of excitement flickered in Xiaoqi's eyes as she fixed her gaze intently upon Wu Tian. Observing her reaction, Wu Tian couldn't suppress a smile of pride and stepped aside. Addressing Xiaoqi, allow me to demonstrate my palm techniques, and we shall see which is more formidable, the sword god you speak of or my mastery of the palm. Assuming his stance, Wu Tian commenced the practice of the splitting sun palm. Initially, Xiaoqi found his technique to be captivating yet seemingly ordinary, despite its intricate appearance. Although practitioners of palm techniques were few, she felt capable of discerning their merits. However, her initial judgment was swiftly overturned. As Wu Tian accelerated his movements, an aura began to coalesce around him, becoming faintly visible. Trembling, Xiaoqi murmured to herself, "Is this the legendary sacred domain? Is it only achievable by a martial sage?" With Wu Tian's martial prowess in motion, the surrounding spiritual energy was stirred by the currents generated from his splitting sun palm, causing the nearby trees and flora to rustle vigorously, the sounds growing increasingly pronounced. Streams of energy flowed rapidly, creating an enchanting spectacle. Bulma and her companion had long been drawn to the commotion, accustomed to the disturbances Wu Tian created. However, Xiaojiao beside her was exhilarated, cheering and pulling Bulma along, exclaiming how delightful it was, reminiscent of a circus performance. As Wu Tian's pace began to decelerate, tranquility gradually returned to the surroundings. Xiaoqi initially presumed the display had culminated, only to witness Wu Tian crossing his hands, then thrusting them forward. A pale yellow silhouette of a palm surged forth from his hands, expanding as it advanced. The sound of cracking reverberated as it passed, leaving no trace in its wake until it extended nearly 100 meters before gradually vanishing. Xiaoqi was left utterly astounded. Her jaw agape as if she could fit 2 eggs inside, while Xiaojiao clapped enthusiastically, cheering in delight. After a moment of silence, Wu Tian gazed at Xiaojiao, unable to contain himself as he enveloped her in his embrace, gently pinching her delicate face. "Xiaojiao, was Master S palm technique exquisite just now?" he inquired. Xiaojiao beamed and nodded vigorously. "Was the technique that Master taught you good?" Yes. Master, I wish to learn it," she exclaimed, her earlier excitement palpable. However, Xiaojiao's demeanor suddenly shifted, her spirit dampening as she added, But Xiaojiao cannot learn it anymore." With that, she looked at Wu Tian, her expression filled with dejection. Wu Tian, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Well, how should I put this? My brother mentioned that one cannot cultivate both magic and martial arts simultaneously, and Xiaojiao is unable to practice martial skills." Yukong furrowed his brow and inquired, "What is this magic martial arts? What does it mean?" Beside him, Bulma approached and glanced at Xiaojiao, asking, "Xiaojiao, are you referring to magic and martial skills?" Xiaojiao nodded, her expression one of displeasure. "Magic, you say?" Yukong's face contorted at the revelation. "Brother Tian, you are unaware that Xiaojiao is quite remarkable. She is indeed a sorceress." Wu Tian took a deep breath, his mind racing as he contemplated the possibility that this world might be a realm of magic. With a sudden thought, an energy orb the size of a basketball materialized in his hand. He turned to Xiaojiao and exclaimed, "Doesn't this resemble a kind of magic?" With that, he propelled the energy orb skyward. "Wow, it's magic. Master, are you also a magician?" Xiaojiao exclaimed in delight upon witnessing Wu Tian's energy orb. Wu Tian replied with a smile, "Look, ISNT Master impressive. Master can also cast magic, which means he can teach you the art of combat." "Really? Can I truly learn martial arts? Hooray. Once I master it, I will confront those evildoers, especially Lu'er." Meanwhile, the little one, Qi, stood in utter astonishment at Wu Tian's exuberance, gazing at the group as they frolicked and laughed together. After playfully frolicking with Xiaojiao for a while, Wu Tian turned his gaze towards the still-dazed Xiaoqi. Approaching with a smile, he inquired, "Well, what do you think of my martial prowess? How does it compare to the sword god in your eyes?" Upon seeing Wu Tian, Xiaoqi involuntarily shuddered, his eyes failing to meet Wu Tian's gaze. Stammering, he replied, "Master's skills are truly remarkable. As for who is more formidable, I cannot say. The most powerful individuals I have encountered are merely grand martial artists. While the sword god is but a legendary figure, one scarcely found across the entire continent." With a casual flick of his lips, Wu Tian remarked, "You are aware that I am not of this world. Having witnessed my martial prowess, do you still wish to take me as your master, despite my lack of mastery in swordsmanship?" Although Wu Tian appeared to speak nonchalantly, his words resonated with an awe-inspiring authority that he himself was unaware of. It was as if he sought to test Xiaoqi's resolve. Should Xiaoqi exhibit even the slightest hesitation, it would signify a lack of steadfastness in his convictions, rendering him unworthy of becoming Wu Tian's disciple. He had no desire to take on a student lightly. As Wu Tian concluded his statement, Xiaoqi felt an overwhelming pressure wash over him, leaving him breathless, his eyes instantly bloodshot. Yet, determination gleamed in his gaze as he gritted his teeth and nodded fervently, proclaiming, "I am willing. I wish to become your disciple." Wu Tian, with a gentle smile, fixed his gaze upon Xiaoqi. Upon seeing the steadfast determination in Xiaoqi's eyes, a smile graced his lips as he inquired, "Do you have any regrets?" Xiaoqi felt an immense lightness envelop him, the weight of pressure dissipating entirely. Cold sweat cascaded down his forehead as he respectfully replied, "I have no regrets." "Ha!" Wu Tian couldn't help but let out a hearty laugh, his voice resonating with joy as he looked skyward. "Let us commence the apprenticeship. Bulma, prepare the tea." With that, he strode into the house alone. Bulma, upon hearing this, was filled with excitement, embracing Xiaojiao in a jubilant cheer. Wu Tian had given considerable thought to taking on disciples. Firstly, in this world, he required a guide, preferably one who would not divulge his true identity. Otherwise, he could very well attract unnecessary troubles. Given Xiaoqi's prior background, it was clear that his understanding of various information surpassed that of an ordinary person. Although Xiaoqi appeared youthful, he was undoubtedly astute. Otherwise, he would not have managed to survive under the auspices of young Master Lu. Secondly, the plight of the siblings tugged at Wu Tian's heart, as they seemed utterly destitute and pitiable. He was a compassionate individual. Moreover, the siblings bore an extraordinary potential that surpassed the ordinary, making them promising candidates for discipleship. While he was uncertain whether they could cultivate his nine-yang technique, he held great confidence in his abilities. Even if they could not master it, he could still aid them in acquiring the most formidable martial arts secrets in this world, a task he deemed well within his capabilities. Lastly, there lingered a hint of personal ambition within him. He mused on the notion of having disciples scattered throughout the universe, ideally among the mightiest of planets. How immensely proud and fulfilled that would make him. The two siblings raised their teacups with both hands, kneeling before Wu Tian. He accepted the cups, savoring a sip before helping them to their feet. Thus, a simple yet profound ceremony of apprenticeship was elegantly completed. Wu Tian gazed at the two individuals before him, recognizing that the ceremony of apprenticeship could not proceed without the customary gifts. With a mere thought, 10 celestial beans in 2 small cloth pouches resembling incense sachets materialized in his hands. He carefully placed 5 celestial beans into each pouch, presenting them to the siblings with a solemn expression. "These celestial beans are to be cherished. They are treasures of immense value. As long as you draw breath, consuming even one of these beans will grant you a chance at resurrection. Remember, this should only be used in the most dire of circumstances. And you must ensure that no one discovers your possession of these beans. Otherwise, should misfortune befall you, do not blame your master for not forewarning you." Upon hearing this, Xiaoqi was taken aback, astonished that such a miraculous elixir existed in the world. He understood that his master would never deceive him and recognized the profound significance of his potion for them. With great care, he tucked the celestial beans into his pocket, feeling an unsettling sensation as he did so. Meanwhile, Xiaojiao had already unfastened the pouch, withdrawing one celestial bean and examining it with curiosity. Is this what they call a celestial bean? It looks quite delectable," she mused. "Xiaojiao," Xiaoqi exclaimed in surprise, swiftly snatching the celestial bean from her grasp and returning it to the pouch. "This is a divine elixir. How could you be so careless?" Xiaojiao pouted, her lips forming a sulky line as she gazed up at her brother. Upon hearing this, Wu Tian could not help but chuckle. It seemed that little Jiao was quite the foodie. Casting a glance at little Qi, he cradled little Jiao in his arms, pinching her nose as he said, "Little Jiao, do not be mischievous. This is a life-saving celestial bean and must not be consumed carelessly. Do you understand?" Observing the stark contrast in how his master and brother treated her, little Qi could not help but huff softly, eliciting a bittersweet smile from her. Little Jiao then looked at Wu Tian, her face lighting up with a smile as she innocently inquired, "Master, when can I eat it?" Faced with little Jiao's adorably naive expression, Wu Tian felt overwhelmed, unsure of how to respond. He called over Bulma, entrusted little Jiao to her care, and retrieved a generous handful of snacks from the dragon ring to offer to little Jiao. "Little Qi, I am still unaware of the true names of you siblings, nor how old you both are," he remarked. Little Qi respectfully replied, "In response to the master, my original name is Lu Feng. I am 12 years old, and my younger sister is Lu Yan, who is 8 years old." Wu Tian exclaimed in astonishment, for little Jiao appeared to be only 4 or 5 years of age, entirely unreflective of an 8-year-old girl. Contemplating the siblings' circumstances, he could not help but feel a pang of sorrow in his heart, letting out a quiet sigh. Master, what is the name of our sect? Upon hearing this, Wu Tian was momentarily taken aback, scratching his head in contemplation. He had not anticipated the establishment of a sect. In his previous life, founding a martial arts faction was no trivial matter. A single misstep could lead to annihilation if one's strength proved insufficient. However, the circumstances here were different. He was confident that with his own prowess, he could indeed create a sect. Let it be named the Jiang sect, with myself as its inaugural leader, and you shall be the esteemed senior brother. Ah, no, that is incorrect. You are the second senior brother, for there exists another. The esteemed son Wukong, who resides in my world. I shall have the opportunity to introduce him to you. Little Wukong was blissfully unaware that he had already become Wu Tian's disciple, and indeed, the first disciple of the newly founded sect. Wu Tian experienced little hesitation in selecting the name for his sect, ultimately deciding on Jiang sect, as he had just ascended to the position of sect leader. He felt an immediate elevation in status, which significantly enhanced his demeanor and lifted his spirits. A sudden surge of energy coursed through him, unexpectedly strengthening his mental acuity. Xiaoqi, sensing this transformation in her master, found it quite perplexing. Wu Tian did not anticipate such a delightful surprise. After his initial joy, he turned to Xiaoqi and inquired, Xiaoqi, could you enlighten me about the martial arts system in your world? Xiaoqi eagerly nodded and shared his knowledge with Wu Tian. It turned out that this world is divided into warriors and mages, each encompassing 8 distinct levels. The warrior classifications are as follows: Junior Warrior, Warrior, Senior Warrior, Junior Master, Master, Senior Master, Martial Sage, and Martial Deity. The primary categories consist of warriors, masters, and martial sages, while martial deities have transcended the realm of mortals and ascended to divinity. Each tier of warriors is further divided into 3 ranks, while masters comprise 6 ranks, and both martial sages and deities consist of 9 ranks. Mages, too, are categorized into 8 levels: Magic Apprentice, Novice Mage, Intermediate Mage, Advanced Mage, Grand Mage, Magic Tutor, Mage Sage, and Mage Deity, each level also divided into 9 ranks. What a peculiar classification. What level of warrior are you at present? Wu Tian asked Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi proudly responded, I am currently a 3rd-tier warrior and shall soon advance to the rank of senior warrior. Wu Tian could not help but roll his eyes, exclaiming, what kind of warrior are you? As my disciple, you should not even claim to be my apprentice unless you reach the rank of martial sage. Xiaoqi offered a bitter smile, for the notion of becoming a martial sage seemed utterly fantastical to him. Yet, that had been his dream prior. Now, with such a mentor, even attaining the status of a martial god appeared within the realm of possibility. By the way, what did you mean by sword god? How does it differ from martial god? Wu Tian inquired. It's quite simple. All practitioners of martial arts are collectively referred to as warriors. Once you attain the level of martial sage, you will receive a title of respect. Those who wield swords are known as sword sages or sword gods, while those who use blades are called blade gods, and those who handle firearms are termed gun gods. It's rather cumbersome, isn't it? Why not simply refer to everyone as martial gods? Upon hearing Wu Tian's complaints, Xiaoqi responded, well, I cannot say for certain. This nomenclature has been in place for thousands of years across the continent. And what about magic? How is it categorized? Xiaoqi shook his head. I am not entirely sure about that. I only have a general understanding of the classifications, but the specifics elude me. The Tian continent is predominantly known for its warriors, while magicians are rather scarce. It is said that the Maya continent is the true domain of magicians. Wu Tian furrowed his brow and inquired, who imparted the magic to little Jiao? Upon mentioning little Jiao, little Qi shook his head and replied, her magic was taught to her by an old woman. 3 years ago, we rescued this elderly lady, who proclaimed little Jiao to be a prodigy of magic and thus began to instruct her. However, the instruction was rather minimal, for the very next day after her rescue, the old woman passed away. As a result, little Jiao has only mastered a fragment of light magic, sufficient merely to heal minor injuries, but utterly incapable of inflicting harm. Wu Tian placed his hands gently upon Xiaoqi's back, a stream of vital energy gradually permeating through his palms and into Xiaoqi's body. An overwhelming warmth enveloped him, eliciting a soft sigh of comfort. The true energy of Wu Tian flowed effortlessly into Xiaoqi's body, not merely entering the meridians, but permeating throughout. Seeking to explore the intricate structure of Xiaoqi's physique, wherever the true energy traversed, it resonated as if it were part of itself. With every muscle and bone structure vividly sensed, Xiaoqi's anatomy closely resembled his own, possessing meridians as well. However, the muscles exhibited an extraordinary vitality, as if each muscle were breathing in unison, exhibiting a remarkable strength that far surpassed that of contemporary humans on Earth. Wu Tian was astonished upon observing this. He had not anticipated that the inhabitants of this planet would possess such formidable physiques. He previously believed that the physical condition of Earthlings was already quite extraordinary. However, in comparison to the denizens of this planet, they fell significantly short. Moreover, their meridians were distinctly visible, unlike those of Earthlings, whose meridians had nearly fused with their muscles. Upon observing the meridians within Xiaoqi, Wu Tian commenced to articulate various precautions. Once Xiaoqi nodded in acknowledgement, Wu Tian began to channel his vital energy through Xiaoqi's meridians, endeavoring to clear the obstructions within. After half an hour, all the primary meridians that could be unblocked had been successfully opened by Wu Tian, leaving only those that Xiaoqi must clear through his own efforts. With the unblocking of his primary meridians, Xiaoqi transformed from an individual of negligible strength into a practitioner of moderate skill. This remarkable feat was attributed to Xiaoqi's unique constitution and the adeptness of Wu Tian, which facilitated such an effortless process. Had this been an individual from Earth in a previous life, even with Wu Tian's assistance, it would have been impossible to achieve this milestone without several days of dedicated effort. Following the unblocking of the meridians, Wu Tian guided his vital energy to establish a pathway within Xiaoqi's body, instructing him to memorize it. After several repetitions ensured Xiaoqi's comprehension, Wu Tian gradually withdrew his vital energy. The pathway left behind was not the route of the Jiang skill, but rather an advanced foundational technique of internal cultivation. Typically, the cultivation of internal energy necessitates a profound sensitivity to the breath, yet with Wu Tian's guidance, much time was saved. It had taken Wu Tian himself over a month to develop such sensitivity. The cultivation of internal energy is best undertaken through one's own perception of the breath, thereby allowing the practitioner to cultivate a unique form of vital energy. Relying on others for this sensitivity inevitably results in the retention of certain qualities of another's energy. Much like a set of martial arts techniques practiced by 100 individuals, each practitioner would inevitably display distinct variations reflective of their individual characteristics. Unfortunately for Xiaoqi, due to cultural disparities, many terminologies associated with the techniques were beyond his comprehension. Wu Tian could only impart his knowledge through experiential teaching, articulating his insights for Xiaoqi to absorb. If Wu Tian wishes to pass down his martial arts legacy in this world, he ultimately must wait until Xiaoqi reaches a certain level of mastery. Only then can he synthesize his teachings with the cultural nuances of this realm. However, this endeavor may well be a matter of decades into the future. Wu Tian not only unblocked the main meridians of Xiaoqi, but also left a trace of innate vitality within him, equivalent to several years of his own cultivation. For Wu Tian, this trace of innate energy was of little consequence. With his current level of mastery, he could restore himself within half a day. As Xiaoqi opened his eyes and sensed the transformations within his body, he experienced a remarkable journey from excruciating pain to an exhilarating warmth coursing through him, enveloping him in a delightful sensation. Wu Tian gazed at Xiaoqi and inquired, "How do you feel? Is there any difference compared to before?" Xiaoqi, gradually attuning to the residual strands of true energy within, replied, "It seems my strength has significantly increased, and I feel an indescribable comfort throughout my body." "Indeed," Wu Tian affirmed. "You are merely at the beginning. You have yet to harness the true energy within you. Once you master the cultivation technique I have imparted, you will truly comprehend the profundity of internal martial arts." "How peculiar," Xiaoqi remarked. "This true energy appears to be vastly different from the vital energy I have heard about." Wu Tian raised his eyebrows in curiosity and inquired, "Vital energy? What is this vital energy? I have heard from others that vital energy can only be cultivated after one reaches the warrior level. As long as one can absorb elemental energy into their body, they can be considered to have entered the realm of a junior warrior. Only then can one truly be regarded as a martial artist." "Vital energy, you say? From your description, it seems that the vital energy practiced in your world resembles my true energy quite closely. The only difference appears to be that your requirements are considerably higher." while my true energy cultivation demands far less. Thus, one might conclude that the two are not significantly different. Both rely on the absorption of external spiritual energy to enhance oneself. Xiaoqi, upon hearing this, shook his head. His understanding of vital energy cultivation was rather tenuous, based largely on hearsay. However, he felt a sense of dissonance, as it seemed too divergent from what he knew. Xiaoqi, do you know who possesses the highest martial prowess within Tianyun City? Of course, it is the city lord. He is a disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect and has already attained the rank of a Grand Martial Master, Xiaoqi replied without hesitation. I often hear you speak of the Heavenly Sword sect and Qin Huangtian. Are they truly formidable? Xiaoqi nodded affirmatively, saying, Indeed. Qin Huangtian is the largest sect on the entire continent, and the Heavenly Sword sect is not far behind, being a close second. From your account, it certainly sounds impressive. By the way, the city lord must possess some martial arts manuals, correct? Xiaoqi shook his head, replying, I am not certain. But I have heard that the pinnacle technique of the Heavenly Sword sect is the Heavenly Sword formula, which the city lord, as a Grand Martial Master, has likely already cultivated. As time passed, Wu Tian inquired, is the city lord truly a nefarious villain? Upon hearing this, Xiaoqi retorted with fierce indignation, Indeed, he is. City Lord Lu Neng is a heartless murderer, even more despicable than Lu Er. There was a time when someone unwittingly obstructed his path, and he callously took that person's life. It is said that anyone who offends him faces the annihilation of their entire clan. Humph. It is utterly intolerable for such a wretch to still walk the earth. Xiaoqi sighed, lamenting, alas. What can be done when he hails from the Heavenly Sword sect? With a slight smirk at the corner of his mouth, Wu Tian remarked, This man has little time left. Pray tell, where's the Lord's manor? As midnight struck, the entire Tianyun city lay shrouded in darkness. Its inhabitants had long extinguished their lights and succumbed to slumber. Scattered glimmers of light flickered throughout the city, likely the result of patrolling soldiers. Wu Tian gently leaped into the air, soaring towards the Lord's mansion. The moonlight was exquisite, casting a delightful glow upon him, an indescribable wonder. Gazing intently, he noticed that the moon here was far more beautiful than that on earth. Suspended in the sky, it felt as though he could reach out and touch it. Immersed in the surrounding moonlight, he found it to be gentle and comforting, akin to a form of ethereal energy distinctly different from the chaotic essence experienced during the day. While the daylight energy was abundant yet muddled, the moonlight was remarkably pure, devoid of any impurities. What a marvelous planet this was. Could the moonlight also be a form of spiritual energy? Wu Tian slowly savored the moonlight, circulating his vital energy to begin absorbing its essence. As he felt the moonlight permeate him, there was no sense of resistance. It smoothly flowed into his meridians, unlike the tumultuous sensations of daytime energy. The moonlight, upon entering Wu Tian's meridians, did not conflict with the nine-yang true energy, which brought him joy, as he finally had energy to replenish. However, his elation was short-lived, for although the moonlight energy within his meridians did not clash with the nine-yang true energy, it could not be refined. Instead, it formed a distinct stream of energy that coexisted without interference. At this moment, Wu Tian found himself harboring two forms of energy, one, the innate nine-yang true energy, and the other, the freshly absorbed moonlight energy. Observing the moonlight energy quietly residing within him, he found it peculiar that it felt as familiar as the vital energy he had cultivated over the past decade. Wu Tian earnestly desired to assimilate the lunar energy into his being or to merge it with the Jiuyang true qi. However, despite his relentless efforts, the lunar energy remained indifferent, neither responding to his attempts nor expelling itself from his body. Wu Tian endeavored to manipulate the lunar energy and project it outward, yet it exhibited no potency whatsoever, resembling merely the ordinary air, devoid of any effect. Wu Tian distinctly sensed the ethereal essence emanating from the moonlight energy. It resembled the spiritual vitality of daylight, yet he felt no trace of its formidable power. With a wry smile, he lamented that although he yearned to explore the mysteries of lunar energy, he ultimately expelled all of it from his body. Such inexplicable energy could not be absorbed. It merely occupied space within him, serving no purpose and thus amounting to a waste. Furthermore, should an unforeseen anomaly arise, it would spell trouble. At an altitude of several thousand meters, the higher he ascended, the more abundant the moonlight energy became. Wu Tian sighed, akin to entering a treasure trove filled with invaluable riches yet rendered unusable. Indeed, a profound torment. As Wu Tian's mind sparked with enlightenment, his form shifted, and in an instant, he materialized upon the ground. However, the surrounding lunar energy was markedly sparse. Although it could still be sensed, it paled in comparison to the abundance experienced at great heights. The vast and chaotic spiritual essence had supplanted the lunar energy. The two forms of spiritual essence seemed to delineate their territories, with the ground dominated by the tumultuous spiritual energy, while the realm above remained the domain of the lunar essence. Wu Tian shook his head, unable to unravel the mysteries of the moonlight energy, and thus chose not to dwell on it any longer, making his way directly to the Lord's mansion. The drunken immortal tower was situated more than 10 miles from the Lord's mansion. As he soared through the air, the terrain continuously ascended, and within a few minutes, he beheld the Lord's mansion that Little Seven had mentioned. This mansion was perched atop a mountain, as if the peak had been cleaved away and replaced by the grand structure. Gazing down from the entrance of the mansion, one could see the entirety of Tianyuan City, evoking a sense of overseeing the masses. At the entrance stood a dozen armored soldiers, vigilantly guarding the entrance. Wu Tian, clad in a dark robe, melded with the night as he floated through the air, becoming one with his surroundings. Gradually, he drifted above the Lord's mansion. Although it was night, to Wu Tian, it made no difference. He summoned his inner energy to his eyes and could see with clarity. However, in the darkness, his vision was somewhat limited, allowing him to discern only a few hundred meters around him, and the vibrancy of the day was replaced by a sense of heaviness. At that moment, a faint sound emanated from a corner of the mansion. Wu Tian's figure flickered and appeared at the entrance of the room, deftly avoiding several guards along the way. The sound was familiar. It was unmistakably the second Sun Lu and the proprietress of the cosmetics shop, reveling within the confines of the room, punctuated by the occasional piercing scream. Wu Tian soared into the sky once more, casting his gaze upon the Lord's mansion. Though grand in scale, the estate boasted no more than 100 guards. As Wu Tian surveyed his surroundings, he noticed a particular area teeming with people. Every 5 meters stood a soldier, vigilantly on watch. A smile crept across his face as he swiftly transformed into a mosquito, lazily drifting towards that chamber. Wu Tian silently flew in through the window, surveying the surroundings. It was a bedroom, yet devoid of any occupants. The bed lay empty, and as he gazed at the lavishly arranged items around him, it was evident that this was the chamber of a person of considerable wealth. As Wu Tian transformed back to his original form, he approached a bookshelf, extracting volumes filled with various documents, none of which contained martial arts secrets. It struck him as peculiar that the city lord was not resting in his chamber at such an hour. Could it be that there existed a concealed chamber? The notion grew increasingly plausible in his mind, reminiscent of common occurrences displayed on television. At that moment, the distant sound of galloping hooves echoed through the air, and moments later, footsteps approached Wu Tian's room. A surge of joy coursed through him as he realized that the city lord must have just returned. Once more, he transformed, this time into the likeness of a mosquito. With a creak, a robust middle-aged man, standing at 6 feet tall, entered the room, shut the door, and proceeded to the bedside, lying down with his eyes closed and utterly still. Wu Tian observed him with curiosity, scrutinizing the city lord. Suddenly, the bed trembled, emitting low rumbling sounds as it began to descend rapidly. Alarmed, Wu Tian darted forward. The bed sank nearly 3 meters before the bedboard flipped, allowing the city lord to leap down. Wu Tian discovered it to be an underground level, the entrance artfully concealed. Had it not been for the absence of a door, he might have believed he was still in the chamber above, as the overall arrangement mirrored that of the room above almost perfectly. The city lord retrieved a key and approached a corner, brushing his hand against the wall. Inserting the key, he manipulated it, and the wall trembled, revealing a small opening akin to a door. Inside lay several small brocade boxes, each about the size of a bowl, their contents unknown. However, judging by the city lord's demeanor, it was evident that the items within were likely valuable. At that moment, the city lord produced a palm-sized, deep green object resembling a token, inscribed with the 2 characters Tianjian, the material indiscernible. He clasped the token with both hands, a slight tremor coursing through him, his breath growing rapid. After a moment of contemplation, he exhaled deeply, wrapping the token tightly in a cloth before placing it within the wall. Once more, he touched the wall, which swiftly sealed itself. At the instant the wall closed, Wu Tian sensed the contents within vanish in an instant. As Wu Tian surveyed his surroundings, a spark of joy ignited within him upon glimpsing the titles of the tomes adorning the shelves. Observing the city lord preparing to depart, he hastily followed, neglecting any further examination. The moment they ascended, Wu Tian's thoughts stirred anew, and he swiftly summoned all the items within the room into his dragon ring, leaving no trace behind, not even the teacup or chair. Upon returning to the ground, the city lord opened the door and stepped outside. His expression grave as he summoned several guards and muttered a few words, essentially indicating the need for reinforcements. As Wu Tian stepped outside, his figure flickered and ascended into the air, landing atop the roof of the lord's chamber. He retrieved the Tianjin token from within the dragon ring, examining it meticulously. Under the moonlight, a dazzling blue radiance flickered momentarily. The lord, who was making his way back to the room, seemed to sense something amiss. His eyes narrowed sharply as they fixed upon Wu Tian's direction. The lord, possessing an extraordinary acuity, discerned the presence on the rooftop. The aura emanating from the token was unmistakable. He had been familiar with it for over half a month. In an instant, the lord was consumed by rage, his killing intent surging forth as he lunged towards Wu Tian, intending to intimidate the figure atop the roof with his murderous energy. Wu Tian had not anticipated that the city lord would detect the heavenly sword token. He concealed the token, completely disregarding the menacing aura emanating from the lord. With a cold smirk, he swiftly darted towards the outskirts of the city. The city lord glanced back momentarily, showing no intention of summoning assistance, and promptly retreated into his chamber. Grasping his sword, he hastened to pursue Wu Tian. Intent on probing the city lord's prowess, Wu Tian employed his lightness skill, racing through the thickets while the city lord remained relentless in his pursuit, closely following in Wu Tian's wake. Wu Tian was acutely aware that the speed of the city lord paled in comparison to his own. He resolutely sealed his inner energy, relying solely on his physical prowess. Yet his velocity remained undiminished. However, it was no longer as effortless as before. The two had been engaged in a pursuit through the forest for nearly half an hour. In the depths of the night, two silhouettes darted through the thicket, akin to two panthers, their speed astonishing and nearly impossible to perceive with the naked eye. Wu Tian noticed an open space ahead, executed a swift turn, and halted in the center of the clearing, a smile gracing his face as he awaited the approaching city lord. Wu Tian was astonished. It was his mastery of lightness skills that enabled him to effortlessly distance himself from the city lord. However, he had failed to detect any traces of lightness techniques being employed by the city lord. It appeared that the city lord was pursuing him solely with pure speed, a testament to his formidable prowess. Moments later, the city lord finally arrived, silently positioning himself opposite Wu Tian, merely 7 or 8 meters apart. The ground beneath the city lord's feet had already been compressed more than an inch deep from the force of his sudden stop. With a smile, Wu Tian gazed at the figure before him and inquired, "You must be Lu Ning, the lord of Tianyun City?" Lu Ning, the city lord, fixed his gaze upon Wu Tian, his aura brimming with unmasked hostility directed at him. Observing Lu Ning's silence, Wu Tian chuckled lightly and continued, "It is said that you engage in acts of arson, slaughter, and pillaging without restraint, and that you take particular pleasure in annihilating entire clans. Is that so?" At this, Lu Ning let out a disdainful snort. His eyes locked onto Wu Tian with unwavering intensity. With a slight smirk at the corner of his mouth, Wu Tian produced an object that he playfully waved in his hand. Addressing Lu Ning, "Do not feign profundity with me. This item appears to hold great significance for you. Would you like to reclaim it?" Upon catching sight of the heavenly sword token in Wu Tian's grasp, Lu Ning's heart involuntarily quivered. Taking a deep breath, he inquired with a gravelly voice, "Pray tell, who are you? Why do you oppose me?" Were he an ordinary individual, Lu Ning would have effortlessly silenced his adversary with a single strike. Yet, at this moment, he felt an overwhelming trepidation towards Wu Tian. The depth of Wu Tian's prowess eluded him entirely. This apprehension did not stem from their recent pursuit, but rather from the heavenly sword token that Wu Tian held. It was a token Lu Ning had personally concealed within the hidden wall, and had there been anyone present at that time, he could not have overlooked it. The only plausible explanation was that this individual was extraordinarily formidable, possessing at least the cultivation of a third-grade martial master or higher. Although Lu Ning feigned calmness, seemingly oblivious to the heavenly sword token, the flicker of uncertainty in his eyes betrayed him. "Oh, spare me your pretense. That heavenly sword token must be of great importance to you. I have heard you are a disciple of the heavenly sword sect. Could it be that this token belongs to your sect's leader?" At this, Lu Ning's lips twitched involuntarily, and he refrained from rebuttal. "Not the leader's token? Then did you slay a disciple of your own sect to seize it?" As soon as Wu Tian finished speaking, He sensed an abrupt surge of murderous intent emanating from Lu Ning, his eyes gleaming with a fierce brilliance, as if ready to rend Wu Tian apart at any moment. Wu Tian could not help but smile, saying, "It appears I have guessed correctly for the most part. Indeed, you are a great villain." At that moment, Lu Neng's garments billowed, his aura rising as he addressed Wu Tian. "As long as you relinquish that heavenly sword token, I, the city lord, shall not pursue any past grievances." Wu Tian replied with a scoff, "You truly believe I would be foolish enough to hand it over only to be struck down by you?" With a face full of mockery, Wu Tian regarded Lu Neng. "Then do not blame me for my ruthlessness. I am eager to experience your esteemed skills." With that, Lu Neng suddenly moved, vanishing from sight, only to reappear before Wu Tian, fists clenched, launching a fierce strike towards him. Upon witnessing Lu Neng's remarkable speed, Wu Tian could not help but smile. With his feet slightly apart and his right hand open, he swept sideways to deflect the incoming dual fists. With a resounding bang, both individuals staggered back a few steps. Wu Tian felt a tingling sensation in his right arm, astonished by the sheer strength Lu Neng possessed. Although he had not exerted his full power, it was evident that Lu Neng had also withheld some of his strength in that exchange. Although Wu Tian was burdened by more than 20 times the gravity, he was indeed astounded by Lu Neng's strength. The collision from that recent strike allowed him to witness the sheer terror of his power. The formidable power possessed by Wu Tian is entirely attributable to the gravity device. It is unlikely that this planet harbors similar advanced technology. However, from the force exerted by Lu Neng, there seemed to be no aura present. Upon gauging Wu Tian's strength, Lu Neng could not suppress a derisive smirk, thinking to himself, "Is that all there is?" He launched another assault, yet this time Wu Tian, having learned from his previous experience, deftly evaded the confrontation, sidestepping gracefully and delivering a swift strike to Lu Neng's back. Lu Neng was caught off guard by Wu Tian's rapid response. The blow struck him squarely, causing him to stagger back several paces, though he did not sustain serious injury. The two continued to grapple with their might, yet Lu Neng's techniques were overly simplistic. For Wu Tian, there was no semblance of skill involved. He relied solely on brute strength, easily dodging the attacks. Apart from the initial encounter where Wu Tian felt a slight impact, there were no further direct clashes with Lu Neng. Each of Lu Neng's assaults was repelled by Wu Tian, and with every failed attempt, Lu Neng felt increasingly humiliated, an unprecedented disgrace for him. Despite the enemy's intricate techniques, their strength fell woefully short. He quickly retreated to the sidelines, casting a cold